Hero's thoughts are in front of us. He simply has the life of a dream. He has not even made anything up, everything stands before his eyes as if it were yesterday. But what was yesterday is what we are about to see. Our hero was a knight, he was fighting someone, he was having fun, because he was getting full pleasure from the battle. They found that the enemy was too slow, but it was attention that ruined him. She had always been his problem. He just wanted to play around out of boredom, and he scowled. His armor began to crumble after the hit, which was very frustrating, because it was to be expected. He immediately flew at the serpent, or rather even a dragon parody, with the words that he would just stab it to death. Rage was also his problem. He fell into rage very easily, so it was because of this that at that moment he just kept striking at the serpent with his fists. It wasn't from his character, he just liked the feeling, the very feeling when his strength increased, that's what he liked. He took his sword, with the serpent's head there. He liked swinging his sword with my magic, but dying, he sure didn't like it. All because he had a secret. At that moment he opened his eyes again, and made it as if a woman in front of him was sleeping. Yes, where did she come from? Did he really have a groupie following him around at all? Too exhausted for that. The woman came up to him and kissed him, a light morning kiss, and touched his forehead. He loved it, because he got it from such incredible beauty. Had she been there the whole time admiring him, he couldn't hold back any longer. He wanted to kiss you on the lips. However, at that very moment he realized that he was just a baby. He began to cry. His mother thought that he wanted to eat something, but in fact he cried, because he had changed his clothes once again. Consequently, the past life he still died, no idea how it came out, but what he will be there to name him. Unlike other people, he is reborn every time after death, and so to infinity. But still it was worth it to eat. After all, what was to be sad, why to be upset? After all, it was his 101 at birth. Before our hero's eyes began to fly through his past life, his life as a student, his life as a knight, even that same samurai. After all, if his memory serves him right, but his first life was spent in Korea. That very life was Adam, a whirlwind of endless interviews and job searches. The same dreary life that no one could have dreamed of, with an equally dreary ending. For when it was abruptly cut short by being hit by a car, he was reborn for the first time. Upon waking up, he found himself in the body of an infant, a totally unfamiliar family alien. It was from then on that he began to be reborn again and again. Amazingly, he came in different worlds and eras. But the scenario of his life has repeated itself time and time again. He didn't have much to brag about, he was just used to this state of affairs and going with the flow. The rebirth that many dream of has become something commonplace to him. However, while he was drinking his milk, he wondered where he had gotten to this time. After all, judging by the fact that he is now somewhere in the Middle Ages, it is unlikely that he was back on Earth. It was not even logical for a rebirth. Did it mean that he had simply been reborn in another world? But he did not complain, for it was the other worlds that he liked, for they were usually much more comfortable. He was even lucky, for it seems that he was born rich. There were even a great many maids he liked. What that means is that he comes from a noble family, and his mother loves him very much. Our hero didn't understand their language at first, but after a second he got used to it. Of course, it was a new world and a new language for him. It often happens that you don't understand much at first when you find yourself in a new world. But the warm hands, the gentle gaze of total love, this is what all speaks for itself. Because his mother really loves him. Having changed 100 mothers, he can tell exactly which ones give birth clean out of a sense of duty, and which ones don't. As bitter as it may sound, there are times when he was abandoned immediately after birth, or forced to work off the life he was given. However, he had a great feeling about this life. He heard one of the maids call his mother, asking her to watch over the young prince. At that moment he realized that he was a prince. At the same moment the maid said that of course she didn't think so. But the mistress asked her to answer honestly, for they were alone in the room anyway. She asked if she also thought ill of her son. The maid immediately began to justify herself by saying that recently one of the maids had been excessive. Why there was such an expression on her mother's face as well as there about the voices. And the lady went on to say that even though he was a prince and had imperial blood in him, his fate would certainly not be an easy one. It would have been easier if her son had not been a prince at all. She looked at our hero and begged his forgiveness, because she hoped he would not be offended. She knew that this was the case now, that they were discussing him and the baby, for it was because of her that our hero had no right to inherit the throne. She blamed herself, but our hero made everything so that his hand wiped away her tears. She immediately came to her senses, for she realized that most likely her son understood something. Our hero saw how yours was very difficult, so he showed with all his appearance that she was not sad. He didn't even care if they inherited the throne, because the prince's life is already lucky for him. He would just ignore all sorts of clingy nobles who would pester him in the future. Yes, and the imperial family will not be able to control him, because the life of the prince promises to be busy. His 101st and Jubilee new life in his new world. Isn't it a dream? That is how the life of the emperor's son, as well as former servants, began. Such were the half-bloods our hero turned out to be. A life that could be spent quite well, if not all in politics. He could almost every day screw around with women and have fun with absolutely anything his soul wanted. In him flowed the blood of the emperor, and he would be guaranteed more or less comfortable conditions. Dreamed of eternal trips hunting, but all the time he was lying in his bed, making sounds and rejoicing with his mother. He seemed happy and carefree, but still she was a little sad, because if she had the power to shield him from all this, it would be much better. Our hero heard these words of strength and thought, for strength would not hurt anyone. To him, however, it was the usual thing for him. Not having the right to the throne is a weakness. No one needs you. If you are a weak man, no one will stand up for you, no one will even look for a way to get rid of you. However, he believed he wasn't worth worrying about, for his new mother's son has lived too many warrior lives. 3 months later, while our hero was sleeping and his mother was waking him up again, she noticed that he had an incredibly beautiful hair color. However, one of the maids said that the lady's carriage had already arrived, so she kissed her son goodbye on the forehead and told him not to miss her, for she would be back soon. As soon as they all came out, our hero just rejoiced, for he had such a cool dream and he was awakened. He hoped the babysitter wasn't still running to him, because there wasn't even a second of peace. Since he was a baby, all everyone did was take care of him. I was very tired of such hyperparab, but all the while he was alone, he decided to check something. It was on this that his future depended. He even hoped that the emperor's blood contained some kind of ancestral power. After all, if it did, he would have to learn how to use it. He decided to concentrate and to gather all his power. He understood that the world is ruled by the strongest. Only when you are strong no one dares to oppose you. At least, it was our hero who had the opportunity to use the experience of the previous 100 lives, because even in a child's body he could accumulate inner strength. And that meant only that the power was available. He remembered his 30th life, which meant that he could use the techniques of Hongwon. He should also try practicing skills from his other lives at the same time. Even in a child's body should be able to do it. No one would even think that a child of this age could train. However, if the case burns out, by about age 10, his inner strength will increase manifold, and by age 20, he will be indestructible at all. He would still be concentrating on energy, and that's the only way he could train. He would even be able to train while the nanny held him in her arms. So he decided to speed up the flow from his whole body, to gather all the energy together. He could already feel the flow, but his head was really splitting, so he decided to release all the energy. It wasn't like he was screaming that he was just diapering right now. Even our hero said that she would just walk away from him and stop touching him. After all, even a little touch would make all his stored energy disappear. He prayed to faith that this would not happen. It was at that moment that his prayers were answered. The babysitter went away, thinking only that he was probably having nightmares. So as soon as he came out, our hero felt that his energy was at its maximum. He thought he just needed to sustain it, but he was feverish. He hoped that making such a baby could withstand it all, but the thought that it was better to die than to live in a weakling's body kept him from giving up. He began to store up as much energy as he could. He continued his work, for it was also that he could live a prosperous life. At this point he called out, even the maid heard it all. She suddenly ran to his room, because she thought that something had happened. Our hero was sweating profusely for some reason. She even thought that he was sleeping, so she decided to prepare a bath with herbs and then bathe him. Our hero, on the other hand, when he saw what Tim had run off to prepare the bath, got to his feet abruptly and his eyes shone with happiness, because everything worked. The maid came running back to him, asking him how he was doing, forever carrying him in her arms. She praised him for every little success, and all he could think of was how lucky he was that the nanny hadn't noticed. He could now easily accumulate it in his body, and he doesn't even need to do anything to do that, because he gets stronger even when he just eats or sleeps. He couldn't even contain a smile on his face, and everything would just explode with happiness. After all, he could already accumulate so much energy in 3 years that it would be comparable to most adults in power, and when he turned 10, it was hard to even imagine. He was sure that no one in this world could beat him, not even if he lived 100 lifetimes. At that moment, the maid noticed something strange, a sound coming from above. However, distracted again, I noticed that our hero had this wonderful smile on his face. At the same time, he was thinking that he would get stronger and stronger, so that he would soon live like a king. He could not even wait for such a moment. He longed for that day to come as soon as possible. It had been exactly 5 months since he was born. Thanks to the mana absorption technique, his physical capabilities would greatly increase, and his inner energy would already be boiling faster than all his peers. After all, everyone should have known that mana is automatically collected. Even though he was now crawling on the floor, still didn't stop trying, because soon for sure his power would overtake the available one. However, at this point, for some reason began to rise from the carpet. It was just his mother who took him in her arms. He brought him a toy that he certainly couldn't have expected to see. He just couldn't take his eyes off of it, but noticing his mother's disappointment, he immediately started playing with it. Even though he looked like he was having fun, inside he felt a Spanish shame about what he was doing. The maid and mistress laughed, for their baby looked so happy, but in whom was he ever born so handsome? You couldn't say our hero didn't like it, he adored being praised. However, in spite of that, he understood that he was so beautiful to his mother. However, since he is loved, he still did not say that he did not like to play the fun child, because this time is too fleeting, and therefore priceless. At this point, the grimace on our hero's face immediately changed. I am not a mistress and could not understand what he wanted here. However, our hero wanted only one thing: he wanted to eat. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He tried to show it with all his appearance. Immediately she guessed that it was so at that very moment he was given milk. While our hero was busy drinking milk, the conversation was about the financial situation. Despite the fact that the prince needs to be well fed, since yesterday the funds kept dwindling. There was nothing the mistress could do about it, however, because the budget for the upkeep of the mansion had been severely cut this year. Even one child was hard to raise. Our hero remembered hearing such talk from the maids not long ago. He had heard that he would have to make great savings on his mistress's rations. For if this did not happen, no one would survive the season. They had no other choice. Our hero couldn't believe it, for he thought this type of talk was definitely not serious. With the mistress maintaining a positive line, she said that even if she died, it was okay because others would survive. Now they suggested something, and our hero was worried. Because is it all true? Because his mother was a really simple concubine. She did not even have power, not status, even taking into account the fact that she gave birth to a prince. He was not even a prince and he had no power, not even status. Something had to be done, otherwise something bad would surely happen to the prince. Our hero could not believe it, because he thought that since he was a prince, he would not be allowed to die of infancy. I was not offered to see the king himself. She is a mistress and said that it is simply impossible, because he is very busy. Our hero began to understand that now it has become clear to him where his mother was constantly going in a carriage. She wanted an audience with the king and it seems that she did not succeed. But no matter how cruel the ruler was, it is unacceptable to behave in such a way to the mother of your children. Why does he do this to his mother? Because she is abused by the nobles. What to do? Even if the king was originally indifferent to her, such an attitude is simply inadmissible. Our hero began to cry, which allowed the nanny to give him into the hands of his mother. He really wanted to help her even though he was a child. He knew he could do something. Nothing much came into his mind, but he had to think of something. All he had to do was to get through this winter, because in fact it was all about the lack of money for all his needs. And in the winter there was a new item of expenditure: heating. He thought, how could he help at all? What exactly could he do? At one point, however, he realized there was still one thing. He thought about the fact that if coal is a carbon structure, like diamonds, and he noticed that Mama wears precious stones, then in this world they are also very valuable. That is, if he had no money, he could at least get valuable stones, and his legs were too short so he could not get out of his bed. He realized that he had to think of something else, because with all the amount of mana he had he was able to take off. Now he could fly to his destination. He realized that no one had enough charcoal anyway, and most importantly there was plenty in the fireplace. He wanted to turn that pile with one easy move of his hand, but he decided to hurry, because he had to make gems out of it while everyone was asleep. He headed for thermal energy, then created a certain temperature pressure necessary to transform the coal. He didn't hesitate to spend all the mana. It was still she would save more if she survived. He didn't want to let the energy drain out in any way. He stirred up more and more of his inner energy each time, while I held back. He knew that if it worked, his mother would be happy. All he wanted was for his mother to smile and be happy with her life. At this point, the whole stove was up in smoke. Our hero succeeded. He got such a beautiful and shimmering diamond he was sure it was just that. The only thing left for him to do was to find a way to slip it in. He was glad that he had succeeded, so that the morning when the nanny came to his room he noticed it in my bed. She couldn't figure out how he got out of his bed, even though the bed was too high. Had our hero really spent all that night on the cold floor? She took him in her arms and noticed also that he was too dirty. It even seemed to her that it was because the palace had not been cleaned for a long time. They were very lucky that our hero had not frozen. And our hero thought that you needn't worry, for the most important thing is that his mother is alright. The babysitter noticed that our hero was holding something in his mouth. She asked what was in his mouth, for he had swallowed something. However, as soon as our hero opened his mouth, she saw he had a diamond. She did not know where he had found it, for he had really been lying on the floor. She could not understand it, because while you stubbornly missed it, you could get a decent sum of money. She thought that just because of this they could get away, and for this not easy situation, she hugged our hero, saying that he was a real smart guy. It is most likely after this moment that wagons with supplies poured into the palace. They received enough firewood to survive this winter. Filled with groceries, in general, that very diamond was just at the most favorable price to cover 5 years of living expenses. But did they do the right thing? Because what if it belonged to someone? That it simply could not be, for all the castle had been put up for nearly 100 years before the lady settled. Everyone thought it was a gift from God that was sent from heaven for their prince. Mother was very happy, for she believed that it was in fact a gift from God. Here our hero was just technology for her dress, telling her to wait until he grew up. He would surely deliver her from all her worries. He imagined himself as an adult standing in front of his mother, but at that moment he was too young, for he had promised himself that he would open his eyes to everyone. Everyone would hear about him, Morella. It was thanks to all this that the palace kept the fireplace warm all winter long. The mistress could not even eat most of the food alone, but the nannist told her not to think about anything, because she just had to eat her fill. Everyone was glad to see them, everyone was glad to see the new maids, and the very words that had to be fired were hired again. But the most important thing was that our hero's mother stopped being sad. She was always beautiful, always smiling, but they spent it in warmth and comfort. A year later from that moment the babysitters chose a suit for our hero. Those were good. But Mama still chose clothes of a stricter nature. He almost did not like anything, and in general he did not like to change clothes. After all, what kind of holiday approached, that they made him so tired? Could not they leave the prince alone? He could think of nothing better to do than to lie down on the floor and cry. He was immediately soothed and lulled and put to bed. He was glad that everyone was finally getting away from him. Nanny, on the other hand, was glad, for today was the very day when they would finally be able to officially introduce everyone to the prince of the imperial family. Our hero heard this. I was shocked, for had she really become this day? But the mistress said that he must be recognized. After all, despite all the faults and it flows in the imperial blood, birthday is the best reason. His Majesty had to show up, too, she was sure. He just can't ignore them forever. Nanny began to reassure her, however, because they just often try to stay away from their newborn children. Our first one was even more shocked, because is his birthday really so soon? Would everyone be preparing a very large banquet for such a? The mistress, on the other hand, was very happy, for her son would officially become one with the royal family. She was glad, for the laws of the empire were on her son's side. Errol, on the other hand, was anxious, very anxious, but smiling at the same time. This could not make him not happy. However, whether all the other aristocrats would attend this banquet, he even wished at last to see his father, whom he had not seen since his birth. At the banquet, however, there were an incredible number of aristocrats as well as people who ran errands. Our hero was incredibly curious, how much money had been spent on all this. After all, even in spite of all this, everyone was incredibly dressed up. Is that the way everyone dresses for banquets? It's not that our hero didn't like it all, but he was a little confused by the new faces, because the prince had never seen so many people. His mother began to calm him down, because everything was good, because he was the most important there. But the aristocrats had already started to look at him obliquely, but he did not pay attention to them, because no one needed them. This, and where was his emperor, who was his father? He just wanted to look into his shameless eyes, for he was the one who never showed his nose after making a child. But it was at this time that he realized he didn't have to worry about it, because he just had to know what he looked like, in case there was an inheritance tour. But soon after the banquet began, these people did arrive, the imperial family. Our hero immediately began to pull on his mother's dress, asking her with all his appearance, was it really the acting empress and her children? Yes, with all his appearance he showed that she was the empress, and her children looked like her. When the middle stood the eldest, most of all. Why were they all so serious? Because they all passed by his mother as if she didn't exist. But in spite of all this, our hero's mother was not offended by their piggish behavior. She asked our hero if anything was bothering him, or not, because it should be over soon, she promised him. Next, while our hero's mother was smiling, he realized that her gaze was going somewhere. He was staring at our hero's father, who reeked of incredible energy. After all, he was just walking by, and all the chattering nobles and services immediately fell silent. Why did they all bow their heads before him? After all, even our hero felt the power emanating from him at the level of instincts. He could not understand, was it his father looking at him, or his mother? He was very sorry that rebirth did not also give him the ability to read other people's thoughts. How nice it would be if our hero knew what everyone else was thinking. After a while, everyone started to give him presents, everyone congratulated him, and it was a great honor for everyone to see him. When the time came for the imperial family to congratulate him, they did not hesitate to openly express their attitude toward him and our hero's mother. All this attitude could not leave our hero alone. He was tearing himself out of his mother's hands to attack that bitch properly. For how dare she treat him and his mother like that? She does not even consider them people. He realized that absolutely everyone there was just as nasty and rotten inside. He thought, should he really check on them now? Just by shouting. But our hero didn't want to embarrass his mother. He decided that the best way now was to remain a goody-goody. After all, everyone around was hypocritical. At that time it was common, unfortunately. He only wanted to leave as soon as possible, before he fell asleep right in his mother's arms, but at that moment, while he wanted to sleep the girl, he realized that she was probably one of the daughters of one of the concubines from the emperor himself. She was even still at that age. Mistress, however, those had already left. When the banquet came to an end, our hero together with his mother could breathe a sigh of relief in unison, but it did not end there either because his mother was approached by the empress herself. She said that she got to them without any problems, all thanks to her son, the heir to the throne, because he was always there. Our hero could not understand why the empress boasted of her son. But that is exactly what we should have expected from the empress. In spite of all this, the empress began to say that our hero was very sweet and very much like his mother. Our hero did not see anything bright in this, because surely it was she who had a hand in their plight. If no one cares, the financing of the castle would not be lowered to the plinth so drastically. They had to use knights for firewood, and his clothes appeared to be sewn by servants from rags and scraps. At the same time, the empress wished our hero a long life and everything else, but as she left, she smirked. At that moment the mistress saw someone she definitely could not have expected to see. She saw the emperor himself. He asked her if she was used to the castle, but you could probably even say that our hero's mother lied, which is more than normal. These words of our hero were very much surprising, because he too wished only one thing, that the emperor would give them money, was a man, which it was worth to be in reality. Our hero began to scream a lot, so that it prompted the emperor to ask to take hold of his son, whom he had not seen for a year. He wanted to look at him. The emperor did not understand why our hero was not crying, for while his other children were crying non-stop when they saw his face. Our hero, however, was just smiling. He wanted his old Snibble to spread puddles under his feet from such a stunning smile. The emperor certainly liked him. After all, so far he was not afraid of him, even put it through picking up in the future. Our hero began to make a strange movement to prompt the emperor to put him down. He thought that he would walk, but the mistress said that he could not yet walk. She said that he was only a year old, but at that moment our hero just took off and walked. Errol understood that he was the star of the evening, then he had to show everything he could do. Everyone was ecstatic, because finally their little guy took his first step. It interested even the emperor, who realized that our hero is full of surprises. Our hero, in turn, understood that there is still a little bit left, because he will show him that he is definitely different from other children. He will show it in front of everyone. After all, he is the very same Prince Errol. However, as soon as he came to the table, and wanted to hold on to it, the whole table with the products just took and began to fall down on it. All the tablecloth together with the drinks also flew down. He was very worried, because all the products began to not just fall to the floor, they just began to break, scatter and develop. But that's okay, because that's how it was meant to be. Everyone is so excited by the first steps of the prince, that no one will notice that this is a well-planned strategy. He chose the right moment, because that's exactly what he wanted. And also, for a frightening effect, just take it and shout. He is, after all, a child after all. While he was lying on the floor, he was picked up by the emperor, who asked to see him. He saw that our hero was only soiled in wine, but nothing more. He was in one piece, and also needed to change him. Naka already wanted to take it from the emperor, but he asked to stand, because she had torn off his outer clothing and noticed the terrible clothes that were under it. All the better began to notice it, because why was the prince dressed in such bad clothes? What happened to her at all? However, the emperor asked everyone to be silent, for what kind of life was the mistress, as well as her son, that they live in such poor condition. But in fact this morning, while I was changing Nanny's clothes, he concentrated all his energy and began to stretch the cloth as hard as he could. It gave in easily, so he had to give it a shabby look, which certainly wasn't difficult. If he had grown muscles, he would not have had to resort to magic, but the most important thing was that he was able to bear the uncomfortable truth. He was able to bring out what was hidden, so the emperor asked if the mother of our hero will not deign to explain how this could even happen. Is it so hard to live up to the status? Our hero's mother was very worried, so the emperor did not question her, there was no point. He turned to his man, Gina, and asked how much money is allocated for the maintenance of the castles of concubines at all, because why does this happen at your event? He said, however, that he had given an excellent order to distribute the budget equally, and everything was carried out according to the order. The emperor could not understand what the word equally was at all. He also asked to bring the report, and as quickly as he could, our hero looked at this and understood that his father was determined, and that he himself would look with pleasure at the figures that would be in the report. Our hero's mother wanted to say that a mistake had occurred, so he asked his little one back. However, it was our hero who realized that this chance was the only one for all of them. While everyone was in turmoil, and the emperor's secretary was handing him the documents, everyone understood what was about to happen. For the emperor realized what was happening, he couldn't even believe it. He used his power to burn the given paper, which surprised our hero very much. After all, our hero could not even think that the emperor was not aware of everything, it was really the fault of the empress. The emperor turned to her and asked what was wrong, because there was a hole in his predecessors and his concubines received almost nothing. But the only thing the empress did was to pretend that she could not believe it. So the emperor, from the side of an incredibly formidable face, asked, because he did not know that the distribution of the budget is precisely her direct responsibility. The eldest son wanted to stand up for himself, so he came forward at the same moment to express his own point of view. He said that this was some kind of misunderstanding, because the Empress certainly would not have done such a thing. However, the Emperor became even more formidable. He said that there was no difference, because it was the leader who was responsible for the mistakes of his subordinates. It was because of her negligence that his younger brother was left hungry and naked. The older son looked at our hero with very guilty eyes, which definitely did not like it there. Our first floor showed that the eldest son Cages has neither the charisma of the Emperor or the cunning of the Empress. So the father asked him, the eldest son, if he wanted to say that his mother had nothing to do with it. So at the same moment the Emperor went up to the Empress and said he was very disappointed in her. The Empress began to tell the Emperor not to blame her, because it was all her fault, she was the one who was wrong. The Emperor could not understand what he was talking about at all. What a mistake, because there she sat down and gave birth to the Emperor's child. It is enough to be considered a member of the imperial family. Lady blushed a little, and the Emperor touched her hand, because she should already understand that she must be aware of its status in society. It was this picture that caused not a good reaction from the Empress to find the culprits and bring them to justice. He said that such mistakes he would not tolerate more. At this point the Empress looked at the floor, her hands trembling very much, but still said that she would make sure that this would never happen again. The Emperor looked at her once more and warned for the very last time that she would be punished next time. She continued to apologize, for surely she would find the culprit and punish him severely, but still she did not understand why he was so furious with her. At the same moment the Empress came up and said that she did not know how it happened. He did not even know how to justify herself to the mother of our hero. Our hero at this time understood that she was pretending, even though the mother of our hero worried a lot and also said that no mistake, no, the Empress is not to blame. The protagonist could not understand in any way what his mother was doing, for surely the very snake who knew everything about everything was standing in front of them. The Empress said that this would never happen again, but only our hero understood that you should at least put a guilty face, because all these women, she just intimidated her power. At this point our hero's birthday came to an end, and the hole in the budget was patched up. Not even the Empress was involved in it. They quickly found the culprit. It was a family of minor aristocrats. It was them who were made guilty and then without any special proceedings simply taken and executed. In the palace the servants discussed the fact that at the end of the investigation the aristocrats had even admitted their guilt, but they could not imagine where they were going to spend such a huge sum of money. Everyone was glad that everything was resolved. But only our hero realized that the real culprit, or rather the man, had escaped punishment. The case was closed immediately. He thought that all this is incredibly unfair, but as soon as he grows up, he will definitely powder everyone else. Well, while he has not yet grown his body really wanted to eat, so the only thing he could do was to cry. At this point our hero was already being spoon-fed. He was happy with his current life. However, he was still thinking that he needed to work on his body, for he was going to be a baby for a long time to come. However, after some thought, he realized that all he had to do was eat and play. And after he had eaten, he decided it was time to sleep. Enough time passed, our hero woke up and a carriage drove up to his house. He noticed that several people came out of the carriage. He could see this, for he flew up to the window while his babysitter was asleep. He heard 3 people coming into his room, one of them his mother, and more footsteps of an adult and a child. Our hero forgot about the babysitter and was afraid that if he woke up, everything would see his power. He flew towards the nanny as quickly as possible, and as soon as the adults entered the room, they saw our hero pinching the nanny's cheeks. The mistress, seeing this picture, shouted for our hero to stop hurting the nanny, because the nanny must be loved and obeyed. At this point, the nanny herself noticed that another mistress had also arrived. She immediately greeted her, for I immediately spotted her. However, the mistress who had just arrived at the castle asked not to apologize, because she herself had not warned anyone about the visit. Our hero remembered that it was another concubine. Finally, everyone began to say that if they had known about the visit earlier, everyone could have met her, but the mistress said she wanted to talk to our hero's mother privately. Our hero's mother, however, could not understand why you came to see her at all, yet she thought the conversation would be serious. But at this point, while our hero's mother was waiting for something serious, she choked on her tea. But Fenelia herself asked for forgiveness, because she did not behave appropriately at the banquet in honor of Prince Ariel's birthday. She looked like she was really sorry. Before she finally sat at Kansas, in the not-so-distant past, in the midst of the fighting on the continent, it was her family that had contributed most to the victory. There was no one in the empire who had not heard of her family, but that was a thing of the past now. So due to the fact that recently no boys were born in the family, glory quickly faded. It was rumored that they were very tight in funds in the past few years, so the madam asked if she had come to her because of problems in the family, so she said they were really in debt. Fenelia remembers the empress forcing her to do something, so it was most likely her family was to blame for the hole in the finances. It was at this point that Fenelia pulled out her bag of money and said that at least it wasn't enough to solve the problem, but that she was really sorry. She wanted our hero's mother to know that, even though she was not forgiven. She said that our hero's mother might hate her badly and also in the family. At that moment the door to the room opened, and not noticed in the distance was the daughter of Fenelia standing there, so the mistress understood that she only wanted to protect her child from conflict with the other members of the imperial family. So the mistress said that she was fine, she did not need all this, for she believed that the person in front of her was certainly not guilty of anything. Fenelia asked me not to feel sorry for her, but the mistress said I did not. She said bluntly that at that point they had no need to antagonize each other. She understands everything, and does not hold a grudge against their family. She held out the bag of money back and said that it is better to use it, or rather find the money to buy a gift for her little daughter. After all, she understands exactly why they kept the expenses in their palaces. She is not sure, but most likely it was the fact that our hero's mother was a servant to the empress. But our hero was simply shocked when he heard this information. So now it became clear to him why his mother was so disliked. He began to roll about his room, thinking that his mother had a very difficult life, and the nurse couldn't even understand what she had to do to calm down our hero at that moment. She asked him if he was okay. Our hero noticed that she was worried, so he put a happy face on his face and knew what to do to make him not shake. Nanny realized that the young prince was in a fickle mood. So Nanny left to do a little exercise with Princess Kania. Noticing that everyone was occupied with something else, our hero decided to use his energy once again to listen to the conversation between his mother and Fenelia. The conversation had already been about what my mother had said, that she could not hide from the oppression of the empress. So that was why she had decided that as long as Irel was not grown up, she would protect him and would not allow him to harm her family anymore. At this moment she was more serious than ever. She offered to be friends with Lady Fenelia. All, or rather not the two were rising, something more than a conspiracy, a union of the powers of the concubines. At this point, you do not understand that even if someone suddenly finds himself cornered, at least there will be a helping hand, that's what this union is for. And our hero was in confusion, because he could not even imagine that his mother turned out to know everything. She even knew about the conflict between the empress and the concubines. However, what will she do in the next 100 years to prepare for all this in advance? While he was thinking, at that moment the very same girl approached him. He could not understand where she had come from. He asked fate to keep it from sticking to him, but all she did was crawl into his bed and start to tell your cheeks, she really liked it, was a toy to squeeze. I started hurting the cribs, so our hero hoped that the one would save him. She, the cat, ran up to pick at first that our hero was actually cute. Our hero realized that all was lost, and the nanny kept saying, "Will the princess visit?" The princess of course said yes, she would love to visit him, and our hero couldn't find any help anywhere. And time went on, and now the prince will be 30 months old. Soon it will be his 3rd birthday. Life seemed unbelievably fleeting to him, in principle, as always. How did it happen that he grew up so quickly? After all, even if they think so, he still has to live to adulthood to at least learn to be normal with girls. He remembered his 45th life, not even hoping to repeat it. But at that very moment the princess walked into his room. She ran to meet him, but our hero decided to hide. But even though he tried, the princess quickly found him. He was upset and depressed, but the princess just wanted to play hide and seek with him. Our hero wanted to refuse, but the princess had already fled, so she ran to a larger place. They went outside, and we understand that after the visit of that very mistress, the Princess came to them very much. Not without Nanny's help, however. But still he did not see anything wrong in this, for only through this can they form a strong friendship. All the time Kania said that our hero is very lucky to have such a good sister. Even though Todd is still small, you can take care of him, but when he grows up, he will have to take care of her. She asked for a promise that he would come as soon as this one. But the little prince couldn't understand, because why is that one so obsessive in his direction? But as soon as he thought about it, Kania confessed that she just adores him, because compared to Leonidas, or Merle for that matter, it is much more fun to play with Errol, because he is the best option. Errol laughed awkwardly, because he thought that as soon as she grew up she would regret those words. The princess had already taken him in her arms and said that it was time to play, she would even carry him to the place. However, the girl did not understand that our hero was about to suffocate from such assistance. He asked for help, but of course, as fate would have it, the princess was told that the prince must be in pain when he was carried like this. This maid asked our hero to give it to her, because even the princess should not have carried the heavy things, she was still a child. But our hero thanked fate, because he was saved. Princess Kania was not happy, she shouted that she wanted to play, but even so the maid said she could go and draw or listen to a classic. She said she was very tired of it all, it was just boring. She wanted to swing a sword because she had seen her brother Kyle do it. Our hero, noticing that she was practicing with a stick, realized that the center of gravity was displaced. There was no balance even considering the fact that she was holding the most common wood in his hands. But our hero himself loved fencing very much, he even missed that feeling. The princess imagined that her opponent was knocked down, the victory was awarded to her. However, the maid decided to say that, which really upset her, because brother Kyle and Lenin were allowed, so why not her? But to this the maid said only that the princess must not soil her hands, and asked her not to argue with her, because that was the custom. She said that above all the princess should be elegant and feminine, but she had already noticed that she was missing her sword. She noticed that her sword was already in the princess's hands. The maid ran to her, talking about it being a sword, but Princess Kenya was only talking about swordsmanship. The maid ran after her, asking her to give her the sword as well, or rather just to take a smaller one, since she wanted it so much. And our hero stood there content, apparently he liked his little sister Kenya more and more each time. Our hero had already turned 5 years old, at which point he was already learning how to ride a horse. But to tell the truth, he was still riding a toy horse. After all, he was still a child. He was asked, doesn't he want to ride a real horse? But our prince's only answer was that he only wanted to ride his own, because it wasn't dangerous at all. I did not say that all boys should be interested in horses, or swords, and it is time he did. She was very worried about him that he will become like everyone else, but our hero smiled broadly and said that you put away such thoughts because the prince on a white horse is a relic of the past. Nanny was sorry to see it like that, but there was nothing she could do about it. Our hero here thought and realized that of all the lives he had lived, he had not absorbed the proper world and only one knowledge of how to bring people to their white knees. He had achieved perfect swordsmanship while slaying quite a few opponents, and he had also excelled in the field of magic, all his obstacles in his path, every skill he had honed to perfection, that now he simply had nothing better to do. Still, there was nothing she could do about it, she wished him to work well, to work productively. Well, as soon as the door closed and our hero was out of sight, he immediately laid down on the bed, because only losers should work, not him. Our hero was constantly crying, constantly pushing pity while trying to calm down. Then we realized that the only thing our hero didn't want to do was just study, even though he was 5 years old, the very time when you have to learn the world around you from every angle. However, he asked him if he did not want to know anything, because there is enough of the other side, he just was not interested. I, in turn, turned to him and said something like that, as if he had lived his 100th life. This surprised him a little, because I could not find out that way. Our hero said it wasn't like that and immediately laid down on the arm of his chair. He said he had had enough, she was already all over him, for the case was sick of learning over and over again, and so every time. At this point his nanny took him to the library and told him that according to the imperial law, 5 years old is the age at which he should start learning. So she brought him and looked at all these books and couldn't understand why there were so many of them at all. Would he really have to count them all? So as soon as our hero took the books in his hands, he started spinning them. That's the only thing he liked to do with them. You have to read, it's not spinning, so I tried again. Our hero, while picking up the books, began to build houses with them, which brought the nanny out again. She said that she has the opportunity that many want to learn and cannot, yet our hero is still able to begin to learn. She said that he needs to respect books and stop spoiling them. She told Toph to sit up straight, yet the only thing our hero was thinking about was how to get from his room. He figured out exactly how to do it. That is the skill he learned in his new life. He lay down on the floor and began to cry about not wanting to learn. However, as soon as his mother entered his room, the very concert that he had arranged took place and ended. He ended up having to sit down and start reading. He knew he should have started learning by now, but ironically, the more he tried, the more he endangered the people around him. You are the more talented son of a concubine and the emperor, the sooner they will want to get rid of him. Although this may seem unfair to many, fate has already decided everything for everyone. So our hero thought only that she simply had no other choice but to take everything in her downtrodden hands. He began to drool, so Nanny asked him not to be distracted, and he was trying not only for himself, but for his mistress. Our hero asked, trying to get it out in the open, if he could learn at all, because he thought he was too lazy. But the nurse said only that if he continued to be lazy like that, then he would upset his mother, which is exactly what he did not want in his new life. So he realized that he would have to study hard. He would study everything but fencing, or he would definitely get a knife in the rib, and he wouldn't want to learn magic either. I wonder what she would even grow up to be if she didn't do anything like that. However, in spite of all his hopes, a week later, he was told by his nanny that he came to teach our hero magic. Our hero cried out, because he did not want to be a magician, but what will happen, if it is a strong magician, he will definitely have to feel in power. You know, in him a huge amount of energy that he has accumulated these years, he wanted to at least somehow hide his abilities. However, the nanny did not let him do anything. She already led him by the hand and told him not to be afraid, because everything will pass quickly and painlessly. So as soon as our hero entered the hall, he immediately saw the teacher, with an incredibly surprised face. Our hero could see the techaman all over the body of the mage standing in front of him, but I wonder how he saw him. At the same moment the teacher came up and started touching our hero. He was saying that our hero was special. To me, they were already hoping that their prince is especially a child who has an incredible future waiting for him. However, the teacher said that everything is not pleasant. He does not feel the mana in our hero at all. I did not say that this cannot be, but even though I touched him, he could not find a single drop of mana. Our hero laughed. He said that it is useless, because on the way there, he carefully curtailed the circulation of his mother, and then concentrated it in one point and spit all the energy out. Seeing the mage's reaction to his appearance, he was immediately able to shut up and relief. He just can't see mana if she's not there. However, this all had its disadvantages. The master said that since our hero has no propensity to be a mage, then he is definitely Tekova to become me. Imagine that commoners can often have a bit of mana, but it is our hero who does not have it. Our hero is not left, whether he does the right thing, because he ended up only disappointing his mother. He thought that it was necessary, because everyone must think that he is a weak, incapable of anything baby. He tried to apologize to his mother in his mind for being such an incompetent son. They also had a fencing teacher in the house, his new mentor. He said that if our hero trained hard, he would become as strong as he was. Our hero understood him to be a young knight of about 25 years old, no more. He saw the thickness of a real dog, because for 100 years of his life, he had already been in an incredible number of battles. His body was hardened in battles with the most terrible creatures that the knight had not even dreamed. So who was standing in front of our hero that dares to teach him? At the same moment our hero asked Ranful to start training. He wanted him to teach him, but at the moment he thought he was not even his equal. His teacher told our hero to trust him. If he put in a lot of effort, he would definitely become incredibly strong. They asked to start the basics, but our hero remembered that his friend, Princess Kania, wears a weighting device on herself to increase her physical abilities. But the knight said that for their family this is quite normal, so what should our hero do? Ranful started with the basics, saying that the basic things for fencing are flexibility and balance. So he asked about the simplest thing, and also asked not to worry. He put our hero on a stump and told him to stand straight, but our hero began to show that it was incredibly difficult and that he thought he was about to fall. He said to the height not to control anything, so at the same moment they began to practice flexibility. This, too, did not work out for our hero. And only then did the knight decide that they should already try to handle the sword training fee accuracy, where again our hero showed a very poor result. So he asked his mentor, is he really that talentless? But the knight said not to worry, because this is only the first training, only through practice they will be able to cope together. But at this point, while our hero was talking to his mentor, he noticed that he was being followed. He realized that the more mediocre his results, the sooner they will get away from him at all. Well, as we know, rumors spread very quickly, so in a moment, everyone was saying that our hero has no more mana than just an ice flow. And that's what everyone was talking about. One man, who most likely was watching our hero, said that our hero's body was so weak that he could barely stand on his feet, even reporting that he had no talent for swordsmanship. The Empress was pleased to hear this, but only our hero understood that rumors could calm his guard. At the same time, while our hero was eating his food, he asked when his teacher would come. But the nanny replied that it would not be long. He realized that now everyone is saying that he is a useless prince. Almost all the teachers refused to teach him, and yet he found a hero who decided to come. A man named Gamelpernia came, and today he became our hero's new teacher. He will teach him foreign languages. Our hero looked at him and noticed one thing on his face only to spare, most likely he was embarrassed. At the same moment a lot of books were thrown on the table to our hero. He said it was just the basics of grammar in one day. He said that this was the normal pace of study because tomorrow they were already planning to move on to a new topic. Our hero didn't understand what was wrong with him at all, so he decided to pretend not to try his best. He did not understand why the teacher kept mashing him up, even though he would not ask for an opinion. Was the teacher going to just ignore him in every class? Even though our hero was incredibly small, it was in languages that he was savvy. He had learned too many languages in all his past lives, so his linguistic abilities might well be considered great. To begin with, he decided to find a dictionary, a grammar book, and some more foreign literature. There was so much to see in the world, and the languages were all made up on a similar principle, so it was only a matter of time before the teaching was done. All the night our hero spent reading books. In the morning our hero was asked how he even lied that he had learned all the material, but our hero said it was all true. Should he start? The teacher was shocked, but our hero understood that compared to the languages of neighboring countries, his native language was still a bit difficult. The teacher asked him to read his book which he was about to open to him. The young prince kept thinking that no matter how much a child could do, reading even one simple book before the age of 12 was difficult. Our hero at the same moment began to read, which surprised the teacher, because if a student succeeds, then the reputation of teachers increases. He chose what he could afford to be a genius of the highest order. At this point, the whole country was plunged into shock, because the prince was not only not able to use magic, he did not know how to use magic, he did not have it at all. So how could such a fool as a prince be able to learn languages in just 2 days? At the same moment, everyone thought that our hero is just a genius, and the source of dryness was the fact that the teacher, a little drunk, began to talk about what he had seen at first glance. Finally the rumors reached the emperor. He realized that if the sword or magic is not his sitting, it is not easy to do with his favorite thing. He even thought he was truly a genius. But only the mistress spoke of her regret that she and her son had grieved him. She noticed that her son had changed a great deal. Was she even raising him correctly? The emperor noticed the excitement on his concubine's face and approached her. He asked her if she was really worried about him. For the emperor thinks our hero is growing up to be an incredible boy, and here our hero saw the whole picture. He said he would still show the wonders of the world, but they are better shown in doses to maintain interest in his person. And while he is still a boy, he can relax and reap his benefits, for now he is a genius from now on. A few days later he was allocated many knights in the corps. Surely it was the emperor who decided that he should be protected, for our hero did not know how to fight. He loved that he had such a caring father emperor, but at the same moment he was distracted by a very loud sound. It was the nannies who brought something very heavy. Our hero wondered what it was all about. So at the same moment his mother told him that they were gifts from the emperor himself. He was surprised that his father had given him so many gifts, but when he opened it he noticed there was only jewelry. All these will be precious gifts from the emperor himself, but our hero was interested only in a pendant, because it seems that it helps to concentrate and activate mental abilities. But most likely this thing just boils your brain and makes you very tired. All the babysitters were delighted with our hero, for they read him incredibly well read. Our heroes understood that most likely they see the object only as a pendant while he sees Manu inside the stone. He had no use for it though. He even thought of giving it all to his little sister, for she's been training too hard lately to be a real orangutan any longer. Our hero turned to his mother and asked her if he could give this thing to his little sister, and the lady herself didn't mind, because if he gave one thing, they wouldn't lose anything. He was asked what he liked about Princess Kanya in the first place, so he couldn't think of anything better to say than that she was just very strong. It was a happy day for all the inhabitants of the castle, for it was the day that the emperor lavishly bestowed upon the prince. Our hero sat at the table, his nanny serving him desserts, pastries from the best chefs. But our hero tasted everything and realized that it's not that, everything is not that. Because everything that was on his table had no taste at all, because they were not sweet at all. He didn't ask me if I should call the chef or not. Our hero, after a little silence, said to call the alchemist. The nanny was shocked by this statement, but our hero was only thinking about getting a Coca-Cola or chocolate. That is why he needed the alchemist to recreate this flavor. Of course he couldn't read minds, so he asked, why did he even need an alchemist? At this point he realized that even if he tried to explain, she wouldn't be able to understand anything. Because it would be strange for a 5-year-old child to demand an alchemist. Still, to recreate the very tastes he had had in his past life, the very tastes he liked, without the alchemist's help was simply unrealistic and impossible. He had no idea how to process products to get the taste of the same cola, because there is no such technology in this world anyway. Even our hero is so eager to drink such a cool, carbonated drink. Well, how should he achieve this? However, since he's a genius, he'll think of something. He immediately ran out the door saying that he went to study. I even thought she heard that, because she certainly did not expect to hear that from our hero. He understood that cooking is chemistry, and he definitely needs an alchemist to try it. 3 years later, when our hero was already 8 years old, he was already sitting in some meeting about how everyone was planning to build new bridges in the areas where the traders moved. He was asked, what did he think of that? He thought it was just great, and also asked who designed that bridge in the first place. At one point, the man said he was the one who built it. He was glad, for he thought our hero was praising him. But despite the joy on our hero's face, which was replaced by despair, he said that if he ever brought such a screw-up again, he would fire him. He said that everything looked good. But even so, in winter snow would accumulate and everything would immediately collapse to hell. He said that the construction was unreliable, because if it was overloaded in one place, it would be very unsafe for citizens who would use the bridge. He said that despite the fact that the master had invested in decorations and pompous, he did not think about safety as well as the most important function of the bridge. He said that everyone began to refine the bridge. At this point it was made clear to us that because of his extensive knowledge, our hero had a lot of work to do at this point. After all, he was only advising ministers, using knowledge of technology from his other lives. He seemed great, after all, 8 years of advising the officials themselves. But where would our hero go? After all, now is the time to show off his skills, so he immediately started on the next problem. At that moment, while our hero went outside, he was noticed by a new maid. She called our hero a sage with silver hair. This nickname was very shocking to our hero, because he did not expect to be called so at all. He asked where this nickname came from, so he asked her not to call him that from now on. The maid wanted to call him that one more time, but then she thought better of it. This embarrassed him a little, but people still came up with a stupid nickname for him, which turned out to be incredibly lame. Our hero's mother couldn't understand where our hero had even gone, but Nanny replied that he had requested an audience with the emperor himself. He said he wanted to study alchemy. Our hero, as he sat in the carriage, realized that since the emperor responded so quickly, it meant that he had achieved a special favor. After all, he really works hard for the good of the empire. So even if he confessed, he would be right, for even with so many lives under his belt he was nervous during their conversation with his father. Of course, because he had to be as eloquent as possible, making sure that everything he wanted sounded unobtrusive. At this point he was already in his father's study. He was talking about how he should bring the empire train with all his might. He even had the opportunity to do so in the field of alchemy. Since he is not strong in swordsmanship or the magical arts, all that is left to him is science. The emperor watched and understood that our hero, though a hammer, is a very sensible head on his shoulders. He said that he would provide his son teachers of alchemy, but if still, what he wants. Our hero, however, has already asked everything he has only dreamed of. In fact, after it was announced that Prince Ale needed a teacher of alchemy, that is, candidates lined up. For them it was an opportunity to leave their mark on history, so a test assignment was set to create a mirror which can reflect the sunlight to the horizon. Soon there appeared the very man, who coped with the task perfectly. A true connoisseur of alchemy, the name of this lucky man was Darman Langit. Our hero was also happy, and thought that he had some old grandfather. However, they sent such a young teacher, who had a strange hair color. Our hero asked if it was a natural color, but Darman said that because of his many experiments with chemical elements, he breathed all kinds of crap, so that's why they turned white. Our hero wondered how he had survived at all if he was sniffing these elements all the time. He was sure that outwardly he was calm, but it was only a mask. Because alchemy is a ruthless thing, so if he got hurt or died while researching, there would be no one to blame. His teacher also told him that the study of alchemy is actually quite a dangerous occupation. It is the kind of science whose study can pay a very high price. Our hero said that he had already weighed all the risks and that alchemy is not the science of magic. He does not expect him to teach him how to make gold from lead, because he just wants to explore things like metal alloys such as finding the strongest of them, or to create a material that will make it easier to build houses. At this point the master was thrilled, for this meant that the rumors were not lying. The prince was in fact different from everyone else. He was in fact the very genius who would one day lead their empire. So at that very moment, Darman knelt before him. What do you say? Right to his eyes. He said that she was teaching him all that she knew himself. It had been several days since first studying alchemy. Darman asked, did our hero really study before that with alchemy himself? Even the hero could not understand in any way, because is it so obvious? So he told his teacher that he just read a couple of books. The teacher was glad, because he realized that the rumors weren't lying, and our hero was glad that he didn't suspect anything. At this point I did not continue my experiments until the evening. Darman all the time helped our hero to make the right decision. So now our hero knew how to extract lead and other chemicals, with the exception of metals or maps. Everything else was identical, which he already knew. However, it was not much of a difference. Come to experience. Everything went according to plan, but at one point a petition came to the emperor from his son. His son decided to expand the staff to 4 alchemists. The emperor immediately asked that the best alchemists in the empire be assembled. His servant worried, for what was the little prince going to do with these alchemists, for they were spending the empire's budget on their research. The people might begin to resent them. But the emperor remembered his son's words. He remembered how sure he was of this. He understood that his son was working for the sake of the empire. However, our hero told the chemist that he would want to invent a drink through alchemy. This invention no one could understand, because how our hero, with such an incredible brain, as well as the knowledge, spent his intense creation of some drink. Many people were upset, because they left their previous jobs for this, but our hero asked them not to worry, because he will pay them all more than enough, no matter whether they will succeed in this business or fail. So at that very moment, all the alchemists began to say that they would help everyone. Many had heard that such a development already existed. However, did the prince really want something of his own? Our hero understood that he had E100, which was an incredible motivation, money and fame. Those were the 2 things that would work for him, so we would have to hurry up and make some awesome soda. A few days later they had already had mineral water brought to them from abroad, so they had samples. One of the men wondered if it was really drinkable, because it didn't look all that good. But our hero was sure that for the time being it could not be what was in front of him. However, if natural water is not good enough for him, they will create artificial water. It was all alchemists, because they could not understand how you can create artificial water, so our hero gave them the leaflets and said he had come up with a theory. He asked them to evaluate it and refine it, so he was already waiting for them at the next meeting. He believed that his alchemists were the best. At this point, our hero ran, because it was time to test the theory in practice. But would a week be enough? However, he was still sure that money was the best motivation for alchemists. Within a week, our hero gathered all the alchemists, because this very discovery was to turn the empire upside down. He said that the trend that season would be carbonated water, the very fuel of progress. He understood that most likely the alchemists would not be able to create any analog of soda, so he decided to try water. Many people asked if anyone would try it, because somehow he didn't feel like trying it all. However, our hero asked to trust him. He asked to mix it all with fruit juice or alcohol. He understood that he originally wanted Coca-Cola, but it was unlikely that he would be able to create this unique flavor. So they had a few copies, and he decided to test how good they were. As soon as he mixed the lemon juice together with that very water, he immediately realized that it just tasted incredible. At this point, everyone was just thrilled with it. All the alchemists couldn't believe the taste. The prince's lemonade sold out incredibly quickly outside the empire. It gained its popularity just fleetingly. It gained the status of an expensive drink and became a luxury for the nobility. No one could even believe that it was created by the same prince. Everyone was glad, because it was the very gift who wanted to get at least a drink. At this time, Count Dement, lord of the northern part of the empire, wanted to know the author, or rather to find out the truth. Was it the prince? So his secretary, you have already said that they say that the process of creation was managed personally by Ariel himself. His drink became an object of luxury, because it was a huge contribution to the economy of the empire. Rumor has it that wagons of gold constantly flocked to the castle of the concubine. The count thought this was his mistake, for he thought the prince in question was no different from most children. If only he had known, he would have sprung for it at once. And now all he has to do is elbow chair. By this time the princess was 16 years old. She was showing her skills. There, he loved it all. He said that the one was very cool. And the maid also praised her, saying and then that they're incredibly professional fencing. This was very true, because she was much better than most guys her own age. He thought she was cute, but it was still worth a break. The princess sat down at the table and said she had heard too much about him lately, for his miracle water had spread not only throughout the empire but beyond. She said that here is just the perfect son of the emperor. He cannot even imagine how people are jealous of his mother. Our heroes understood that all this development he just dedicated to his mother, Lif and Einrest, because I used to be a family. Einrest belonged to the nobility, but in the near future promised. They have only the title and a small house, but they are actually in the form of a life of the commoner. So our hero, learning about the unfortunate fate of his family, decided to help. He allocated them a share in his soda business, and he certainly did not lose. Because everyone stopped in line, everyone wanted to buy it at triple the price. Furthermore, he created a yogurt and sodium glutamate, which quickly became a hit of sales. The finances of their family rose to the sky. Now no company with them could not compare. It was this luxury that shone through his eyes. The princess also had tears running down her eyes, and our hero thought something was a little on the fritz. So he decided that he would bring her some lemonade and waffles, for he is a treat. But to this, the princess only put her sword to our hero's throat and said that she actually has plenty of money too, but our hero never learned how to hold a sword. She decided that our hero should learn how to hold a sword. Our hero pretended that he would learn, but in his grave he had seen all this learning. At the same moment he started just repeating what he had been taught, but without much enthusiasm. He thought that she would get away from him as quickly as possible. But in fact he sees how his little sister strived for his dream. The desire to become a better warrior and confidently hold a sword in his hands moved the fragile little girl, and eventually became so strong. So our hero will have to use a little himself, but to confront her, he began training. At the same moment we realized that probably some time has already passed after the training. So our hero was already in the carriage. All the people met him. So many people recognized him. especially that he even felt like a star, he was a local idol. It was all cool, however why did the emperor summon him? Does he want to reward him for the work he did? Because before his silence made him feel nervous, however, he is used to it now, so he sat down at the table and began to eat all the goodies. He is so used to his father that he feels at home. However, while he was tasting all the food, his father offered him a crazy thing. He offered to become someone who has a full-fledged public office. Our hero could not believe his ears, for he did not expect it to be so soon. And the emperor went on, saying that it would take some time, but he was sure that no one would come back against such a candidacy. Our hero, in turn, said that he should not yet, because he is not yet ready for life in the palace and responsibility. He calmly drank some tea and confessed that he did not even know how to react to the quarrelsome offer, because he still has much to develop in alchemy. He is not sure of anything. After all, either would be, I forgot the emperor gave him a post as his first son in air. After all, the empresses in the air have been quieter than water, lower than grass of late, which is why he has kept a line that he dare not cross. They still do not see him as any kind of threat, because he lives without incident. There is a difference between attracting the emperor's attention and openly fighting for the throne. He is not yet ready to fight with his brothers and sisters for a place to be the crown prince, or vice versa. Does the emperor deliberately provoke him? Is it really so? Everyone should understand that natural selection is not only in nature, in the human world, it also works to the full. The same struggle for power with a comma in which the strongest survive and the weakest perish. However, why do such questions about the life of death now at all? He did not need anything, because it has long been of no interest to him. Our hero was already riding his horse at this time. It was the first time he had ever strayed so far from the castle. He loved that feeling of freedom. After all, he had been working too much lately. He never even thought he would turn into such an office rat. After all, he used to roam the world looking for the strongest opponent. He was tortured by such nostalgia, so while there was time, he had to enjoy his freedom to the fullest. He rode along with his sister, for in fact this ride was so much thanks to her. She did not know that our hero was such a good rider, but at one point asked why the whole platoon was following them, because they had a look on their face that said they were ready to rip someone. That to me replied that she said that it would be enough, but our hero only laughed and said that with freedom in recent times more and more difficult. At this point, while our hero was laughing, he noticed some strange aura in the forest in front. He was even told that there is a monster. He got that feeling, for the usual water is ugly faithful. He told them to stick some traps. Everyone went forward already in spite of the warnings of our hero, but the man said that the princess herself uses that forest for training. This very much surprised him. Why is she not afraid? He remembered the moment when his sister had proposed to him to go for a ride. They were sitting at the table at that moment. She asked him if our hero was not tired of sitting and working all day in the castle. She was sure that it would be fun there, but only now our hero realized that his sister is sick, even though something thought adventurous was something cool, and today it was just that. For no matter how dangerous it was, still our hero went along with her, because he believes in her. Our hero at home was that Balda, but she had too much power. Their plan was that some of the knights would act as bait, the princess and the rest of the squad go to the rear to deal with monsters. They said with ice that the princess herself will sort out it all, even though there were 20 orcs. But our hero sees the orcs for the first time, healthy as it would be. But their team was much cooler, because not only the princess's ball skills, but also her reflex speed is simply impressive. Her unwavering aura, emanating from his image, encouraged all present, and the battle continued until the night. Our hero asked her how she was feeling, if she was alright. It had been a long time since she'd let off steam. However, I still asked not in front of the heart, because if a man was cool, he would be ripped off, just like him in one life. While the princess was incredibly tasty, he noticed that she was still a child, nothing more. However, he asked her, so why did it make her want it more? Got a little sad and told the whole story. She said that since childhood, all they say is that the princess should not swing a sword. People think something there's just a dope wash, and then she'll get tired of swordsmanship. Like, she'll marry a man she doesn't even know and settle down. She became very sad, so our hero realized that marriage of convenience here was the norm for the aristocrats, and in any case will have to vouch for someone who will keep the family afloat in high society. She said she hated it all. She wanted to live like our hero. She wanted to earn money and authority doing what she was good at. To try for the good of the empire and get recognition from people. Here for example our hero is already recognized on the street, so she also wants to beauty her family not by marriage, but by merit, which no one can deny. She wants to control her own destiny. Our hero looked at her and said he thought she must be the way. She said that our hero is a very good brother, so she said that at dawn will not return to the castle. In the distance above the moon a dragon appeared, and everyone continued to talk without noticing him. In an attempt to overpower Kanya, the orc plucked one of the trees in the forest from the ground and with a terrible roar rushed to attack the princess. With one precise strike of her sword, she mortally wounds him. Several slain orcs already lie around her, and the guards are not unafraid of the princess, admitting that she has nearly defeated them all and that the knights had better not get under her arm, for she is doing a fine job herself. They even pity the orcs. As Kanya kills the two orcs in one blow, Errol calls her over and asks her to finish, for she must hurry to get back in time. With a radiant smile, he meets her surprise gaze. She got carried away again and didn't notice it. Kanya wasn't too upset, all her opponents were throwing up anyway. After a short pause, pleased with herself, she agreed to depart. Unfortunately, her horse looked slumped and when she saw it, she was surprised. Errol suggested that he was simply tired and that he should not be ridden. The prince suggested that his sister ride one horse while the princess' own horse would be examined by experts. Joyful brother and sister sat together, and Kanya would lead because, in Errol's opinion, the little sister was the best with horses, and he was still shorter than her so he simply wouldn't be able to handle a horse sitting behind it. They raced across the green meadow ahead of their many guards. Suddenly Errol noticed something, and they stopped. A worried Kanya tried to ask him what was wrong. He saw something in the sky, or rather, he didn't see it, he felt an aura. Something was lurking behind the clouds, something huge and obviously dangerous. It was a wyvern. Before anyone realized what was going on, Errol snatched his sister's bridles from his horse and yelled for her to hold on tight. Drawing the knight's attention, the prince reported the creature in the sky and ordered the guards to flee at a scattered pace. The day's guards could not believe it, they saw no one. They stayed where they were and tried to convince Errol that there could be no such creatures in the training area. The fact is that the emperor had once hunted wyverns and there could be nothing like it here. While one of the knights was saying this, the creature grabbed him and lifted him over the heads of the rest of the group, accompanied by frightened looks. The men were now in a panic and tried to run away from several wyverns. While everyone looked around and wondered where so many had come from, Errol chased his horse and rescued him and his sister. They watched as the knights tried to fight or flee. Some were swallowed by the wyverns, some were crushed with powerful clawed paws. It was then that it became clear to the prince that this was more than a hunt, it was a slaughter. The wyverns had released poisonous gas. It would seem that they are strong enough as it is, so why make them poisonous too? Many soldiers were already lying on the ground. Poor Kanya, she had lost many men. Errol ordered her not to be distracted, her job was to hold on so they could escape. The wyvern chasing them had already begun releasing poisonous gas when one of the mages sent a fireball at it. An order was given to protect the princess. There were too many wyverns for them to hide. The situation was dire, since wyverns are resistant to magic up to class 4, most mages couldn't even scratch them. The wyverns circled above the prince and princess. Errol had no choice but to use mana. He used it as bullets, folding his arm in the shape of a pistol he fired, and one of the wyverns fell to the ground. Another one should have been brought down. So pretending it wasn't his job, Errol thanked the mages for their labors. He let the horse go on, just as suddenly a wyvern came down in front of him. Errol and Kanya were startled. Who knows what would have become of them had it not been for the blonde-haired girl knight who slayed the wyvern with a single blow. She ordered them to flee immediately to safety. The guardswoman sent them into the woods. Errol thought the girl was really good, she would buy him and his sister some time. He rushed forward. There was a terrifying battle behind them. They had already reached the forest and suddenly they heard a voice laughing at the wretched people. Prince stopped his horse and, looking around, asked what it was. In response, he heard an angry laugh coming from a dark aura. There stood a man in a long black cloak. He held a staff in his hand, and even his face was hard to see. Errol repeated the question forcefully, demanding to know who stood before him. Examining the stranger, the prince decided that the staff in his hand was highly suspicious. Errol rudely asked what the cloaked man wanted, to which he received only a smirk. The man became serious again, pointed the staff at his brother and sister, and cast a spell of magical volley. Now there was only one question in Errol's mind. The mage's spell was strong. It hit most of the troops. Errol reacted instantly and turned his horse so that he and Kenya were not hit. He turned around and saw that many knights had fallen dead, smoke billowing from them. The mage praised Kenya for her ability to run, though it was to Errol's credit. Kenya was frightened. Errol on the other hand was more focused and wary, so why did the mage know his sister, and was he really targeting her in the first place? The mage laughed and offered the prince and princess some fun. His eyes lit up at those words and his smile grew wider. He raised his staff and a dark aura moved around him. The prince was greatly disturbed by his aura. His sister distracted him from his thoughts by pointing in the direction. He looked where she was looking and saw the dead knights and wyverns rising. From their bodies came this aura. The surviving soldiers were bouncing off the walking dead. The mage ordered the undead to kill the second princess, that is, Kenya. He shouted that he would teach the upstarts sitting imposingly on the throne a lesson. The army of the dead moved toward Errol and Kenya. And then there was a look of bewilderment in the mage's eyes. Errol held up his index and thumbs again, determined to protect his sister if the mage really came after her. He fired mana bullets directly at the mage, who screamed furiously and fell dead. Kenya looked at her brother in surprise and asked what had happened to the mage. The remaining knights wondered the same thing. Errol told his sister that he didn't know and that it was probably a kickback from his own magic. It happens if you use too complex a spell. The mage lay motionless, but the army he had raised was still active, and the knights concentrated vividly and raised their weapons again. The fair-haired girl who had killed the wyvern in front of Errol and Kenya told them to run again. A stunned Kenya asked her brother why the undead were still moving, for the mage was already dead and the spell must have lost its power. Apparently, the spell was not bound to the mage but was a call for a certain amount of time. They should have left. Errol asked his sister to simply trust him. They were leaving while their army selflessly battled the undead. The night had fallen. The prince and the princess stopped by the forest beneath the bluff. Errol was trying to build a fire with his sticks and Kenya was sitting beside them, worried about what would happen next. Most likely, since the mage was dead, his army should be gone soon, too. Errol reassured his sister the soldiers were probably already looking for them. She said she thought he only knew how to work with his brain and she didn't understand how he had the skills to build a fire. Errol, not stopping to try, smiled and asked not to underestimate brains. He just knows how to use the power of friction. He read it out in a book. The prince wanted to use mana to make a fire, but with Kenya looking so intently, it can't be done. His arms were already tired, but he finally did it. He made a fire. Both sat and gazed admiringly at the flames with their mouths open. There was silence, the fire was gradually building and the excitement was going away. Kenya became visibly sad and said she had made a waste of the whole thing. Errol reassured her, for it had been an accident. How could she have known? She asked if he was afraid. He looked worriedly at his sister and knew she was feeling guilty. He shuddered faintly and assured her that he was scared. But since she was around, it was easier to cope with the fear and the wyverns were creepy. She looked at him with pity, believing he was afraid too. Then she moved closer to him, covered his palm with hers and thanked him, for without him this day could have ended in great tragedy. She was trembling with either fear or cold. Errol hadn't noticed before, but she was very frightened. From Kenya's words, most of the men who accompanied them died on the battlefield protecting their lives. Her burial family is always in the crosshairs. Sister experienced this for the first time. He was sure it was very hard for her now. They sat around the fire with their arms around each other. Kenya closed her eyes and Errol thought about the fact that they still needed to get home safe and sound somehow. They needed to be on their guard. Suddenly they heard an eerie roar from behind the cliff. Two creatures were fighting in the air over the cliff. Brother and sister jumped up. There seemed to be a griffin fighting a wyvern. Why now? The griffin began to fall and the wyvern rushed after it. Now Errol noticed a nest in the rock. Apparently the wyvern was hunting for a baby griffin. The griffin was already at the nest when the wyvern grabbed at its throat. The still blind griffin squeaked in the nest and the fight continued over it. With a piercing scream, the griffin tumbled down and under its weight, part of the cliff collapsed. Errol reacted quickly and ran screaming, pulling his sister with him away from the collapsing rocks. They stood at a distance from where the debris in the griffin's body had fallen, the dust swallowing everything around them. They coughed and tried to see something. Fortunately, the wyvern had already flown away. Perhaps it didn't smell them, thanks to the wyvern blood on their bodies. At this point Errol literally opened his mouth as he didn't find the sister he was talking to nearby. She was already sitting near a griffin piled with rock debris. Errol ran to her asking her to be careful, for it could be dangerous. She reassured him by saying that the griffin was already dead. Errol was upset because she wouldn't listen to him. Kania looked at the griffin's huge body pityingly asking what to do with it. With a slight smile, her brother answered the question by asking if she wanted to bury it. It turned out that the princess was talking about the baby that the griffin had protected at the cost of his life. She was already holding it in her arms and quietly examining the little creature. Errol wondered where she had gotten it and was simply amazed at the sight. He looked suspiciously at the griffin. He didn't want to deal with it, but what can you do, and decided there was nothing left for them to do but. At this point his reasoning was interrupted by the suggestion of keeping the baby. She thought it a very cool and interesting plan, but Errol was not so enthusiastic about it. The blonde-haired girl king called out to them and was glad that the prince and princess were unharmed. Those were standing beside the dead griffin and holding the baby in their arms. The soldiers ran up to them as Kania expressed her joy at seeing them safe and sound. According to the knights, there were no more casualties after the mage's death. At that moment, a griffin voice came up and, realizing what it was, the fair-haired woman shrieked. He said that the knights had come in time because his sister wanted to keep the little griffin. No one could have guessed how it was possible to keep it. A week later, everything had settled down except for one thing: there was a pet in the house. That pet was a baby griffin. He jumped up on Errol's bed and screamed and woke up the prince. He chased him away saying he still wanted to sleep. But with a sad, doting look, the griffin made the owner change his mind and start petting the pet. After all, he is so cute. The griffin was allowed to stay until the griffin boy's mother arrived. Back to that night, orders were given to escort the princess to rest to remove the body because many wild beasts might gather at the smell of a dead griffin. The order was passed and tents began to be pitched. Errol looked around, made sure no one saw him, and raised his dagger over the griffin's body. While everyone was busy, he discreetly cut into the griffin's chest and removed the magical stone. He would need it to tame the baby griffin. Errol stared spellbound at the shimmering stone in his hands. A clatter of wheels could be heard from the street. The joyous Errol and the griffin already knew who it was. A princess literally flew out of their carriage and called for Fry. He was already flying toward her. While the princess and her pet were rejoicing at the meeting, Errol and the general were discussing the dark mage who had attacked the princess. That mage was declared a criminal. Kania raised her hands in the air and watched with delight as Fry flew around her. The general's men were gathering any information in the mage, for he might not act alone. The prince sighed and asked him who was the most ardent opponent of the imperial family, though it was clear that there were many who wished to destroy them. The general responded with a questioning look, to which Errol merely ordered him to go. From the hall, praise could be heard for Fry and the commands given to him by his happy hostess. Looking at his contented sister, Errol decided that attacking this little girl was just beastly, and that he needed to keep an eye on her. Attempted attacks could happen again, and Kania was now part of his family and he must protect her. He watched them, completely in his thoughts. He needed to build up his aura as a matter of urgency, for surely by the time he was 20 he would need it. The prince made a happy face and went to his sister with a suggestion to go have fun. The girl hugged her griffin, accepted the offer with a smile, and inquired about the way he offered to have fun with her. The swords crossed at their ends. The prince stared at his sister like a predator at its prey. She had not expected such a reception from him and gave him a surprised huff. They bounced off in different directions. Kania assumed a stable position and asked admiringly about what had just happened. With a radiant smile her brother told her that he had begun training. He wanted to show her something. Satisfied with the duel, Kania praised Errol, for he had studied on his own. Yes, he was self-taught. He just put mana into the punch, which was the basics. Kania almost cried when she heard this. Wasn't that what she'd been doing all along? Errol reassured her that he was just training differently. Kania called him a genius when he told her the secret, to which he told her that she could learn to use her mana, too. He could even show her how to do it. The girl's face brightened and she asked if he really thought she could do it. Smiling broadly at his sister, Errol assured her that if she followed his instructions she would learn quickly. After all, her brother is a good trainer, all because he was secretly pouring mana into her. For example, when she dozed off after a tea party in the garden. Locked in the training room, they began to practice. Errol ordered her to listen carefully. The blonde night girl standing outside the doors was a little surprised to hear this. Kania came to her brother's house every day and practiced aura swordsmanship. And as a result, her control skills exceeded Errol's expectations. A blue aura surrounded her sword. She had finally succeeded. She could now use mana. Even Fry's opinion was asked. Mom was cool. There was only one nuance. Her mana aura caused the cub to grow dramatically. The griffin sat on Ael's back, and with each passing day this burden pressed harder and harder in the literal sense. The beginning for Kania had been made, all that remained was practice. Errol continued his lectures, saying that the more mana someone has, the stronger they can become. He spoke admiringly of her fantasies of breaking into battle on top of Fry. Kania smiled, but didn't support his fantasies, saying that her brother had a very rich imagination. To which he agreed with a smile. Kania hugged her pet and asked if he minded because she wanted to try such a thing. Errol was sure that this day was near. The door to the hall opened and the arrival was announced. It turned out to be His Highness himself. Errol and Kania looked at the door with unconcealed surprise. They both wondered what the Emperor was doing here. His mother followed him into the hall, and the maids behind them bowed in greeting. Errol had heard that the Emperor was busy working in the north, and he was sure that he certainly wouldn't just sneak in here. The Emperor and his mother approached Errol and Kania and stood across from them. The latter bowed and said hello. Expressing some pride, Father said that word had reached him that Errol had begun fencing. Mother stood slightly behind him and smiled. Errol confirmed that the rumors were true and added that he was getting curious. After all, he needed to try his hand at other fields, not just science. After recent events, he decided that he needed to learn self-defense and also how to raise griffins. His father thought that was incredible. Errol thought his father was obviously proud of him. Smiling smugly and scratching the tip of his nose, he mentally appealed to his father that maybe he was worthy to rank with the other children and maybe above them. Two servants brought a box into the hall. Without taking away his admiring gaze, Errol asked what was inside. The father replied that it was for Errol. The box was opened and everyone present saw a truly beautiful sword. His father asked him quickly to try it out. This sword had been made especially for him. Mother said with a sweet smile that Errol was too young to wield this sword. But father, understanding her, said that boys like the feeling of a real formidable weapon in their hands, so you should not deprive Errol of it. Errol raised the sword high above his head to the concerned looks of his parents. All he could say about this sword, gazing spellbound at it from below, was that it was cool. He had the wonderful thought of why he shouldn't really go into swordsmanship now. The Emperor had never really seen such interest in our hero's eyes before. It was at that moment that he realized that our hero was very happy to receive such a gift. However, our hero just took and fell with the ball. He did not want to get into it, because even though he has a talent for swordsmanship, he does not want to show it to anyone. Because once he has a sword, he will be forced to fight for power. This version of events does not suit him at all. However, he has not wasted his effort up to this point. After all, no one has even suspected him so far. Still sitting on the floor, and then saying that they are very much like this gift, but he is very sorry that they are able to appreciate it. After all, this sword is more suited to a talent such as Sister Kania. However, our hero understood that she had become incredibly strong, barely inferior to the Imperial Knights. It was more than enough to be considered elite. It was still a long way off, but he thought that her future had every chance of making it into the top 30 Imperial Knights. He decided that he had to give her the credit she deserved. The Emperor understood what our hero was getting at, so he had one condition. He told the princess to show all her abilities. Kanya was in shock, and our hero was in the same state. He could not understand why his father was suddenly so eager to see the powers, but after some thought, he realized that if you think about it, you can understand that his father, or rather the emperor, is such a jerk about swordsmanship. The emperor, in turn, asked her to show how far she had advanced, for if she could hit him with the very sword that our hero had given her, that would be very enough. Kanya could not find the words, and our hero understood something. She was very much afraid. He nudged her and showed her a sign that she was not afraid, to show everything there, to learn something. Our hero laughed in his heart, because he knew that the princess was sure to hurt the one who did not even have to worry about it. So at that very moment a fight broke out between the emperor and the princess. He came out and noticed that she had a good rack, sure, but it was not enough to win. He couldn't even comprehend whether his father was judging simply by her appearance, yet already at this point the princess was ready to attack. She descended on the emperor with incredible speed, launched so quickly that even the mother of our hero could not understand what was happening. Our hero just rejoiced. Because his sister's speed was at the highest level, he did not even have time to blink. The strength and concentration of mana were also quite good. However, he couldn't figure it out head-on. He couldn't understand why the emperor had such a strange smile. Didn't anything embarrass him? At the same moment, however, the emperor blocked everything with a movement. He said it wasn't bad, it was quite a blow. He had never even seen such an aura in a child except for their commanders, he said. Is it really true that our hero was helping with swordsmanship recently? He said that not much, for he was only testing something, and his theory worked perfectly on how you can increase the potential of a swordsman, and also decided to try this way the sister. She was the most suitable. The emperor wondered, for does that mean? Look, that his father cunningly wanted to pull him in with some dirty children, but our hero knew that he attacked the wrong person. He thought his father was thinking of starting to mass-produce knights with an aura to create an invincible army that no other could match. So our hero said that if he meant results like his sister's, he dares to disappoint him. After all, his sister originally had high potential, for she had honed her skills since she was very young. So it is only thanks to her natural giftedness and perseverance that she has managed to get this far. The emperor did not like it, but our hero understood that in fact, anyone could be helped by sorting out the weaknesses and identifying the northern sides. But it was too cumbersome to train everyone individually, and so were the men. The last thing he wanted to see every day was a testosterone parade. His eyes were made for beautiful things, but still, he shouldn't flat out refuse it, because it would be a little suspicious. He thought he could just call it some kind of super secret technique that only the chosen few would be exposed to. So to say that this technique can only be used by family members. The emperor hesitated, and our hero hoped that he would understand what he was thinking. Because for the emperor all the nobles around are like hyenas, you never know if they use your knowledge for good or against you. So why should our hero make their rivals stronger? The emperor, on the other hand, said at this point, let it be so. Let it be a secret that will be passed down within the circle of the imperial family. Our hero began to shine, for it was his method of training that would be passed down from generation to generation. An imperial mouth with a family martial style, it all sounded incredibly chic. He smiled broadly and realized that at any rate, all of the emperor's children would now be forced to train hard. It was his chance too. So already a month later, the emperor himself had reached the maximum effect of training, and it was her, for example, who had earned this unique style. He was even told that he could not use it too weakly. But one could not dismiss the notion that our hero was so incredible that without him the empire would not have become so great in such a short period of time. So at this point, while our hero was eating his favorite cookie, someone asked to escort him. That's right, for he needed to choose escorts. In fact, there were a lot of suitable candidates, and there were lots of applications. There were only those who had been chosen by the emperor himself. Our hero looked at this huge pile of sheets and realized that it seemed that most of them were from noble families. However, only a couple of years ago they did not consider him for a man. He became quite popular, but he understood that sooner or later it had to happen. Considering his skills, he did not even need guards. However, there was something he did not want to play out, or his life would end as sadly as the past. The princess cried out that it was unbelievable, and our hero was a little woozy because he could just get 3 random leaves. But it was the Turk who said he could do such a thing, but it would be better if our hero picked it all out himself. He decided that he would, because it was nice to be on the other side of the interview for the first time. Those resumes that were lying in front of him listed all the personal information, skills, achievements, and more. There was too much as stated by Dasha, but still he should save his eyes, because they are soon to him, so if Raz has to choose, he prefers the beautiful Adam. He immediately floated, which caused him to be incomprehensible to everyone. But at the same moment he perked up and realized that he should already begin. Next before us was a picture of how our hero met all the candidates. He expected to see unbelievable beauties in their place, but all he saw was some creepy ones because they were shouting very loudly. They reeked of an eerie aura, even though they were women. He was frustrated, however, because the fantasies were more rainbow-like. They asked him why he turned so pale, but our hero said he was fine, asking them to ignore them. He understood that he was not caught up in a fairy tale, for this is how a first-rate knight who trains every day should look like. He realized that he had had enough of dreaming, he had to get down to business. At the same moment he leaned on the table and asked for the attention of the dear ones there, for he was beginning the interview. He was aware that it did not look powerful, one could see that they were strong, there was even someone who was more 2 minutes on the muscle than the emperor. He picked up that if it protected him that way, he would definitely be safe. But at one point he noticed some more conventional aristocratic women compared to the others. It was she who looked more feminine. After the interview, he realized that it was even easier to pick on, because everyone responded perfectly. At the same moment he asked everyone to leave, because he wanted to think for a while. But how should our hero have acted after all? Because the choice was not an easy one. So he understood that the only choice was to concentrate there, to free the internal energy and also to distribute it over the body, which stimulates the brain to help him to make a choice. He knew that this ability was not easy to activate, for it would require a lot of training and effort to achieve enlightenment. He took to the air, but he hadn't used it in a long time, so he decided to start round 2. He told everyone to come in one at a time. After all, the very reason he used this ability was because he wanted to know the intent of every knight who came to join his personal guard. He saw that time after time many had dark thoughts, almost all of them. Now these eyes saw only the man's inner world, so he didn't need a lie detector to tell the infidels apart. He could see what shade their emotional form was. He understood that he needed those who wanted to be knighted just for him, so that it would be their personal choice. At the same moment, the same aristocrat who had not a single warm spot walked in. Her name was Sia Pernal, so even though she was a knight, she was perfectly clean. He realized that he needed to be familiar with her biography, for it was possible that he had missed something. Well, if it had nothing to do with him, though, it wasn't worth the bother. He liked her, because there was no one else but a SIA, and he had to choose at least 2. Would he really have to pick the one missed muscle? At the same moment another girl walked in, she introduced herself as Sina Gull. She was last on the list. He couldn't figure out what it was that Sunbeam had come to his room, it didn't look bad, but aura was too glowing. He asked her if he had served so long overseas, for it was said that she had changed many knightly detachments. Why? Though she was ashamed to admit it, she just couldn't sit in one place for long. Well, he probably figured out by now that she was probably just getting kicked out everywhere. He didn't see any negativity in her, so he realized that she fit his criteria. He knew something about just liking to travel, so she gets transferred all the time, that's all he needed to know. Our hero said that the interview was over, he would contact someone, but after a little thought realized what he would say, or rather, who passed. He said it was a Sia Pernol in Sina Gull. That was it, he had successfully added to his flower garden. On his right was a Sia, and on his left was Sina. He was very surprised, for the other was incredibly serious while he was at work. He realized it was about time to test them, and they asked him why he brought them there. But all he answered was that he wanted to see their skills for himself. He asked to see what they were capable of. He knew that however strong the knights were, he had made them stronger, but all he had to do was feel the ground. And if I raised my hand and asked how to show him everything, because she had already agreed that it would be fair that our hero wanted to test their strength. Our hero's eyes lit up, so he said there was no other choice but to just fight each other. No one was against it. And our hero, looking away, realized that most likely his two new girls were somewhere on the same level, so to determine something different. Because he really wanted to see which one of them was stronger. He asked them which one was stronger. He said it on purpose. It was only because of this question that knightly pride was on the line. No one wanted to lose. At the same moment the two girls were asking each other what they thought of each other. Just now they would find out. The atmosphere got very heated. It was a hot confrontation of searing heat for our hero. All he lacked was popcorn. One of the girls asked if they needed any rules, but the other one suggested that our hero solve it. Our hero, though he really got them going, was incredibly motivated even now. He said to just make sure that none of them would get hurt. Constantly said that since our hero wished that, she would go easy on Asya, because she had a lot more experience than she did anyway. Asya, on the other hand, said something I should not feel sorry for her, for there was full confidence in her powers, and yet she thought so spoke the truth of her wanderings. Our hero could not understand what the atmosphere was about them at all, for were they going to fight in earnest? That things were going the wrong way, so he said, or rather repeated, not to let them go too far. He said that it would start as soon as that flake. So at that very moment, when the clap was heard, our hero was thrown to the side by the very force that was on the field. He was a little displeased, because he does not know why those did not fight gentler, although he warned them. However, that just doesn't mean that he doesn't understand exactly what reason the knights use their bodies, but most likely he will succeed. Looking at the skills of the two girls on the field was very strange, however strongly blows. However, also noticed that Senna just did not anticipate the attack with her senses, she saw it with her class. However, where there are wild animals on the field, they are beautiful girls. At this moment Senna already rushed to translate on Asa, and our hero understood that using a spear is a primary weapon. Sometimes it becomes difficult to parry attacks. When you are close to your opponent, however, is it possible for Asya to make a counter-attack. So at this very moment, Asya used his leg while throwing his opponent off. Her son said that using a kick while fighting with a spear was a bit over the top, but Asya said she didn't think there was the slightest reason to hear it from her. Our hero understood that most likely those two were taking this battle too seriously, but looking closer at the field could not understand. Strange things agreed on the field at this moment, because at this rate, nothing will be left of them, and they can also see the blood on the battlefield. He shouted for these two to stop, pissed off thanks to the sparring he had already fully learned their skills, so I think they both have something to work on. The girls didn't understand what they were talking about, so our hero said that Asya was surprisingly impatient because she's too hung up on her speed, but Senna seemed a bit indecisive because she's used to hand-to-hand combat. Asya, on the other hand, said that if you think about it, she heard that it was our hero who trained the second princess. So would the girls need to show all their abilities, so that our hero could improve them? He remembered that the princess had recently become an expert, so it seems now famous among the knights of the knights. So I still said that of course it was him, so now that those have become his wards, or rather bodyguards, you should become stronger. He asked if that was really the case, or was it not? At the same moment his bodyguards were talking about how they couldn't think of such a thing at all, because they didn't even want to make our hero worry. They looked very confused, so our hero began to glow again. He said that this refers to how his father is a maniac, so he wouldn't even lose anything if he just started giving instructions to his own subjects. So he said that while you are at his side, you must become swordsmen. At the same moment the special plan for the special training of our hero's knights begins. He demands to follow him. However, our hero led them into the classroom. Senna will train in such a place, because it looks a little strange. While our hero replied that he would just lecture there on the theories, he even hoped you were prepared. At this point he pulled out his How to Be a Knight book. If it is really effective, he will sell it to the others sooner or later. Asiana, however, it was not clear to her how you should distribute OK throughout your body to learn aura, but it was as if Senna was not very interested at all. He realized that at this rate he would hardly be able to sell it. So he said that he had not expected that those would change so quickly after just one book, so at the same time he asked to see the amount of mana stored in the body that was different from everything else. And more specifically, he was referring to the places that were marked with a dotted line. That's where the channels of mana circulation were. And in their case they could tell that this channel was a little currently blocked. In this state, if someone is blindly emitting an aura wasting their physical strength like a normal atomizer, after all, it was all not only very wasteful, but also dangerous, wrong, or someone trying to open it all strong. That occurs of course entering a state of negative energy. Instead of using the aura, some were scared, so our heroes said that now all they need to do is to release the huge energy of their body. They will first have to learn how to accumulate and use this mana in their daily life and know how to circulate it productively. After all, if they succeeded in all that, he would definitely change their aura technique, he even promised it. Everyone was all fired up too because they were hoping for it. Our hero wore a robe and said he hoped everyone understood, because what followed was a theory and a class that suited each of them. The first thing he started with Senna, he said to let it learn more concentration in her own aura. However, she said that she could use it quite well while showing his fist, which was completely a console to concentrate energy in the other hand, as well as both legs at the same time. However, as soon as she tried, she failed, and principle is expected. Drinking does not need to surround one's entire body with an aura, but just concentrate on the necessary areas as one gets tired when the aura is expended quickly. All this time my son tried to repeat what I told our hero, but she did not succeed at anything because if she needs to use it in several places at the same time, her senses simply cannot cope. Our hero introduced his hands to her and said that then they should do so. After all, if you feel the temperature, or rather its rise or touch, it now becomes easier to concentrate. It was a kind of trick, so I asked to concentrate. At this point he knew it was working, so in a second Senna had it all, the whole two hands were on fire. She said that she probably understood, but in any case could not help but say that our hero's hands are incredibly soft, she even envied him. But our hero did not understand what was going on, why he suddenly felt so cold. So he asked her to concentrate and stop talking nonsense. At the same moment her son stood up and burned with pleasure because now she understood everything. But our hero could not understand because he revealed her streams wrongly. But nevertheless he did not bother himself with it, for it is more important that he succeeded. It was time for Asa. He told her that in the previous fight, when she approached him, Asa had kicked her opponent without fear. She couldn't even believe that she could have responded with hand-to-hand combat techniques. She could have been hit by someone who had better techniques than herself. He said that this was wrong, but still when it comes to mastery of the spear, it is only important to remain calm and not to be impatient. So Asya, who was already very tired, realized that this is why our hero made her go through his training. We see our hero sitting on her back. She has had enough of talking without our hero, but he has only asked her to concentrate until this feeling comes to her. He asks her to remain calm and concentrated, as if nothing disturbs her and she moves. At the same moment, the girl sat up and realized that our hero had done a lot of things lately. However, there was no need to worry from such a fly, so Ta simply ignored him last time. However, the Empress has shown that he has become quite annoying, so it looks like she will have to sort it out herself. As expected, this training has exhausted the Asya, and under the guidance of His Highness our hero definitely feels that it has become much stronger. At first she didn't think the training would be difficult, but now she understands the difficulty. In front of her stood her result, a severed tree. Asya Purnell couldn't figure out if she deserved instruction from our hero, for though she was an aristocrat from a ruined family, which was not very rich, and lived quietly in a small village south, however, it was her family was exposed to the voice caused by an attack of the monsters at one point. Just because the monsters of the girl's father died, he told you that he would delay them, but it led to a fatal outcome. Asya cried, and after a while even the nobles with whom that family used to have a good relationship turned away from them. Eventually, she volunteered to join an order of knights to earn her living. It was only because of her talent in martial arts that she was able to quickly awaken her aura and was unequivocally a royal capital. She was assigned to the 15th lowest ranked squad by the king's direct command. With only a few ranked scum, and the worst of them all was the incompetent and lazy knight commander. Even at his age, he had a very weak aura, getting his place only because of his connections. He himself wanted to give instructions to all his subordinates. He even said that Asya looked like his daughter, so shouldn't they have dinner together? So immediately she came out and reflected all her anger on the tree. However, she should chop his lower torso, in the moments of the next encounter. After all, it was a shame she had applied for the position of bodyguard of a member of the royal family, but who would have thought it right away? But still, she did not need to complain. Only because of this her family life is much better, so she just needs to save up some more money until she will save enough to educate her brother at the academy. She figured that all the good things that had happened lately were only because of our hero. She was obligated to pay him no matter what. At the same time Senna said that she had applied but had to leave the royal guard. She was asked why she always gets up so early. One cat is still a little unused to the very work, so in any case, and will have to stay awake. Senna herself was in a mercenary family for several generations. The place where she grew up was a tribe of mercenaries that belonged to no country. It was because they were all filial. At one point she was asked if she knew that the last war with the Empire had been 30 years ago, so even though the situation had become peaceful, the income of their mercenaries was decreasing. The man said that one day there would be nothing left for mercenaries like them to do, so he asked her to leave them right then and there, and the men themselves would deal with the straight old men who still insisted on remaining mercenaries. So he asked for a young person like her to leave them and find a new way. We understand that her father was sitting in front of the girl, so she said that if he insisted, no one would stop him, so she went. Senna understood that the house was now quiet, and the night's training was not difficult for her. The only surprise for her was that while the girl was away, her father was in a quarrel with a corrupt lord. He had passed away. She thought she had a silly papa, but she certainly wasn't in a position to say that. What a father! What a daughter! Because of what she went to him, she didn't even fully understand how things worked at all. Once she even beat someone, because she did not like the fact that he wanted to make their villagers bandits off the face of the earth. However, she did not even regret her actions, she even felt some relief. So ever since then, she has moved from one place to another, and has been sent to dangerous areas. Around the area, she volunteered to accompany the prince, who seemed very good to her. She was very lucky, and for some reason she liked it all. For despite everything, our hero may or may not be a myth, but he certainly isn't arrogant like the others. Whenever she looks at him, for some reason she has a strange feeling, for he has such soft and sweet hands that she wants to stroke him all the time. This is the first time she has ever felt this way at all, but the most important thing was the table, that it felt as if there could be no payment for the favors she had received from His Majesty. Then both girls realized that the only way they could repay him was to protect our hero for the rest of their lives. For though our hero would not be strong in their arts and magic, yet he has shown an extraordinary talent for learning. It was he who created all sorts of rare goods to increase the finances of the kingdom, as well as compelling a second princess to rise to the level of a specialist in aura in a short period of time just because of his theory. This was all that made him a wise and prudent man. But our hero, who was already 13 years old at that moment, lay there drinking lemonade, knowing that nothing can compare to idleness. He, on the other hand, was a hero to do his best to idle away for months at a time. At this point the emperor was already hosting guests. They were talking about our hero turning 14 next year, so his coming-of-age ceremony will take place soon. But since he is already showing his talents in various fields, everyone thinks that this coming-of-age ceremony will be a good opportunity for him. Territory, however, no one present was against it, but the emperor understood that you just want to exile our hero to somewhere far away. Everyone understood that his holiday was used as a pretext. One even said that, in fact, the name of our hero was known not only among the lower-ranking nobility, but also in other countries. The count said that there was a possibility that the emperor would want to make him the next ruler. As soon as these words were uttered, however, the emperor became as straight as a tomato. Veins appeared on his face. He could not understand what nonsense, because how many times he told us that the heir is the crown prince. Our hero is not even interested in ruling the throne. But another person said that the main problem is that such rumors are already spreading in other countries. And moreover, the young nobles themselves support our hero instead of supporting the crown prince himself. He said that public opinion wavered, even if the parties who are related do not show it, who the emperor must understand what it could lead to. Apparently, in any case, during the reign of the previous king it happened, but the emperor after these words still asked him to shut up, because he did not want to hear about it. But others went on to say that it was not only their opinion, Many said they were concerned that this was the order of the royal family. They all wish only for the stability of their kingdom. But the emperor understood that these appeals were all the same, for they were determined to see this matter through. What they desire is to send our hero somewhere far away. This was the ultimatum of the nobles the emperor exhaled, for there was nothing he could do. He would take their request into consideration, so if there is a territory suitable for our hero, he asked to make him a recommendation. And now our hero already opened the letter, where he realized how the meeting actually went. Everyone wanted his father to grant him territory, but realized that they just wanted to banish him. He laughed nervously at first, but then revealed that he was incredibly happy, because at last he would have his own territory. What did he do today for nothing? Because who did this throne? Because aristocrats are potential terrorists. He was all glowing with joy, had his own territory 100 times better than being surrounded by his brothers. He changed, because finally it is time to graduate, he will finally have his own house. He was very happy, for he had done it all by himself, he had achieved everything. At this point, Northern Phalia, the place where it snows all year round, appeared before our eyes. After all, if anyone relaxed for even a minute, he was sure to freeze to death. Our hero understood that in such harsh lands it is difficult to farm, and it seems to him that the nobles have already decided everything. He firmly decided that they will go exactly 1 month after the ceremony of adulthood, which means they will have 1 year and 1 month. He knew that it is necessary to prepare for everything. So he told everyone with his syllable that being independent of other territories is not child's play at all. It is only for those who are ready, so if anyone doesn't want to, he will help them find other positions, and those who want to follow him then let them come forward. Our first joy, however, did not show it. They liked that fortunately followed the alchemist and most of the others, but still this place where our hero is going did not give Senna, because she was sent there for a year. Our hero was surprised, because really had time to visit all the dangerous zones. But Senna said that this place is not very dangerous, it is just incredibly cold. There are almost no monsters. But our hero just fell down, because it is not worth trying to say something good about this place. But since she herself says that it is insanely cold there, he fully understands to feel the option, which sent him there. So at that very moment, our hero just leaned back in his chair and said it was okay, because it was better than he expected. He just thought he was going to send him instead. Like to a place full of all kinds of fierce monsters, or instead of being crushed to death by a dragon next to his nest. He thought they would all try to get rid of him in every way possible, so it was nothing to him. Then his knights just began to cry, for they were ready to protect our hero no matter what. Wait, for they must have misunderstood something. At one point, while Asya and Senna stood at the entrance to the gate, and today asked why she should not be honest, there was something strange in her words earlier. Senna realized that even Asya noticed it, and I do not think that our hero did not notice it too. She said it was incredibly cold, but still absolutely nothing. The reason why the knights were sent there is to get rid of the monsters that could endure such a terrible cold. Senna asked Asya with an incredibly stupid smile on her face. However, Asya said not to joke about it, because she wanted to follow our hero even to a place where it could surely be worse. Asya couldn't even imagine that our hero will be thrown away so easily, but she asked her not to worry as she will find out when she looks our hero in the eyes. He certainly had some plans. She couldn't express what she was sure, but she was sure she had never felt fear in his eyes. That's why she thought everything would be alright. Asya said that it was understandable, but she still decided that she would have to send a letter to her home country. Our hero had already finished with the documents and everything was alright for now, but what should he do with his mother, because even though she does not say anything about it, our hero is sure that her heart is broken. He began to walk from side to side and thought that since he ordered the maid not to tell his mother where he will be sent, he worries about her safety, because she will be alone. It was also necessary to remember the attack on his sister. It was necessary to create a safe way of communication. After all, if it was a sphere of communication for the ultra-long distance, teleportation circles, or magic scrolls, and was it worth hiring a mage at all? His mind began to boil, however, for he knew he had to think this through properly, but in the meantime, the whole would only be preparing to depart. But was this cruel land where he was being sent not ideal for the life of a professional such as himself? So the first step to our hero's independence was that he summoned the mages. In front of him stood Payan, who came with his students. Our hero could not even think that a familiar face would show up in front of him. Our hero asked only one thing, to keep everything that he would ask him a secret, and Payan did not mind. So our hero began by saying that there would be nothing difficult. After all, he would only ask to create an object, but as soon as possible. Payan was interested, because the time was definitely something unusual, so he decided to look into it. However, having looked closer, he simply could not believe his eyes. He did not believe that our hero could draw it, he even thought that he received it from someone. But our first time making doubts and said that he drew this, it was an updated version of the artifact that activates the brain. He even thought it was called the Sage Necklace. In the blueprint, its effect was twice as good as his existing one. While the production price was 10 times cheaper, how did the young prince come up with something like that in the first place? The main character, noticing the surprise on Payan's face, asked if he can do it at all, or is it too complicated? But Payan, stammering a little, said that, so if he has the materials, he can do everything. However, since he does not know the creator of the original artifact, he does not even know what to say. Our hero was smiling at this, so he decided to relieve him of this uncertainty. He gave him a huge bag of gold and said that it was payment for the safety of the secret. And also the materials. Payan at this point almost broke the glass in his glasses, but our hero said that even though he is generous, he still gave him a few tips for future transactions. All the mages simply fell at the feet of our hero, and he in turn rejoiced, because he had long known that money was the best way to bring people to their knees. Despite the fact that he looks like the most ordinary boy, he said that he looks forward to working with them, and also wants them to cope in a month. He realized that it was definitely worth it to give the money, because now he could keep him busy. A few days later, all the magicians had already come to our hero, because they had made the necklace of the wise young prince by our hero's order. He asked not to call the necklace by that name, because it embarrassed him very much. He picked up the necklace in question and could not imagine that the body was corrected in only 10 days. The quality was not bad either, so he understood that Payan was good at it. He said it would be enough, but now they needed to start mass production. All mages hoped for no more than 5, because our hero was pointing his 5 fingers. However, despite the sweet smile on his face, he said that as many as 50, for that was all they would need. All of the mages who have been working on the whole 10 days in a row, while incredibly tired, were shocked, but Payan said that they can handle it. Our hero could definitely put it on them. Our hero saw them off with the same beaming smile, because if it seems unfair to them, then let him try to live 100 lives, just like him. At this moment the preparation of our hero for the independence was already approaching the second stage. At this moment he was sitting in the carriage, but Asya asked him where they were going at all, because he must have understood that if something was needed, then he could simply order it. But then he said that this time he would have to choose for himself. Asya wondered if it was something he wanted to buy this time. That of course he does, for they are going to the slave market. It was these words that didn't get to Asya at first, but after a moment she realized where they were going. She began to shout that this is not the way to go, even if our hero is held by force. Our hero realized that Asya had understood him exactly in the wrong way, and she imagined that our hero would buy himself slaves and make them work under incredibly gruesome conditions, while beating them with his grandson. She imagined our hero telling his slaves to do an impossible task for a day without giving them any food. Well, our hero started waving his hands and saying that he should have even thought of such a thing, for he certainly didn't stoop to such a thing. But what else comes to mind when it comes to slave? Of course, the very same hell, full of screams and sobs, the shameless theft of children from their parents. But in reality, when our heroes got there, he saw that it was much cleaner than he expected. Asya explained to him that if the slaves get sick, it will become a big problem, so the overseers watch out for that. After all, this is a place of carefully selected and healthy labor. At this point some man came out to meet them and said that their slave market was truly large and multifaceted, so our hero, Errol, could certainly find what he wanted. He said that he, the manager of that place, asked to be called January. Our hero asked him to call him by his full title, for he had arrived as a client then, but still noticed that he had been heard of there as well. Jan admitted that this was why he had to be incredibly courteous to him. He began to praise his organization that they were all law-abiding, so there was no point in questioning them. They only buy and sell labor. He went on saying something while walking forward, so Asya told our hero that slaves are those who are mostly unable to pay their taxes or are mired in unpayable debts. This is how one becomes a slave, because sometimes this is the only option not to die of hunger. I continued, while opening the door, that there are also thieves and criminals, but they do not need to worry about that, for they do not offer them. I understand that they most likely understood that he was coming, so they even prepared for his visit. They could not even be disturbed, but Jan, sitting down at his table, changed his face and asked, "What kind of slaves does the hero want?" Our hero did not invent anything and said all of them, and as much as possible. This made Jan very happy, so he asked, "How many?" But when our hero said that they needed at least 150, he was shocked. The look on Jan's face made him ask, "Is it really that much?" However, Ian was already ready to make the deal, but he still warned him that he would have to involve the resources of the branches outside the capital. He tried to ask our hero, why does he need so much? But the young prince only replied that he was not stirring anything strange, for there was only one request. He would like them to divide the slaves into groups of 4 or 5 based on their kinship or familiarity. I said this task is not an easy one, but it is certainly not uncommon for an entire family to be sold into slavery. So at that very moment he called his subordinates and brought an incredible amount of documents. Our hero was surprised, because separately listed were even those who can read. "You would definitely be useful." Our hero asked Juliana, will they be able to fly them to the right places for him? If so, our hero was already ready to make a deal, so he asked to bring the gold. When the bag with the gold was already bought and put on the table, Jan's eyes lit up. He immediately said that he was very pleased to cooperate with the young prince. From that day he is their most privileged customer. Our hero once again became convinced that money is decisive in all worlds. Asya in turn asked our hero, while they were in the carriage, why did the young prince need so many slaves, especially in such numbers? But on this our hero said that he just wanted to replenish the human resource of his new lands, because the more of them, the better, because almost no one lives on such desolate territory. So what is the point of being a lord of lands where there are no people? It is the slaves who will start it all. So far he has only 50 of those necklaces, but he will give an artifact to almost every family and teach what is needed at all. And we were delighted, and our hero could not understand why at all such a surprised face. After all, he's not even going to quietly die peacefully from the cold. He will find a way to maximize the territory which already belongs to him. Asya might have thought our hero was unbelievable, but even at this moment he was thinking that he would make up everything for his own comfort. After all, everything was for an idle life in abundance. It was necessary to recruit and prepare people in advance so that there would be someone to run the errands. We just had to wait for everyone to see for themselves with their own eyes. The day has already come. Our hero understands that when a chick flies away from its nest, the most difficult moment is the moment of farewell to his home and his family. So it was at that moment, while he was thinking about it, his mother came into the room. She hugged him tightly and told him if she should talk to the emperor again. He asked her not to worry, for he would write to her often. Besides, they have a whole year to spare, so no need to cry. He raised that he would have to keep the place he was being sent to a secret. He will tell her as soon as things work out, for that alone will make her feel less anxious about his independent life. At this point, however, Princess Kania just couldn't find her place. She was smashing everything. She was asking for the next and the next opponent. She was telling them to hit with all their might, or else they would suffer. She could not understand that he would leave in this way in the capital, and it is all because of the pesky nobles. She could understand the situation from Errol's side, but she could not accept it, for the most offensive thing was that he had known about it for half a year, but had told her only now. But was it because he had decided that nothing could be changed? But in fact, we understand that our hero did not want to talk, because he knew how furious he would get. At this moment the princess, she understood that she could not just let him go. Everyone at that moment understood where this was going, because they could feel her aura. As the conditions run high, it swirls up inside the body and merges outward. Everything happened just as our hero had planned. On that day, the youngest sword master, the third strongest in the history of the empire, was born. The reason for this was her obsession with her younger brother, but of course no one would ever know. Our heroes at this point are reminded of his first life, because of the familiar feelings. As he went to serve, time flew by quite quickly, but after he had drunk a soporific speech he certainly did not miss it. After all, when our hero received a summons, it was as if time slowed down. That's exactly what happened again, because the banquet on the occasion of his majority was in full swing. Everyone wanted to congratulate him for being so grown up, but it was exactly the kind of soporific speeches he didn't want to hear. Still, he had to keep a smile on his face, but he just waffled on about making everyone disappear because compared to his first birthday party, there was really no breathing room. After all, he could at least pretend to be asleep then because of his age, but now he was forced to smile and wave, just like a dummy. Still, he understood that it was a holiday, not just for them, but for all the citizens of the empire. The day when the upstart prince would finally get out of the palace. He was sure that was what everyone thought, so he was incredibly annoyed by all this pretense. Couldn't our hero make a fuss at all? However, after noticing his mother, he realized that as long as she was in his line of sight, he should behave himself. After all, in more than a month he won't see any cheeky faces. He will still show mercy in honor of his miraculous farewell. Even the empress came up and said that he was all grown up and had received his own lands. She spoke of how most likely the mother must be upset. She, on the other hand, understood that not one such event would be without this white-haired rat. He bowed to her and said that she was not upset at all, for he would have to leave her one day anyway, he just didn't choose to drag it out. The empress made an incredulous face, which she hid behind a fan. She said that Zale would be missed, for thanks to our hero his ball skills had improved greatly. He was even very grateful for the help, so the empress decided to repay him for his efforts. Our hero thought, is it really a gift? He was even sure that he would not give anything like that, it was definitely a suspicious thing. However, I gave him a coat with fox fur, the most famous item in the place where he was going. At this point, our hero realized that the empress was behind it all, but he didn't even doubt it, for Zale who would accept outside help, much less thanks for it. But the person with enough power to get his way with the proper support was the empress. It was very obvious whose hands it was all in the first place. Something mocked by one presents such a divine gift, but if our hero begins to resent it, it will only be at a disadvantage. So he, in spite of all the anger, decided again to build a satisfying face. He said that he would thank his older brother later separately. He even said that if they were far away, as long as the same blood flowed in their lives, they would help and support each other in spite of all the obstacles of distance. Our hero tried to control himself, but he wanted to rip off the empress' head right away. Still, he asked fate that he would never need to say all that he did not think to his face. He hoped that day would never come at all. He walked up to the railing and realized that finally the boring banquet was coming to an end. He even had the strange feeling that he had forgotten something. At that moment he turned back and saw the princess, who was surprisingly very quiet. He even thought it was still angry at him for not immediately informing her of his move. He decided that he should apologize to her before he left, but at that moment he noticed her, who was very determined. She got up from her seat and went straight to our hero. He could not even imagine what she had in mind, but he understood that it was obviously something crazy. He saw that it was all so strange that he even sensed that the princess was about to make some strange statement. She was definitely going to get him in trouble. I was approached by the emperor, but the emperor said it wasn't the best time to talk, so he asked for a later time. But to her I was sure she should have said it right away. She said she was going to follow our hero. Our hero was shocked, for he was only thinking about something he thought that her mother would talk about with her daughter, but after looking at her he realized that something was also shocking. The emperor, however, said that everything was not funny, for her idea was very strange. He was covered with veins. He did not like this proposal, but our hero understood that he was all for nothing, because among all his children Kanai was the most stubborn and determined, especially when it comes to objections. In spite of all this our hero was very curious, why should he follow him at all? But at the same moment, the answer had already been given. Kanai said it was going to be a great night for our hero. The emperor asked that she stop, because no matter how good she was at the ball, But in spite of all her father's words, she said that it was not the most important thing, for it was not long before she reached the level of a master. Everyone was shocked by this information, and the emperor himself could not believe it, because his daughter was only 19 years old. The only one who succeeded at such a young age was the late emperor, but the princess did not listen to him. She took the sword from the knight standing nearby and said that if no one believes, she will prove it to everyone. She began to gather mana around her and asked everyone who cared about life to step away from her. At one point she delivered such a blow that the table fell in two from a distance of several meters. Our hero was shocked, but everyone else realized that Kanai was right, she could do it. But the princess told her father that she thought about it for a long time and still decided. She does not want to marry someone she doesn't even know. She would rather follow our hero to the unknown lands and help her younger brother on his difficult journey. She prefers the duty of a knight and protector, as she sees it as her destiny. Our hero, watching all this, understood that if she utters a single word, he will let out a stingy man's tears. After all, right now, in front of everyone, she refuses to be a princess. Although it may seem like a joke, the consequences are clearly not funny, but is it really once that? He noticed that yes, smiling, and things were gaining momentum, now it will not be so easy to turn away. What the hell has prompted her to do so? However, at the same moment I realized that it was just our hero, he was the reason for it. He went to stop her, but the princess was sure that right now she would prove her resolve. She approached our hero and knelt before him. She began to recite her vows, saying that from now on she would be our hero's loyal knight until death separates them. Our hero himself realized that it was a knight's oath. He understood that it does not count, because officially she has no right, because while her sister has not received a knighthood, moreover it is not agreed with anyone. But the problem was that already too many people saw it, because the knight's oath is far from a joke, especially when it is given by the master of the sword. Anyone who was here would take it seriously. Did she do it on purpose? After all, from the outside it's just a concern for her weak younger brother, but in reality she's now paving a better future for herself. The expressions on the faces of everyone present simply did not leave our hero alone. Some were in shock, some were fainting. He thought he was about to get rid of his problems, but now there was another one. It was funny, because for some reason the tears came to his eyes. It was also the first time he had ever thought about it, but it seemed like his birthday was doomed to end in some kind of crap. He realized he never wanted to celebrate them again, so after that day things continued to go on their way. Many people were already packing their bags, for it was already time to say goodbye to all their relatives. Our hero's mother was no longer so worried about everything, she had already prepared herself for this, and our hero asked her not to worry because he would visit her. However, our hero's mother said that our hero could not even imagine how much she was worried, especially when she remembers how often our hero cried in his childhood on any occasion. The main character just wondered, was he really such a crybaby in his childhood? However, this was not important now, because he continued to listen to his mother saying that he had two weak bodies so he should immediately seek medical help. Our hero calmed her down, because everything will be alright, because he already wanted to name the place where I sent him. But he did not have time, because his mother said that she knew everything. He was surprised, because he kept everything a secret, but she said that all mothers know absolutely everything. She said that it didn't matter where they sent him, because she had an incredibly smart boy. So that's why she wouldn't say how worried she was about him anymore. So that's why she wouldn't say it anymore. She just asked our hero to be careful. Our hero was moved to tears in his eyes, because he understood that having a family is always very sad, even though he could return at any time. The carriages had already departed, they went to the northernmost part of the empire, the frozen land at the foot of the icy mountains. He was going to conquer a land that no one dared tread on, not even pickaxes could penetrate that very ground, they would just break. He peered out into the street and could not understand, did anyone really want him to die like this? But he understood that even in the mouth of a volcano he was going to find a way to survive. In fact, our hero stuck his head out, and rather it was to check the magical objects that warmed his body. And his sister wondered why he had spent so much money on expensive things, because the carriage was warm as it was. After all, she was wearing a dress in such a cold. However, when he looked at her with his eyes, he realized that she was using it. He had not even taught her that. Is it really just the instinct of self-preservation? Our hero leaned on the seat and said that her abilities were actually frightening. Her sister wondered, because can't everyone do that? However, our hero asked her to make just a table, so that she would not ask people such a thing, because they can be punished for such a thing. He asked if she would not regret that she went with him. But she suddenly became very aggressive and asked, is our hero really tired of his company? She began to squeeze his cheeks, but that was not what he asked. He spoke of whether she regretted her decision to stay with him. After all, because the princess decided to go with him to the north as his personal knight, our hero had a whole day to convince the emperor to excuse himself. Even so, the princess didn't want to stay and went along with him. She kept squeezing our hero's cheeks and saying she didn't want to, because it was a great opportunity. Our hero did not understand what opportunity she was talking about, so she realized that she did not tell her brother anything. She said that if he stayed in the palace, I would definitely get married this year. Our hero understood that this was the very reason, for she was already 19 years old. It was even surprising that she had not been married before, so now it was clear to him why she had wanted to go with him. Sis, like our hero, does not like confinement, so he can understand her. However, from that day on the princess knew that she was now free. Our hero wondered what kind of bridegroom they had chosen for her in the first place. While the one just turned away and said that she refused, she doesn't even know his face. So he considers himself extremely lucky that the wedding will not take place. After all, she had given him such an intolerable family life that he would have begged for mercy. Our hero didn't even know if he was saying thank you to that unknown guy or not. At this point he walked into his estate. He realized that now 1,000 soldiers as well as 200 slaves would be the new inhabitants of the place, as well as his entire retinue, alchemists, and maids. So it was time to begin creating his own paradise. First, he wanted to establish the defense of his domain, but this task fell to Asya and Senna. As for the princess, no matter how sorry he was, he did not want to give her the job, because she would tear down the knight's barracks in no time if she did not like something. However, she did not care much about the work with the army. After all she ever did was walk outside and lie in the snow. So at this very moment, our hero decided that it was time to start with all the inhabitants. He realized that his total population was about 10,000 people who were scattered through 12.5 small villages. So the first thing to do was to make his way to them, since most of them are hunters and gatherers who have lived here for centuries. No one had moved in or out of there for 100 years, so the population continued to fall. He understood that the area was not only poorer, it was on its way to oblivion. The palace wasn't even going into debt, rather than just blacklisting the place and ignoring it. Our hero wondered if the Lord was even here. So he immediately took the ledger and realized that such a lord was, only his lands did not work out. Due to lack of money, he borrowed a huge amount, which should have meant that he would go bankrupt. Our hero already thought that it could not get worse. The past lord was an example of what it is better not to become. So he rolled out a map on the table and realized that he would have to do everything himself. There was even something to see. There weren't many people there but lots of trees. Should he start doing wood? Maybe start writing papers. Beating paper in this world is valuable stuff, worth a try. His other goods were still selling steadily, so nothing to worry about. He realized that they had decided, so it was a good time to get to know the inhabitants. After all, if the past lord turned out to be a fool, then who tacitly rules the whole territory? They are exactly what our hero needs. He immediately asked to gather all the old villages, and not miss any of them, and be sure to bring it to him personally. At this point the door flew open. He realized that the inhabitants of the Ice Valley, all fat strong, were quite able to tear the hands of wolves. All greeted our hero, so our hero began his presentation. He said that he promises to be a lord for them to rely on. He understood that probably in their eyes he was just a child who was empowered, probably no one believed him. Well, look at him from the account certainly will not allow. Our hero noticed that one of the people looked quite young, but our hero asked to gather only the elders. At the same moment the same young man said that his father was the headman of the village until last year, but passed away. So that is why he took his place. Our hero already knew everything from the report, which he had been strutting around all night. He didn't want to get to the bottom of it, well, he just wanted to let them know that he was the authority here. So at this point he said he had a long conversation to have, so everyone must be tired on the way here. He suggested everyone continue the conversation at the table. Our hero learned that the people of the lower class hated the most, they hated lunch with their superiors. It was at the table that usually a piece of the throat wouldn't go down. He was already imagining in his head how he would bore everyone. The young lord himself didn't particularly want to eat at the table, but he liked the expressions of the faces around him. He asked everyone why everyone was so tense, but even so he didn't like the atmosphere either, because if they all knew how he was preparing for this meeting. He was preparing, surrounded by his knights, and also by his sister who was always laughing at him, for she had never seen his face serious. One of the men opened the tray and noticed the incredible food there. Our hero noticed that you were open, so he said he wanted to treat them to something better, but he only had this. Everyone said they were grateful, but our hero realized that they would go along with whatever he said. But it really is a simple dish, for he has no money for luxury food yet. One of the men tasted the meat and realized that it was salty. Our hero also realized that salt is very valuable there, and salted meat is considered a delicacy. Despite the fact that he is their lord, by eating what they eat, he tries to show his closeness to the people. After all, he is the one who wants to be a wise lord to his people. At this point he addressed them, saying that the former lord had probably caused them quite a bit of trouble, for if a lord does not consider the opinions of the people, it is quite hard. He warned everyone that things would be different now than they had been before. He said it was my opinion that to continue to do what they had been forced to do for 10 years was against the law. He understood that the hunt could only feed them, but it couldn't go on forever. That's why from now on he would give them some instructions that would seem incomprehensible to them. The only thing he can do in this situation is to ask in advance to simply trust him, for whatever reason. As soon as our hero got up from the table to give his fiery speech, everyone was in awe of him. He seemed like an angel to them. Our hero, however, asked them not to make up anything superfluous, for there was no need to build a cult around him. In any case, he only wants them to follow his instruction, so if I try, he'll let them and their people forget about the endless food extraction. His first decree was that those should welcome the people he brought with him. After all, the slaves were to be distributed among the villages and settled. They were all set free and could live here in peace with their families, and those who could read would work directly for him. The heads of the villages said that they would accept them, but the question was different. Will other residents accept them? After all, even if they were freed from slavery, the wall of status was difficult to break down. From the residents' point of view, they are simply rejected. Our hero asked not to worry, for he was only asking for a dickless pest and not for nothing. He hopes that they can come to an agreement. He showed a certain gesture, which everyone understood, so all the chapters a second later had already said that they would do everything possible in their power. At the same moment everyone went outside, and they couldn't understand, were all the past lords like this? However, the headman said that compared to the former ones, he thought our hero was very strange. Most of the lords never showed any interest in this territory, for these lands were like a place of exile to them. The last lord did try to do something, but ignorantly made a lot of messes, so many residents suffered because of it. And now a new lord has arrived, a young boy who just recently had his majority ceremony. He first thought it couldn't get any worse, thinking why did our hero come there in the first place? I hope that at least he won't be brewing nonsense like the previous lord. But looking into the eyes of our hero he realized that this man is not like everyone else. However, he didn't even know if they had hope or not. The only thing they had to do was to see, but for now they would just have to trust. Our hero was looking at the papers, or rather documents, which the servants had already sorted out. He was lying on Senna's lap, for he had only decided to play a child. Because when he first took possession of the land, the population was about 10,000, but once he checked, it was 9,651, including the villagers, which he counted at about 9,800. But Senna said it was only natural for the population to be smaller. After all, while the lord was changing, the drain was full, but now where are they going? After all, the number of newborns is also quite small, and the poverty of these lands is to blame. Even considering our hero's fortune of 450,000 gold he had brought with him, and the cost of settling in, that's enough money for 50 years or more. All those aristocratic bastards put him there on purpose to bog him down in the mire of local problems. He's sure everyone hopes he dies. Will the farming actually fail? Senna was sure, for the former lord went bankrupt precisely because he wanted to divorce farming there. Our hero understood that he was a jerk, because there only gathering and hunting is possible. Is it really the only option to earn money? However, our idea at the same moment, it was time to use the Kinky Hands plan. So the first reform for the dying territory was, of course, roads. He noticed that there were potholes everywhere, causing many accidents. And there were no signs anywhere, no semblance of offense. In a word, no one had ever dealt with the roads. So at this very moment our hero began to execute his plans in reality. He submitted this document, to which many people were surprised, because everyone even thought that the Lord was hiring people for this work, and also promised to pay generously. This is exactly what he was talking about the other day. After all, since he is the one who will take care of all the expenses, shouldn't they try? But notice that the work is already well underway. Many people think that it will be a very large enterprise, judging by the plan. But our hero said that it's okay, because if it takes more time than indicated, he will still pay what is due. At that very moment, people began to shine, they spoke, or rather expressed their gratitude. And our hero understood that money is power. He liked the way others worked from the outside. But he couldn't help it, because it's the truth of the world. If you want, you have to work. At this point, as soon as the roads were completed, our hero said that now you can get to them comfortably, so you can already continue to work. The second reform for the dying area was to set up a trading company. One of the people said that he did not think that their area was suitable for that, while our hero only said that probably one should just keep quiet and do the work while handing over a large sum of money. He understood that for the time being it is only necessary to establish the trade of items of first necessity for the locals, if he will give them orders from the trading company he runs. Trade is a very big step forward, and in the meantime our hero began to implement the latest reform for the dying territory. He asked Damon to tell him if what he had in mind was even possible. Damon looked at the papers and noticed that our hero wanted to produce paper. Paper exists in their world, of course, but it is of poor quality, made by simply steaming pressed fibers, and even that technology is foreign, so no one in the empire knows anything about it. Because of its high price, only people of high status can buy paper, and it seems that he has seen it traded in the Imperial Library. Most people use parchment paper and then only in dire need of it. Damon understood that paper was certainly an object of value. He even thought that its production would turn out to be quite profitable. But the problem was that no one knew how to produce it. Did our hero have a development? At this point our hero got up from the table and said, does he really think that our hero would offer it if he didn't have a plan? Instead, that they have competitors, our hero said that is not a problem because they will percolate a brand new paper. He asked Damon to object if there was anything he didn't like, but asked to start by taking a look at the special equipment they use. Damon said it was flawless, but he wasn't sure if they could make it now. After all, they are specialists. Alchemy, chemical elements, or medicine is one thing, but designing machines is another matter entirely. The local blacksmiths could hardly forge something like that, but if they were dwarves from the capital then it would be possible. Our hero heard the name and realized that there aren't too few of them in the empire. Besides, they take orders. Many say that they can do anything, no matter how difficult. So at that very moment he realized that spending money, that's his job. So at that very moment he went to get money. For dwarves, these are not the people before whom you can mindlessly with money, because don't these people love money? But in fact the difficulty was that it was all the fault of their pride, an order where they can show their skill, so our hero asked to take his gold back. Yes, I told him that if they do not like him they will easily refuse, regardless of the amount of money and the identity of the customer. However, our hero couldn't understand, because did they really have such exorbitant pride in their own craftsmanship? Did someone really think of the experience and knowledge that could be gained by working on a job order instead of the really high wages? He understood that if such orders dried up, then they would swallow. Damon said he would ask his gnome acquaintances for a look, so our hero began to glow at the information he heard. Damon was sure that this blueprint will interest them all. So a few days later, in the village of gnomes, or rather in the forge, one of the gnomes asked no one to idle, because the faster they did not finish the work, the easier it would be. He was working, but one of the men said he had received a letter. He couldn't accept the fact that it was probably people from the Empire writing to them asking him for something. He asked for a reply that he would think about it in a year, but the man kept insisting that the sender was the alchemist who had come to him 10 years ago. The house remembered him, but could not understand why he needed him. However, the dwarf got quiet, and after a few seconds he told his servant, then, that he would do all his work for a while. He left the room, said that he had to discuss everything as soon as possible with the other guys he could not understand, because it was so important in the letter that he changed his face so quickly. So what was actually written there? At this point everyone couldn't understand why the dwarf had gathered them all there, for they already had so much work to do. They said that if it was so free, then let him go alone, because what the hell is making such a fuss here? Who said it was no big deal, though, because a guy sent them a blueprint that he drew himself. He asked them to make something for him for the kind of equipment in Hylia. The dwarf said it was insolent, and also asked them not to say that the main dwarf had called them together just to discuss it. But the dwarf who summoned everyone said he thought exactly the same, but asked to see them. At this point they all saw a blueprint for making paper. He asked to remember what happened 5 years ago. He talks about a guy from the east who said that he was going to produce high-quality paper. They remembered this, because in the end they could not meet his expectations with their skills. After all their work, all they got was humiliation and shame, all they experienced. Some even then wanted to throw away their hammer. However, the gnome picked up that scroll and told them that an idea was about to come to them, and a technology that they could not achieve 5 years ago. And also that that man was asking for help, asking people to go to him. He exhaled and with a smile on his face said that if no one wanted to go, then he would have to go there alone. They asked him to stop talking nonsense, for he didn't have a lot of work to do. But he asked them not to make him laugh, for his disciples could take care of the rest. Everyone was silent, but began to fight, for they also wanted to go. After all, if it was a business trip, everyone was nominating themselves. As expected, no one could hide their excitement, everyone must have been interested in the blueprint. But at one point the gnome asked everyone to stop, for if they all left, there would be nothing they could do about the forge, only half of everyone present would be able to go. He said there was nothing that could be done about it. However, as soon as the worker of that very dwarf went into the room, he saw something unbelievable, the dwarves fighting. After all, if they don't negotiate, they settle things fairly with their fists. That was the iron rule of the dwarves, who had taken care of this forge for many years. The worker is out, while closing the door very slowly. And our hero, as part of it in his chair, realized that it would take at least 5 days to give his answer, so what did he do until then? But the idea itself came to him, for there is nothing better than idleness. He liked lying around since there must be no work for a while, he could very well rest. However, shouldn't he start? He had waited incredibly long for this moment, but at the same moment he heard someone scream. He could not understand, since when did his griffin become so loud? However, he realized that the griffin was at an incredibly high altitude. He couldn't believe his eyes, i.e. you definitely have someone flying skillfully, but he didn't have the ability to develop such speed. It was too much for a young griffin. However, it was actually a princess who was throwing a griffin in the air while trying to teach it how to fly. Our hero asked her what she had done, for Fly had done something wrong, but at this the princess said nothing of the sort, for she was simply teaching him. Our hero just couldn't understand how it could be called training. We are transported back in time, we see the full story of what happened. As this was the beginning of the transfer of duties, it seems that the princess was the only one who was free, while everyone else was busy. She had a rather interesting solution just for me. First there was food, then sword training, then sleep. And so it was day after day. So for someone who can't sit in one place, when she started with boredom she found a griffin playing in the garden just in time. That's when the trouble for the griffin began. She said that in the future he was going to be a riding beast, but what could he do if he was so slow? I understood the reason why she made him train. However, our hero felt that he should have taught his sister common sense rather than the art of wielding a sword. Shouldn't he take this opportunity to play with her? Everyone is busy outwardly, but now he really doesn't have much time. After all, if you think about it that way, how the usual siblings actually have fun since he was an only child in his first life. He certainly had blood relatives in other lives who could be called siblings, but the relationship before this life was certainly not a warm one. The most normal ones were when they didn't even talk to each other until they died. So he, as a former professional like him, doesn't even know what to do this time. Our hero took the griffin at this point and let the air out. He said he could fly and be free. He saved the poor griffin. But at the same moment, looking at his sister, decided that he needed to be a model brother in this life, so he offered to play together. The first game he went to was chess, but apparently brain activity for his sister was something difficult and the chessboard was turned on its face. His sister screamed about not liking the game and our hero had to succumb to it. He himself did not want to play it, but in the north was strained with entertainment, chess at least bored. He approached his sister and asked her not to worry, because you can try again. He asked her to use the artifact he had given her, for it was the one that would help her think more broadly. But in fact he knew that nothing will help, because the experience of playing chess is 100 times more than that of an ordinary person, but does he really have to give in? However, one more game, the magic stone just took and cracked. The sister of our hero had a very angry face at that moment. She took out her sword and cut the chess into 4 pieces. Our hero just fell into a depression, because chess was the most appropriate option to get a little wiser. At this point, the princess pretended not to know anything, but still said that they would not play chess now. Our hero couldn't imagine another game they could play. He couldn't think of anything. He asked what he usually does in his spare time. Well, she said that's what she does, she works out. I could not believe these words, because she was not tired of just talking and working out. As our hero in no way he cannot normally rest. However, how was he to do in this situation? Well, then realized as soon as they sounded the stomach, that we could cook something together. She frightened her, for she had never cooked in her life. She asked, do we have to? However, our hero said that the knights were obliged to cook for themselves. Writing in their time, knights were not just guards, and they went on expeditions to destroy the monsters. But the most important thing was that such expeditions lasted more than a week, so do you really think his sister could have starved all this time? Especially if you don't know about food and processing, you could easily get food poisoning. He began to say that cooking was an important aspect of everyone's life, pointing out that his sister said that that was why his sister had to learn how to cook. She was very upset, but still agreed. He asked not to worry, because he will help her, but still found it very strange that it is the younger brother who will teach his older sister to cook. At this point, our hero had already put on his chef's suit and said that today they would be cooking a stew. Meat is the simplest dish that is made from a moderate amount of ingredients. It was the most common soldier's meal during the campaign. It was easy to make and most people liked it, so it was perfect. He even hoped to get by without any accidents. Our hero watched his sister cut vegetables and realized he was so good at handling them. All the while our hero was helping her by telling her what she needed to do next. He kept telling her what she needed to do. At this point his sister's first course was cooked. She asked him, how was it? He answered, not bad, because if she learns to cook even better, then any trip, any length of it will be up to her. At this point our hero understood that his task to entertain his sister had come to an end, so after he had eaten he would just go and rest for an hour. However, while he was eating, one of the servants burst into the room, saying he had an urgent announcement. Even though our hero had warned him not to be disturbed by them, it seems that something really serious would have happened if they had listened to his orders. He asked what had happened. So at the same moment they said that the delegation of goblins had arrived. Our hero couldn't believe it. However, the servant said that the goblins threatened to kill him if he didn't bring our hero immediately. Our hero simply could not come to his senses, for why had the dwarves arrived so quickly? In any case, however, he was all over again that they had at least agreed to help. It was only necessary to act according to the plan, because at this point it was better not to be lazy. Still, he didn't think the dwarves would arrive so soon. He really needed to welcome them with dignity. He was about to greet everyone, but the dwarves came up to him, right to his face, and asked, is he the man who invented the blueprint? Messiah, who saw it, reached forward and said that you were being treated too rudely. She asked him to apologize. The dwarf noticed that the girl standing beneath him was very strong, yet the girl continued to ask to apologize to them, while becoming incredibly aggressive. However, for the record, the concept of title and status are accepted only in human society, in the form of gnomes that do not care about these formalities, and will not exactly talk the same way, not normal. Our hero asked to stop. In front of them stood actually important guests. He understood that it was not necessary to drag out the conversation, because if they did something wrong, Messiah would eat them alive. Our hero answered their question. He said that he was the author of the blueprint. The dwarves, of course, could not believe it. They asked to prove it, because if this is some kind of human joke, it is better to immediately show the person who made this drawing. Our hero wanted to say that it was him, but the dwarf still did not believe that the weak child could do something like that, because he can't even hold a mold. Our hero is Toshi 1, so he asked Messiah to deal with it. Today our hero wanted one sashimi from the dwarf. However, to finish it, the butlers themselves had to intervene in this. Then the dwarves, having already dealt with the butler himself, asked for the last time, did our hero really work out this blueprint? Our hero didn't even have the strength at that point, for he had already brought 7 references to confirm it. He also asked, why did they come so quickly, for if he had known, he would have met them proper. They would have had a break, or a breath of fresh air. But the dwarves got right down to business. They asked, does our hero want them to build him that thing? Our hero also said that's exactly what they want, because they don't have enough skilled craftsmen to build it. The dwarf was pleased, for the workmanship of such parts is beyond human hands, and our hero did not understand. Does it boast here that he is a dwarf? But our hero said that at least the human brain is enough for good ideas, for he is a genius. He began to brag about himself, that he drew the blueprint, that he was incredibly smart, but in fact he was a genius. He even has an incredible amount of developments under his belt, and said he believed it. But judging by his strangeness, he is quite chatty. He immediately calmed down, because the only way to convince him to be proud is the very start. He even believes that the case is in the hat. Our hero was about to say what he wanted from them, but the gnome was asked to stop, because they had already made a decision. Since they came to him, they were sure to take the job. Because they have not even discussed the cost, any conditions will suit them. Anything, because they only take the job they like. If he needs such a car, however, they would look at other developments. Our hero decided to please them, and said that this is really not the only drawing he would like to show them. The dwarves were quiet for a while, but still said that even though they weren't hinting, they would very much like to look at the others right now. Our hero noticed that they only had passion in their eyes, so he pulled out another drawing at the same moment. The dwarves were about to take it, but our hero immediately put it away, saying that it was not so fast. The dwarf very much wanted to collect this scroll, but our hero said that it would have to wait, because first you have to collect it all on the drawing, which he sent them, only then he will show the rest. Dwarf first on the table, he did not like it, but our hero made a very strange face, and also said that the trust of the genius is yet to be earned. Dwarf turned and asked to wait for our hero, because he will create this thing of momentary eyes, and their eyes just burn fire. And our hero was glad, because they really liked the blueprint. He wanted to show the whole plan of creating the machine at once, but he changed his mind. He will use everything, just as a bait. He is sure that then they will work twice as fast. He praised himself, for he had come up with an incredible bait for the dwarves. That was his dark side. Everything went according to plan. At this point the dwarves began to drop in on him more and more often. You could see sleepless nights in their eyes. As soon as they finished one car, our hero would give them another. He would ask if they were sleeping at all, because they were keeping him awake, even when he was sleeping, or bathing, or trying to do something personal. So the heroes could not understand why they had such strange faces, because they completed the construction in less than 10 days, on the production of paper number 1, and in the hands of Damon the result of their labors. He had in his hands surprisingly clean paper. Our hero was pleased with himself, because he was so cool to think up everything, without mentioning the dwarves who built this conveyor. Unlike ordinary paper, which artisans dry by hand one sheet at a time, he created a machine that stamps it in batches, and in addition, with a perfectly white color. They are very fortunate, for their edge is full of wood. He would easily make a paper-making factory. When he asked if everything suited our hero, he said that he needed a few more machines, which really upset the gnome. It was only a matter of time until her paper hit the shelves around the world, only to set up trade and the paper could be earned. At this point, many people came to our hero, because he was looking for a man who would be responsible for selling paper. Uncle first responded. He was sent by his mother. Trusts were relatives on my mother's side. Our hero was asked what kind of product he would sell, but at the same moment our hero showed what his uncle could not imagine. For sale, there could be a real scandal. If he sells a better product, but a cheaper one, his competitors will be furious. After all, lately the demand for paper has been growing, so the price has skyrocketed. And of course their students were doing it, but it would be better if they returned. But still made it clear that if there was such an interesting job for them, they would definitely want to see and join them at any time. The dwarves immediately went home and our character was confused, because he thought that they would at least celebrate. He definitely couldn't have done it without them. But all the same, he knew that now he could start on one thing. You can start selling the paper. As soon as this paper went to the counter in the cities, everyone was shocked. They couldn't understand why the ink didn't spread and the paper didn't tear at all. Why is the quality of such paper simply amazing? Many princesses and queens also discussed this, saying that the new lord of Phyhelia had produced a new kind of paper. That they released new roads there. Everyone was incredibly animated at the new young lord was working so hard in such a dysfunctional place. Noticed that the material for the documents had changed. Does his butler know anything about the new type of paper? The butler immediately confessed that he knew what it was. After all, this novelty is much cheaper and better than all its predecessors. The king asked where it came from. But the butler immediately replied that it was all the work of the king of Phalia. The king was immediately very happy that it was his son, but the butler also told him that Phyhelia would pay taxes from this year on. The king was very happy, but he still couldn't believe that Phyhelia had changed so much in such a short time. While he was so excited about everything, our protagonist was lying in his bed and thought that someone was remembering him at the moment. But the fact that he could now afford a lot of honey pleased him more. By then we're back to the queen drinking tea with her son. They are drinking tea given by our character. The son thought that Phyhelia was dead, but it was the question that caught the queen off guard, but she immediately calmed down. All she thought was that she needed to somehow get rid of both our hero's mother and himself. Her son noticed all this, but at the same moment the mother calmed down and decided to leave the table. She said that the crown prince who would succeed to the throne was sitting in front of her. He would need to buy the perfect sword. He must always live and think like an emperor. As soon as her son left, the queen was left alone. She emptied the cookies on the table and knew only that everyone liked the same piece of paper that had been designed in Phalia. She still kept hearing the name of our main character. The news made her so angry that she simply threw the cup of tea on the floor. We, in turn, understand that the queen's real name is Aaliyah Prats. Duke Prats's family was the only merchant family that produced paper. Even abroad, they only had two competitors. The first is the paper of the Maritime Empire from the east. However, after the war with the former, the paper developed that it was forbidden to be transported there. And the second competitor Prats just took a bribe. Aaliyah was absolutely furious, because they had invested so much money to create an exclusive product not for everyone, and the little guy had created something new again. How did Errol do something like that? The queen knew that she couldn't wait any longer, so she took pen and paper and began to write something. Our Errol didn't waste any time. He went to the slave shop again. It's been exactly 6 months since he invested a lot of money there and became quite a significant figure there, so many people took his service quite seriously. When he went in, he confessed that he needed slaves, but did he have any demands? Our parsonage Tutu also said that he needs strong guys who will be resistant to cold weather. Now he is looking for such real slaves. Sir couldn't figure out what purpose he was going to use them for if he wanted guys like that. But our protagonist did not hesitate. He immediately confessed that they would need him for protection. While the roads were being repaired and paper was being created, there were simply not enough soldiers, so the purpose of the slaves would be to protect the territory of Phyhelia. Our character understood that the title of Lord is almost equal to the title of Count. If he did this, he would be able to increase the number of soldiers to 50,000, wouldn't that be enough? She asked how many slaves Errol would need. Our protagonist raised his hand and held up 5 fingers. Sir thought it meant just 500, but our hero confessed that he meant as much as 5,000. Sir saw this as a huge amount of money, and at the same time, our character just stood there and smiled while Sir recovered from the shock. Sir admitted that he would have as many as 5,000 people, and Errol, I was once again convinced that it is money that decides absolutely everything in this world. After passing through the streets, he went back to testing the swords that were created by the dwarves. Their quality could amaze anyone. All that remained was to train the slaves in self-defense, since he had ordered a set for each of them. Making 5,000 copies in such a short period of time is probably affordable for his people, but the slaves were not happy when they arrived in Phylia, so he decided that they should raise their spirits and there will definitely be a result. By that time, all the slaves had come out to greet their new master, the master of their land, or rather, Irela. He stood and looked at them with full hope in his eyes, hoping that they were strong enough, so it would definitely be enough to protect his land. And if he's done a good job, now's the time to rest. Towards nightfall, some people wanted to make their way to the paper mill of our main protagonist. The goal of their mission is to destroy the factory in Phylia. They need to remove all the cars without a trace, because all this will cause huge damage to their economy. They thought that there would be no protection inside the building, and if the mission went smoothly, then each of them would receive enough money to last them for the rest of their lives. They began to inspect the building and noticed that there were only 2 guards. It would not be difficult to get rid of all of them, so at the same time they got close to them from behind and immediately eliminated them. They decided to go inside, but they noticed that there was nothing there. It was at this moment that they were captured by the knights. They realized that they had been ambushed, and how could there even be so many soldiers in one place? As soon as the noise started, our character came in. The assassins immediately started begging for mercy, saying that it was a simple order. But our hero definitely did not feel sorry for them, because they had already illegally entered his territory and killed his people, and spoiled other people's property. He immediately ordered them to be sent for questioning and interrogated until they came out with everything they knew. Our Errol went home, because he understood that everyone could figure it out without him. He is not a fan of violence, but there are things that no one can get away with, because his family, friends, all of them are not strangers to him. It was impossible to let even one of them get hurt. It is these principles that do not allow him to step over himself, because he has already gone through this many times. The next morning came. Breaks were interrogated and punished according to the laws. They will live like slaves for the rest of their lives. But they really did not know anything about the identity of the customer, so there is no benefit from the interrogation. I had to think of something else. But there was also good news, because now our main character was able to deal with the economy, so we didn't have to worry about not having enough money for further development. There was a lot to do, but it was time to try out one thing, the magic circle for teleportation. The goblins finished it. The price was exorbitant, because all the components of the creation were magical, but it was worth it. If he had to redo it twice, then he wouldn't worry, but he didn't want to think about the sad things any further, because in any case, he would definitely try to get home with it. If the magic stone was inserted, the last part was finished, so the other side had to be finished as well. For this case our Errol they called Kania, who is very concerned about this device, whether she really should have gone along with her brother. But then our character said that there is nothing wrong with this, because the movement will not take much time. Does she really feel bad? Kania didn't want to do anything, but she didn't give it any thought. It was for this reason that our main protagonist had to take Kania by the hand and enter the portal, saying that she would find out the result herself. She only needed to focus on teleporting. Kania agreed. But she was still scared, so our Errol once again told her that everything was safe, and the side effects were just a little dizzy. Since his little sister was ready, it was time to start. By that time, Kania was so scared that she started choking our character, so he couldn't really say that everything was going well. But a second later they were at their home, and Kania calmed down. Our main character's face was filled with memories from his childhood, so he immediately began to kiss the ground beneath him and realized that now he can't worry about being cold all the time. The nanny came up to them, who was also pleased with herself, because she seemed to have managed to insert a magic stone, and also said that Lady Finalia was waiting for Lady Kania. Errol said that they should split up, which really upset his little sister, but there was nothing to do, because running from her would not work. Of course, our main character's only thought was, what did his mother do? She didn't need anything while he was gone, did she? Sure enough, he immediately opened the door and started hugging his mom, who was also unbearably happy to see her son. She began to say that she knew what he was doing, because it was her uncle who wrote to her about what was happening in his duchy. Errol didn't know how his uncle had had time to say anything at all, as he had been overworked and probably very thin recently due to fasting, but he still needed to tell his mother personally what exactly was going on in his duchy. My mother agreed. By that time, they went out into the yard, where our character's story began about how it was snowing all the time, a lot of white rabbits and the like. However, Errol did not exactly say that these rabbits are 3 meters in height. In addition, he told her about his progress, about all the animals that live in Hylia, including the indigenous population. He told her everything that would please his mother. But by then, he heard footsteps, the footsteps of the person he definitely didn't want to see around him, the queen. She pretended that the prince had arrived without warning, but our hero understood that he had definitely notified everyone, so what was this woman up to anyway? What does she even want to tell them? So in order to prevent his mother from talking to her, he decided to ask what was going on with His Majesty. After all, Errol himself, I've heard that the eldest prince is doing quite well. Immediately, the queen made it clear that everything was still going on in the palace, so if you think about it, she heard rumors that the economy was booming on his land recently. Our main protagonist decided to say that all this is true, because it's all thanks to the machine that he developed. The queen can't even imagine how happy the people of the empire were with the new products. All this was said to make the queen nervous, too. Her pride must have been hurt, because that prince she looked down on had hit her family's business hard. But in any case, there was no reason to worry, since his paper was definitely better than hers. The queen immediately pretended to have heard about some bandits, but Errol only thanked her for such a warning, and there were no problems. At this point, the queen went home, but she definitely gave a hint that you need to be careful in the future. Our hero's mother noticed that the empress wasn't in the mood today, so our protagonist said it was probably just family matters. Deep down, he was focused on the fact that he was now ready to accept her challenge, because sooner or later they would have to do it anyway. By then, time was running out, and our Ariel had to go back to where he came from, so he said goodbye to his mother and then asked his little sister how it went with her. He was clearly laughing at her, so Kania immediately hit him on the head. To be honest, our protagonist was worried after learning everything from the maid. If you thought that it would be necessary to fight, you will find out he just has a very violent fantasy. It was at this point that the portal began to close, and all the characters knew that their adventure home had come to an end. A few days later, at Hylia Manor, a new problem occurred. Now they need a mage. There were several reasons for this. The first reason is that mages can activate the teleport circle without hindrance, so landowner Flax definitely needs a mage on his territory. They can also help grow various crops with magic, not to mention trees for paper production. Find this the perfect helper. Even when monsters or enemies attack, a mage's strength can be a decisive factor. So where would you get a universal magician? He immediately reached for his books, but he couldn't find anything. He doesn't even know what to do with it. What was he going to do if he really had to give it up? But the nobles have always used the services of a magician. You will need to find one for sure. To hire at least one of them, you need a lot of money, and to protect such a huge territory you need a lot of them. There was even one important point, because it was all for the sake of protecting their paper factory. Although the warriors are excellent at fighting and coping, what will happen if they are attacked by some magician? Soldiers are good, but magic power is also needed. You can never know what will happen tomorrow, so it was decided. It's decided that their territory is looking for an experienced mage. Now it was only necessary to send such an expensive request to the magic tower. Errol was sure that some free mage would be interested in such an announcement. The problem is solved, because a low-level one will also work for him. He'll make a first-class wizard out of him. He's just a genius, because now you can start distributing leaflets. Many people immediately began to look at these ads and understand that this is the very kingdom where they began to produce paper. But can't they apply there? Of course, Bala is a very strange woman who fell on the way to a piece of paper, and then made it clear that she needed this place, because they will provide both housing and food. After a few days, too many mages filed their appeal. Of course, our protagonist wanted to hire all of them, so we had to arrange a personal interview. He would even test their strength personally, but it was important that they didn't become his enemies in the future. He had to make sure that all of them really wanted to work for the good. He immediately gave the data sheets and asked his man to check all the ads. The day of checking all the magicians came. A total of 12 magicians were selected after studying their resumes that everyone can now work for him. Many people were happy, so our character said that it was he who would now give them tasks and teach them magic, and basically they would need to take care of the forest and fields, and their wishes would also be taken into account. First of all, he will choose the main one, so he asked everyone who reached level 4 to raise their hand. 2 people raised their hands, but our main character definitely preferred the girl, although he did not judge by appearance. The main thing was that they had good skills, but then he immediately thanked the girl who would become his personal magician. Her name was Dialiki. You couldn't think that our character was making excuses, but there is another reason why he chose it, because on the day of the interview, something hooked him. He was hooked that with a resume like hers, he could go somewhere better, so why north? But Dialiki only said that she wanted to serve the prince. This all surprised our protagonist very much, because usually employees are interested in salary or opportunities, so why does she talk about serving the prince? Is this the reason for her application? As soon as our protagonist looked through her soul, he noticed that she didn't have any malicious intent, so does she really want to serve the prince? After all, if so, then he must take her in. Once the briefing has been explained, their responsibilities and the benefits they will receive will be revealed any minute now. Errol opened the door, where he noticed an incredibly large number of books, all recommended by the Tower of Mages. Fortunately, books are not so expensive, but it was much more difficult to just negotiate with the tower. All the mages were very happy. Our main character understood that these were mostly mages who were not honored to work for the tower, just exiles, so without his help, they definitely would not have become stronger and would not have fallen apart further. Are they really that happy to get this opportunity? None of them even believed that they had so many opportunities. Of course, Errol had said that he would check their progress, so they had to try to improve their knowledge. But in reality, the goal was somewhat different. After all, he's going to use them all to learn magic, because he already knows the basics, only an in-depth study remains. The more bright minds he has, the easier it will be in the future, so it would definitely be worth giving it your all. As soon as everyone went outside, our protagonist said that they needed to restore the forest, because so many forests were cut down, which is a source of earnings and paper. He asked her if she could do it, or if they could do it all. The mages made it clear that they could, so a second later, the tree started to rise out of the ground. This was all very surprising to Errol, because they actually do not just use magic, but use some kind of ritual, so unusually can be so easily influenced by the growth process. After all, if so, is it possible to make a tree grow from scratch? Of course, the magicians answered that if you do this, the soil will dry up very quickly. You need a period for it to rest. It is better to leave it like this, at least for a month, before the soil can recover. No one canceled the environmental problems. It's good that this world is not without reasonable people, so Errol just thanked everyone for their work, and then asked them to help them grow crops. Fagilia residents of hunting alone, they need to get the harvest. One of the mages asked, did she just need to speed up the growth of crops there? But then our main protagonist admitted that, ideally, we should generally accelerate the growth of crops in all 12 villages. He immediately apologized and said that they did not need to do this right away, because they just needed to help the villagers create the necessary conditions, and he immediately showed the norms. The magicians immediately began to confer and realize that if everything was calculated, then most likely they will succeed, that they need to save mana for this. But at the same time, our main character showed them the tools that should be used. He first decided to block out the cold with a magic barrier and leave only sunlight and heat to grow crops. Something was starting to work out for them, so our character was overjoyed and said that all that remained was to do this trick in each village and make sure that none of the villages died of hunger. After that, 2 mages went to the magic tool research department, and 3 of them were assigned to guard the palace and the premises. All that was left was Daya, who didn't know what to do. Never enough, Errol had told her that she would be his personal escort. We'll accompany him and perform various tasks. Our main character can't use his magic in front of everyone. He definitely needed a magic assistant. Her first assignment was to improve her magic skills with books. Daya immediately began to just burn. She said that she would do everything possible for this. It even surprised our main character very much. Did she have any reason to be so sincere? But as soon as he thought about it, it was a book that Errol wrote for the knights, but it did not bring him fame because they simply do not understand the essence of what was written inside. Our main character asked why she needed such a book because she is not a knight. But all Daya said was that a friend of hers had given it to her to read. She said that both the mage and the knight had their original mana control, but the difference was just a difference. The mana management system for magicians is no different, so Errol's theory Errol assists them. Our main character also had thoughts of this nature when researching materials. It was true. However, Daya had only said that it was a Bible for her and she had even crossed the continent to serve the author of this book. Our Errol was shocked by what he heard because it was really such foundations that touched her. But Daya was also fascinated by the rice they served her. Our main character was glad that the reason for her loyalty is so simple, so he hopes that he did not make a mistake with the choice at all. Will it still be good? Sitting in his library, our main protagonist read a lot of books at a time, which finally made him understand how his world works. First of all, he decided to see how Daya herself uses magic. Remembering how she handled it, he immediately learned to use the same type of magic as her. He decided to call himself even a professional in this case. Practicing magic might seem strange, so he should start from the beginning first. In a few seconds, Errol was already in the capital of Ernesi. He came to the dwarf iron factory. His bodyguard was very bad-tempered against them, because she remembered that they were rather rude to our protagonist at the very beginning. However, our hero said that there will definitely be no problems. But as soon as they went inside, our main character immediately became very hot. Of course, the first person who met them was Ben. He is a craftsman who has been working for 15 years. Finally, our main character and his bodyguard felt sorry for the guy, because really he has been working for 15 years. But by then, Ben had already led the guests to the door, where their headmaster was sitting, who was also waiting for all of them, because he had received a letter. Errol had said that he had arrived so quickly, because the dwarf was just incredibly impatient. Did the dwarf expect him to arrive rather late? But the dwarf didn't stand during the ceremony. He immediately began pouring wine into his glass and telling him to stop talking and get to the point as quickly as possible. So as soon as the dwarf picked up his drink, he received an offer that our protagonist would like to sign a contract with half the number of all dwarves. The dwarf immediately refused, saying that he couldn't deal with a man who hadn't had a drink and already looked pretty drunk. But as soon as our hero said that he was inviting half of the dwarves to join him in private service, the dwarf immediately tapped the table and asked what it was smeared with that they would all go to such a cold place. Our character knew how such a dwarf could be bribed. He said that the money would go to the background, because the main currency they would have is technology, as well as Damascus steel. The dwarf couldn't understand, because Ed Damon told him that. But in fact, all this was said back when our Errol was studying alchemy. He was told by a teacher that many dwarves come to the kingdom only for the sake of these metals. The main goal of the dwarves is to make incredible creations. Our protagonist said that he knows how to make this steel. However, this is not all, because if he agrees, he will be able to get new technologies and drawings. The dwarf was obviously surprised, but was the man in front of him telling the truth? But our character just said that he has knowledge and the dwarves have abilities, so if they join forces, they can come up with something. The dwarf was very interested in this, so he asked about the contract, but at the same time they had a quarrel, which lasted until they agreed to 5 years of cooperation. It was at this point that the chief dwarf made it clear that he would gather everyone in a month. But how much steel did the dwarves need anyway? By that time, Kania was sitting in the palace talking about her brother with the guards. She said that she simply could not sit in one room for more than a week, so she would immediately go to her brother's room. But as soon as she went inside, she saw that Daya was feeding our main character with a spoon and also lifting him into the air to get dressed. Seconds later, they magically sat down at the table, but Kania still couldn't believe that her brother was so weird and lazy. She was most annoyed because her brother said he was going to take a bath. Sure enough, a second later, Kania as well as the guards were standing behind her and wanted to ask something. Daya didn't understand anything and just stared, but our Errol was clearly concerned about the behavior of his guards as well as his sister. He asked me what it could be, but Kania identified him and slammed him down on the table, asking him why he relied so heavily on magic. Of course, our main character could not understand why they were against it. Is there something wrong with D? After all, she definitely takes her work seriously, tries to serve. But Kania immediately raised her voice and said that the point is even different. Does her brother walk on his own feet by himself? Errol immediately said that he was just going to go to the bathroom, but then Kania fell on the table altogether. Our main protagonist, of course, said that there is no problem in this because Daya does not even complain about anything. But as soon as our Errol said that, all the security guards immediately started saying that it was wrong. They started coming up to Daya and saying that if she also took care of her master on the street, then many people might think something was wrong. Our character even thought about what caused a shock to the guards, but then immediately said that it was a joke. Of course, Kania said a second later that if he wanted such an easy life, then he was now forbidden to use magic and also forbidden to contact Daya. Daya immediately drooped. She became so pale that she thought she was going to die. After all, is she really being fired? But only our Errol was thinking that there was something really wrong with his lifestyle, because all he did lately was use DA. He was just lazy and looked like he was paralyzed. It was at this point that Kania said that this was exactly the problem. But Daya surprised everyone this time. She said that every time she dragged her master on her, she used magic to move his muscles a little so that they would not be atrophied. Of course, Kania was still against this use of magic, but immediately Daya said that she refused to accept all this. Only our character realized that most likely Kania took and insulted the honor of the magician. Another girl got in, of course, and asked why Daya wanted to be the master's personal magician. However, our protagonist still tried to bring his word into the conversation, but again something went wrong. He was simply ignored. Kania went on to say that she needed to be convinced that Daya was so useful that it could be created. Daya, in turn, made it clear that she would not back down, so she immediately brought a mountain of paper, which Daya sorted through in a second. Kania did not want to calm down. She brought the dishes and the cooking competition began, where this time Daya set the table in a matter of seconds, so it was also incredibly delicious. It all suited our hero. Our Errol left the room where he met his guards, who nevertheless said that Kania probably suspected DEA of something. After all, there was an incident that occurred 2 days ago. Many people started to find that the security system that was most recently made was broken. Our main character asked, was it really Daya? But the guards immediately said that they were just considering it, because they had a letter saying that they needed to return DEA to the Magic Tower. At the same time, our main character asked, after all, are they really making a fuss over such a small letter? Did they even show this letter to her? It was all true, but Daya gave no sign that she felt anything at all about it. She did not answer, but did not understand her behavior, because why does Daya even want to take care of their master so much? Errol said it was probably because of his charisma, but he couldn't tell anyone that he saw any malice in her. He couldn't even explain it. But the thing was, Kania was just scared because of the mages. Our hero just stood up and said that he understood why Kania was reacting like this, but before giving out his decision, Errol needed to think and make everything for himself. It was at this point that he had to tell her the whole truth. At this moment, everything was happening in the room right next to Daya. It was very strange, because there was almost nothing in her room, as if she had just moved in. However, Daya only talked and was very happy, because she passed Kania's test. She said that for her, her abilities are much more important than things. At this point, our hero said that in fact Kania is just unhappy that he will have a personal magician. Daya knew about this, because it was most likely due to the attack of the black magician. I didn't learn this from Kania, but because it's a fairly popular case that everyone should know about, which is exactly what the Magic Tower was talking about. Errol couldn't believe it, but all he really said was that he would convince Kania next time, but Daya said she didn't need that. She said that she had already passed her test, she would prove herself worthy. But still, our main protagonist did not understand why she wanted to become a personal magician so much, because they were seeing each other for the first time. Daya said it would be quite a long story. She told me that she was taken to the magic tower when she was a child. Her village where she lived was infected with the plague, so she wandered around just trying to survive. They probably took her to the magic tower because they noticed her talent for mana. But she just went on to say that she learned magic there, but wasn't good anywhere else, so in a few moments, she became bad at magic too, so she had to do strange and dirty work. Our main character simply did not understand, because how is this even possible? Because she is a wonderful magician. But the girl only said that 2 years ago, she was a first-class mage, and now she is level 4. She asked to hear her story. At first she thought it was very difficult to control mana just by using the theory given to her in the tower, but then she came across our protagonist's book. Our Errol, he just jumped out of his chair, because he realized that the girl in front of him was able to reach such heights just by reading his book. Was this really a genius who could learn just from it without even knowing that there was talent in it? So it was at this point that Daya revealed that this was why she admired her master so much. He also told me that he left the tower as soon as he could get to the 4th level. The one called master didn't want to let her go and was very angry, and also said that that person was incredibly rotten inside. It was after Daya left the tower that her main goal was to find Errol. She went through a lot of obstacles until she finally found the right ad. It is thanks to her master that she has become a real magician. She is incredibly happy. As Errol asked her if she wanted to tell Kania about it, Daya confessed that she would not prove it through such a long dialogue, and it is very difficult to tell it in detail. Our hero immediately left the room with the words that now he will not tell anyone about it, since she does not want to. After night fell, our main character called one of the magicians and told them everything. He, in turn, said that Daya was a useless child, and it was impossible to say that her teacher was a good person. She even learned everything herself and left the tower without fear of punishment. This interested our protagonist, so he was told that with the help of a penalty, the tower tries to protect its owner, taking half the power of its host. The magician's tower was quite interesting, but at this point our main character decided that he would do everything possible to solve this case. Sure enough, it was morning, and the first thing he saw when he went outside was that Daya had already challenged Kania, or else it was the other way around. This was the last test, so Daya only decided to use magic. Our main character began to rush from side to side, asking for help from the girls, but they pretended that I could not even help anything. But since Kania was counting on it, Daya decided to start first. A second later, the auras of the archer and mage covered the field, and the result was strange, because for some reason the spell flew into the void. Kania's blow also flew there. It turned out that the dispel spell was actually flying at the enemy that was sitting under the palace wall. It was Master Dai who was chasing her. Now Errol realized that this was the man Daya couldn't stand, the man who was always being talked about at the palace. The mage immediately started saying that he had a letter that said he was a mage, and also that Daya had to return to the tower. Daya said that it was all very strange, because he allowed me to study all by myself, and now he asks you to call him teacher. The magician started to say again that she brings only troubles and all that, but at the same moment our Errol spoke up, who did not allow anyone to talk like that to Daya, especially in front of him. The mage immediately grabbed Daya's hand and said that even the lord of these lands has no manners, and that she will be punished. But as soon as that was said, our protagonist knocked the magician's hand away from his personal magician and said that she had already signed a personal contract with him. The mage was obviously shocked by this information, since she had no right to become a mage at all without the tower's permission. This was all very annoying for our main character, so he said that this was the reason why he had asked permission from the tower much earlier, and in general it was necessary to get out of his kingdom before it got even worse. Sure enough, the mage immediately threw strange orbs on the floor, from which his golems emerged. He said that now Daya will definitely return to him, and the magic tower will protect him in case of anything. Our protagonist continued scratching his ear, so in a second he immediately asked to deal with all the golems and teach a lesson to such a person. The mage thought that the golem behind Errol was going to deal with him, but that golem was immediately destroyed by Daya's magic. She went after her old mage teacher and imprisoned him in a tornado. The mage realized that he wasn't getting anywhere, so in a second, I used the emergency teleport scroll. As soon as it was over, the girls were furious that they had missed such a sh***, but our Errol asked them not to worry. Dea started apologizing, as she apologized for the inconvenience, but the master said that it was fine, because they had noticed a person like the master earlier, so they decided to let Dea show off. Finally, Kanya became incredibly kind and immediately went to support her new colleague. The mage, in turn, was in the snowy forest, still unable to accept the fact that Dea had left him. But at that moment, he noticed something on the branch. He fired magic at him, but it didn't hit. It was our hero who decided to catch up with the magician on his own and punish him by simply firing a projectile of fire at him, which accurately punished the magician. After this incident, everything went back to normal. Dea continued to serve our main character, even though Kanya still forbade the evil use of magic in this way. Dea still couldn't believe that she wasn't causing problems. But immediately Errol said that there was no problem with this, to which Dea only said that everything would be fine now, because she would serve faithfully. Never would our character think that he would be respected by a magician. Outside, the weather was great, so much so that Errol wanted to use magic to learn how to use it. His magic was so strong that it almost burned the entire forest. Sure enough, he was looking deep into the forest, and then he decided it was time to start. He remembered his childhood, he remembered how many people looked at him. But the queen still can't let go of him. She even now started acting against his mother, so now is the time to start her plan. The first thing he did was set up a barrier, fly around the queen's house, and then decided that it was time to launch fireballs at their house. The whole house was incredibly scared of everything. But our Errol had fun to the fullest. He continued to fly under the magic of invisibility as well as stunning. He even decided to mock everyone and go to the treasury. By that time, while he was having fun, the king was given a letter containing the lyrics of the song that our main character left for the queen. She was just shocked. She fell to the floor, because did the king really get hurt? But she was immediately told that everything was fine. The next day, the king immediately summoned all the mages of the kingdom, who discussed that the attack was a level 6 mage, and all the other nobles were sick. The queen knew that she would be the next one to be hit, which she knew perfectly well. Everyone found out about these actions, including the guards of our hero, but he was even glad. He said that just a certain robber attacked people who were disgusting to him. He began to focus on this. He only went further into his territories, where he noticed that the houses created with the help of magic allow you to grow rye, that now they do not have to worry about food. The inhabitants were incredibly happy with all this. They cried with happiness, because they would never have thought that they would be able to grow something on such cold lands. Errol said that this is a credit to all his mages who work hard every day. He even thought that everything would be fine if it continued like this. 50 years ago, there were 3 main kingdoms. Among them was the Demul kingdom Demul, which had a much smaller influence among the other 2, but they were strong in turning the 2 other sovereigns against each other. It was at their banquet that we got. There was a lord, as well as another person who had brought a certain elixir with him. It is the elixir, taking which hair appears. The man gave the lord this elixir for nothing, but he hinted a little that his son would become a minister next year. The lord understood what the man was implying, of course, and we, in turn, understand that this particular kingdom is known for its products. After 50 years at this rate, this kingdom is falling apart. The king is very saddened by the fact that in 5 years the entire economy will be broken. This particular gap was created by the very boy named Errol. But is there really no way to close this gap between the realms? The king's right-hand man made it clear that they didn't have time to think. They had to decide what they needed to do right away. They just needed to join forces, not fight. After that, the kingdom sent out 3 letters inviting people to join the alliance. The first was Duke Merman, the second Duke Merlin. Just then, they were all sitting at the table, but no one else came. The right hand of the king made it clear that they could start without him, so at the same time, the discussion began. How can they even defeat such a strong kingdom? But the king's right-hand man only said that they would be able to defeat such a strong kingdom if they worked together, that if they attacked together, the other kingdom would simply not be able to develop. He was absolutely sure that some 14-year-old boy would not be able to do anything against them, that they would be able to deal with him. The first duke was happy with this offer, and the second duke was also ready, so the king's right hand immediately began to suffer his hands. At this moment in Indonesia, the king knew that he had a bad feeling about all sorts of contracts, so he decided to prepare for the worst, because they now have enough resources to resist such enemies, and immediately asked to send a letter to all their lands. The letter came to our protagonist, who realized that most likely he overdid it, that he should not have shown all his abilities. Dia noticed that her master was not in a good mood, but he only replied that he needed to meet Kanya. It was the king's right hand that made it clear to everyone that the only easy target would be our main character, because he was just a kid. It was they who exposed him as the most evil being, which does not allow them to live. Kanya, in turn, also talked about how it would be possible to attack your enemies first, but then they would give themselves away. Errol thought it might happen, but it certainly wouldn't happen anytime soon. He knew that a lot of people might die, but what was his sister going to do? Our protagonist only thought that it would be good to return to the palace, because there the father is also very concerned about this situation, and the status of a princess is more important than the status of a knight. But as soon as these words were uttered, Kanya only replied that she did not think that this was also. When our main character just said that this is not a joke, she can actually recover on the battlefield. But Kanya just smiled and said that it was for this reason that she swore loyalty to our main protagonist. Because if this is her decision, then of course will inform everyone about it to his father, who can't even do anything about it. Later, we see that the female knights continue to drink. They realize that they will probably have to fight soon. But why Ishadas and Isha want to go home? Because they're her wrestlers entered the academy this year. Of course, Isha said he'd figure it out for himself, so there's nothing wrong with that. They don't even know what might happen. As soon as they finish their glasses, they asked Diyu to pour them more, but Cheat, like a real magician, made all the contents of the bottle disappear with her mouth. Errol didn't waste any time. He was fully prepared for the war. He understood that if something went wrong, he would have to spend his birthday on the battlefield, so as a past professional in this business, he needed to approach very responsibly. He understood that the only reason he had to fight was because he needed to live an easy life, but how could his city survive at all? By then, he'd gone straight to his guest, the dwarf, who wasn't exactly happy to see him. He asked at this point, "What does our character require this time?" But he only said that this time he needed a special request. As soon as the request was given, the dwarf lost his temper, because how would he even need to prepare 20,000 sets of armor? As soon as Errol ran out with the thought that one day he would definitely end his life after being hit by a hammer, then his next place to go was of course the slaver, who this time owed our hero as many as 50,000 people. The slave trader stands and breathes nervously. Errol answers, "What is it? You don't have one." The slave trader indignantly says that the fact is that the number of requests for slaves from the nobles has increased. They all hope to use the slaves as soldiers. About 2,000 to 3,000 people have already been sold. Errol replies that, "I'm sorry for the question, but will you also use all 50,000 people as soldiers?" Not all of them, but he and his families buy them out, just like last time. It's just an approximate number that will be obtained according to his calculations, Errol said as he stood beside the exciting slave trader. The slave trader, nervously reflecting on what has been said, replies that it is true. He understands you, Mr. Errol. Errol, remembering the past, thinks to himself that what is it, he only cares about money. Well, as long as he had soldiers, protection was guaranteed. I'm sure the slave trader is just looking for a way to ask for as much as possible. Standing in front of the slave trader, Errol says he doesn't like idle talk. The slave trader is overjoyed and tells him that this is the foundation of a serious business. Send the slaves to your estate right away. Errol says yes. How long will it take to gather all 50,000 people? The slave trader thoughtfully replies that it's about 5 days. Errol already says goodbye, saying that then he will personally call for them in 5 days. The slave trader replies in surprise that it will be troublesome. Let him bring them to you himself. Errol tells him that everything is fine, he will come himself. Standing outside the gate, Errol laughs to himself. Errol, already anticipating all this, thinks that he has a lot more work to do now. How difficult. So, you will have to prepare everything within 5 days. Well, it's time to take things in hand. Kania was sitting in the carriage and Errol looked in. Kania was going to accompany him. She asks him if he wants to go out for another 5 days. But, will everything be fine? Errol, standing confidently at the carriage door, thinks that the main thing is that she does not suspect anything. He wants to keep her busy so she doesn't give him too much trouble. Kania tells him that it's fine, but they'll come back to this conversation later. Is Errol suggesting that she take a walk around the capital? She was taken aback by his suggestion. He remembers that his sister is a princess, but because of rumors about the war, she does not go out. And she'd spent most of her life in the palace, so she is very interested in the world around her. I'm sure she still wants to see it. An image of a little girl sitting and looking out of the window pops into his mind. She asks him a little nervously, what's the city tour going to be? He, trying to cheer her up, tells her that yes, let's take a little walk there. And more, there's nothing to do here anyway, is there? The words hit her like a rock on the head. Kania hesitantly replies that he is right. She gave him her hand and said, just this once. Errol, in high, helps Kania out of the carriage and says yes, of course. The streets. In the market, sellers try to shout, thereby attracting the attention of passers-by. They run happily between the people and the square. Kania admirably says that she imagined everything much more. Errol excitedly replies that it's just the countryside. Hold on tight, sister. They stop for something to eat. Errol is standing behind Kania, holding a fried lizard on a stick. He doesn't like this kind of food. While Errol was dissatisfied, Kania tasted the grilled meat and was surprised by its taste. Passing by the fountain, Kania decided to ask, where else do they go? Errol decided to let her choose the next place she wanted to go. They stopped at one of the buildings that had a sign on it. A whole crowd of passers-by came there, which attracted the attention of the exhibition. Kania was standing in front of Errol, who was eating ice cream. She exclaimed, look over there, Errol. Errol asked her what was what, looking at the signboard that said, exclusive goods created by the third prince, silver-haired sage. Kania said in surprise that his creations were being sold there. She'd seen them before. Errol said he was sure. He was horrified when he saw what was written and said in surprise, what kind of nonsense is that? That silver-haired sage again. How embarrassing. Who made this up? Are they really his creations? And as he thought about it, he blushed with shame. Kania started forward, but Errol tried to stop her. He said let's watch something else. But Kania didn't stop. Curiously, Kania asks, what else is there that sells swords? Behind him, Errol stood panting. They saw a room where a gun seller was standing and weapons were hung on the wall. The salesman greeted them joyfully and said, oh my God, do you need a sword? Then you've come to the right place. Kania stood in front of the gun salesman and listened intently, her mouth hanging open. The seller says that there are products of famous dwarves here. All these swords are forged by them. You know how talented dwarves are. Right. And only today there is a 10% discount. But Errol stared at one of the swords in silence. He suddenly said that it wasn't true. Even at a discount, it's dangerous to sell fake dwarf goods. The salesman turned to Errol in fright and began to justify himself. What are you talking about? The dwarves make them themselves. Kania, putting her hands on her hips, indignantly exclaimed, what? Fake. Errol points to one of the swords and calmly says, sister, pour some mana into this sword. But don't overdo it. Kania picked up the sword and said, what is this? Kania started pouring mana into the sword and the sword glowed with a purple light. A worried gun salesman and a calm Errol were watching, because he knew the sword was a fake. The weapon breaks in Kania's hands. Errol says with a smile on his face that fake swords break if you use aura, right? The gun salesman, standing in front of Errol, began to justify himself in a frightened voice that there was some mistake. But Errol stood his ground and said that if you insist, you can check them yourself. The dwarves are just around the corner, and if he is wrong, he is ready to compensate for the damage. This was him speaking to the gun seller's face in a raised tone. The seller, almost crying with annoyance that his deception was revealed, fearfully began to apologize for this and said that they should finish this. Taking one of the daggers, Errol said, give me this and he'll forget about it. Kania was confused by his words, and the salesman got scared. Errol gave him an exasperated look, bared his teeth, and said, What else? Is something wrong? The salesman stammered in fright and said, no way. Thank you for your grace. They left the store. Errol held a dagger in his hand and raised it to him triumphantly. Kanya was looking at the dagger and asked if he liked it. He said confidently that it was a real dagger. It's just a dagger, but it's original. Holding the dagger out to Kanya, Errol said, take it. It's a gift from him. Kanya said in bewilderment, what is it for her? Kanya picked up the dagger and raised it to the sky in delight. Clutching the dagger, she confusedly thanked him and said that he was the only one who cared so much about her. Errol walked beside her, smiling, his hands behind his head. Looking at her, he thought that she was so happy, as if she had received the most gorgeous dress in the world as a gift, and his sister was a unique person. Kanya had been walking beside him all this time, blinking in embarrassment at such an unusual gift. A few days later, Errol and his 50,000 slaves were already standing at the entrance of the castle. Kanya leans down slightly and whispers in Errol's ear that it's not too much. Errol is a little surprised. What's wrong? She asks, and asks Kanya to just pretend that she is the commander-in-chief of an army of 20,000 soldiers and leads them into battle. Kanya presents herself in steel armor, with a beautiful sword in her hand, and behind her stands 20,000 soldiers in shiny armor. That sounds great, says Kanya affirmatively. Asya, Senna, and Daya are standing at the entrance of the castle, talking to each other. Asya tells her friends to go and meet Prince Errol. Senna smiles broadly, scratches her head, and replies that yes, they haven't seen him in days. As they approached the now open gate, a sudden bewilderment gripped them. Senna and as his faces twisted in surprise, only Daya looked very calm. In unison, they exclaimed what it was. Errol was standing at the entrance, beaming with happiness. There was a huge crowd of people behind him. Laughing merrily, he shouted that he had returned and brought another 50,000 subjects. Errol and the whole crowd rushed into the castle. Asya held her head. She grumbled that she thought that she shouldn't have let him go alone. Senna was shocked by what she saw. She cried out, "My God, there are so many of them." Even Daya was outraged by so many people. "How do we feed them all?" she asked. From the side, someone asked Daya, "She only cares about that." Asya approached Errol and told him that she understood the need to prepare for war, but maybe they should hire professional warriors. Errol rolled his eyes calmly and even with a touch of indifference said that the war, this is a long way off and there will always be enemies who want to destroy Fihilia. Looking at the depressed faces of Asya and Senna, Errol tells them to just trust him, because he's never been wrong. Asya turned away from Errol's well-pleased face and said that she had no objections. Errol gives her a thumbs up and tells her, "Thank you for understanding." After saying this, he points his finger at the crowd of people behind him and says that he will still need their help in training these people. He will make them excellent Fihilia warriors. Next, Errol began to imagine the scheme in his head and say that they would simply select useful guys, create a squad and train them. While thinking about this scheme, he says that he will prepare a basic training manual and they will direct them. He turns to Asya and Senna and asks if they can handle it. Basking in the sunlight, Asya and Senna proudly and firmly answer, "That's right." Standing in front of Senna and Asya with a stony face, Errol begins to think that this is great. He will be very busy for a while. He represents the leaders of 3 countries and thinks that the leaders of the alliance of 3 countries decided to play with him. Just let them show up. Errol will personally place them on his lap in a row in front of him. The hero was walking on the grass and behind him was Daya. It was difficult for them to climb. "Why do all magicians live in the mountains?" Errol asked. Daya was looking at the hero who was holding onto a crutch. She replied that most of these magicians were just very old-fashioned people. Young magicians like the girl prefer to live in big cities. We see hills that were illuminated by the sun. Daya loves the city because the mountains are boring and there is nothing to eat. Errol agreed with her, but was surprised that the girl was only confused by these 2 reasons. A professor with glasses and a pen was standing in the library. He and the hero and the girl haven't seen each other in person for a long time. He wondered what had brought them to him this time. Errol held up the index finger of his left hand and said it was nothing special. The hero just wants to buy something, but he immediately warns that his request is not easy. The man asked what Errol wanted. A blue stone floated between the hero's heads. Errol needed a stone that could store mana. The hero wants to get at least a class artifact. Such stones are registered with the magic tower. Due to the glare, the magician's eyes couldn't be seen through the glasses. He asked the hero why Errol had come to see him. The guy guessed that the man probably already understood everything by himself, but he said that the magic tower wouldn't sell him the stones. Errol stood with a serious face. The man asked him for what purpose the hero wants to use the stones. Mages are no different from mere mortals when it comes to war, but magical artifacts are quite another matter. The man adjusted his glasses. Errol asked the mage to understand him correctly. The hero just wants to protect his territory. The magician understands everything, but he still wonders why exactly he is being asked for such a favor. The hero smiled broadly and made a ring with his fingers. He knew that the man wasn't stupid enough not to understand. And as the man remembers, Errol will never be left in debt to him. The man raised his hand to his chin, and the boy looked at him and smiled. The hero thought that even though the magician pretends to be a snob, inside he is still the same miser. But at least he's not stupid and quickly draws the right conclusions. The man replied that this work will take some time. Errol happily said that there was nothing wrong with that. The hero was stretching while standing in the forest. Another problem solved. It seems that Errol has been working too hard lately. He wanted to get some rest. Beside him, Daya suddenly fell to her knees. The hero didn't understand what she was doing. Daya recalled how Errol had told the mage about the cost of his work. The girl thought it was too much money. The hero replied that this is not a problem for him. He earns a lot of money. The hero whispered something in the girl's ear. After that, she stood there in shock while the hero smiled behind her. Errol told the girl how much money he had in total. The hero took hold of the girl's shoulders, and he hadn't even added the queen's stolen treasure to it. In any case, there's nothing to worry about. The hero said that it was time for them to return to the castle. Some time later, in Fahelia, a guy placed a piece of paper on the table in front of the mages. He said that it was time to start working, because magicians have an important mission. One of the mages picked up a draft paper and studied it. Errol explained that they needed to prepare everything before the war started and that it was also confidential information. He hopes that the mages will keep it a secret. The mages were very scared. Errol smiled uncertainly. It's time for magicians to learn about overtime, the hero added. Of course, their payment will be appropriate. The hero asked them not to be discouraged, because everything is done for them. And today, Errol decided to take a walk around the capital. The hero had his hands behind his back, and Asia was standing behind him. She asked what brought the hero to the capital. He said he just wanted to take a walk. Errol tugged on the girl's arm. In preparation for the war, he made various deals every now and then. There were beads of sweat on Asia's face. She was surprised. The hero and the girl were standing near the Golden Gate. Errol said it was the Imperial Academy. It was a 4-story building that looked like a castle. His younger brother is studying here. The girl must see him at least once. Errol started to open the gate. Errol Academy, an educational institution accredited by the imperial family to teach the children of nobles. Although high-ranking aristocrats still hire personal tutors, most of their children still study at this place. Errol and Asia walked together, and the hero told her something. The girl started to say something to him, but Errol cut her off. When he gives a girl time off, she keeps telling him that she has a lot of work to do. Did she really not want to see her brother? The hero asked. Asia was looking at the floor. She said the prince shouldn't have come with her. Errol asked her not to be so stubborn. He's not that insensitive an employer. The hero held a card with a red circle at the top between his fingers. He's got the passes ready. Asia was very surprised. The girl and the prince were standing on the bridge in the academy. Only children of noble birth study here. The hero thought that he still didn't know anything about Asia's brother. The hero held his hands behind his head, and Asia stood next to him with her eyes closed. Errol asked her where they could find the girl's brother. Asia replied that she didn't know the exact location. But if she sees him in the crowd, she'll tell him right away. They say that he is very similar to Asia. Among the other kids, there was a guy with a green notebook and blonde hair. Errol noticed him and asked what about him. The faces of the girl and the prince were surprised. Asia recognized him and her brother's name escaped her. So the brother's name is Errol. Great, the hero thought. In front of the girl's brother, there were 3 girls. They glared at him. Errol was standing by the window, his face drenched in sweat. One of the girls asked him if he had thought about her offer. The boy replied that he had thought about it, but it was difficult for him. This can't be happening. Even in places like this, there are bullies. Errol tried to help the boy, but Asia stopped him. She asked the hero to wait a bit. The girls left Errol. The boy exhaled and wiped his tie. Asia went to her brother and took him by the shoulder. She asked her brother what was going on. Errol looked at his sister in surprise because he didn't understand how she got here. Asia didn't understand what these girls wanted from her brother. In the letter, he said that everything was fine with him. But what had Asia just seen? Errol's sister was a little scared and the boy held his notebook in his hands and closed his eyes. She wanted to understand what the children wanted from him, but the boy said he wouldn't say anything. The girl sat down next to her brother and was confused. Errol suddenly stepped between them. It was the first time he'd seen Asia look so confused. The hero asked the girl to slow down and let him talk to the boy himself. Errol walked over to brother Asia and took him by the shoulders. He introduced himself as his sister's boss. Errol recognized him and decided to check with the hero. Is he the 3rd prince? Errol asked me to drop the titles for now. The hero leaned over to the boy and asked what it really was. Maybe they're bullying the boy, the hero thought. He was talking about that girl who molested Asia's brother. The boy replied that it was not so. Errol and Asia touched their thumbs. The hero said that he would keep it a secret from the boy's sister. Errol had beads of sweat on her face. He told me that the girl's name was Hea Kurt. She is the youngest daughter of the Marquis of Kurt. Errol had heard the name somewhere before. The hero held his hand near his chin and remembered how he communicated with a man who had light-colored hair. On his birthday, he met this Marquis. He didn't look like a bad nobleman, Errol thought. The hero stuck out his tongue and Errol screamed with his eyes closed. Errol asked, "So this girl is bullying my bodyguard's little brother?" The boy looked away and began to talk. "Shoo." Errol remembered hands pinning him to the wall. Errol asked brother is he to tell him quickly? The girl in the dress was standing in front of the boy. Lady Carrot was looking at the hero and one of her teeth was visible. She said to the boy, "Ayres, let's date." "Brother, is he beginning to cry?" He said the girl wanted Errol to date her. Errol was in shock and he had a pen and paper in his hands. Errol was shocked. He started running away and shouting that he didn't want to, because he and Lady Carrot were only 11 years old. Carrot was very displeased. Errol thought about it while Errol cried. Errol said that at the time, of course, he rejected her but she continued her courtship. According to him, the other ladies in the class also treat Ayres like a pet. He remembers with sadness how the ladies pay attention to him in every possible way. Errol looked down and said that they weren't bullying him, just that he thought they were doing too much. Errol thought that Errol just didn't realize how popular he was. Errol sighed heavily, because he was tired of just thinking about the relationship between children. Errol turned away and said he just didn't know what to do with her. Suddenly, Errol pointed to Carrot and asked why Errol didn't ask her. Errol was shocked and asked her how long she had been standing there. She said she was back because she had something to say to Ayres. However, first she asked him about who all these people were. Errol scratched his head and said that they weren't some sort of suspicious person. Then the hero pointed to Asya and said that Carrot was actually her future sister-in-law. Asya was shocked and asked him how to understand this. Ayres was also displeased. Carrot said she knew they were Ayres' older sister and she'd already heard about them. Meanwhile, Errol was whispering something in Asya's ear. Carrot then greeted them and introduced herself. Her name is Hea Carrot and she is the youngest daughter of the Carrot family. After Hea introduced herself, she added that she wanted to date Asya's younger brother. Asya was shocked, but Errol just happily said that it was cool and quite bold. Asya was confused and asked Errol what she should do in this situation. Errol said that if there was no enmity between their families, then why not leave it up to the two of them? However, Asya exclaimed that Ayres was saying that Hea was forcing him. Errol noticed that Ayres never said he didn't like it. According to Errol, it looks like Ayres is just confused and doesn't know what to do. Errol then said that the Carrot family has an exceptional ability to make a profit through the right investments. According to him, if Ayres gets along with this girl, it will benefit their family. Asya was sad and thought about this reason because she didn't like it. Errol immediately said it was secondary. He asked if the kids liked each other. Why didn't Asya just leave it at that and just watch the situation unfold? Asya replied that this is true, but she has a question. Asya asked if he didn't mind Haya, then why heirs refused to meet her. Errol suggested that it might be because of male pride, but at the same time, he wondered if there was any other reason. At that moment, a green-haired boy approached Ayres and Lady Carrot. He was very displeased and started yelling at Ayres, accusing him of flirting with Lady Carrot again. Lucent was very angry with Ayres. He asked if someone like Ayres dared to seduce Lady Carrot. However, Haya immediately stood in front of Ayres and rebuffed Lucent. She exclaimed that she was asking Ayres out herself. Lucent irritably shouted that he was against it. He asked her why she refused to communicate with him and why she chose Ayres. Errol was shocked. He realized it was a love triangle. He wondered what was going on here at all. Lucent continued to talk irritably about how Ayres' family was in decline, and the eldest daughter even went to work in the village. Lucent exclaimed that Haya would disgrace her family if she dated Ayres. Errol said the worm was already crossing the line. Ayres urged Lucent to stop insulting his sister and Lady Carrot. However, this made Lucent even angrier and he swung it. But a moment later, Errol grabbed his arm and asked if he should change the subject. Errol said that if you kept poking your nose into something that wasn't your business, sooner or later it would be torn off. Lucent asked why Errol was even bothering since they didn't ask outsiders. Errol replied that at least he had permission to enter. At the same time, someone approached them. A green-haired man approached them and asked what all the fuss was about. Morella was already bored with the fact that so many people were gathered there. Lucent, seeing his brother, was very happy and beamed with happiness. Errol said that Lucent's brother looked more like a teacher than a student. Lucent's older brother asked Errol who he was. The hero replied with a smile that he had been waiting for this question. He bent down a little and introduced himself as the third prince of the Aranesia kingdom, as well as the owners of the village called Fahelia. Lucent's older brother was shocked and wondered why the prince was here. The man was uncomfortable and asked if Errol would like to move to another place to continue their conversation. And so, after a while, they were sitting in another room. The green-haired man apologized for his younger brother's behavior. He said that Lucent would offer them a formal apology letter. This man's name is Cadel Lucent, the eldest son of the Lucent family, and he is also a fencing teacher at the academy. Errol said you should apologize to Errol, not to him. However, Cadel replied dryly that he was not involved in this matter. According to him, Errol himself started it first. He asked if it was the Purnell family that should apologize in this case. Asia was confused. She said she was sure Errol hadn't done anything wrong. Errol reflected that he was wondering where this childish love triangle came from. But now he seems to know what the reason is. Although the Royal Academy is an educational institution, it is more of a place for young nobles to build connections rather than just learn. Errol assumed that this child was also just following orders from his family. At first, there may have been another reason, but over time, even the right goal can become a bad one. Cadel said that the Carrot and Lucent families have long had a close relationship, and therefore the Purnells should not interfere with this. Errol was outraged that an academy teacher would behave like this. It also infuriated him that they saw the Purnell family as nothing more than an obstacle in their path. Errol stood up indignantly, leaning his hands on the table and saying that Cadel was talking nonsense. Errol approached Cadel and asked him what the last name had to do with children's relationships. He wondered if teachers still taught discrimination in their day. However, Cadel calmly replied that the difference in rank couldn't be ignored in any case. According to him, it is the direct duty of a nobleman to make appropriate connections. Errol then asked if Cadel knew that a CO was his personal knight. He asked if Cadel was trying to say that a knight of the royal family was lower in rank than him. Cadel was shocked. He headed for the exit and said that he would warn his little brother. Cadel added that he hopes that the Purnell family will continue to refrain from actions that may cause misunderstandings. Errol was angry, because he knew Cadel would have his own way anyway, so he ordered him to return immediately. Cadel was horrified. Errol happily said that with Suam, Haya was interested in heirs, and Cadel's brother was preventing it. The hero suggested solving this in the traditional way. Errol talks about the easiest way that has long been used by nobles in solving such love problems. Cadel and the CEO were perplexed and excited. Cadel asked Wordley if Errol was trying to tell him that they should have a duel. Errol exclaimed that all this was true and that they should just have a duel and make a decision. He said that the eldest daughter of the Purnell family would fight against the eldest son of the Luzon family. The hero added that the younger ones will also participate in this. However, Cadel waved his hand and exclaimed that this was just nonsense. But Errol said he wasn't done yet. Errol added that if Cadel wins the duel, the hero will not only retreat, but also actively help in a difficult situation with food shortages due to crop failure. Cadel asked in shock if this was true. Errol decided to add something else. He said that Asia and heirs should win from their side, only in this case they will win. And if at least one of them wins from the side of Luzon, then this will already be considered a victory. Cadel started to think that it was somewhat spontaneous, but if they won, it would be doubly beneficial for the family. In addition, Cadel was completely confident of winning, as his younger brother is 2 years older than heirs and he has a larger build. In addition, since Cadel was previously an officer of the 13th Order, he is confident that he can easily defeat a simple escort knight. Cadel bowed and said that since the prince personally offered, he had no right to refuse. Errol happily swore on the honor of the Ironesia family that he would keep his word. Asia clutched her head in horror. Asia was outraged and started yelling at Errol, saying that usually she lets him get away with it, but now the situation is different. Errol said that she usually just grumbles and asks you not to do that. But Asia again exclaimed that it wasn't about that. Errol said he knew she was going a little overboard, but he asked her if she really didn't mind what Cadel had said. Asia was confused. Errol said Cadel made fun of their family, disrespected heirs. He asked her if it was normal for her brother to be treated like a stone on the side of the road. Asia hesitantly said that she was Errol's bodyguard and couldn't be guided by her own personal feelings. Errol exclaimed that this was true and said that ignoring his bodyguard was like ignoring him. Errol also added that he wasn't going to stay silent when he or his people were insulted, so she might consider this the beginning of the end for the Lutzons. Errol happily asked her if she wanted to give the nasty worm a good beating, too. Errol was very happy and offered to show his younger brother to see how much of a cool knight his sister was. Asia was tense. However, she breathed a sigh of relief and agreed with Prince Errol. Then we see heirs whining and talking about how he can't beat Lutzon. Errol genuinely didn't understand what was so difficult about children's fights, so he told heirs to just go first and finish. Heirs, however, continued to whine. Suddenly, Errol put his hands on Heirs' shoulders and asked him to answer honestly. Errol said that in his vision, Lutzon was constantly bullying Heirs, so he asked if it annoyed Heirs. The boy replied that he was angry, but when he thought of his sister, who was working for the reputation of their family, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. Heirs said he couldn't think of anything better to do than hold back and build up his strength. Errol replied that it was true and that it was also an option, but asked when Heirs would be able to change the situation. Errol started pushing the boy so hard that he even started crying. Errol said that it would be too late and that you need to be able to solve problems on the spot. He added that if Heirs constantly held back and waited for a good chance, he would soon be covered in mold. He cheered up Heirs and said that this was his chance and that he needed to show what would happen if they hurt their family. Errol said that of course he doesn't encourage Heirs to fight all the time, because it usually ends badly, but asked him to take into account that the third prince himself will support him now. As he finished, Errol put his arm around Heirs. After such a rousing speech, Heirs' eyes shone and he was happy. Errol smiled slyly, for his strategy had worked. Then the hero began to tell Heirs a plan that the boy would definitely win with. Errol said that duels are cool only in words. In fact, something more barbaric is still to be found. This is a public display of violence that occurs by mutual consent. Of course, this attracts a lot of onlookers and gossip. Errol chuckled and said that even if the kids were fighting, everyone up to and including the old people was ready to watch. Errol took the worst place. Haya came up to him and expressed her indignation, because no one asked her and they immediately called a duel. Errol apologized for not warning her and said they just really wanted to teach him a lesson once. Haya exclaimed that she would like to do it too, but it's not a good way. After all, Heirs says that he doesn't know much about fencing. Errol denied it and said that she didn't understand anything. According to the hero, it doesn't matter if Ayres is a swordsman or not. Heya was surprised and said that abilities were important here as it was a duel. However, Errol continued to deny it. Meanwhile, Ayres was already standing ready with a wooden sword in his hands. Errol said that cunning is a really important attribute. According to Errol, Heya herself should figure it out soon. Errol asked her why she liked Ayres at all since Lucine was more suitable for her family. Heya started talking about how Ayres was really cute. This surprised Errol. Heya said that when she pinches him, he makes a face like he's going to cry. According to her, she just wants to pinch him and watch his reaction. Heya blushed and said that she would just eat it. Errol was horrified. Lita Kurt's thought startled him. Errol thought that there were more and more reasons to cancel this duel. At the same time, the judge, with the third prince's permission, declared the duel open. He told the participants to get ready. The referee gave the signal for the start of the match. Lucine immediately lunged at Ayres as he shouted for Ayres to die. Heya watched this and was unpleasantly surprised by Lucine's behavior. Errol used some sort of magic and ordered Ayres to take half a step back diagonally to the right. Thus, Ayres managed to evade the attack. Lucine was shocked. He missed. He continued to give instructions. Lucine missed again. After a while, Ayres became tired and dizzy. However, he continued to follow Errol's instructions, and so he struck Lucine with his sword. Lucine stumbled and fell to the ground. The other kids watched and were surprised that Ayres dodged all the attacks. Asya breathed a sigh of relief. Errol, meanwhile, was gloating as he quietly instructed Ayres in his ear. This was possible because Errol had created a small communication port exclusively for them. It's also important that Errol could easily predict what Lucine would do, because children only move as they are taught and therefore, for Errol, their steps are as obvious as in a textbook. Errol praised Ayres and told him to keep moving as Errol suggested. Ayres was tired, but he was ready to keep fighting. Lucine stood up and started shouting. He was very angry that someone who he thought was a brat would be able to defeat him. With a shout, Lucine leapt up and swung back to strike. Ayres was terrified, but Errol calmed him down and instructed him to bend low and attack sharply upwards. And here is the crucial moment. Ayres did what Errol told him to do. Heya was surprised. Ayres slammed his sword between Lucine's legs. Lucine passed out in shock. The referee was also shocked and announced that Ayres Purnell had won. Errol said it was easy, and Ayres was thrilled. Ketil, passing by Errol, said that it couldn't be helped if his younger brother lost, but Errol's jokes were too cruel. Errol pretended not to understand. Ketil said that on the whole, he might have guessed that Errol would stoop to gimmicks. So Isaiah and Ketil fought a duel. Ketil said that one way or another, he would win and put an end to it. Ayres, meanwhile, ran to Errol and exclaimed that he had done it. Errol complimented him and said he did a great job. Ayres ran to him and took his hands. She embarrassed him by exclaiming with delight that she believed in his victory. Errol looked at her with disdain and was surprised that Heya Kurt wasn't lying and blushing. Although the fight was over, Ayres' excitement did not go away, because now his sister will fight. Ayres wondered if everything would be alright, since Ayres had heard that Lord Ketil was the former head of the Order of the 13 Knights. Errol confirmed this and added that it was clear that Ketil was confident in his abilities, but asked about what changes this makes. According to him, Isaiah will still win this battle. The third prince put his arm around Ayres and pointed at Isaiah, telling him to watch carefully. Errol exclaimed that his sister had become a knight for a reason. Meanwhile, Ketil told a Supernal that he wasn't going to give in, so he asked her to fight with all her might. Ketil immediately charged Isaiah with an attack. He thought about how he never underestimated his opponent. Ketil thought that even if he suddenly lost, he would at least give it his all. However, a moment later, Ketil was already flying through the air from Isaiah's punch. Ketil was stunned. He wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes. The impact was very strong, because Ketil was thrown back with considerable speed. Ketil hit the wall and passed out. Isaiah, while simultaneously spinning her spear, said that she wanted to say that she would also fight at full strength, but it seems that this is already superfluous. She said Ketil didn't have much grip on the punch for his status. Isaiah breathed a sigh of relief. She asked Prince Errol to tell her if he did anything else like this in the future. Errol smiled and said that thanks to him, her brother was now respected. The hero pointed a finger at himself and winked at Ace, saying that thanks to today's fight, he would no longer be offended. He added that he would take care of the Lutzens himself so that they would talk less in the future. He told Isaiah that she could relax because he would do it himself. Isaiah was glad. She said she should thank Errol. Some time passed. Errol reflects that when people are confronted with something bad, they all try to deny the situation first. According to official information, the lords of Ernesia have begun recruiting and training soldiers to prepare for war. But their actions are too cautious to call them a full-fledged preparation. And what if we prepare for war and there will be no war? Then all the accumulated supplies and weapons will end up in the warehouse and it will be troublesome. In short, a real headache. Perhaps that was why there were so many people pointing out the lord who had decided to prepare in advance. Errol confidently said to prepare for war as much as possible. But whether there would be a war or not, no one really knew, so they continued to live as usual. Until we finally heard the news. And so we are transported to the capital of the Merman Empire. Emperor Merman told the people of the empire that he was going to make a statement to all the peoples of the continent today. He asked the residents if they knew that there was an enemy who was undermining the people's finances. People were surprised, of course. The emperor said that the enemy not only makes an undeserved profit by producing all sorts of fancy products, but also sells paper, the empire's signature product, at will. The emperor clenched his fist and said viciously that this was simply indescribable impudence. He took out his sword and exclaimed that this villain hails from the Eranesia Empire. Raising his sword, Emperor Merman said that in the name of the peace of their continent, he and all their allies who were also affected by this pest would draw their swords against this villain. Merman was the ruler of the kingdom of Damanil, as well as the Grand Duke of the Principality of Sejapan. They crossed swords. The emperor exclaimed that he was announcing that their empire, along with their allies, the kingdom of Damanil and the Principality of Sejapan, were going to judge the Eranesia Empire together. The people cheered, and the rulers stood with their swords crossed. After some time, the emperor received a letter. In this letter, it was written that if they want to stop the shedding of innocent blood, they must stop making paper as soon as possible and close all production facilities. Together with the secret recipes of the unique products of the Kingdom of Eranesia, they must also distribute the profits made from the products to all countries and finally transfer Prince Errol abroad to study in order to discover all his talents. The emperor was furious, wondering if they were bullying Eranesia. The emperor was ready for war and ordered the troops to be assembled immediately. He exclaimed that this was the land that their ancestors had defended and therefore they would not give up an inch of it. We are transported to the border of the territory of the Kingdom of Eranesia, to the fortress of Bezian. We see the troops who rushed to the attack. Some guy said that the union of the three kingdoms has finally arrived. The action takes place in the main palace of Eranesia. This guy turned around and asked about what the scouts were reporting. The soldier told him that if you count together with those from the northeastern border, they say that they will attack about 100,000. This guy knew that it wasn't over yet because the main troops would surely follow them. He thought that as the heir to the empire, he must stop them at all costs. The prince exclaimed that if they rallied, they would have nothing to fear. He suggested that they make sure that even the ant could not get into the fortress. The real battle has begun. Errol's order to mobilize hasn't been issued yet, but at this moment, when everyone in Philia is ready and waiting for the enemy to finally appear, Errol is busy as hell. Errol, meanwhile, was sitting across from Dea. Errol lifted the dome and a piece of meat poked out from under it. Errol said it was time to unleash your culinary talents. Dea was thrilled and her mouth watered. The dish looked incredible. It's a stew of tender rabbit meat. Errol said it tasted so good and when everyone found out it was rabbit meat, they wouldn't eat it. Dea said they were saying that because they hadn't tasted insects and poisonous mushrooms since they were hungry. After a while, Errol said they'd had a good meal. Errol asked his subordinate if he should prepare something else. Dea asked him what he was going to do. She looked at the ingredients and said that it would probably be something sweet because Errol uses wheat flour and dried fruit. But Errol said it was a firm secret. Dea continued to watch Errol. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder that he was such a good cook since usually lords didn't even show up in the kitchen. Errol exclaimed that he actually created recipes for all the products that their company sells. Errol turned around and said that he hadn't told anyone about this. But he had a period when he thought that if it didn't work out, he would go into hiding and become a chef. And then, after some time, I pulled the food out of the oven. He said the dish was ready. Dea took a bite. She was thrilled, but said that it seems to her that if you eat a lot of it, you can gain weight very quickly. Errol said he came up with this idea when he was composing dry rations for soldiers on the battlefield. According to him, the usual camping food doesn't taste good, so if something goes wrong and Errol has to eat it, you need a backup plan. Dea spoke wordly about the fact that Errol still hadn't issued the mobilization order. However, Errol scratched his head and said that he just wanted to finish his training as much as possible. He excitedly said that he wanted to do it while there was still time. Meanwhile, the fighting was already raging. The soldiers were fighting each other. Soldiers were climbing the fortress. The prince was shouting that it was time to launch a counterattack, so it infuriated him that the reinforcements still hadn't arrived. The soldiers told him that reinforcements were coming. However, the enemy kept climbing the wall and they knew that it would be difficult to attack in such a situation. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to the prince, who had an urgent message from intelligence. The soldier said that the enemy army is approaching and there are 210,000 of them. The prince was shocked and stunned. And now we see this huge army. The prince was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be so many of them, much less that they were already here. We are transported to the council chamber of the Aranesia Empire. The emperor and his subordinates were seated at a table. The emperor was exhausted and his subordinates were arguing loudly. However, the emperor was angry that the number of enemy troops continued to grow. His subordinates were saying that it was only a matter of time before they would smash them to smithereens. One of his subordinates exclaimed that it couldn't go on like this. His subordinate said that it was better to retreat and reform the front line. The green-haired subordinate said that the emperor's safety was paramount. The emperor was annoyed, but agreed. He ordered his subordinates to withdraw from the front line, as well as try to convey to the people the full gravity of the current situation. The emperor stood up and held out his hand, shouting for even feudal lords and nobles who were capable of fighting to come out. The emperor decisively ordered all forces to be mobilized. Errol thought it was amazing that his older brother still decided to take part in the dream for the sake of achievements. After all, usually representatives of the imperial family are not sent to the front. Errol received a summons, which was a bit unexpected for him. He realized that 3-on-1 was still tough. Still, there is nothing worse than a numerical advantage. Errol stood up and said that if he was to continue to do this nonsense, the empire needed to flourish. So he decided to temporarily become a private. Leaving a few soldiers in the manor, Errol began preparing to enter the battlefield. Errol patted his eagle fry and said it was time for him to go out on a big mission. Kania was standing next to Errol. He told her that she could stay in Hylia. However, Kania exclaimed that she also wants to. It infuriated her that the others could do it and she couldn't. Errol thought she was stubborn. Errol knew that her swordsmanship skills would be useful in a war, but who in their right mind would want to send their loved ones to the front? Errol knew that if it was to protect the estate, perhaps their father would put pressure on her. Suddenly, Kania patted Errol. He put her hands on his shoulders and thanked him for taking care of her, but she wouldn't let him go to war alone. She said that if the younger one is coming, then the older sister is also in business. Errol smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, saying that if she thought so, he wouldn't hold her back any longer. Errol said he thought it was time to give her something. Suddenly, he drew his sword. Errol handed it to Kania and said that Lady Philia had entrusted it to him. Kania was shocked. A sword passed down from generation to generation in the Kenzi's family. He got his name Kelsha from the first head of the family. Even the dwarves recognized its quality, noting that it was extremely difficult to create such a treasure. Kania asked if she really could take this sword. Errol replied that she was the third sword master in the kingdom, so no rejection was accepted. Kania stared at the sword in awe. Errol decided that he wouldn't stop her from admiring him. As he left, he thought that it was important to get out of here in a gentlemanly way. He realized that his task now was to reduce the number of victims as much as possible. Errol thought that there was no better reward for a valiant warrior than saving the lives of his men. Therefore, Arellas should never be alarmed. Standing in front of the crowd of soldiers, Errol exclaimed that they were moving to the front on His Majesty's orders. Errol had reported that the enemy force was 320,000 strong, but Errol had not trained them to fall in battle. Errol shouted that he didn't need a safety net built on their sacrifice. He exclaimed that they must survive and defend their military merits. He also said that their troops are only 23,000 strong. He said he wanted that number to remain the same after the war was over. Then we are transferred to the front line, to the northeast, near the fortress of Derja. When the heroes arrived, they saw wounded soldiers. Errol realized that the battle was much harder than he had expected. Errol put his hand to his heart and greeted the Crown Prince. Kanya also greeted him. The Crown Prince apologized for having to connect them. He said with shame that if he had managed properly, this would not have happened. However, Errol thought that despite the enemy's numbers, it was strange to say such a thing. Errol realized that compared to the Empress, his older brother was clearly a good person. Errol said he had heard that the current situation left much to be desired. The Crown Prince confirmed it. He anxiously told them that their stronghold was being besieged by the enemy. All 320,000 men would be here soon. He also informed them that the enemy had temporarily fallen silent to reform. But tomorrow the battle will continue. Errol was thinking that the situation couldn't be worse. If Errol had been a couple of days late, this territory would have been taken over by now, too. The Crown Prince asked if Errol had 23,000 soldiers. He added that with them, they would be able to hold out until the rest of the feudal lords arrived. Errol was confused. He wondered if the Crown Prince was going to use his men, who Errol had invested a lot of time and effort into as a human shield. The hero thought that this option was not suitable for them. Errol leaned on the table and told his older brother that there was no need to wait. Errol urged his older brother to stop just defending himself. Errol exclaimed that it was time to completely change the battle situation because you can't delay any longer. The Crown Prince said he understood Errol's feelings, but they were in a different position. Errol replied that he had prepared something for the occasion, so he suggested that the Crown Prince take a look at it for himself. Errol came out of the tent and they went somewhere. Along the way, Errol thought that as soon as news of the war reached him, he asked his blacksmiths to upgrade one of them. Seeing this, the Crown Prince was shocked. It was a mobile belvedere. Errol said it would house archers and mages. This is a prefabricated tower, so it is extremely convenient to move. The Crown Prince happily exclaimed that she really could help them. However, Errol said that's not all. The prince was shocked. He saw a building and asked Errol what it was called. The hero suggested calling it a blink gun on wheels. The hero thought that such weapons were often used in ancient times for sieges. It can help both in defense and put psychological pressure on the enemy. This model is even improved by Errol with the help of magicians and dwarves. The hero said that there are enough blades. According to him, it is only necessary to collect the basis and the weapon will be ready for use. Errol exclaimed that he would take over the defense and instructed his brother to focus on the counterattack. The Crown Prince was very happy. Errol smiled as he thought that the three hearts had crossed the road in the wrong way. He knew it was time for a counterattack. One of the commanders and chief of the army of the Union of Three States sits at a table and holds a huge piece of paper in his hands. Oni studies it carefully and notices that it looks like the enemy has reinforcements. Two other commanders and chief are sitting with him at the table at the front post of the Union of Three States. One of them says that the resistance is serious, judging by how smoothly they held off the onslaught of the first wave. The second adds that it is obvious that the Crown Prince is not as stupid as they assumed. The third says that this was not enough yet. One of them is sitting at the table, smiling broadly. Suddenly one of them asks him why he is smiling. He says that he was just interested in the boy who brought reinforcements. The second one looks at the first one with a puzzled look and asks who the guy is. Frowning, he says it's Errol Ornesia. He adds that Errol is the reason for the sharp enrichment of the Ornesia Empire and the outbreak of war. The other two commanders and chief jumped up in surprise and shouted in unison that he was here. The first man's face twisted with anger and envy. He imagined catching little Errol in his hand. He said that at first the rumor that some small-time guy had created these impressive products seemed like utter nonsense, but then suddenly there was a chance to verify their authenticity. He slams his snow-gloved fist down hard on the table and asks what his colleagues will say to that. They are interested too, aren't they? One of the commanders and chief stammers that yes, but the status is Arella. The first one interrupts him and tells them not to worry because he won't break their agreement. Straining hard and clenching his hand into a fist, he continues to make sure that his colleagues are fully armed and it's time to destroy the enemy. Against a clear blue sky, armed with modified weapons, Errol's army, numbering approximately 23,000 people, stands. On the castle wall, under the scorching sun, Errol stands and looks at his army. "Oh wow," he says, fed up with the strength of his army and the army of the Union of Three States. About 50 members of the army of the Three States, breaking through the smoke, run towards the castle. Their armor is shining. They run forward, shouting. From the castle wall, Errol shouts to his warriors to act according to the plan as they agreed. The Arella Wars stand against the walls, covered with gilded shields, each with a red stone in the center. Some of the warriors of the Union of Three States ride on horseback and shout to the warriors of Arella that they are cowards since they cover themselves with shields. "You need to crush them with all your might. Go ahead," he orders his soldiers. Rushing towards Errol's army, this warrior says that they are about to be attacked by an army of over 50,000 men. He adds that even the best strategist can't win such a battle. Suddenly, he stops abruptly and looks up. Hundreds, maybe thousands of magic arrows are flying over it. The army of the Union of Three States is very frightened by this turn of events. Some soldiers of this army manage to cover themselves with shields, but some are injured. Someone gives them a command to raise their shields. Defending himself from arrows with a shield, the soldier shouts that he is ordering that it is necessary to put aside fear and rush into the attack. Errol is standing on the wall, watching. He's not happy. "It seems that this is not enough to crush them," he says. Two troops collide with shields. Dust rises on the battlefield. One of the Union soldiers leans on the enemy with all the weight of his body but still cannot move them. He is overcome with excitement and bewilderment. He can't move forward and thinks that the shields of Errol's soldiers are clearly different from the usual ones. He wonders what they're made of. Suddenly, from behind the shield bearers of Arella, a cry is heard that now clears the way. The shield bearers disperse and soldiers appear behind them, armed with a new weapon of blade gun on wheels. He sees the enemy soldiers arrive in shock. They are overcome with fear and they shout that they are retreating to the rear quickly. Errol watches the crowd with pity where shouts and groans are coming from. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, Errol thinks they should blame their brainless commander for everything. The enemy infantry can't keep up with Errol's troops and one of their soldiers shouts about it and calls for magical support to fight. Grinding his teeth, he thinks it's a bit disappointing to have to resort to mages so soon. But they have no other options, because mages are much scarier than ordinary soldiers and much more dangerous than even knights with auras. At this time, the enemy mages are already beginning to cast spells. The soldier keeps thinking that magician spells are real weapons of mass destruction, and knowing the value of magic and the mana limit, he wanted to hold them back. But, the warrior, sitting astride, points to the mages with his hand so that they go forward and orders them to hit at full power. He orders the mages to show that in the face of true power, the cheap tricks of Errol and his army won't work. Mages hold on tightly to their staff and shine with spells, but their faces are very tense. The magician's hands emit a red glow. Suddenly, the mages stop. They are very worried and are in complete disbelief from what is happening. A soldier sitting on a horse shouts at them that he doesn't understand why they got up. He orders an attack and asks them if they have betrayed them. Stuttering and very worried, the magicians answer that this is not so. They say that magic doesn't work and something is blocking them. These words startle and shock the soldier on horseback. He resents that. The main mage says that the enemy also has mages. At this time, Errol is magically conjured in their positions and says that everything turned out to be not so difficult, so much so that they wonder if there are definitely mages there. In response, the enemy mage says that he is a 6th class mage. He continues to conjure. He says that with his 4th grade skills, the mages of Errol are no match for him. He is very focused and intense. Magic waves are floating in the air. A soldier on horseback yells at his mages to do something. How long can they stand? Magicians, throwing up their hands, say that they can't, but the enemy will also not be able to use combat magic since the magic block requires extremely large amounts of mana. Chief Magarella holds out her staff and says it's time to move on to the next stage. Suddenly, enemy soldiers are struck by lightning that comes from nowhere. A soldier on horseback yells at his mages that Errol's mages can use magic. The enemy's mages are gripped by intense fear. This can't be happening. No matter how much mana you have, they reply to the soldier on horseback. It's impossible to cast such a spell immediately after a block. Their eyes are filled with incredible terror and fear. What the hell? They wonder. Then they notice Errol's images, resolutely conjuring from their tower on wheels. Blue monolight envelopes them. Enemy mages notice the magic stone, the strongest among all. It is held in a silver wand and emits a bright blue light. The soldier on horseback is very surprised ere a simple feudal lord got such a treasure. A wild fear seizes him. What the hell kind of monster is their leader? The soldier thinks. Suddenly, ice swirls appear against the blue sky. They instantly freeze the warriors of the Union of Three States. Wild screams, moans and cries for help can be heard in the crowd. The Union troops are overcome with panic and fear, and they are shouting that they are retreating. As a result, the enemy army lost 30,000 soldiers that day. Errol grins grimly at what's happening. Columns of dust swirl behind the wall. He turns and walks away from the wall. His face is sad. He thinks that once again he is convinced that winning a war does not bring joy. He wonders what all this senseless killing is all about. Looking at the clear and boundless sky, he thinks that now he would like to rest and not all this. After coming down from the wall, Errol meets Asya and Senna. Senna quickly asks Errol what they will do with the retreating enemy. Asya is standing next to her. Errol replies that they will not pursue them. They needed to catch their breath, too. Abandoned soldiers, he offers to take them prisoner. In one voice, Senna and Asya answer that there is. On the golden sunset street, the sun is setting. His older brother appears in front of Errol. His snow-white royal robes with a red velvet cape simply shine. He laughs happily and tells Errol that this is what he understands to fight back. Well, brother, he says, well, he gives it to me. As he gets closer, he proudly declares that he is sure that even the enemy did not expect such a defeat. He says Errol's doing great. Errol wearily replies that no, he was just lucky. He says that he managed to deal with really strong enemies on his own. Brother Arella looks at him lovingly. Errol turned away from him. Errol thinks that his brother seems to misunderstand something. Errol wants to rest, not become a hero of the front, so all the honor and glory goes to his brother. Errol is not sorry. Errol imagines him lying contentedly on his side, resting, while his brother, with a crown on his head, basks in glory. Errol felt a little uneasy. Brother Arella clenches his hand into a fist. He proudly declares that their counterattack must have dampened the enemy's ardor and now is the time to respond. There are exclamations from the outside that it is true that this is the right idea. Errol, with heartfelt warmth and affection, tells his brother to do what he sees fit. These words strongly support and motivate brother Errol. He's already glowing with happiness. There is an unwavering determination in his words. He says it's Arnesia's turn. Errol is standing behind his brother. He is very satisfied and happy. Errol thinks this is great, because while his bro is stirring up trouble in the enemy camp, he can hang out for a while. Looking at the golden sunset and the beautiful sky, golden from the rays of the sun, Errol thinks that a holiday in the war for him is a trifle. He just needs to get up his ass. Fagilia flags flutter against the azure sky. The Imperial Army, led by Brother Yale, immediately launched a counterattack. The cavalry led by Yale moves into battle, raising columns of dust. The active activity of the Fagilia soldiers made it possible to divide the defense forces into three parts. Fagilia's cavalry rushes to meet the foot soldiers of the Union of Three States. To counter the numerical superiority, a battle of attrition was chosen instead of an all-out war. Yale dismounts and delivers a quick and precise blow to the trooper of the Tri-State Alliance. Yale's face shows rage and complete confidence in his actions. Meanwhile, in the rear, while the fierce battles continue, Errol enjoys delicious food and rests. He's happy. There are crumbs on his face. Errol is sitting at a table full of different dishes. Asya, Senna and Kania are sitting at the table with him. Errol just glows with happiness, holding in his hands a huge and incredibly delicious piece of baked chicken. Kania and Senna are also enjoying their meal, and they are also happy about what is happening. Asya eats carefully, she is thinking about something. Errol yells that the food is melting in your mouth. Kania says she hasn't eaten meat in so long, it's so delicious. Errol tells sister Asa that there is still snow rabbit meat here. But before he can finish, Asa interrupts him and indifferently says that she will refuse. Senna, meanwhile, is enjoying a lovely drink from her large wooden mug. Her cheeks were flushed, sighing. Asya says that she somehow feels uncomfortable from the fact that blood is being spilled on the front line, and they are sitting here and resting. Senna looks at Asya and says, "What's the big deal, in war, as they say, only the greyhounds survive." "Well said," Errol exclaims enthusiastically, continuing to eat the tender meat. Many wooden carts stand against a huge brick wall. Due to the strategic advantage, Fahilia's army remained in the rear under the pretext that they were slow and if they were touched, they were lost. Errol ate heartily. He leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head. He thinks that yesterday's counterattack really made the Union tense up, so they won't go into this hive again. In other words, today you can do nothing with a clear conscience. Errol's face suddenly changed. Kenia looks at him in surprise. Errol starts talking, "By the way." Errol looks at Diameter. She got drunk and fell asleep lying on 3 chairs. A gnawed bone is visible from her mouth. Despite this, her face expresses happiness. She is happy. Errol says that Dia is fine as it is, so he can move her to a softer place. Errol and Kenia look at Dia carefully. Errol says she squeezed out half the block herself yesterday. Consider it the most effort spent. Inwardly, Errol thinks that the absorption and circulation of mana from a magic stone consumes an extremely large amount of energy. That's why he told her to go rest, but she didn't. Errol remembers what it was like. Dia was leaning on her magic staff. There were terrible bags under her eyes and dimples in her cheeks, as if she hadn't eaten in weeks. She was trembling with helplessness. Dia told him that food first, sleep could wait. When Dia sat down at the table, she devoured the meat with a huge appetite and ate it with 2 hands, not noticing the others. Errol squints at how sweet and sound Dia is sleeping. Suddenly Errol's face broke into a sweet smile. He said they would finish eating and go to bed. Errol smiles lightly, trying to hide his weariness. He says they have great things to do tomorrow. One of the members of the Union of 3 States nervously examines the map. Privately, he thinks that everything is bad. He remembers Yale, imagines him commanding an army. The member of the Union of 3 States thinks that the Crown Prince, who leads the army, of course, also bothers his eyes, but he still has milk on his lips. The real problem isn't him. Gritting his teeth, a member of the Union of 3 States recalls Arella. He thinks the recent counterattack was too unexpected, but wasn't that guy just a salesman? A member of the Union of 3 States is filled with anger. He can't believe that Errol's army of 23,000 people destroyed 30,000 of their soldiers out of 50. The members of the Union of 3 States continue to reflect that the main thing in the martial craft is experience, but to understand its essence, it is much more important to experience the battle firsthand than to make plans in your head. He imagines Errol's serious face against the flames and continues to wonder how a 16-year-old could possibly do such a thing. Standing at a table with a bunch of maps, strategies, and emails, he is left wondering why he is sitting in the back. With his abilities, you can change the course of a war in no time. Frowning, the member of the Union of 3 States remembers the name of Arella Arnesia. He wonders who this guy is. Horse carts are moving slowly against the blue sky and green trees. The next day, Errol's army joined that of his brother Yale. They all go together, these 2 units, to recapture the fortress. In one of the carts rides Errol and Kania. Errol studies the map carefully. Errol shouts out the window at the trooper to slow down by half. They'll go a little slower. The commander in shining armor replied, "Yes." Errol is not happy. Kania notices this and asks him what is the matter. Something is wrong. Errol is silent. He's lost in thought. Errol tells Kania that he thinks they are already expecting. Kania doesn't understand why he decided that. Errol tells Kania that the Union suffered quite a lot last time by attacking them head-on. Kania listens to him with displeasure and says that he is right. Studying the map, Errol adds that they are also not fools and will not step on the same rake a second time. Once more, Errol adds, they'll soon be passing through this place. He points it out with his finger on the map. This place is perfect for an ambush. The Union will not miss this chance. Errol looks at Kania sarcastically and says that if the enemy is preparing for an attack, then let them prepare for the consequences. Side the window millet beautiful weather. The soldiers of Errol walk slowly along the planned route, stamping their iron-armored feet. They arrive at a ravine where Errol is waiting for an enemy ambush. Enemy soldiers are hiding among the trees. Their commander says that the enemy will come soon, everyone needs to get ready. This time, they must win. Enemy soldiers are standing in formation. They are ready to attack. The enemy is carefully monitoring the gorge. The enemy commander reflects that they are being delayed. He's been told that Errol and his army move rather slowly because they're carrying a watchtower, but not that much, he protests in his head. Suddenly, he notices something and becomes very tense. It can't be, he thinks. He sees Errol's army moving. The soldiers stamp on the ground with their hooves. Creaking wheels, the army approaches. The thought flashes through the enemy commander's mind that they are here. The commander of the Tri-State Union squad is shouting furiously, "Charge!" Hundreds of arrows start flying at the wagons and horses in an instant. They hit something in the air. This is a barrier. The commander of the Tri-State Union squad is confused. He's outraged, it's shield magic. The mage behind him reports that the spells aren't working, so it looks like it's a block again. The commander of the enemy squad was taken aback by surprise. He stands in front of his warriors and wonders how the enemy was able to use magic so quickly, had they prepared in advance. He shouts to them that there is no point in storming further, they need to retreat. Everyone rushes to run away. The commander shouts that it's faster, we're leaving. But before he can finish speaking, one of his warriors falls into a trap. A knight with a trap on his leg falls to the ground. Other soldiers also fall into traps. They did not expect such a turn of events and are surprised to think of traps. Sina shouts that a skilled hunter knows how to set traps, and traps are known to catch people as well as animals. With bare fists, Sina rushes to attack the enemy. One of the soldiers looks at Sina, who is about to hit him with all her strength, flying at him, and says that. Sina savagely punches him right in the face. Sina says that if you are preparing for an attack, then be prepared for the consequences. She reports that she is relaying the words of her leader. One of the soldiers pulls out a sword and tells her not to dare stand in their way. Sina looks at him with a stony face. The enemy squad leader pulls out his sword and furiously shouts that he won't lose to some wench. He lunges at Sina, yelling at her to die. Sina stands still and prepares to strike. A pink glow pours out of her fist. She strikes with lightning speed. Next to her, someone is twirling a spear in one hand. This is Asiya. Holding the spear on her shoulder, she says that there is so much chatter but in reality nothing special. In the wagon, Errol told Asa and Sina that they needed to show their worst side and then the enemy would avoid them out of disgust, not fear. Errol came up with a brilliant idea. Instead of making a fierce battle, they need to become an opponent who is more expensive to touch. This is his plan, which he told Asa and Sina. The ground is littered with arrows and thrown swords. Columns of smoke and dust rise above the ground. Errol's army successfully destroyed the suddenly attacking soldiers from the Union of Three States and recaptured the border fortress. 3 Errol soldiers in shining armor stand on one of the towers of the fortress, remove the flag of the Union of Three States and hang the flag of Ernesia. The enemy tried to attack a few more times, but they couldn't break Ernie's morale so easily. Errol's soldiers are eager to fight the wars of the Tri-State Alliance. They are brave, their morale is high. This breaks the will of the soldiers of the Union of Three States, so they are worried in battle and even afraid. Kania holds her sword, which glitters and emits a blue glow. She is full of determination. Kania was the one who gave the strongest rebuff to the opponent. Her red eyes look like they are looking right into your soul. Kania, against the background of a huge fortress wall, furiously runs at the enemy and hits them with her sword. The soldiers of the Union of Three States are shocked. One of them shouts that this terribly strong girl is really a princess. The rumors were true. Kania holds her powerful sword and squints at her enemies. She tells them back that there is not a single sword master among them. It's just that the masters are focused on the south, but there is no north on the front line, and they start laughing. The soldiers of the Tri-State Alliance were enveloped in a blue glow from Kania's attacks. They are screaming for help. Errol stands on the wall of the fortress. The flag of Ernesia is fluttering nearby. He's lost in thought. Several months have passed since the beginning of the war. The army of the Union of the Three States was losing both momentum and soldiers every day. And Arnesia was rapidly approaching victory. Arella's army has lost 121 soldiers so far and 142 are seriously injured. Another 192 people escaped with minor injuries. Errol sinks deeper into the fog of his thoughts. Compared to the other thieves, where the dead numbered half of the entire composition, Phalia's army showed a simply stunning result. At this time, at the base of the General Command of the Union of Three States, one of the 3 members of the Union of Three States sits at a table on the General Command base. He has a black patch over one eye. He's obviously not happy about something. He says the battle is more or less even in the south and only in the north their men can't even break through the defenses. This man says you can't keep wasting soldiers. He suggests that the detachments should be removed from the northern front line for a while. After these words, he stretches out his white-gloved hand to the chessboard and makes a confident pawn move. He says it's infuriating, but right now we all have to make this big decision. After these words, all the black chess pieces are swept off the board. Only the white shining queen remains on it. The member of the Union of Three States goes on to say that he is confident that their highness will understand their choice. He looks up and glares out of his one eye. He says this solution is necessary to eradicate the evil called Arnesia. 2 other members of the Union of Three States are sitting at a table and frowning at the chessboard. I think it's time to use all your strength. Errol lies on one of the towers of the fortress he captured. Above his head, the bright sun shines and the endless dome of the blue sky glitters. He thinks it's been a bit quiet lately and it wasn't long ago that they were working hard to get the fortress back. It represents the current situation in the form of military figures. His figurine stands on the wall of the fortress and figures of Arnesia soldiers surround the army of the Union of Three States in the process of defending the fortress. He thinks that because their army has focused on defense, the other fief's shock troops have become very stressful to the enemy. Errol lies on the brick floor, admiring the clear sky above, and thinks that with both sides now shedding blood fiercely, they can significantly reduce their losses. He doesn't think the weather is right now for dying. Errol represents the evil man members of the Union of Three States. The Alliance of Three States invaded for their own benefit, hoping to capture Arnesia. Afterward, he imagines his brother Yale holding a proudly raised sword over his head. A bright light shines behind him. Errol thinks that even though they all have their own goals, they work hard for the sake of exploits. Errol represents a feudal lord confidently giving orders to his soldiers. After the situation has changed for the better, previously passive feudal lords are already confidently telling their own to kill as many opponents as possible. Errol continues to reflect. Errol imagines his brother Yale against a fiery sky, proudly holding a sword in his hands. Even his brother went into battle to show a decent image of the future king. Errol still lies on the cold stone floor of the fortress wall and thinks that the war broke out precisely because of greed. Errol imagines a man with a dagger in his hand trying to kill another person. Coins and jewels fly around it. Greed helps a person to rise higher. For the sake of his own selfish goals, he is ready to go to anything. After that, this person walks on a mountain of gold and bones. A greedy person does not care what lies at his feet, money, power or corpses. It just keeps striving for the top. Errol puts his hands behind his head and calmly thinks that if you think about it, you can call him greedy too. But looking up at the clear blue sky, he wonders if greedy people know that the sky will never change no matter what lies under their feet, no matter how high you climb, eventually, and then his thoughts are interrupted by someone's speech. The shadow of a man looms over Errol. The man asks what Errol is hinting at this time. Raising himself up slightly and propping his head on his hand, Errol sees that it is a seat. He says that he is lost in thought, so let him choose his words. Asya replies that she doesn't ask him to stop lying around and she asks him to keep his image in public because the soldiers see everything. Errol lies back down and crosses one leg over the other. Asya stands over him. All this is being watched from the sidelines by soldiers. Errol squats down and smiles sweetly at Asya. He says that when you forget about the image, life is immediately easier. If she doesn't believe him, he suggests that she try it out with him. Taking her head to the side, Asya says that she will probably refuse because she still has a lot of work to do. Asya directs her gaze into the boundless distance. She says that the enemy hasn't been attacking anything at all lately. Errol turns to look at her and says that she, too, thought the attacks had completely stopped. It's been quiet for 6 days now. Asya walks to the edge of the tower and continues to stare into the distance. The sun shines on her pretty face and the wind gently blows her hair. She says that she would like the war to end there. Errol looks at her with big eyes and says nothing. And he says what they're up to. Walking to the edge of the basher, Errol puts 2 fingers in his mouth and begins to whistle loudly. Asya didn't expect this and shouts, "Mr. Errol." Suddenly, in the sky, someone covers the sun with their huge wings. He slowly sits down on the wall of the fortress on his strong paws. Raising a strong wind, a griffin appears between Errol and Asya. Errol is completely calm, but Asya covers her face with her hands. Errol jumps on the griffin and Asya shouts at him to stop because it's dangerous. Errol calms her down and tells her that he will be back soon. With a sharp flap of its mighty wings, the griffin lifts Errol into the air. Asya shouts after him to stop Errol. Asya is very worried about Errol and looks languidly after him. She sees how fast Errol is flying away on the griffin. "Yeah," she says. The griffin, cutting through the wind, quickly carries Errol across the sky. Suddenly Errol's eyes are drawn to something below. Errol is in shock. He was right. The griffin looks at Errol and asks. Through a special device, Errol immediately communicates with Asya. He tells her to call Sena. He has news of further developments. Deep down, Errol knows that the war doesn't seem to end so quickly. From the Green headquarters tent of Arella comes a speech, a serious question. Errol asks what course you think the Union is going to take. Sena assumes that they will attack head-on again. Asya also asks Mr. Errol to refrain from actions similar to the recent one. Okay, Errol says quickly. Then he asks Sena how the enemy will attack if they have retreated. Sena is in a stupor. After some thought, she says that she just doesn't think the Union will suddenly decide to capitulate. That's right, says Errol, in the current situation. No surrender is out of the question. But why? He asks. Asya raises her hands and says, out of pride. Good girl, Errol says happily, handing her a pie and telling her that she can take a pie off the shelf for that answer. Asya holds out her hand to him, is perplexed, and says nothing. Errol begins to explain that the alliance of 3 states started the war by officially challenging them, so it won't back down even if things get very bad. He says it would be strange if the heads of the Union of 3 states came to them and just apologized after insulting them. Errol imagines the 3 heads of the Union kneeling in front of him and begging for forgiveness. He adds that the peoples of these states would be very indignant at such a thing. Asya and Sena listen carefully to Errol. He says that this is the reason why the war will continue. But what will the Union do then? Asks Errol. Leaning his hands on the table, Errol himself answers his own question that the Union will begin to mobilize to summon troops en masse. Sena gets very tense and asks if it's not dangerous. Dangerous, of course, Errol says thoughtfully, but the Union, especially the Merman Empire, has an extremely high percentage of slaves. Errol represents the soldiers under the flag of this empire. So Errol continues, we'll soon have hundreds of new enemies coming at us. This is an unexpected move. They barely repelled the main force. Errol imagines a tired soldier with a sword and shield in his hands. After that, he represents a whole wave consisting of soldiers. Errol says that there are still new ones suddenly appearing, and even in huge number will now earn victories not by quality, but by quantity. Errol viciously says they are. He smiles wickedly and scratches his chin with a finger. It gives off a cold blue light. Errol says they're not finger-made. Prince Errol walked in front of the girls. Even with an army of millions on the horizon, the main thing is to stay calm. There was a drop of sweat on Sene's cheek, and behind her, Asya was looking into the distance. The hero has prepared something for such cases. Only he, Akin, and his father knew. Sena asks the prince what it was. The hero took the cloth and began to take it off. Errol said, drumroll is a large crossbow for ultra-long-range shooting. Now it is directed towards the front line. Errol stood by his crossbow and held it. This crossbow can fire up to 100 arrows per minute. Moreover, the arrows themselves are unusual. They are developed directly in their forge. The hero said that he gives a tooth, no royal scholar can do anything like that. Asya and Sena looked on in surprise. They are impressed by the development of Arella. The prince exhaled. He made this crossbow, taking as an example modern military equipment. He didn't really want to use the weapon so soon, but there was no other way. If the enemy encroaches on their good, they should respond in kind. Mounted troops were marching down the street, close to the first line of defense of the Ernisia Empire. The commander of the army noticed that the enemy was quiet. Quite a long time has passed since the return of the fortress. How much longer are they going to defend themselves? The commander thought. All the same, the victory will be for them. The commander stared gravely into the distance as his warriors began to run to attack. The commander thought that now was the time to attack. If they successfully complete the mission, then their highness will recognize the warriors' exploits, so they will go on the assault. The commander sat on his horse and thought that he would take all the credit for himself. The imperial army was looking at the huge crowd of warriors who were running towards it, and the commander was scared. They couldn't believe it. This was the new Union army. The warrior was looking at his commander, who was shouting at him. The subordinate asked if they would attack. The commander replied that no, because there are a lot of opponents. He decided to retreat and send a messenger to the fortress. The Union mobilized all possible forces and launched another raid on Ernisia. A man with long white hair stood at the top of the fortress and shouted with his hand raised that it was necessary to stand at all costs. The border fortress must not be allowed to pass to the enemy again. It will not allow the alliance to sweep the line of defense with numbers without any strategy. A green-haired man stood in front of the mages and told them to start attacking the Ernisia advance troops. One of the mages looked at him and there were beads of sweat on his face. He said the spells didn't work. It looks like there's a block. The Union leader didn't understand how many mana stones this empire had. The leader shouted to his army that such a turn was expected. The mages must go back and the soldiers must go on the attack. Chunks of earth flew at the knights. They fight to the death. Everything should work out. One of the members of the alliance was standing in front of his mages and soldiers. He was confident that the slaves lost in battle could be replenished at any time. The main thing is to win. The army of the Ernisia Empire stood still. The green-haired man looked at them in surprise. He didn't understand why the Empire's troops didn't retreat, because if you think about it, in such a situation, only retreating would help save the troops. Suddenly, an arrow poked into the ground near the man's foot. Just a huge arrow. How did she get here? The leader from the Union had never seen anything like it. Many arrows were flying at the army. How is this even possible? The man asked himself. The warriors were pierced by arrows. The green-haired man stood fearfully in the middle of the battle. He covered his mouth with his hand and was sure that the arrows should end soon. You just need to endure this moment. A man with long hair was shooting knights in the back. The cavalryman charged the Union army. She was scared and ran away. Errol sat on the bird and didn't even want to think about what words his enemies were covering him with right now. There were arrows in front and cavalry in the back. The prince flew on his bird and watched as arrows pierced the shields below him. Arrows perfectly cope with their task. A rainstorm of them does not allow the enemy to take a step. Simple shields won't help here. The stump is clear, something more serious is needed, and the enemy has nothing. Errol put his hand to his ear, and at the fortress the men brought more arrows. The prince asked how many arrows were left. He was told that so far it is decent. Just as they are being recharged, no matter how cool the crossbow is, it also has its drawbacks. Aiken was standing in front of the guys in the light uniform. Because of the poor design, you have to spend a lot of time recharging. If that was the only problem, but unfortunately not. Errol sat on top of his pet and closed his eyes. The catch is also in the arrow. Each arrow was made to order in the blacksmith shop. In other words, they are godlessly losing their funds right now. Suddenly, Daya put her hand to her ear. She asked the prince if he could hear her. Errol asked the girl what had happened. Perhaps the stones are running out. She was telling Errol that the enemy's mana was gone and there were still plenty of gems. The enemy mages were sitting on the ground. You could see the confidence in Errol and Daya's eyes. The hero asked how many more stones they had. The girl replied that another 80%, but 20% would have to be left to our defense. She can easily handle the block herself. Errol was flying over the battlefield. He insisted that no one spends the power of a level 6 mage on just one block. Errol cupped his ear and said that the cavalrymen were making way. Now it's their turn. Mages must burn the enemy. Daya took her staff and replied that everything would be done. The knights were standing in a sort of blue cage. They didn't understand what was going on. The stone on the staff shone and a pillar of fire appeared on the battlefield. The two main tasks of magicians are minimum losses, maximum damage. The knights fled in fear. Who would have thought that the mononet protection spell could be used like this? Red-hot chunks of earth lay on the ground. The knights looked on with sweat on their faces. Errol flew over the retreating army and shouted that they were doing the right thing. Errol opened his mouth wide and told his older brother and the others to pass it on. They go on the offensive against the Union army. Brother Arila stared menacingly into the distance. After the army of the Arnesia Empire started reporting victories, it became clear that the fighting was taking an unexpected turn. Of course, there were also those who did not like such news. The ruler of the Merman Empire sat with his face covered. He asked angrily what it all meant. Emperor Merman was talking to the ruler of the Dmanuel Kingdom and the Archduke of the Sejapan Principality. Merman reported that just as the Archduke had said, he had ordered a general mobilization, sending out a huge number of soldiers, but in the end, things didn't go according to plan. The Archduke shamefacedly said that he was afraid that there was no excuse for him. The ruler of the Kingdom of Dmanuel said that it was pointless to blame him now because now you need to think about what to do next. He then asked the Archduke about what he thought lay ahead for them. The Archduke asked if they needed an honest answer. Then he said with regret that the situation was close to defeat, because the bulwark of the fighting forces was lost and the spirit of the remaining ones was greatly undermined. According to him, even if they happen to use soldiers correctly, they won't be able to hide from the innovative weapons of the Arnesia Empire. Emperor Merman asked if the Archduke was referring to the small arms that Errol had invented. The ruler of the Kingdom of Dmanuel said that one master even called its creator a real monster. He was horrified to find out how it worked because they hadn't been able to create anything like it. Emperor Merman thought irritably that he hadn't expected Errol to be so intrusive. The Archduke said that if they wanted to change the situation, they would have to buy some time to find the enemy's weak spot. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed into the room and started shouting that there was trouble. Emperor Merman exclaimed in exasperation that he had told them not to enter. The subordinate shouted in horror and trembling that the Arnesia army was advancing. Then we see Kania, who asked Errol if she should just break through the gate. Errol nodded happily at her and asked her to hit him hard. Kania was standing at the Dmanuel Kingdom's border fortress. Kania swung for a kick, then leapt at the gate. She struck and sliced them open. The soldier shouted for the other soldiers to stop the enemies from getting in. The enemy attacked Kania. However, she wasn't the least bit afraid. She only asked them why they were running like turtles. Kania swung her sword and fought off the enemies. The soldiers scattered. Kania said that with such a small thing, she can handle it alone. Errol happily exclaimed that in this case, after all, there is nothing better than a master's sword. The heroes then invaded the border fortress of the Merman Empire. They also invaded the border fortress of the Sagepan Principality. The Emperor of Arnesia exclaimed that because of the enemy's greed, they had lost some of their men, and therefore it was time to avenge the pain they had suffered. Errol said that his father seemed really angry. Therefore, the next target is the capital of the Union of Three States. As a result, Errol's army managed to retake the borders and capture the enemy's fortresses. The girl looked up and said that she didn't even think they would get all the way here. Asya replied that she didn't expect this either, because until recently their warriors were only retreating. Errol was pretty sure those three worms were tearing their hair out right now. Asya asked how Lady Kania was doing. Suddenly, we are transported somewhere and see a soldier falling to his knees and praising Princess Kania, calling her great. The soldier enthusiastically said that not only did she become a sword master at such a young age, but she also performed brilliantly in real combat. He begged her to reveal her secret. Kania shyly said that she just ate a lot and worked out a lot. The soldiers were delighted with her. Errol said that Kania was reaping her laurels, so he didn't push her. Moreover, she seems to like it. Asya asked them what their next plan was. She asked if they would continue to storm the enemy. Errol confirmed this, but said they would slow down. Errol, like a maniac, said that they would put pressure on the Union gradually, taking away a grain from them, because bullying the enemy is in his line. Errol also said that in at least 3 years, they would be able to capture about 20% of the enemy's territory, and in about 5 years, the enemy would no longer be able to stand it. Asya asked if Errol meant that the enemy would break down in 5 years. Errol confirmed this, but clarified that most of them will starve to death. According to Errol, after 3 years, the Union will suffer huge financial losses and they will gain full power over trade. The economic crisis is much worse than military pressure. Over time, civil war may break out in the Union. Errol also said that the enemy is waiting for him outside in the form of them and inside, their own disgruntled people. Asya said it was terrible. Errol agreed with her and said that he didn't want to let that happen. However, he asked her not to forget that the enemy was going to treat them equally dishonorably. Errol said that if they dared to touch Arnesia, they should have considered the opposite situation and not started a war unless they were prepared for the consequences. Errol said that there was no need to feel sorry for the enemy because they had started this mess themselves and therefore they would have to deal with it themselves. Errol quoted that his father wrote in a letter that if the Union did not lower its weapons, it would face a retribution it would never forget. Errol said his father was scared when he was angry. The girl in armor said that after all, war is a terrible thing. Asya agreed with her. But Errol looked happy. He asked them not to worry because his hypothesis is only real if the Union continues to resist. Then, looking more serious, he said that he was sure they would want to avoid such a scenario if they had brains. In the meantime, Errol can only wait for news. Meanwhile, Emperor Merman was slapping the armrest angrily and shouting that there was no way he would declare surrender. Merman said irritably that the empire had never faced such disgrace in its entire history. A subordinate told him that their situation was already worse than ever. According to him, the best solution would be to withdraw the soldiers. However, Emperor Merman immediately objected. He once again slapped the throne and asked if it was a shame for a subordinate to say such a thing. The subordinate regretfully asked the emperor to believe that they would be much more ashamed if they continued the war. The subordinate also asked them how they could face innocent people who were dying of hunger and dying at the hands of the enemy. He said they had already lost. Therefore, the subordinate asked to stop further hostilities in order to save his subjects from suffering. Emperor Merman was confused. However, he did not change his answer and said that there would be no surrender. The subordinate was shocked and asked about why the emperor decided to do this. Emperor Merman replied that he understood the feelings of a subordinate who opposed the emperor's position by thinking of the people, according to him. However, capitulation is impossible. Emperor Merman asked if they thought that would make the situation better. He immediately said angrily that after that, they would stop considering them as human beings. Overall, it wasn't anyone else who declared war, but Emperor Merman. If the result is the same in the end, there is no other choice. The subordinate continued to beg the emperor to think of his subjects. However, Emperor Merman, although fearful, said that the union of 3 states would not give up until the last moment. In the end, the alliance decided not to capitulate, but to fight Amnesia to the very end, to the best of their ability. Errol was shocked. He didn't expect that there were such short-sighted people in the government. Errol, watching from the fortress, said that if they surrendered, he would settle the issue of starvation for the civilian population. Errol wondered how they were going to win when even the general mobilization didn't help them. The hero sighed in frustration and said that there was no point in standing and watching all this. The last operation of the Union of 3 States turned out to be a failure. The endless defeats and powerful weapons wielded by the Arnesia kingdom had completely cut off the enemy's morale. A subordinate brought Emperor Merman a letter from Arnesia. In this letter, it was written that it was pointless to continue shedding blood, so they called on Emperor Merman to immediately surrender. The letter also said that if they decided to surrender, Arnesia would kindly provide them with assistance in the process of ending the war. The emperor was confused. A few days have passed. The emperor of Arnesia was reading the reply to the letter. After reading the letter, the emperor of Arnesia said that this was a wise decision. In the end, the Union did capitulate. Errol was jumping up and down happily, shouting something. He fell to his knees and cried out in tears that the war was over and that he could go home. He suddenly remembered being discharged from the army in his first life. Errol went up to the tower of the fortress. With tears in his eyes, he shouted with all his might and cursed the Union, and also shouted that he didn't want to see them in their army. A small part of the troops of other feudal lords remained on the front line. But the troops, which included Errol and Kanya, received the order to withdraw and return safely to the castle. Errol spread his hands to the side and said with a laugh that even in this blizzard, he was incredibly happy. He added that we still need to order the guys to clear the snow. Errol happily exclaimed that it was time to return to his carefree, idle life. The Arnesian emperor at the meeting said that the issue of post-war proceedings with the Union can be considered closed. According to him, it remains only to reward the heroes who bravely defended the borders of Arnesia. The emperor explained about the rewards and finally started talking about Errol. Everyone suddenly stiffened. They began to talk about how the third prince had done a good job and that it was worth rewarding him for his exploits. Suddenly someone asked if the emperor was planning to leave those weapons in the third prince's fief. This green-haired man said that he believed that a mere fief wouldn't be able to handle such a weapon. Everyone else agreed with him. The emperor was displeased and irritably wondered who they thought Errol was. The emperor said that those weapons were imperial property and that Errol himself had said that he wasn't going to leave them just in Phalia. The emperor said that he was considering giving Errol the title of duke. Members of the assembly hesitantly replied that such an award was appropriate. The emperor said that he had asked Errol what he wanted, but the answer surprised him. The emperor said that Errol asked to give him the unremarkable fiefs that are located near Phalia. Then we are transported and see a joyful Errol. He exclaimed that he knew the emperor would give him these territories. Errol said he could imagine them all sitting there laughing at him. Errol then told Dee that it was a little dry and asked her to adjust the temperature. The hero got up from the couch and said that now it's time to deal with what they got. Errol was once again convinced that he had a lot of money. He thought that it would be possible to cover the military expenses with this money and pay compensation to the soldiers. Errol knew that there were still prisoners and therefore some of them would most likely be handed over to them. The Union was unable to redeem all the prisoners of war and they officially became subordinates of Arnesia. And while everyone is still trying to figure out what to do with this bunch of subordinates, Errol has already decided. In Phalia, there are many empty plots suitable for housing, and there is enough money for food. It was decided to transfer half of the new subordinates to Phalia. Errol relaxed and sat down on the couch, saying that the battle was exhausting, but not without some nice bonuses. Errol laughed and said that he could almost see the pieces starting to fit together. Meanwhile, the ruler of the kingdom of Dmanuel pounded on the throne with his fist and cursed the rulers of Arnesia. He wondered in horror if they were asking for a compensation of 2 million gold pieces. He knew that such a sum could not be collected in a short period of time. To pay off the debt, they will have to suffer from poverty for several years and then recover for the same amount. He understood that they had to give up to survive, but it still made him angry. The subordinates knelt before the king and said that it was their fault and that their carelessness had led to the collapse. The king ordered them to raise their heads and use them to make estimates. However, the subordinates still felt guilty. The king said that they would deal with the punishment later, otherwise the situation in the state would become even worse. The king said that there would be no salary until all the nobles who participated in the war paid compensation. The subordinates bowed to him. The king said that the first step was to decide what to do next. Then we see what is happening in the Sajapan Principality in the meantime. The Archduke read the letter anxiously. He said that the emperor seems to have sent them to hell, because he says that he can't do anything to help and tells them to deal with the consequences themselves. The Archduke's subordinate was shocked. However, the Archduke said that on the other hand, he did not expect anything else, because they are, after all, only a dependent state. According to him, they should be glad that everything ended at least like this. The Archduke held his head and said that the main problem right now was compensation. 800,000 gold and 40,000 more for the subordinates. The Archduke's advisor couldn't believe that the well-respected Archduke had become a major debtor in an instant. Then were transported to the Merman Empire. The people of the empire were very displeased and gathered outside the palace with pitchforks. They asked in displeasure if the emperor had sacrificed them first, telling them about justice, and now called it all a misunderstanding and rushed to retreat. The people called the emperor a murderer and shouted that he was to blame for the war. The emperor's subordinate said to chase away these vandals. However, Emperor Merman replied that such a scenario was expected from the moment the letter of surrender was sent. Emperor Merman said with regret that all this was his responsibility and his alone. After some time, the ruler of the Merman Empire left his post for health reasons, as a result of which the title passed to his eldest son. All 3 states of the Union will need a long time to get back on their feet. Then we see a princess who has been informed that it is time to leave. Kania wondered if it was possible to live a happy life if it was painted for you. At the same time, she was thinking that the palace was too boring. When Kania was little, she often played pranks and made her babysitters nervous. Kania really disliked studying. However, she was told that she should know everything that a princess needs. However, it's not that Kania doesn't like learning, she's just infuriated by all this royal stuff. Kania reflected that no one was arguing that she was the princess of Arnesia, but what did it have to do with living on a schedule? Kania trained hard in her swordsmanship. Her nan said that fencing lessons seemed to be the only thing Kania tried to do. Holding the wooden sword in her hands, Kania thought about how cool it would be if her life was as free as swinging this sword. She knew that it might sound arrogant coming from the princess, but from that moment on, a deep desire was born in her. Kania was alarmed after reading a letter. Errol asked her in a daze if she had received a letter ordering her to return to the palace. Kania confirmed this. She said her parents had written to her. Errol replied that it seemed to have become very prominent during the war. Every noble in the kingdom now knows that Sister Arela has become a sword master. But apparently, because fencing went against the image of the princess, the rumors were considered exaggerated. However, now that the war was over, everyone realized that this was not the case. Powerful cowards began to fear Sister Errol, saying that such a strong warrior should not sit in the wilderness. Errol had told Kania that there were no people who didn't respect a sword master. He added that as far as Kania knew, all current sword masters were members of the ruler's personal guard. Kania asked if Errol really wanted her to leave, too. Errol told her to come clean. The hero said that she followed him because she did not want to submit to the future plan for her. But she must know that this can't go on forever. Kania was excited. Errol said that before, he could teach her something, so she became stronger. However, according to him, if she continues to stay with him, it will only freeze in place. In other words, it won't make any progress. Errol asked her why she didn't go back and take matters into her own hands. He asked her to set a goal for herself to get a vocation in some way. Errol added that as a result, she will gain independence and become a true adult. Kania remained silent with a serious face. Then she said that Errol was right, but it didn't sound very convincing coming from someone who was always looking for an excuse to loaf around. This shocked Errol. He started to protest that it was different. The hero told her to prove that she has every right to become an independent knight. He asked her to think about it. And so Kania went to her room. The maids were holding up a picture of a man and talking about how lucky Kania was. They were happy that Kania would marry such a man. However, Kania was clearly not happy. When she picked up the photo, she just wondered if the stuffed animal would get in the way. Kania tore this photo to pieces. She wondered indignantly if, as an adult princess, a marriage of convenience was the order of the day. She was ahead of her, but she was still thinking that it was useless to complain. Walking down the corridor, Kania thought that she had heard that Errol was being banished to another fief and therefore, it was much harder for him now. She went to his room with the thought of supporting him. Then she heard him shout. Even though the sound was muffled, Kania clearly recognized that it was a cry of joy. She was shocked when she realized that unlike her, he had accepted his fate. Kania remembered what Errol had said when he grew up, he wouldn't work. Once upon a time, he said that he wanted to live like a gentleman in some remote corner. Kania was stunned, because she realized that he wasn't joking at the time. She wondered if being exiled to another fief was really a lucky ticket for him. Kania thought that he was not just accepting the fate that was given to him, but as if he was adjusting it to himself. Kania thought about what she might be able to do. The princess wondered if she could do the same if she followed Errol and learned from him. Some time passed and night came. Kania went to bed. Lying on the bed, she reflected that at some point she had forgotten why she had come here. She decided she couldn't go on like this. She doesn't want to be a lousy older sister who does nothing but hope for a younger brother. And then morning came. Errol was sitting in his office, talking about how amazing the weather really was. Suddenly someone kicked down the door and shouted the hero's name. It turned out to be Kania, who happily exclaimed that she had decided to return to the palace. Arila was very offended by the door. Just like that, Kania went back to the royal palace to find her vocation. Errol, of course, had thought of a backup plan B that would have resulted in the same outcome as if Kania had chosen to stay with him, but it didn't matter now. Kania remembered that there were 2 other sword masters besides her, and then she wondered if she should take them down first. Errol was stunned. He asked her to try not to wreck any more during training, as he would no longer be able to cover her expenses. Kania said she would keep that in mind. Watching her go, Errol hoped that she would find her way. He was sorry to leave her, but Errol knew she wasn't going to faraway lands. Errol made a mental promise to support her from the sideline. After a while, Errol sat down in his office chair. Picking up some papers on the table, he said that it was time to go about his own business now. Errol was glad that Figilia was still quiet today. He was also pleased with the news that young people from the village had a wedding. Suddenly, with a serious face, Errol began to reflect that the money had increased and the territories had expanded. He thought it was time to get into business thoroughly. With a sly smile, Errol thought that he still didn't care about power in politics, because it was true that those who had money ruled the world. Errol was happy to think that it was the most important weapon of a civilized society. Therefore, Errol needs to think about further plans in order to expand his influence. He confidently said that he would open a bank and carry out currency reform. According to him, currently most of the states use gold, silver, and copper. And everyone, of course, has a different course. In such an unstable situation, currency reform would be of great use, and Errol knew it. He was thinking that if it wasn't for him, someone would definitely take it up, so he wouldn't delay this moment. Errol knew that if they took over the financial market and increased the value of their money, no more cockroaches would dare declare war on them. True, Errol will have to find a labor force because you need a really good specialist. Errol's goal is to throw everything on the sidekick and to hang around the pairs himself, as always. Errol exclaimed that this was the perfect plan. He wondered who to assign the task to. Suddenly, his mother got in touch with him. She asked him how he was doing. Errol said it was fine. He asked her what the sudden call was about. She replied that it was nothing special, just that Errol was already 16 years old. The hero was shocked. He didn't want that. His mother told him that it was time to find their fiancée a bride. Errol was horrified. Asya congratulated Errol. Daya was also happy for him. The short-haired girl in armor also joined them. However, Errol wasn't amused at all. It turned out that it was all because his mother had invited him to come home for the viewing, and the emperor and she had already made a list of candidates. Errol clutched his head and thought with horror that he hadn't had enough exercise yet. He strongly denied marriage. Errol was already beginning to miss his sister. Asya asked who the potential brides were. The hero replied that it was still unclear about this, but, apparently, they decided to take his opinion into account at least a little, giving him to choose one of the 10 applicants. That's why Errol called them. He asked if they would help with the selection. Errol reflected that the fact that they had to choose from the documents would make it difficult to understand their true intentions. The hero decided that in such a situation it is worth listening to the opinion of others. However, the girl in armor said that she didn't know much about such matters. Daya said she didn't know either. Asya also joined them. Errol was surprised to say that Asya was an aristocrat. Asya replied that their family had fallen apart even before they started talking about marriage. Errol asked Sina. She replied that they just grabbed someone they liked and dragged them home. Then he asked Daya. Daya replied that she has no experience, but she believes that it is necessary to choose an educated girl from a good family who knows martial arts. Errol exclaimed that with her criteria, he would die alone. Errol approached them and told them that there were no other options, so they would work collectively. Sina glanced at one of the girls and asked Errol about her. The hero replied that he thought it was muddy, so he rejected it. Then he was asked about another girl. Errol rejected her as well, saying that the age difference between them was too great. It was night. He fast-forward to the next morning. Errol's mother exclaimed with joy because she saw who their son liked. After all the difficulties, they still chose Errol as the bride. Errol thought nervously that his mother really seemed to be hoping for something. Errol just picked out a girl from a quiet family who wouldn't cause too many problems. His mother had told him that the emperor was very happy about Errol's serious attitude towards marriage. Errol knew better than to tell the emperor that he didn't want to marry, so Errol came to the door of the room. There, he was greeted by Count Toon Cavens. Saria Cavens was standing next to Errol. She said she was the second daughter of the Cavens family, County of Cavens, a family of aristocrats living in the southwest of the empire. They are not rich, but they are famous for their deep traditions and have a fairly good reputation. Errol said he was glad to meet her. After that, Mother Irela and Count Tevno left the room. Saria seemed very soft and gentle to Errol, a prime example of a typical socialite. He asked her what she was doing. Saria said she loved literature. Errol thought that this wasn't his type after all. Errol was thinking that the girl must be very erudite, just an angel, not a bride. But Errol knew they were too different. She's like a white dandelion. Errol was thinking that she wouldn't be able to get along with a devil like him 100%. After a while, they ended the meeting. Saria said it was fun. Errol sat across from his mother. He was thinking about what to do now since Saria seemed to like his mother a lot. Errol knew that his father must have liked her, too, so if he refused, it would put his mother in an awkward position. Meanwhile, his mother was quietly drinking tea, when suddenly she asked if Errol didn't like that girl. This shocked the hero. He asked if it was really that obvious. He immediately started trying to justify himself. However, his mother had told him not to worry because Errol's opinion was important to them. According to her, the emperor himself said that their pressure will only make things worse. Errol thought that his father might have given up on his sister. Obviously, he knew that a forced marriage would lead to nothing good. Errol scratched his head thoughtfully. He apologized and said that this was not his option. As he left, he was relieved that he had barely managed to get out of it. Errol only thought that he would like to put the marriage question on hold for the time being and enjoy his bachelor life in peace. He reflected that so much had not yet been done and that even the steak had not yet been invented. Errol exclaimed that the production of Coca-Cola is much more important than any marriage. Suddenly he saw something in the bushes. It was as if someone's eyes could be seen from there. He wondered what it was. He wondered if there were any rabbits in this garden. Suddenly a creature leaped out of the bushes. Errol was stunned. He picked up the creature and realized it was a salamander. He asked what the fire spirit was doing here. Suddenly he realized that if it was a spirit, then there must be a summoner. But as far as Errol knows, there aren't many people in their kingdom who are good at summoning. A girl came out of the bushes and asked if Errol would give her the lizard. The hero was surprised because he saw the princess of the Melman Empire, whose name is Fina Amra Janel, who ended up here as an exchange student but essentially a political hostage. Errol hadn't expected to see her here. He'd only heard about it from reports. The hero thought that she probably didn't know him. He asked her if this was her princess. The girl said that he could call her princess or Lady Fink. Errol replied that this was a rather brusque response for a princess. She took the salamander in her hands and said that it was not at home. Besides, she's here for school. She said she didn't really care about the formalities. Fina thanked the hero for catching her friend. Then she said goodbye to him. Errol only thought about what he hadn't even had time to ask. However, he asked her if it was a spirit by accident. Fina was nervous and exclaimed that she had no idea what it was about. According to her, it's just a pet. She was so excited that Errol immediately saw through her. He said she didn't know how to lie. She held her hands up in an attempt to convince Errol that it was an ordinary lizard. But at that moment the salamander began to breathe fire. Errol exclaimed in surprise and said that it turns out that lizards can even breathe fire now. However, Fina immediately grabbed Errol's face. She knocked him down and said she had no idea who he was. But she had ordered him to forget everything he had ever seen, and she would not be left in depth. Errol wondered what was wrong with her. For the first time, Errol sees such a fearless person who tries to bribe him. Errol agreed and said he would keep quiet. He asked her if she didn't want to make a fuss. Fina only asked him if it was true that Errol wouldn't tell anyone. The hero said that there was no benefit to him from this. According to him, even if he blabbed, it is enough for her to simply deny everything. Errol suddenly got angry and asked her indignantly why she had summoned a spirit at all if she didn't want to get caught. However, Fina said that it doesn't work that way. She can't control him. Errol realized that the connection between the summoner and the spirit could be considered a mutual agreement rather than a one-sided submission. The hero realized that the princess had not yet become a real summoner. Apparently, the salamander runs after her out of personal favor. Errol said that he would give her some advice especially for her. The hero advised that she should try to show the spirit who is in charge here. He told her to pretend that she was training a dog. Fina only thought that it wasn't a dog. Fina told the salamander to give her a leg. She was shocked, but the spirit listened to her. She was thrilled. Then she ordered the spirit to do a somersault. She also ordered him to get up and jump. Fina was very happy. She ordered the spirit to shrink and come to her. Errol said it was really simple. Fina happily said that he helped her out a lot. She wondered how Errol knew all this. The hero said that he just read about it in a book. Fina thanked him. Suddenly she approached him and asked him his name. Deadpan, Errol said she could have asked even later. The hero stood up and dusted himself off. Errol gave her his real name and said she'd better remember it. Errol had considered asking the fool for a name, but he wasn't joking now. He wondered how she would react. After all, this was the man who had made her a hostage. Suddenly Fina exclaimed that Errol was from the royal family. Errol was taken aback, because this wasn't the reaction he'd expected. The hero asked her if she didn't have any more thoughts. Fina thought about it and said that it had an unusual name. Errol was shocked that she didn't really know about him. He wondered if she just didn't care about politics or something. Fun, meanwhile, wondered how much Errol knew about perfume. The hero replied that not so much, but he knows something. Then the girl asked if she could contact him with questions in case of anything. Errol agreed, but warned him that he didn't live in the palace. Fina was shocked and asked if Errol had been exiled. This made Errol incredibly angry since she herself is from the ruling family and knows how everything works here. As he left, Errol said that if she wanted to meet up like this, she could ask one of the concubines for the address and then they could get in touch. Fina waved at him and said goodbye. Errol thought that even though he said so, they probably wouldn't cross paths again. Errol wanted her to forget him. That's what Errol thought then. A decent amount of time has passed since the end of the war, but the traces of it have not yet been completely erased. The smell of the dead is still strong. Some magician who walked in the middle of the battlefield said that this fragrance is very sweet. Suddenly, he began to levitate. He used fusion magic. This mage began to gather a clot of mana above him. The name of this fragrance is malice. Feelings of injustice, regret, fear, and confusion. Negative emotions that a person experiences when they die. This magician exclaimed that he could not have imagined that such a tragedy would happen, and therefore he was very lucky. He also exclaimed that it is worth saying thank you to the worm that provoked the war. According to him, there is very little left. The evil magician said that just a little more and the very day will come. Then we flash forward and see Errol. He was thinking that since his engagement was postponed, he could start the bank with peace of mind. Errol, Asya, and Dea arrived somewhere by teleportation. The heroes said they were there. The heroes came to a gate. A blonde man met them there. This man's name is Hazel Kurt and he is the head of the Kurt family. The man introduced himself and said that he was happy to welcome Mr. Errol. Hazel approached to sit and said that he understood that she was a lady of Purnell. Hazel took her hand and told her that his youngest daughter had told him about her. Asya was stunned and greeted him with a tremor in her voice. Errol looked at them happily and thought that they had arrived at Kurt Manor on a very important matter. A girl named Haya who follows her brother Isi, the youngest daughter of Marquis Hazel Kurt. He thought about the two of them standing up to each other. Hazel asked them to follow him into the manor. And so, after a while, they found themselves in the manor. Errol said he wouldn't beat around the bush and would tell them right away. The hero said that he wants to start a business with Hazel. The man replied that if Errol meant trading, then as far as he knew, Errol already had a company. Errol said that the scale of this business is much larger. He slapped the table and exclaimed that he wanted to open a bank in Arnesia, which would be under his protection. Errol said that if you go into details, he wants to launch a new currency. According to Errol, the emperor already knows everything. Errol put the coins on the table and said that they were the ones that would go into circulation. The hero said that as Hazel knows, the current monetary system has too many flaws. Their coins are cast by dwarves so they have an original composition that no one can fake. Errol happily said that he was even reproached for wasting his talent on some coins. Hazel was surprised to say that he understood, but he asked why Errol wanted to do business with him. Errol said he couldn't make the bank on his own, so he decided to find a decent partner. Errol approached him and told him that he wanted Hazel to become the bank's manager. Hazel asked the hero about the position of manager. The hero replied that in truth, his shoulders could not bear so many worries. That's why he needs someone like Hazel. Errol thought, with a sly, sneaky smile, that he could handle it, but that it was too much for him to follow the flow of money from all over the continent. Errol said that he guarantees Hazel will get a huge profit from this business. Hazel, meanwhile, considered the suggestion carefully. He was sitting in a chair with his hand to his chin. Errol smiled sweetly at him, but at the same time was glad that the Marquis was still thinking. In other words, the Marquis isn't a money freak. He has a strong character and outstanding insight. Many people say that he is well versed in attachments. The Marquis told Errol that something was bothering him. The man asked how Errol could be sure that everything would go according to plan. The hero asked the Marquis not to worry, promising that he would contribute to this. Errol asked if the Marquis was afraid that the new currency might not take root in the kingdom. Market confirmed this. Errol got up from his seat and said that it was not without difficulties, of course, but the plan was quite feasible. Errol approached the Marquis and asked him in his ear who he thought had the most gold in the empire right now. The hero spread his hands and happily said that he had already discussed everything with the major trading companies. Errol exclaimed that his plans are not just to create a new currency, but also to strengthen the economic situation. The hero held out his hand and asked if the Marquis was in business. The Marquis replied that he was confident that Errol's plan was doomed to success. However, he added that Errol had already managed to earn a truly enormous fortune. The Marquis asked what motivated Errol to go into banking. The Marquis put his hand to his heart and said that if Errol was driven by pure passion, then, unfortunately, he would not be able to accept his offer. Errol replied that he understood him, but asked for an explanation in this case. Errol began to say that his own currency for him is just a way to control the cash flow, which will subsequently be used to build a metropolis in Phylia. Errol told the Marquis that he was going to make a real paradise out of the land, which the aristocrats considered worthless. The Marquis was shocked when he heard about the metropolis. Errol continued to talk about this and said that the Marquis probably knows that building a city is not an easy task, even if it is led by the state, so careful preparation is needed. According to him, in a sense, the bank can be considered one of the foundations for building a city. The Marquis did not look happy and asked if this was what Errol dreamed of. He also said that a simple feudal lord would laugh at the fact that Errol wanted to build a metropolis in Phylia. However, Marquis likes that Errol is driven by such a big dream and not empty desires. Then they shook hands. He said he accepted Ariela's offer. The hero was glad and exclaimed that this was a wise decision. Errol was about to leave when suddenly the Marquis called out to him and asked how he would organize security. The Marquis asked if he should prepare the information. Errol replied that the Marquis should not do this because the hero plans to deal with this himself. The hero thought that first he needed to come to an agreement with someone. We are transported to the southern territories of the Kingdom of Arnesia near the mountain borders. This land is home to Senna, a mercenary village called Nakofenal. They were there because Senna said her village was tight on mercenary work due to its location. Errol asked her if that was why they refused. Senna apologized, because Errol had so much hope for her. However, Errol joyfully exclaimed that in this case he would have to go himself. That's how they ended up there. Errol walked happily and talked about how you shouldn't give up after the first refusal. Ariela's main goal is to hire village mercenaries as bank guards. Since even Senna was unable to persuade them, there is only one option left: Errol must visit in person. Senna Diaz stood in front of Errol and told him to hide behind her. Diaz then took out her staff. She used magic and a blue aura appeared around them. With this magical wave, she hit two enemies who were sitting in the bushes. Senna was shocked when she saw them. Errol said that judging by the reaction, Senna knows who they are. Senna replied that these were people from her village. According to her, there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Senna decided that she should talk to them. Senna walked up and immediately hit one of them. She picked him up and started yelling at him furiously. Senna started kicking these men. Diaz asked Errol what kind of language it was. The hero replied that local mercenaries migrated here from another continent, and therefore, apparently, this is their native language. The hero said that this language sounds too rude for simple conversation. Senna turned to the heroes and with a sweet smile said that now they can go. And so they came to the village of Nakofanal. The headman of this village is Avon Gowl. He apologized for the less than appropriate reception. Senna told her grandfather that he was shuffling around. Errol asked if they were related, judging by their last name. They confirmed it. Senna called him an old fart and he called her a fiend. Avon said that he was extremely uncomfortable in front of them because of his uncultured granddaughter. Errol found himself in an awkward position and exclaimed that everything was fine. Avon said he understands that they have come a long way to get here, but unfortunately they cannot take orders at the moment. According to him, if they came to put forward the same proposal, he could not help. He said that his answer would not change and therefore advised them to leave. Errol thought only that this old man was unshakable. Lee quietly told Errol that as she thought, this place had changed a lot. Errol asked if she really knew something. Daya said that when she escaped from the magic tower and got lost, she stopped in this village for a while. According to her, the villagers began to behave strangely compared to what they had before, as if they were afraid of something. Errol asked Avon if they really had any problems. Errol expressed his desire to help if Avon told. Avon said with a sad look that they cannot involve them in this, especially since Avon is afraid that they will not be able to solve the problem of the village. However, Errol was persistent and asked Avon to talk about the problem. Avon was very nervous. He asked if Errol had heard of such creatures as the Walking Dead. The heroes were stunned. Avon said that they began to appear in the vicinity of the border recently. According to him, they have already counted about 1,000 creatures. The hero was shocked. Avon asked if Errol really knew nothing. The hero thought that something was wrong here. He thought that the old man said that he saw 1,000 Walking Dead, but it was very quiet around. This issue was not even raised at the royal meeting. Errol asked Avon who owned their land. The village chief said that the owner had recently changed. Now he is Count Kettler Rubit's cousin. Errol asked why he was hiding the fact of the appearance of the dead. Avon replied that this was because so far only their village had received damage. The hero was surprised. He said it's getting weirder and weirder. We then flash forward a couple of years into the past and see Count Kettler Rubit. The Count, sitting on an armchair, said that they would need to organize a reception soon and the treasury would be in trouble and therefore they would have to raise taxes again. The butler told the Count that the village had had a bad year so the residents were having a hard time paying taxes. Count Kettler irritably asked if the butler was laughing, because this was tantamount to an insult to him. The Count angrily hit the table with his fist and asked if they really couldn't even pay their taxes. He exclaimed that in this case the butler should get rid of these useless rats. Errol, after listening to this story, asked if the Count had really gone crazy. Avon said that his son and Sina's father prevented that tragedy. Avon's son opposed the Count's plans and was able to save the village, which was condemned to liquidation thanks to a petition. However, the previous landowner blamed all the crimes on him as revenge. When Sina heard about this, she became noticeably gloomy. Avon also added that 2 years ago the villain finally paid for his sins when it turned out that he had illegally taken possession of the title. Errol asked if it was in this way that the place of the feudal lord went to his cousin. Errol put his hand to his chin and thought that the current owner of the land seemed to be deliberately hiding the appearance of the dead on his territories. Errol began to talk about how he would solve their problem, but Avon immediately interrupted him and said that he shouldn't do that. Avon said that they planned to leave these areas. The hero was surprised and asked for more details. Avon explained that this is not a problem for their tribe, because they have been nomadic for centuries. According to him, a landowner who sits idly by is undoubtedly bad, but the main reason for their departure is still the Walking Dead. Avon said that they somehow fought back all this time, but this cannot continue. Errol asked if they wanted to move to another state. Avon nodded in response. Errol replied that he understood them perfectly, but now it is not so easy to get abroad. The hero said that even tribes leading a nomadic lifestyle cannot simply change their citizenship. Avon agreed with Errol and said that he was right, but they had little choice. Errol replied that their relocation could give rise to another conflict. Errol asked about what if they simply solved the problem with the dead. Avon was stunned and asked how they were going to do this. He couldn't understand, since he was over 1,000 dead, especially why Errol should try for the sake of the village. Errol waved his hand and said that he knew what he was doing, and as he had already said, he was counting on their help in return. The hero told Avon to think about the greatest benefit for the tribe, because there is no guarantee that they will find permanent shelter and food in another country. Here Errol will help them eliminate the dead and will also pay good money for their labor. The hero asked if the choice was not obvious. Avon just remained silent. He then asked if he could think for a moment. This made Errol happy. After some time, Sina and Errol were sitting on a bench somewhere in the village. Errol said it was now clear to him why the people from her village ambushed them. Sina said that as far as she knows, a stranger recently showed up here and later became the Walking Dead. Errol thought that the fighting skills of most of the locals were in no way inferior to the skills of real knights. However, the hero realized that judging by their moods, they had suffered a lot. Errol watched the duel between the young men. He saw a blue light on the sword of one of the young men and realized that this guy seemed to be one of those who easily awakened the aura. Errol reflected that leaving him and the others to their fate was a real waste. The hero thought about his cunning plan and how he would get the most out of them if they took his bait. At the same time, Sina looked at him enthusiastically and thought that he was kind. After much deliberation, the headman accepted the offer, but on the condition that if the problem with the dead was not solved, the tribe would leave the village. Errol was confident that he could and decided that if he couldn't help, then he was a loser, not a pro. Gradually, they began to destroy the dead. Sina, placing her foot on the dead man, said that at the moment most of the dead were simply swept away in the forest and, apparently, they were attracted to wild animals. Errol replied that the village was lucky. They quietly watched the dead. Errol was surprised and could not understand where these creatures even came from. However, he suggested that judging by the pattern of their behavior, they were not under magical control and, besides, it was possible that some klutz had riveted the dead for fun and got away. Errol, putting his hand to his chin, wondered in whose empty head such a crazy idea could arise. Sina asked him if they would continue to catch the dead. Errol rejected this and said that it was too ineffective and he had come up with a better way. Errol joyfully exclaimed that he was going to pull them all into one place and cremate them at once. Sina was shocked and asked him how this was possible, and Daya in turn was amazed by him. Errol understood that the most proven way to fight the dead was holy water, but this was not a cheap pleasure and for some reason it was incredibly difficult to get in their country. Errol exclaimed enthusiastically that they had a 6th grade magician and asked what else was needed. He asked a rhetorical question about how to collect the dead in one pile and, after some time, he and Sina had a picnic at night. Sina felt uneasy while Errol calmly drank his tea. Errol decided that the best solution was to prepare tasty bait for the dead. Errol was completely calm and admired the shooting star. Sina was concerned and asked him if they were doing everything right. Errol replied that the dead are driven by basic needs, which means that people for them are number one in their diet. Daya was also calm and also drinking tea. Meanwhile, Errol continued to talk about how they had made a good bait. However, Sina doubted this and asked why Errol personally acted as bait, because it was dangerous. Errol sighed and said that his participation is now simply necessary. Errol said that her grandfather showed that he was still skeptical and the aristocrat's personal involvement could make him change his mind. Suddenly Errol became interested in something. He caught Sina off guard by asking her what she would do if her people did leave the empire. Errol asked her if she would go with them, but Sina laughed nervously. Errol understood that Sina was the kind of person who would never turn her back on her homeland and therefore, most likely, she would resign and return to the tribe. Errol told her that no matter what decision she made, he would not dissuade her, but this did not change the fact that he was sorry to part with such a talent as her. Sina was inspired and laughingly asked if it was true. Suddenly zombies started running towards them. Errol stood up and said that apparently the target was on its way. He extended his hand to her and asked if she was ready. Sina took his hand and exclaimed that she was always ready. Sina took Errol in her arms and began to run away from the dead with him. However, the monsters continued to pursue them. On the way, the dead tried to attack them, but Sina deftly dodged and ran on. At this time Errol was thinking that the dead were really dangerous. He turned around and looked at the dead. He felt like a horror movie hero, because zombies do not crawl like turtles, but run as fast as they can. Errol exclaimed joyfully that it was like they were playing tag. Sina reprimanded him, saying that now was not the time for jokes. Errol saw that some of the zombies had already come running. He immediately exclaimed that Dia was coming out now. She understood his order and immediately took the staff in her hands. Dia used a fire wall spell and attacked the dead. The pillar of flame was very bright and high, so much so that the dead nearby noticed it. Errol and Sina covered their noses, because it began to smell horribly. Errol said that, apparently, the magician didn't even bother to protect the dead from mana because they were too easy to kill. Errol asked if they really were made as an experiment. It seemed to the hero that something was unclean here. Suddenly, he saw another crowd of zombies. He exclaimed that there was no end to the dead. The dead saw the heroes and began to run after the heroes. Errol calmly exclaimed that now they need to repeat the same thing, according to his estimates, in which case they should finish it by morning. And then the morning came. Sina was exhausted and lay down on the ground to rest. Errol praised them and said that, apparently, even a knight would have a hard time carrying a person on him all day long. Errol turned around and his smile disappeared from his face. The hero saw the bones that remained from the dead and said that they seemed to have dealt with all the dead. Errol turned to Dia and asked if there was really no one else here except the dead. Dia shook her head and said that, unfortunately, she found no traces of human mana. Errol noticed military uniforms and armor instead of burial clothes. He decided that it would be necessary to better study the surroundings of the borders on which the war was fought. Then the hero joyfully exclaimed that since they had finished, it was time to return to the village. The heroes returned to the village, but the people who were next to them could not breathe because the heroes stank strongly. Avon said he thought they should wash themselves before negotiating. With Dia's help, she showed Avon the work they had done. Errol said that from what they could see, the matter of the dead had been largely resolved. Errol exclaimed joyfully that he had kept his promise, as he had said, so now he could talk about work with peace of mind. Avon was excited. He said that he did not expect them to finish so quickly. Errol replied that his family does not tolerate onlookers. He also told Avon that he would deal with everything that concerns their landowner himself, so Avon needn't worry. The headman of the village of Avon replied that he did not even know how to thank them. Errol enthusiastically replied that he did not need gratitude, but agreement to cooperate, because he wanted to hire capable people as security guards for his bank. Arella said such terms of employment would be reflected in a written contract. He also guaranteed that everyone would be satisfied, because Errol never deprives his people. Avon agreed to cooperate and thereby incredibly pleased Errol and Sina. The contract with the mercenary village has been concluded. Because of the bank, Errol even had to deal with the dead. One way or another Errol was left with the last stage, and so we are transported to Arnesia's palace where an official meeting is currently taking place. Errol stood up and told the assembly that his plan was to create a special imperial bank with a corresponding reputation. He also noted that the contract states that the bank is a special institution for storing and lending money. A man raised his hand and said that he didn't understand why a simple safe in his home wasn't enough to store money. Errol replied that it was possible, but asked if they had considered how safe it would be. The hero asked if they had ever thought that someone could get into this safe and steal the money. Errol smiled, but at the same time, like a villain, he thought that there had already been cases of penetration with magic and the brazen theft of all hidden funds. The hero told members of the meeting that he was striving to create the safest storage facility that no one could get into. He plans to provide the bank with reliable security, guaranteed by his name and the name of mercenaries, whose skills are not inferior to knightly ones. Errol told the man that, of course, custody is not the only function of the bank, because an equally important part is the system of lending money. The man asked if Errol was going to lend money to anyone for nothing. The hero denied this, because the bank will give money only to those who are able to return it. Moreover, according to Errol, the bank will regularly receive a certain share from the debtor based on the loan amount. The same man asked what would happen if a person suddenly refused to repay the debt. Errol, looking crazy, asked the man what he thought. The man was shocked. Errol said that be that as it may, this will help improve the economy of the empire, because the most multifunctional bank in history will come to the rescue. Members of the meeting were skeptical of Errol's words that after the creation of the bank, he intended to put into circulation a new currency that would replace gold. Members of the congregation began to doubt and debate the idea even more. However, the hero expected that they would begin to object. Errol said that to the best of their knowledge, the current currency has an unstable value and is shaped due to counterfeiting of coins and mixing of their gold with the gold of other countries. The members of the congregation hung their heads in shame. Errol said he would like to make up for these omissions. The hero bowed a little and said that all the capital needed to distribute the new currency would be provided by Errol. He also guarantees the need for these changes in the name of the royal family. Errol finished explaining his plan and asked them to share their opinions. The members of the meeting began to look at each other and nod. They began to agree, which pleased Errol, but there were those who decided to abstain. Errol was very pleased that before the meeting began, he ingratiated himself with some of those present by bribing them. He happily thought that now everything was ready and now it was time to move on to construct. After the meeting ended, one of the counts asked Dezel if he really would just leave everything as it was. Dezel Prats turned around and asked him what he was going to do about it. Dezel said that Errol is a duke and therefore he has every right to conduct such a business. However, this guy continued to object and began to talk about what would happen if Errol was not stopped. Dezel asked if Count Kane Rubit was going to have problems. Dezel went further and said that Kane should thank him for keeping Dezel silent about the fact that Kane was hiding a whole 1,000 stray corpses. He also said that he no longer has any desire to cover for Kane and his swindles. Kane wanted to object, but Dezel had already left. In the end, everyone agreed, thanks to which the bank was completely ready within a month. And this despite the fact that it is located on the best land in the capital. Errol looked at the bank and thought that in the future it would be necessary to establish a branch in a city with good trade or a high percentage of tourists. At the same time, he understood that a bank would not open in Fazilia anytime soon. Errol accidentally overheard a passerby who spoke enthusiastically about the fact that it now seemed possible to take out a loan at a good interest rate. This green-robed man was also pleased that now they would no longer have to suffer from the violence and cosmic sums demanded by the moneylenders. The man was very happy and exclaimed that he would finally be able to carry out his long-standing plan. To some luxurious house, aristocrats discussed the news that an imperial bank had opened in the capital. However, the fair-haired gentleman said that his safe was more reliable than any bank. The green-haired man asked if this aristocrat remembered the robbers who had recently encroached on their goods. The blonde man replied that he, of course, remembers them because they caused so many problems. The aristocrat began to talk about how the bank's carts drove. The criminals stood on the ledge and watched the carts. They said that carts with bank currency were their goal. The criminals attacked the carts with the idea that with this money they would be able to rest for several years. However, suddenly someone hit the criminal who ran into the cart. The blow was incredibly powerful and the criminal was thrown several meters away. The guard said that the robbers were very brave since they decided to attack their carts. They punished the robbers who dared to encroach on the bank's property. The blonde aristocrat was shocked when he heard the story that the bank guards control the aura and smash the robbers to smithereens. The green-haired aristocrat also said that it turned out that Count Rubit was behind the thieves. This count will receive a serious punishment since his list of crimes also includes hiding the dead. Both aristocrats were somewhat confused. The blonde aristocrat turned to the butler and asked if they still had the details of that same bank contract. This is how a new chapter began in Ernesia's financial flow. We are then transported to the palace and see the Emperor of Ernesia. He asked Errol if there was any need for this. Errol beamed with joy and nodded his head. The Emperor began to walk from side to side, because he was tormented by doubts about whether it was worth rebuilding Fahilia. The hero said that he believes that Fahilia is a province that is worth developing, and for this it is necessary to build as many infrastructure facilities as possible. The Emperor was confused and said that he understood Errol as enthusiastic, but rebuilding an entire city was easier said than done. The Emperor asked what Errol is planned to do next if he succeeded in doing so. At the same time, the Emperor thought that Fahilia was a very harsh region due to its distance from the center in cold climate. Errol understood that the Emperor was probably worried that even after the city was rebuilt, Fahilia would remain as a shelter only for locals and that no one from outside would want to move there. It was a problem that could very well destroy the province. The emperor said that no matter how worthy a ruler Errol was, it was not easy to develop such a backwater from scratch. Errol, hearing this, thought with shame that everything was completely wrong. Suddenly the emperor approached Errol and quietly said in his ear that in fact he planned to help him get out of this province in a couple of years. The emperor planned to find favorable conditions for Arella, but, unfortunately for the emperor, problems arose with this. The hero was shocked. He thought that this was a very rash choice, because an attempt to push him through would have caused this content among the aristocrats. Errol wondered if the emperor was really willing to do such a thing for him. The emperor walked away from Arella. The hero bowed and said that he was very grateful for his kindness, but did not intend to leave his lands. The emperor asked him a question about why he did not want this. Errol immediately began to think that there was no point in him going to a place full of annoying aristocrats when he finally saw the prospect of building his own paradise. In addition, Errol does not want to interfere in political games. Errol clenched his hand into a fist and said that if it were an ordinary province, no one would go into it, but Errol could make this city shine. He asked the emperor to trust him. It was clear from Errol that he was inspired and determined. The emperor sighed heavily and said that, looking at his decisive attitude, he could not refuse him. He also added that he appreciates Errol's determination and agrees. The hero was delighted and thanked his father. The rebuilding of Fihilia went smoothly. Residents were notified in advance and gave their consent. The best personnel for construction were also selected. Errol stood in his office and thought about what Aiken had told him, that there were rumors among the masters that working under the direction of Errol automatons gave access to amazing technologies. The hero also thought that it would be great if various talented people personally came and helped him. Errol had a dialogue with someone and said that, first of all, he wanted to entrust them with a residential area in which the local population could feel calm and comfortable. He also said that besides this, they have a lot of work to do because he, in fact, plans to plow everything here. Arila's interlocutor, namely an elderly gray-haired man, replied that in this case, a strong fence would first be needed. Errol agreed to this since the area is full of ferocious monsters. But at the same time, he understood that the locals would not be particularly surprised by a 3-meter rabbit running nearby or a lord on a griffin flying over their heads. However, given that in the future there will be visitors to Fihilia, such points should be taken into account. The hero waved his hand and said that safety comes first, and besides, Arila has the perfect stone for the fence. Errol showed them the stone and said that he thought the stone was strong enough. The man examined this stone and said that this specimen definitely has no equal, but it will take a lot of such stone to build a wall. Errol exclaimed that they don't have to worry about this because the mines given to Errol as a reward for participating in the war are full of them. Errol said that he heard that other lords neglected this stone due to the lack of technology for its extraction, but this stone is quite tough for them. Errol happily thought that this amount would be enough to build an entire castle and there would still be some left over. He also had the idea that he wanted his own statue. Suddenly the man raised his hand and asked Errol for what purpose he wanted to rebuild this city, because Errol had not previously been concerned about the safety of the population there. Errol confirmed this and happily told them that he wanted to make the city a tourist destination. Errol understood that the production of their special products is, of course, great, but Errol does not want to spend his whole life on it and die without accumulating a fortune. The hero leaned a little towards them and said that when the time comes, he will tell you more, but for now he suggested discussing the schedule. Some time passed. Errol was tired and yawning. He looked out the window and said that due to their scale, it takes a long time to check everything, but it is progressing. The hero took something out of his pocket and said that he would leave the rest of the work to the masters for now and he would rest a little. Errol pressed the button and a portal opened. The hero entered the portal and looked out of it and laughed. The hero called this place his personal paradise where he can enjoy his vacation. Errol walked into this room and said that it was called Errol's Nook number 3. The hero took a drink from the refrigerator and said that, of course, he could live in the castle, but he also has a thirst for personal space. According to him, it was fun to stir up a kind of secret base, adding all sorts of things here. In addition, it is strong enough to be used as cover in the event of a siege. Errol lay down on the bed and wondered if now he could do nothing for his own pleasure. Errol drank the drink and said with delight that next time he might build a base somewhere at the hot springs. Out of boredom, the hero began to leaf through the books. He thought that the downside of the Middle Ages was that there was too little entertainment. However, the choice of books is also small since there are either books on magic or boring novels for nobles. He suddenly remembered comics and how much he missed them. Errol stood up sharply and wondered whether it was worth setting up printing production now that everything was in order with the supply of paper. Errol wanted to try himself in a new industry. He put his hand to his chin and thought that eating and sleeping alone was not enough for pleasure because he also needed to occupy his eyes with something pleasant. Errol sat down on the bed and said that he decided it was time to go and do it. Suddenly someone contacted Errol and told him that there was trouble. Someone told Errol that an urgent message had just arrived from the palace. Then we see some purple stone. Some magician laughs maliciously and says that this stone is made of the wonderful material of resentment. He exclaimed that he had finally managed to accumulate enough grievances. The magician raised his staff above himself and irritably wondered how they dared to look down on them and call them black magicians simply because their thirst for knowledge is somewhat different. Then the magician hit the ground with his staff. Hitting the ground, the magician exclaimed for the victims of the greed of the bad people and power to wake up. The ground began to shake. A dead man crawled out of it. The dead came out of the ground one by one and there were more and more of them. The magician began to laugh madly. He said that now even the dark sect would be forced to recognize him. He ordered the dead to go forward and show the king that they dared to neglect them. True strength. The dead listened to his orders. Then we are transported somewhere and see a watchman who stood on the tower and said that in recent days everything has been quite calm. However, when he looked through binoculars, he saw something that shocked him. The Marines exclaimed that these were undead. He wondered why there were so many of them. He shouted to his comrades to urgently report this to the command. Then we see Errol, who was reading a letter about how a large number of undead appear on the northeastern and southern borders and their number is estimated at several 100,000. Errol realized that they were about to cross the borders of Arnesia and the three-state alliance. He became very angry and agitated about this. When Asya found out about this, she was shocked. She asked if all the victims of this war had turned into evil spirits. Errol confirmed this and said that if we take into account the testimony of the soldiers in charge of intelligence, the number of dead soldiers corresponds to the number of undead, so it is true. Daya said that it seems that what happened in Sina's home village should be considered as training. Daya turned gloomy and said irritably that it seems that black magicians, who are terrible people with bad taste, are involved in this. Errol said that be that as it may, the undead have split up and have already crossed the borders of Arnesia and the three-state alliance. Sina asked if Errol thought it was time to sound the alarm and gather troops. However, the hero, putting his hand to his chin, replied that he was not sure since there were no messages from the palace, probably they had not yet decided what to do there. Errol thought hard that he had relaxed too early, because he needed to study everything more carefully. The hero was worried because he did not find significant evidence in time, so he miscalculated. The hero suddenly fell to his knees and began to shout furiously that because of the undead, trade and the reconstruction of the city would also suffer. However, then he calmed down and asked Daya and Sina to tell the guards to be vigilant, because the undead could enter the estate. Errol put his hand to his chin and asked them not to worry too much, because he had a couple of ideas. The hero thought that if problems arise, it is better to consider them opportunities. He wondered if he should take this opportunity and try to hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, terrible things were happening in the border fortress of Arnesia. Many dead people tried to climb the fortress. The border guard was shocked that the vile creatures were moving non-stop. The border guards were tense. They were talking about that thanks to the successfully organized defense there were no large losses. As ordered, they focused on fighting the undead attacking the walls. When the border guards first heard the warning about the undead heading to the capital, they thought it was some kind of joke, but thanks to this report they are still alive. Their commander shouted to his subordinates to continue their defense until further orders came from the castle. We are then transported to the castle of Emperor Arnesia. The emperor shouted to his subordinates to give the order to organize the evacuation of residents living near the border. He also exclaimed that in the worst case, he would have to leave the fortress, but that did not matter. He calmed down and, putting his hand to his chin, thought that Errol had made a good decision by offering to prepare in advance because otherwise they would have lost a lot more people. The man who was sitting next to him turned to the emperor and said that endless defense would not solve the problem and that drastic measures must be taken. The emperor replied that, as this man himself knows, this is an unprecedented case in the history of the empire. The man asked how about asking the Holy Kingdom for help. The emperor was stunned. Holy Kingdom of Jelian. It is the most skilled country in the world in fighting the undead and other dark forces such as necromancy and curses. The emperor replied that their methods were certainly impressive, but the emperor highly doubted that they would simply help them. Following its doctrine, for many years the Holy Kingdom officially denied all types of creatures except humans. However, in the Urnesia Empire, representatives of a wide variety of races can obtain citizenship, subject to certain abilities. Because of these disagreements, relations between the countries are tense, although this is not yet reflected in politics. The king said that it was unknown what they would ask for the help they provided. They may try to make one or more changes to their policies, he said. The man in the green suit replied that they could certainly try to deport or discriminate against members of other intelligent races. The king said that this is why the Holy Kingdom should be the last thing to contact. At the same time, the king seriously thought that if there was no other choice, he would have to turn to the Holy Kingdom. A subordinate approached the emperor and, holding out the letter, nervously asked the emperor to urgently look at it. The emperor opened the letter and was stunned. Suddenly the emperor stood up abruptly. His subordinates were surprised and asked him what happened. The emperor said that perhaps they would not have to be in debt to the Holy Kingdom, because Errol reported that he had a solution. We are transported and see what is happening in the Merman Empire. Thick smoke is pouring out of the buildings. People are running down the street in panic, screaming that the undead are coming. The knights of the castle asked what they should do. People who ran up to the castle asked that the gates be opened for them. The scouts reported to the ruler that a horde of undead had crossed the border and attacked the village. The emperor was also told that the victims were knocking on the locked gates of the castle and asking for asylum. Alan Amuret Janel, who is the current ruler of the Merman Empire, was very excited and thought that this was horror. Alan thought that after the war the situation, although it improved a little, but the citizens' distrust of the empire remained unchanged and it was difficult to cope with it. The massive invasion of the undead only makes the situation worse. The emperor asked if they could count on the support of their allies. The subordinate said that it would not be easy, since the kingdom of Dominial was also in a difficult situation. The green-haired man said that fortunately, the Holy Kingdom offered to save them. The man said that they would have to accept the Holy Kingdom's offer. Alan desperately replied that there was no other option now and therefore ordered to ask for help from the Holy Kingdom. The subordinates lowered their gaze and shame and listened to Alan talk about how bowing down to the Empress of the Holy Kingdom was all they could do now. Alan was also very tense and thought that, obviously, in the future they would interfere in the affairs of the Empire, but there was no time to think. The key reason why the Holy Kingdom is taking the initiative in this situation is because of the holy water they are distributing. Monsters run away only when they smell it and the undead are cleansed with just one drop. Many countries studied holy water to find out the secret, but it was all in vain. The Holy Kingdom actively offers support to countries affected by the undead, using its holy water as an excuse, but in return they demand in full, forcing them to sign absurd treaties. This is their policy. We are transported somewhere again and see how the aristocrats are discussing the fact that the Merman Empire has entered into an agreement with the Holy Kingdom. They also talked about how, despite the ridiculous conditions of the Sacred Kingdom, the Urnesia Empire was also a problem. After the war, Urnesia's influence became so great that it was not easy to get along with the Sacred Kingdom, with which Urnesia had problems. The ruler of the empire, Damanil, thought that it was strange that everyone was worried about the threat of the undead, but for some reason Urnesia did nothing. The emperor couldn't understand this because it looked like they didn't need help. However, breathing out a sigh of relief, he decided that this was hardly possible and he needed to come up with a way to deal with the undead. Meanwhile, the butler burst into the room, holding some paper in his hands. He gave the emperor a letter from the Urnesia Empire. When the emperor read the letter, he was shocked. The emperor wondered if they were saying that they were providing the means to destroy the undead at a lower price. We are transported to the events that took place a little earlier in Fahelia. The man with glasses was very excited. He asked, "Is Errol talking about creating holy water?" Errol nodded in response. He asked the man with glasses if he had tried to secretly bring holy water. The hero said that it seems that this is not just water, but some strange concentrated mana. Errol said he did some analysis and it seems like he can replicate this line up to a certain extent if that's what he thinks. The man with glasses was stunned and exclaimed that then Errol would do something that no one had ever managed before. The hero smiled from ear to ear and took a bottle of holy water in his hand, saying that he needed to earn money somehow. Thanks for watching. Please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. Errol recalls that in one of his previous lives, the 45th or 46th, there was a religious state that ruled an entire continent. In that life, there was a saint who earned protagonist's recognition, and she was the only one throughout his life. This woman was not just someone supported by others, she was a person truly devoted to others and wanted peace in the world. He remembers a conversation where she said that the amount of holy water she could make was far from enough. It was too expensive for common people to use. She said she wanted to mass produce it so the whole world could use it. But for that, she needed protagonist's help. Protagonist bows and says he would give everything to help her. Errol was comparing himself to her because he was purely moved by the belief and security she had in the peace of the people, to the point of giving up one of the main sources of income he had at the time. He thinks that looking back now it seemed quite immature. He continues his research and says that thanks to all that, he was able to make artificial holy water. Errol's holy water was finally complete. Damon is impressed again and says he didn't expect his lord to be able to do this in such a short time. Protagonist says the effect is a bit different from real holy water. While real holy water requires just one drop to solve the problem, artificial holy water needs to drench the target. However, the most impressive thing about this artificial holy water is that he can produce it almost infinitely, as its cost is almost the same as regular water. He says he will compensate for the deficiencies of his holy water with excellent production. Now, they need to mass produce and distribute it to the front lines. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the battle was still raging. The artificial holy water had already arrived and the soldiers were throwing it at the undead. Once the water hit them, all the undead began to fall and lose their lives. The soldiers shout that Errol is fantastic. They were finally dealing with the undead. The soldiers cheer, saying that protagonists provided holy water at an incomparable price, extremely cheaper than the Holy Kingdoms. Errol is a true savior. They salute Lord Errol. A report reaches Emperor Elon. He begins to read and cannot believe it, as it states that the Kingdom of Vernesia would supply to any country, regardless of past grievances. The emperor shouts, saying there is no way fake holy water could be effective. The butler enters and announces that a new letter from the Kingdom of Vernesia has arrived. King Errol wrote a letter saying that he thought many countries would have doubts about this artificial holy water, and therefore his son Errol Vernesia, the developer of the artificial holy water, would like to explain its effectiveness directly. He invited everyone to participate. This even reached the Holy Kingdom. Many letters were arriving for protagonist. He was impressed, sitting and laughing, saying that everyone was asking to see him, even the Holy Kingdom. Jia asks the protagonist if he will really be okay, since he has never revealed himself for security reasons. He says it's all fine. Thanks to his business, everyone now knows he is a genius. She says she doesn't believe that's the real reason he's willing to move forward. Errol replies that she really knows him very well. He decides to explain to her and says that, at this moment, there are 3 reasons. The first is to make everyone owe him. He wants to engrave in their minds that they were saved by his invention so he can use it to his advantage in the future. Protagonist gets excited and jumps onto the table, saying that the second reason is that he would like to show off his charm. Jia loved all his charm by his animated face. He asks if there was a certain rumor that he was a weak genius of no importance to the world. He emphasizes that being called a weak genius doesn't bother him, but the image of being easy is a bit concerning. Therefore, he needs to show everyone how bad things can get if someone decides to mess with him. Jia says she already knew that. Protagonist says that lastly, if someone wants to steal money from them, he needs to do it personally. Now they are going to make money. On the day of the announcement, various nobles from different countries were seated there. As protagonist walked among them, people asked if he was Errol, Arnesia. He looks around and thinks that the kingdom of Dmanuel, the kingdom of Felvin, and even the principality of Kretchen, many of them were there. He looks and notices that the Merman Empire did not come, so it's true that they allied with the Holy Kingdom. He climbs onto the stage while people still cannot believe he is Errol, Arnesia, as he's still a child. He smiles a bit awkwardly, thinking he can hear everything they say. Protagonist begins to speak and says that the adoring looks from everyone are making him a little embarrassed. He introduces himself and says that probably everyone there is curious to see if his holy water has the same effect as real holy water. Errol says it has exactly the same effect, except that the amount to be used is a bit larger. They start bringing a covered cart, and protagonist says he knows it's hard to believe just words and documents, so he will show the effect directly. People wonder how he will do this. As the girls remove the cloth from the cart, an undead appears there. The nobles are a bit frightened by this. Errol calls Senna and says they are sure of everything they do because they handle it with magic safely. He asks her to go ahead and pour the water on the undead. She takes the vial and pours it over the undead, which begins to scream in pain, and a few seconds later falls dead again. Errol points to the undead and says it was completely destroyed, and asks if they would like to see it again. However, all the nobles say that's enough. Protagonist realizes they are very weak, because they were already nauseated by it. They look at Protagonist and think he is different from the others. They think Protagonist not only brought an undead, but also killed it in the blink of an eye. Clearly he is not a normal child. One of the people present asks how much the artificial holy water would cost. Errol begins to explain that, although artificial holy water is much cheaper than real holy water, each country requires at least several dozen tons, so the cost is high. However, he is aware of each one's financial situation, so he will not force them to pay the full amount immediately. Nevertheless, he also cannot give it away for free because he used his own money to create it, so he will accept future payments when they can afford it. Everyone thinks the same thing. This is a matter of debt. Protagonist thinks that normally he would only charge for the water, but in this situation, it's necessary to exaggerate the cost a bit. Someone from the audience raises their hand and asks if they could ask a question. Errol says yes. The woman asks if the protagonist's artificial holy water has anything to do with the holy water of the Holy Kingdom. He thinks this woman is very direct with her questions, but he asserts that the two are completely different. She asks how. Protagonist explains that the official name of his holy water is artificial mononeutralizer. The effects may be the same, but the principles and manufacturing methods are completely different. Errol states that above all, he understands that the Holy Kingdom cannot provide holy water for everyone. This means that as soon as they protest against protagonists, they will lose the benefits they had regarding artificial holy water, and that's all he has to say. He smiles and says he can provide as much holy water as they want, so they are free to make their choices. In the Sudets border duchy, the undead were trying to climb the wall. The commander looks at this and thinks they were coming in large numbers. In this way it was only a matter of time before they broke through the defense. A soldier arrives shouting that support has arrived. Artificial holy water sent from the Arnesia kingdom has just arrived. The commander is surprised and asks if this is true. As soon as he looks, he sees several barrels and shouts asking if all that is really holy water. They say to test it right away. The commander orders all forces to get ready. The soldiers hold their watering cans in hand. The commander gives the order to start throwing the water. As soon as the soldiers begin to throw the water, the undead starts screaming in pain. They say it's working and open the gate, shouting for the soldiers not to be afraid to charge for everything they've done. The commander coordinates his troops while Unit 1 neutralizes the undead and Unit 2 throws artificial holy water to kill them. The soldiers shout that everything is going well, they just need to keep pressing on. The commander looks at all this and thinks he was almost giving up and never thought the tide could change so dramatically like this in seconds. He thinks that even though Errol is a prince from another country, he is truly grateful to him for making this artificial holy water. The Traian Imperial Army, upon receiving the artificial holy water, began using it immediately. Each country used it freely in various different ways, managing to contain the undead. The most unique method among them was, the soldiers shout that the first round of artificial holy water arrows was loaded. Two of them talk to each other, and one asks if those weapons aren't the ones under the supervision of the king in the royal palace. The other says they had permission to use them. They fill the arrows with holy water. Protagonist says it's dangerous for them to get too close to the undead to throw holy water, so they just need to hit them with these arrows filled with water. They shoot the arrows with the crossbows. The undead just look at the arrows. The water hits them. The nobles are shocked at the effectiveness of the attack. They celebrate, saying it was great, as they were already tired of the undead. Everyone was thinking they should thank Errol for providing such cheap holy water. Thus, they could use it freely. The commander shouts for the soldiers to prepare for the second launch. Night falls, and the dark mage trembles with anger. He kneels on the ground, shouting that the hundreds of undead he created were killed in a week, leaving only a few. He says that if everything had gone right, all the kings would be crawling at his feet. Now, everything was destroyed, and it's Errol Ernesia's fault. The mage thinks that even though the holy water of the Holy Kingdom was annoying, they couldn't purify an army as large as his. However, protagonists dared to create artificial holy water. He thinks he needs to expel the mages from the magic tower who look at him and open the era of the Dark Church. He can't just stay silent and suffer like this. Asya reads a letter that says the remaining undead are gathered in one place to protect the Dark Mage. Therefore, they hope that the subjugation forces will enter into gradual combat through cooperation. Protagonist asks if the mage really uses the undead as a shield. Probably, he only wants to prolong the miserable life he has. Asya asks what she should do with the protest letter that arrived from the Holy Kingdom. He just sighs and says to ignore everything, as it's annoying to deal with this kind of thing. And if they send more letters, just ignore them all. Protagonist takes advantage of the fact that they are both there, and asks Jia what she thinks of the Dark Mage, as he wanted to know the opinion of a mage. She thinks for a moment, and begins to say that maybe it would be a good thing if they could capture the mage instead of killing him. However, this is extremely difficult, since he is a mage capable of controlling hundreds of thousands of undead. She says she doesn't have much knowledge about necromancy, but she read a book that said the maximum number of undead that a class 7 mage could command was around 30,000 undead. Errol asks her if she knows what spell that is. Jia says she doesn't know, but she imagines it's something very powerful. However, she emphasizes that sooner or later, the mage will exhaust himself and be caught. Protagonist thinks it will be a very difficult battle, and that it's a waste for him to stand still. Meanwhile on the battlefield, the soldiers realize that the Dark Mage appeared. One of them shouts for all the mages to use their magic there. Several magic circles begin to appear in the sky and shoot in place. However, the mage manages to create a barrier around him and block the attack of the mages. He shouts asking if they really thought they could defeat him with such weak magic. He uses a bit of his strength, making his dark magic attack the soldiers. They try to run but the magic is too close to them. One of the soldiers shouts for the other mages to use the shield magic immediately. The mage lowers his guard a little, and 3 soldiers manage to get close to him. However, he realizes and shouts that they are annoying while using his magic to throw them away. After using a large amount of his mana, he starts to feel bad, and thinks that if he continues at this pace, he will be at a disadvantage. Looking at his hand, he realizes he is coughing up blood, and thinks his body is having difficulty resisting the enormous mana of resentment. He thinks this is disturbing, and that he will have to give up and wait for another opportunity to attack again. He raises his staff and shouts, "Acid Cloud." The soldiers start coughing and say it's poison, asking the mages to neutralize the poison with magic. The soldiers shout that they can't see anything. Meanwhile, the mage starts to flee. They shout for the mages to find his mana trail and try to locate him. The mage opens the door of a house running, dismayed at having to turn his back on low-level mages. He promises that everyone will pay for the humiliation he suffered today. He runs to his desk and thinks that soon the soldiers will find that place. He needs to grab only what he can, and flee as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying it's very disappointed, as he found nothing that he could use in his research, since the magic standard was too low. The mage starts to tremble. Turning around he asks who the person there is. Protagonist asks what he meant by that, as the smell of undead was sickening. He introduces himself saying he's Errol Ernesia. Protagonist smiles and says he came there to punish the Dark Mage. The mage asks how he found that house. Errol says that, thanks to the hard work of the subjugation force, finding his hideout was easy. He says he'll explain why he came there personally. Firstly, he was a bit curious about the Dark Mage's magic system there, and therefore wanted to take a look, thinking he would have good results, but found nothing useful. Protagonist says secondly, he had a question to ask the Dark Mage. The mage is a bit confused and asks why. Errol says it was for himself, as he awakened hundreds of thousands of undead and attacked from all sides, leaving everyone afraid. Suddenly, something hits the table near the mage and the papers start flying. Protagonist starts laughing in a scary way and asks what the hell was going through the mage's head to have such a grand idea. Errol says he can't understand that, so please explain it to him. With a scary tone, Protagonist asks the mage if he knew what would happen to him if he couldn't explain that convincingly. The mage feels cornered and in a moment of desperation, shouts releasing his magic, asking how a brat dared to speak like that to the great Nelfrin. However, as soon as he releases his magic, he starts feeling something that makes him choke. Nelfrin falls to the ground, wondering what just happened. Protagonist, with his hand closed, says his hand stinks now. Nelfrin gets up cursing the protagonist. Protagonist thinks that mages are human after all, and when a mage's brain is shaken he turns into an idiot who can't even use magic properly. Errol goes to the table and starts reading Nelfrin's documents, saying his plan was to raise a large number of undead and invade neighboring countries. Protagonist says not even a child would think of such a plan. The mage, still lying on the ground, shouts asking how Protagonist dared to insult him, as his army was. Protagonist interrupts, asking if he was going to say that his army was invincible. Protagonist spits on the ground. Errol looks at him and says that, comparing undead to soldiers, undead indeed seem powerful. However, he asks Nelfrin what he planned to do after his plan succeeded. He asks if the mage wanted to become king in a world full of undead. Of course, Nelfrin could at least pretend to be a king sitting on a pile of corpses on the first day, but he knew exactly what would happen in the end. That feeling of emptiness when realizing he achieved nothing real. Nelfrin screams, telling the protagonist to stop talking nonsense. He says all this happened only because Errol interfered, and asks how he dared to ruin the cause he dedicated his life to. Protagonist sighs, and says if things went well, it would be Nelfrin's achievement and merit. However, if things go wrong and everything goes downhill, blame someone else. In this way, things are really good for the mage. Errol closes his eyes and says he was foolish to think there was some ingenious reason behind all this. In the end, it was a waste of time to go there. Errol starts releasing a heavy and strong aura, saying it would be a waste to just kill the mage. And that's why he would end Nelfrin's life in the most humiliating way possible, making him feel the maximum despair. This would be for the sake of the people who were victims of the absurdity the mage committed. The mage starts to feel afraid and tries to use his magic again. Nelfrin shouts that all this is nonsense, and orders his masterpiece to rise. The ground starts to break. A giant undead appears in front of them, with 4 arms. Errol says that's very disgusting, and there should be a limit to how much Nelfrin insults the dead. The monster starts screaming. Nelfrin shouts, saying this is his greatest work, made with carefully chosen soldier bodies. No matter how strong the protagonist is, he won't be able to defeat this undead. The monster starts attacking the protagonist while he thinks about how to kill the undead. He thinks he could simply crush it to the ground with brute force, but that would dirty his hands and could spread germs. Suddenly he remembers something and decides to try using it. The monster approaches the protagonist and says he will die. Errol raises his hand and says he wonders how many people had to die to make just one of these things. And that's why he will end this once and for all. A strong light appears in protagonist's hand, hitting the undead. Errol commands it to be purified. The monster starts screaming and falls dead on the ground. Nelfrin screams, frightened, asking how protagonists can use purification, a power that only the saints of the Holy Kingdom have. Protagonist asks if the saint didn't patent it, so he doesn't understand what the mage is complaining about. Nelfrin starts to despair, saying the magic protagonist just used is at the same level as a saint's. In fact, it was even more powerful than that of a saint. Errol thinks that what he used is a power similar to purification, so it's less powerful than the original. He wonders if the saint of that world is really that weak. Protagonist looks at the mage and thinks maybe that's his limit. It wouldn't be fun anymore. Nelfrin, trembling, tells Errol not to come near him. The mage with a trembling voice says it's okay and he wanted to make a deal. Lying on the ground and trembling with fear, he says he didn't want forgiveness for anything, that he would pay for everything he did appropriately. Errol puts his hand on his shoulder and says he's very noisy. He raises one of his hands and says he's getting hungry, so they should finish this soon. The mage starts sweating cold. After a while, the soldiers arrive there, shouting that everything was surrounded. However, as they look, they are surprised. The soldier looks at a completely mutilated body. The body was unrecognizable and blood was everywhere. The soldiers ask whose body was completely torn apart. The mages say that by the evil mana trace, this body was undoubtedly that of the dark mage. The soldier says that, looking at such a cruel and terrible scene, he doesn't know if he can be happy. As he looks aside, he sees something. Looking closer, he realizes it's a letter that says, "Don't worry. I killed the dark mage in your place," signed by the professional of past lives. Back at his home, sitting in his chair, he thinks that justice ultimately triumphed, and the end of the dark mage has come. He thinks this is how he's recognized by the public. However, it's impossible for them to publish what protagonist did with the mage. He lies back in his chair and says it was horrible, but the research materials were brought back and city construction is back on track. Everything ended well. However, what makes protagonist angry is that even after removing all memory from the dark mage and seeing everything, he couldn't figure out what the dark church was. Errol says that in any case, if anyone tries to do that again, he will kill again. And since he's done his good deed for the day, now he's going back to being lazy. In the Holy Kingdom of Zelnia, a man breaks the water flask that the protagonist had created. He shouts, asking how he dared to falsify God's grace, and that he couldn't let that happen. He shouts at Saint Nelvinia, asking why she was silent about it. This woman is Saint Nelvinia from the Holy Kingdom of Zelnia. With an expression like she used some different herbs, she asks the man what he wants her to do. She asks if he's suggesting that she should punish the Urnesia kingdom for reducing the damage caused by the undead and saving people. The man says that holy water is a miracle that only she could bestow. She asks if he's saying that a saint should act dishonorably by claiming exclusive right over holy water. She puts her hand on her chest and says she wouldn't want anything more if more people could be saved, and that's the only stance they'll take. She asks the man to stop doing useless things. The man sits down and says he understands the situation. Nelvinia thinks that first comes the Serrano Empire, and after that, Arel Urnesia. She thinks about him, not because of this incident, but because she needs to verify him at least once, and all for doctrine and the Holy Kingdom's desire. As things calmed down and time passed, Arel turned 17. While flying on the Griffin, he enjoyed himself and made the most of his time in his territory. Besides dealing with the undead crisis, many other things happened during this time. Griffin found a new partner and had a baby. After managing to create Damascus steel, Aachen and the others attempted to create titanium. However, the biggest change of all was the new city in Fihilia. Arel landed in the middle of the city and celebrated, enchanted by the colors of the buildings. One of the people responsible for the construction approached him and said they had prioritized building a third of the city as Arel had requested. He asked Arel what he thought. Arel replied that everyone was doing a great job and asked them to complete the other areas just as they had done there. While he was talking with the person in charge, some people began to approach. The residents started arriving to see the new city. A child pointed out that the buildings were quite large. Arel said that soon they would move to the new city and asked what they thought and if they would miss the old city. The man said that it would be impossible. A woman remarked that, if it weren't for Arel, they would never have been able to live in a city like that. The children started laughing, saying that the houses looked very nice and that they wouldn't be cold while sleeping anymore. Arel looked at this and thought that it all made him feel so good and wondered if he should really leave. He got back on Griffin and the person in charge asked if he didn't want to look around a bit more. Arel said that it seemed he didn't need to worry about the quality of the city and that, at the current pace, it would be ready very quickly. Now he needed to take care of his next step. The man asked what that step would be. Arel just laughed and said that once the new house was ready, they would need to have an inauguration party. When he returned to the castle, Asya asked if he was really planning to throw a banquet to celebrate the construction of the city. He started laughing and said that was exactly it. He said it was very funny when he asked her to prepare for a party and she was surprised. She apologized and touched his head. Asya paused and started thinking, saying that fortunately he wasn't running a fever to suggest a banquet. She mentioned that, throughout all this time, Arel had refused and avoided all invitations and social parties from the nobles, saying he hated them. She said that for a moment, she even mistook him for someone else. Arel was surprised and said she didn't need to react like that. He sighed and said it wasn't anything special. He just wanted to make this fact known to the public before the city was officially opened. Arel explained that, although they had accumulated wealth very quickly, Vigilia was still known to the world as a rural village covered in snow, and as a result, only a small group of traders visited them. That's why he wanted to hold this banquet. Even if it didn't attract many people interested in the city, there would still be many people interested in him, so they would come. Asya realized that the idea was really good and said she understood. He stood up and said that just having security wasn't enough. They needed to promote the city, which was why he wanted to hear what she had to say. Asya was a bit confused and asked how her opinion could help. Arel said that, although the idea of the banquet was very good, they didn't have the talents for it. Akan was an irritable dwarf, Senna was a clumsy country girl, and Dia was a somewhat absent-minded mage. He pointed to Asya and said that, since she was from a noble family, he wanted to entrust this to her. Of course, he would help her with everything. She lowered her head and said it had been a while since she had participated in such an event, but if it was something only she could do, she would do her best. Arel was happy about this and thanked her. He said she didn't need to be so worried because it wouldn't be such a big deal. At most, a few very rich and influential nobles would come, and of course the king, since he was Arel's father. Asya started to sweat and said she would risk her life to prepare everything as best as possible. Arel told her she didn't need to risk her life. She gets angry and says that she must indeed because she is sure she will meet all his expectation. Arel says that if she wants it that way it's fine with him. After this conversation, Arel goes to his room and wonders who he should invite. He says that aristocratic society is an uncomfortable culture where you have to invite people you don't like. He decides to start with the people he does business with, be they merchants or nobles, then the friends he had no issues with. He throws himself on the bed, bored, thinking that if he only invites the people in power it will seem snobbish, so he needs to invite others as well. He starts getting irritated and crumples the whole paper, shouting why he has to think about these things. He throws the paper away, grabs a scroll, and shouts that it's not in his nature to worry about this kind of thing. That's why he will invite everyone. Some nobles start receiving them but think there's something wrong with the invitation. One of the nobles asks his son if Arel is really having a banquet. The son says yes, but he doesn't think it's just a simple banquet. The younger son of the family asks if this is something that important. The older brother replies yes and says that he doesn't understand it yet because he's very young. Except for his first birthday and coming-of-age ceremony, Lord Arel hasn't shown his face at any event. He is surrounded by mystery, never attending any social circle. Even Princess Kenya always participates in these things, but he has never been to any of these events. Even when people invited him personally, he said he was busy, and no one could say anything since he was also born weak. In other words, all the nobles in this kingdom are paying attention to this banquet. He thinks that if everything goes well, they could use this banquet to form some kind of connection with Arel. With this in mind, they start preparing to attend the banquet. Arel calls his mother, and she is happy about it, asking if he is organizing the banquet alone. He also calls his father, informing him about the event, and he says he will make time on the appointed day. People continue talking about the banquet, saying it was to celebrate the construction of the new city that Lord Arel was finishing. Meanwhile, Arel is preparing everything. He sighs and says that all this is keeping him very busy. However, he is happy, and tells everyone that, thanks to their help, he hasn't had major problems and is very excited about tomorrow. The next day, people start arriving for the banquet. The guards at the entrance gate begin to see the nobles arriving, and think that Archduke Carrot and Archduke Despen are there. They are extremely famous, and the guards can't believe that this was a rural area where, until recently, only poor traders passed through. Suddenly, one of them notices something that catches his attention. Their leader says they need to be organized and as quick as possible. As soon as they confirm their identities, they must let them in, because they can't keep the nobles waiting for too long. Meanwhile, Aurel looks out the window and wonders why they are coming in such large numbers. The banquet is only in the evening, but it's already crowded. He thinks he understands that everyone is keeping an eye on him, but doing this makes it very obvious. He thinks maybe the other nobles want to meet him before the banquet, but he is not in the mood to do so. One of his maids comes to his room and says that the guests are already arriving at the venue. Aurel says he understands, and asks her to guide them to their places. She says she understands, and will do her best to serve everyone, as he had requested. The nobles begin to look around the city and comment that Aurel has every right to feel confident, because his city is at a very advanced stage of completion. One of the butlers approaches one of the men and says he will take him to a place where he can rest before the banquet. The noble gets out of the carriage, looking at the city, and thinks it is indeed beautiful and excellent. But it's a shame. He starts thinking that this city is in Fahelia, a place with strong, cold and intense snow in the winter. The attractiveness of this city is not good. However, he looks up and notices that today, it wasn't that cold. He wonders if the weather has been like this since early morning. Observing the other people, he thinks this is impossible. That place has always been so cold that the wind could cut a person's skin. Someone starts feeling warm, taking off some of their winter clothes and wondering if they wore too much. They comment that contrary to the rumors, that place is actually very warm. The noble wonders what is happening there. Protagonist, inside his castle, tells his maid that the nobles must be wondering why the city is so warm. He smiles and says it's too early for them to be surprised. He wonders what their faces will be like when they discover the truth. Asya arrives in his room and says she has finished checking everything, location, food, lighting, and everything else. She comments that, the way things are, there won't be any problems. Protagonist thanks her and says everything went well thanks to her. She responds that she was just doing her job, but asks if he really wants to hold the banquet there. He says yes, because he thinks it's a perfect place to promote and introduce urban architecture. Errol smiles and asks her not to worry since everything he's done so far has worked out. She agrees, saying that if that's what he wants, then it's all right. Asya says that if everything is set, she will check the other places. However, the protagonist tells her that she needs to prepare to participate in the banquet as well, so she should rest a bit. She is surprised by this and asks what he means by participating too. Errol responds that he already told Reiki and Senna that all his close associates would participate in the banquet as well. She is so shocked that she drops her note papers. She yells at him, saying that this was too sudden and that she hadn't prepared anything. Protagonist says she doesn't need to worry because he is taking care of everything. Suddenly two maids arrive and the protagonist says he will leave the rest to them. Asya is still confused about all this. The two start leading her away while she calls out for protagonist. Another maid goes to him, informing that they received a request from the castle to activate the teleportation magic circle. He says it's right on time and goes there to receive them. As he walks, he thinks that he sent an invitation to everyone in the royal family out of courtesy, but they said they wouldn't attend. The concubines had no reason to accept and Gile is very busy calming the population after the undead incident. Princess Kanya said she couldn't return because she had gone out to challenge one of the kingdom's sword masters. She is really focused on gaining merit and recognition. So, the people who will come. As soon as he opens the door and enters the room, the magic is already happening, and in seconds, his mother and China appear there. Lavanna is impressed with the teleportation, saying it's really convenient as they arrive at their destination in seconds. Protagonist runs out and hugs his mother, smiling and thanking her for coming. She smiles and says she wouldn't miss this for anything in the world. Lavanna says that Thoril is also very excited about the banquet. He said that as soon as he finishes everything he has to do, he will run to Fahelia. Errol smiles and says he will have to work hard to meet his expectations. Protagonist thinks that, even if it's a banquet hosted by his own son, it's not normal for the king to go to a place like that. He calls his mother and thinks they can start now. Night falls and the nobles begin to be taken to the place where the banquet will be held. As soon as they look, they ask if that's really where the banquet will take place, because it's just an open square. Errol thinks that it's normal to hold banquets outdoors, but usually this is done in a place with a view that pleases the guests' eyes. This is the opposite of the place he chose. Some noble ladies comment among themselves about this, asking each other if the protagonist made a mistake due to his lack of experience with these things. However, they could take advantage of this to get closer to him, carefully advising him. It seemed that everyone was disappointed. However, the city's lights and a few bright points in the sky began to light up. All the guests started looking at them, amazed, commenting that the night was as bright as day and wondering if those lights in the sky were magic. They began to think that protagonist had transformed the square into a banquet venue just to impress them. Errol said it was still too early to be surprised, as this was just the beginning. They should look at what was to come. He started whistling and said that everyone should be impressed with Phihilia's technology. Protagonist began to take off his coat and said that now they should go out, asking if everyone was ready. Suddenly, someone arrived saying they were ready. As protagonist looked, he was impressed, saying she looked beautiful. Senna was very embarrassed and laughed, saying she dressed up like that because she thought it looked nice, though it was a bit difficult to move that way. She thanked him for the compliment. He asked why Asya didn't come out and show the results to them. She started to come out but was a little shy. Protagonist said it wasn't the first time she did this and asked why she was so shy. She also looked beautiful and said she was young when she last participated in an event like this, so it had been a long time since she wore a proper dress. Errol smiled and said that both of them looked lovely and asked them to have more confidence in themselves. Suddenly, Jia arrived all dressed up and asked the protagonist how she looked. He made the hand sign they always made to each other. Errol took the lead and said that since they were ready, it was time to surprise the guests. They began eating and commented that the food was very good and of high quality. Suddenly, the fountain started making noises and everyone looked at it. One of the men nearby even choked on his drink. They began to shout that the fountain was opening. They saw a person emerging from the middle of the fountain and everyone was impressed. Lavanna was also impressed by what she was seeing. Along with the protagonist, his 3 associates and a large statue of him appeared. He thought that now the final display of his technology and wealth was complete. Everyone was surprised by what they were seeing, thinking that this was expected of Errol. He began to walk and said hi to everyone, thanking those who could attend the banquet celebrating the new city. He said he was deeply grateful to everyone. He explained that the primary reason for this banquet was to introduce the city to all of them. He hoped that the nobles would be interested and that the merchants could envision good business happening in the future. And for everyone else, he hoped they would consider moving to this new city. Errol said he was very eager to show the city to everyone, but before that, he would like to introduce the last guest of honor. His Majesty, the Oral Ornesia. The Oral said that as king and as father, he was very happy that everyone there didn't mind traveling so far to attend the first banquet, hosted by Oral Ornesia. The two smiled at each other. Protagonist raised his hand and an image of the city appeared. He said that now that the king was present, he would present the new city using their new technologies. People were impressed that he could do this with his hand. Errol changed the image and said that what they were looking at now was the city's commercial and residential district. Several windows began to appear in front of all the guests. He said that this would be the distribution window that would handle all transactions in Phihilia in the future and would also become a place for a prosperous lifestyle for the residents. The nobles were impressed by all this. Errol also said that the city's security measures were in place. First, there was the wall that Dia attacked with all her strength and couldn't break through. He said that the rock used in the wall was harder than most steels, so neither the monsters living there nor any army could destroy it. The wall was also maintained with multi-layered barriers that further increased its durability. Protagonist emphasized that they could rest assured because he had asked a 7th-class mage named Payan to test the barrier. People are impressed, commenting that not even a 7th-class mage was able to surpass it. One of the nobles asks if he can ask a question. He says that the climate there is so hostile that people wouldn't be able to live peacefully in that place and wants to know if this would be a problem. Errol says that's a good question. He thinks that since they would be getting strange questions from common people, this person who just asked was someone he had hired in advance. Protagonist starts to say that probably all of them felt something strange as soon as they entered the city. The people are confused by this. He says that probably everyone thought that holding the banquet in an open place in this climate would be madness. However, there is a special magical device installed within the city. Someone asks if it's an agricultural monohouse that protagonist had developed. He wonders who asked this, as it wasn't someone he had recruited. However, he was going to talk about it anyway. So protagonist begins to explain that yes, this is an improved version of the monohouse. This is a newly developed model for the city. However, the effect is clearly different. Errol snaps his fingers and it starts to snow there. Protagonist says that with this device, he can not only control the temperature but also the wind and even the snow to some extent. People can't believe something like this, finding it so impressive. Errol says that no matter how cold this place is, everyone will still be able to live comfortably there. People ask if this is really true. He says yes. He smiles, thinking that people think he is joking, which is why his mages had to work overtime and he had to spend a lot of money. He bows before everyone and says that he is now finishing his explanation. He says he hopes everyone enjoys the banquet. People start applauding protagonist. As soon as the presentations are over, people start running to protagonist, asking if he already knows what kind of store to open and if he already has a space in mind. Another young man arrives shouting, saying that they would be the most suitable to open a store there. Another noble arrives and asks if the magical tool to control the environment can be installed in another territory. If so, they would like to have it too. Errol closes his eyes and thinks that all this popularity is so irritating that he is almost dying because of it. However, he thinks that for their future, he needs to endure this night. Then he asks who would be next. Senna looks at protagonist and says that he is working a lot today. She comments that he always works hard, but today he is different. It's like he is another person. It's incredible. Reiki just wants to eat. One of the nobles looks at them and asks the other nobles if they are protagonist's guards, as rumors have it that they are stronger than the Knight Commander. One of them goes to Asya and asks if she would give him the honor of dancing a song. She apologizes and says that she is on guard today. Protagonist looks at this and thinks it would be good if these guys relaxed a bit. Suddenly, several women look at protagonist with their eyes shining. One of them starts running towards him and he is startled, thinking that these elegant movements are so quick that not a single step can be heard. These ladies are clearly trained for the hunt. One of them reaches him and bows. He thinks that he must be their prey. She says hi to him and asks why he doesn't dance with her instead of standing there alone. He thinks that usually it's the man who asks for the dance first, but maybe she changed the strategy because he was standing still. He thinks that there are many women his age. However, he notices someone looking at him. As he turns, he sees his mother and his nanny. They smile, indicating for him not to waste time and dance. He thinks that just because he is not looking for a partner now doesn't mean he won't get married in the future, but his mother is so radiant about it that she even glows. Protagonist realizes that he made his mother worry for no reason and feels bad, so he should at least pretend that he is looking for someone. He takes the woman's hand and thinks that, above all, he mustn't be rude like an idiot. He smiles and tells her they will dance a song, but he is not used to dancing, so he hopes not to cause any inconvenience. The woman smiles and says it's okay. Everyone has trouble with it the first time. He thinks that perhaps the woman is a professional at socializing with others. Protagonist pulls her in forcefully, leaving her breathless. He holds her and thinks that he has mastered all techniques, from simple movements to dances suitable for social gathering. She is impressed by his movements while they dance, and he thinks that he mustn't forget that one of his future dreams is to get married. The most important thing here is to dance and behave well because that way, he will be noticed by everyone, so he needs to be very active today. As soon as the song ends, protagonist lets go of the woman, and she falls to her knees, enamored with him. He asks everyone to calm down, saying he will keep company with any of them. Protagonist bows and asks who would like to be the next to dance with him. All the women start running and shouting, asking to dance. So he begins to dance with them one by one. After several dances, he falls to the ground, exhausted, thinking that those ladies thought they couldn't dance anymore. Which is why they all went at once. Asya asks if he is tired. Senna mocks him, asking if it was necessary to dance with all of them at once. He shouts at her, saying she knew he didn't choose this, but had to. Errol asks why they didn't dance. Senna, drinking a glass of wine, says they were on duty. Protagonist says that if she wants to use that excuse, she should first put down that glass of drink. As soon as he catches his breath, he turns to see how many are left. He sees a huge line of women waiting to dance with him. He is frightened and thinks this is going to be exhausting. He looks at Asya and asks if he could use that. She is confused. He asks if she knows how to dance, and calls her to dance with him. Errol thinks that, unlike Senna and Dia, Asya didn't take the opportunity and continued observing all the ladies, as if she were missing something. He begs her to save him for a few minutes from all those women. Asya asks if that's why he wants her to dance with him. Protagonist says they should call it a reward for her helping with the banquet preparations, because the chance to dance with him isn't easy. Asya smiles and says it's an honor for her to dance. She says that it has been a long time since she danced, so she feels embarrassed and insecure. Protagonist smiles and tells her not to worry because he will teach her again. He extends his hand to her, and asks if they should. She takes his hand smiling and says, fortunately, yes, and that he should take good care of her. The two begin to dance beautifully. Asya smiles and says that for a night, dancing with her lord is a great honor, and she never thought she could dance like this again. Errol smiles and says that dancing like this is better than striking enemies with a sword. He starts to take control of the dance and tells her to relax, and just follow the natural flow. Fighting and dancing, though different, share the same foundation. When she dances, she needs to follow the music, and when she fights, her sword follows her muscles and the flow of aura. The other girls were seething with jealousy watching this. Errol pulls her closer, holding her waist, and says that now they would take it up a notch. She smiles and says, yes, your majesty. After several dances, he falls into a chair almost dead from exhaustion and thinks he needs a break. He thinks his physical body is still fine, but he is mentally exhausted. While drinking a bit, he notices a different person watching him. Other men were scattered, looking around. He becomes suspicious of this. Suddenly, Dia comes up to him and says that currently, but he interrupts her, saying he already knows. The number of guests has increased, now there are uninvited guests here. Asya asks what they should do. Sina says she could go in among them and take care of them quickly. After thinking for a bit, Errol asks them to follow him at a distance because he wanted to talk a bit with those people. They say that this could be dangerous. Asya asks if he recognizes those people. He says he might recognize someone, but not all of them. He smiles and says he will call those people potential clients. With that in mind, he starts to move away from the people. It didn't take long for one of the men to approach him. Errol turns smiling and says he is surprised he came there, that it is an honor. The lord of the magical tower Helmin Melnia is personally before him. Helmin is surprised by this. He bows and says he didn't expect to be recognized so quickly and apologizes for arriving so late. Protagonist says that, in any case, it's still a banquet, so he should make himself comfortable. Helmin becomes curious and says they have never met before, so how did the protagonist recognize him so easily? Errol says that Helmin was so interested in his magical tools, that it was a bit obvious who he was. Protagonist remembers it was he who asked the question about the Manna house earlier. Errol says he is quite surprised to see that someone as powerful as the Lord of the Magical Tower would accept the invitation so easily. Protagonist notes that he thought Helmin was the second most difficult person to meet in person, only behind Errol himself. Helmin says he is not that great. Besides, how could he refuse an invitation from His Highness? Protagonist interrupts, saying no, and mentions that he thought Helmin would hate him for receiving letters from the Holy Nation. Errol begins to wonder what Helmin would do now since he deliberately brought up a sensitive issue. Helmin says it's all a misunderstanding. They had no reason to accept such requests. Protagonist says that, in fact, he already knew they politely rejected them. Helmin says he is glad Errol did not misunderstand. Errol thinks that, in any case, this man is the Lord of the Magical Tower. Protagonist thinks he thought he would be an old man with a beard, but he is quite young and, judging by his mana, he is real and not a proxy. Helmin says he is the Lord of the Magical Tower and is very confident when it comes to magical knowledge, but he needs to give Protagonist credit for all of this. Errol says it is all thanks to the hard work of the mages at night. Helmin says Protagonist is being very humble since it was he who had the original idea. He also says that if Errol has anything to say, it would be good to say it now since they are just the two of them there. Protagonist says he prefers to talk in a quieter place. It is not good for them to talk about something here. Hellman becomes serious and says that, before anything else, he wanted to clarify some things. He asks if Errol knew those people behind him as they had been following him for a while and it seemed they were not invited to that conversation. He asks if dark mages only wear black clothes. Hellman points out that he heard white was in fashion. Why don't they try to change? One of the mages gets irritated and tells him to shut up. Hellman says it is no wonder he felt an unpleasant manna. It seemed he wasn't imagining things. The three point their staff at the two and say that Errol, or Nisha, interfered with their companion and that the Lord of the Magical Tower would interfere in the future. They say they need the two to follow them silently. Protagonist is surprised by this, thinking he made some enemies because of his holy water. Hellman says it is his fault since he didn't imagine filthy cockroaches would enter a place like that. The three begin to gather their strength and shout, asking if they would resist. They say that even though Hellman is the Lord of the Magical Tower, he couldn't handle the three of them at the same time. Errol looks at their magical power and thinks that the three are class 7 mages. That's why they managed to bypass surveillance. Hellman stands calmly in front of the protagonist and says the three talk a lot for having such a mediocre level of skill. With just one of his hands, Hellman can create several magic circles in front of him. Protagonist is pleased to see this as it is the magic of a class 8 mage. The three mages shout that this won't do any good and begin to attack. Hellman says they are very slow and also attacks, making the three disappear from there. Errol looks at the sky, wondering if Hellman really sent them to another place. Suddenly the three fall to the ground trembling. Protagonist is impressed, saying that it must hurt a lot, and the three were still alive. Maybe this is gravity magic. Protagonist looks at Hellman and thinks that his abilities are indeed very useful. He is the Lord of the Magical Tower for a reason. Hellman bows his head, apologizing. He says he tried to resolve it in the best way, but apologizes for using magic without permission, and that he will apologize formally later. Protagonist says it's no problem, that thanks to him, the two had more time, not to mention that he was also curious about the abilities of the Lord of the Magical Tower. Hellman says he understands and asks if that's why the guards didn't make their moves. Protagonist is surprised, and asks if he noticed that. Hellman asks if Protagonist minds if he takes care of these dark mages. Errol says it's okay, and that he would be happy if he takes care of it. Hellman snaps his fingers and thanks Protagonist for letting him do that. The mages disappear from there again. Hellman asks Errol why he had called. Protagonist begins to explain that, in the near future, Fahelia will develop magical tools, but they don't have enough energy. And that's why he wanted to leave some of that with the trusted people Hellman has by his side. Errol says he was thinking of asking Payan, but the person in charge of the magical tower is right in front of him now. Hellman is happy about this and asks what the protagonist was planning to do. Errol says there are several things, but they couldn't talk about the details in an open place like that. Hellman says he is very anxious to have this conversation. He points out that he would personally like to accept this proposal but needs to talk to the others, and therefore, asks for some time from protagonist. Errol says it's no problem, and that he will formally contact them later so he can respond. Hellman turns and begins to leave, saying he will wait eagerly for that day. Protagonist asks if he is already leaving, and asks him to stay a bit longer and enjoy the banquet. Hellman says he cannot stay away from his position as the Lord of the Magical Tower for long, as he has much work to resolve. Besides, he wanted to have a good conversation with the Dark Mages before they end up dying. He apologizes and disappears in front of Errol. Protagonist looks at this, and thinks that Hellman left openly by teleportation. He even installed a barrier device there, and they would sell it on the market, so he didn't mind the Lord of the Magical Tower testing it. After that, they return to the banquet. As soon as he arrives, his father asks where he was. Errol thinks that he can't say he met with the Lord of the Magical Tower to talk, was attacked by 3 dark mages, and Hellman defeated them all. So, he decided to say that he had an urgent matter to resolve. Errol looks at his father, and thinks that his mother said she was tired, and went in first to rest. The fact that his father, the king, is there waiting perhaps means he has something to tell. The two go up to the wall, and Theorl starts looking over the whole city, and says that his son's ingenuity has never ceased to amaze him. Who would have imagined that he could build a city like this in such a place? He asks Errol if he really has no intention of returning to the royal castle. Protagonist says he still has a lot of work to do there. Theorl says he understands and won't bring it up again. He notes that maybe it's better this way, him staying there where he can be as free as he wants. And now that he's looking at this city, he feels relieved. Theorl says that actually, Jill wants the protagonist to return to the royal castle. Errol is shocked, and asks why his older brother wants that. Protagonist thinks that he was wondering why his father was drinking so much today. Theorl says it's time to make a decision. Errol thinks that's right, it's because of the inheritance of the throne. Well, it's the perfect time. Now that the great Jill has come of age, his reputation has increased due to the war, and he is gaining support from the nobles. However, Jill wants the protagonist to return to the royal castle and assume an important official position. Protagonist thinks he is nothing like his mother. Errol bows before his father and says he will contact Jill later. Protagonist becomes serious, thinking about the throne, and imagines that soon there will be more turbulence. After the banquet, the residents began to settle in the city. They were extremely happy with their new homes. The royal castle also gave its final approval, saying there were no problems. After that, Fahelia was finally opened as a great city. A month later, Errol was walking through the streets, saying that everything was great. They sell fresh fruits there, and it seems they made a good decision in moving to that place. Both the residents and the merchants were able to settle quickly, thanks to the information they received in advance. However, even so, he never imagined the city would come to life so quickly. He thinks he has achieved the minimum standard for habitable cities. The residents, who were worried in the first days, are now well and happy. It seems he made the right decision to check things out. He is seeing many merchants he hadn't seen before. Errol wonders if all this is because he mentioned earlier that he had plans for tourism and entertainment facilities in the city's development. He thinks the city is now well developed, and it would be very good if he could develop a new product for the city. Suddenly, he hears someone shouting, telling them to run over there, that there is a unique product that came from the other side of the sea. He thinks this is the Geotel Company, a trading association based in the kingdom of Felsen. From what he heard, their main focus is on products imported through water trade. The technology of ships in that world is still not well developed. There is even a saying that being on a ship is to die a dog's death. Errol enters the place thinking it's a pity that the kingdom of Vernesia doesn't have a sea. Therefore, these merchants might have something he has never seen before. As soon as he enters, a man welcomes him. The man takes a good look at protagonist and sees genuine jewelry, a coat made of good fabric, clean and new shoes that seem to have never gone through anything too rough. The merchant thinks this is going to be a great deal. He begins to introduce the business, saying that they trade products that come from beyond the continent. He notes that they have different meat and clothes that come from another country. Errol looks around and thinks that nothing particularly catches his attention until he sees something different. The merchant says they also have medicinal herbs that are good for the body. Protagonist gets serious and asks the man what that is. The man apologizes and says those seeds aren't good. Even though they import them, they are very bitter, so they can't be eaten or used in medicine. Errol crouches down to get a better look and asks again for the name of the seed. The seller says that as far as he remembers, when he did business there, they called it cacao. Errol grabs the seed, thrilled to have found it there. Protagonist shouts for him to give all he has that he will buy them. The seller asks why he wants those bad things, and he tells the guy to hurry up. After that, he returns to his castle. Asya says that lately, Errol has been very busy. Sina agrees and says he indeed has been very busy, although she has no idea what he is going to do with that seed. But she is sure he will do something big again. In another room of the castle, the mages were sweaty from working so hard. However, they celebrate, saying it was a success. A large cacao tree was there. Errol looks at the fruits and thinks they adjusted the growing environment, improved the plant, and thus the cacao tree was born with meticulous effort. Although they lost half the seeds on the first attempt, seeing this large cacao tree in just a month makes him want to cry with joy. Overjoyed, he turns excitedly and tells Jia that he will leave the most important job to her. She asks him to give the order. He smiles broadly, pointing to the seeds, saying she will help him grind and process the seeds. Although this is a waste of the greatest magic talent in the territory, it is the best method to do it. Using magic, she starts to take the seeds and process them, turning them into chocolate. She asks if that is enough, singing with happiness. Protagonist says yes, it is perfect. He says that for her effort and work, he will let her taste it first, as soon as everything is ready. Mouth-watering, she says she is looking at it and it seems very good. She continues using her magic to continue the work. Errol thinks the speed with which she does that is incredible. It seems she realized it is not an ordinary food. After everything, they add some milk and mix. Errol checks the smell and is enchanted. He thinks this is really chocolate, the king of snacks. He thinks he was so eager to eat this, as there were no seeds of it until now, not even in his previous life. He tastes a little and is amazed by the sweet taste of the chocolate. Protagonist falls sitting on the ground. Jia asks if she can make more. Errol just celebrates, saying he is happy to have been born again. After everything is finished, he calls his companions and sets up a dessert table. They look, asking if this is the new product. Aiken, known as the Angry Dwarf, gets furious. He turns to Errol and asks how he dares to call a busy person like him to show mere snacks. Protagonist says he intends to sell solid chocolate and cookies as common products. He asks them to taste and honestly say which is the best product to represent the city. Asya tastes the cookies and bread and feels a very good flavor. She says her brother would love that. Errol says all the children in the world would love that. Senna, overjoyed, starts tasting chocolate fondue. She says the sweet and sour aroma of the fruit and the intense sweetness of the chocolate combine perfectly. Protagonist runs to Aiken and asks what he thinks since he wants to please the dwarves too. However, Aiken says he didn't like it because he found it too sweet for him. He explains that for them, the less sweet, the better. So, he prefers that whiskey bonbon. Errol says he already expected that he only chose that because it has whiskey. Aiken tells the truth and says their work is very hard and tiring, so high calories and sugar are something they will always like. Protagonist is happy and says he already knew that. Asya says everything is perfect. The taste is so good that any of them chosen as the main product would be great. Senna says she had the best time of her life. Aiken just asks to return to his work. Errol asks what he means by that, saying there's still a lot of chocolate for them to try. The door opens and several maids enter with their trays, shocking the three. Protagonist says he was so happy doing this that he ended up making various different things. He says maybe it was because chocolate has a stimulating effect. He starts to laugh in a strange way and says that the real taste test begins now. The three scream and thus ends another day of peace and fahilia. On the second day, Errol said he heard the critiques and praises and tweaked the recipe a bit. Asya and Senna were already full, but Jia was licking her lips with anticipation. On the third day, Protagonist came with another product, saying it was new. On the fourth day, he starts to speak, but Asya touches his shoulder and, with her head down, apologizes and says she can't do it anymore. Senna agrees, saying it's impossible to keep eating so much chocolate and points to Jia, collapsed on the ground, who also gave up, and mentions that Aiken had run off long ago. Errol starts to laugh, saying it seems he overdid it a bit, making them eat chocolates every day. They scream yes. He says chocolate has a lot of calories and their blood sugar would increase, making them gain weight. So really, it's better to stop here. The three are shocked by this news. Asya says she misses training with them since it had been a long time since they did that together. Senna says it's a good idea, and Jia says she would join. Protagonist sighs and says they won't need to worry about looking at chocolate for a long time. While they run to burn off all they ate, Errol says he will eat it all himself now, since he doesn't gain weight. After he made everyone eat chocolate until they didn't want any more, it was introduced as a finished commercial product. Some chocolate specialty shops began to appear, with some women offering free samples to people. In the first days, people didn't take them because they didn't know what they were, but quickly they started tasting and falling in love with the flavor. Inside Errol's room, someone was reporting to him that not only the local residents, but also tourists, were coming from afar to buy the chocolate after hearing about it. Above all, the nobles are interested in it. He says it's the first time he saw such a reaction since carbonated soda. Errol looks at his uncle Leekin, thinking he had gotten much fatter than the last time they saw each other. Leekin reports that there is a steady flow of requests to sell chocolate to other stations, not to mention that the sales strategy Errol set up was a great success. A high-quality product not sold in general stores and sold only by reservation was sold at a high price, only to nobles, on purpose. But the number of people who asked for this extravagance really increased. He thinks he only invested a little more in the box and the material cost, and would send it via teleportation. And that's why he sells high-quality products. Leekin asks if Errol plans to make more, because if they sell in large quantities, they can make a lot of money. Protagonist says he would also like to do that, but he thinks it's a bit difficult since there is a limit to the amount of fruit they can produce in his territory. The fields have already been expanded to the maximum, so this current amount is the most they can produce of cacao beans. He says there is no territory in the kingdom of Arnesia that can produce cacao, so they would have to use the manna house and several mages to manage to cultivate more. And that would be almost impossible. Leekin suggests they could do business with Geotal. Errol interrupts and says maybe he would do that later. Leekin doesn't like the idea and says Geotal was very interested. Protagonist thinks that although it is known that the raw material is cacao, the recipe and technology to make chocolate are still only in his hands. And after they realized it would take a long time to achieve Protagonist's technology, they tried to make a deal to build a connection with them. Errol says he will not negotiate with them now. He wonders why he should follow their proposal. As he made chocolate just so he could eat and enjoy it with his friends, he didn't want to make money from it. He says to wait and see the reaction for now. Protagonist thinks the only time he really wanted to make money was when he made paper. So he left those guys alone because it was annoying to follow everyone. The result of this negligence was war. If he repeats the same thing, he will end up losing the title of professional from his previous life. No matter what happens from now on, he will keep an eye on everyone. In a garden, a table was set with the sweets Protagonist had invented. The ladies were impressed with the famous chocolate. They began tasting it and were delighted, saying it was indeed as sweet and delicious as they had heard, and that it also went very well with tea. They asked Mrs. Carrot how she managed to get these chocolates, as they had heard it was extremely difficult to obtain. She said it was just good luck. In fact, Errol had sent a letter with chocolates to her a little earlier. The letter said, if we want the chocolate to reach the nobility, they need a place where they can taste it naturally. So Protagonist had asked her to do this favor. He also inquired about young Arit and Haya. While she read the letter, Hyatt tasted the chocolate and told her mother it was very good. All the nobles knew there was a connection between Marquis Carrot and Errol, so Mrs. Carrot cleverly gave the chocolate to the other ladies as a gift. This way, she managed to induce the nobles to showcase the chocolate to society. One of the nobles ran up to her, happy, saying that thanks to Mrs. Carrot, she was able to show off some of the chocolate. Mrs. Carrot said she was very pleased with this. Suddenly, a person arrived and called the two of them. The woman, a bit strange but very respectful, asked if they could say how they obtained the famous chocolate. Mrs. Carrot asked who she was. The other woman there became happy, calling the lady Geotal. Mrs. Carrot asked if she was from the Geotal company. The lady bowed and said yes. She introduced herself as Senel Geotal, the owner of the Geotal Trading Company. Mrs. Carrot was surprised, thinking she had not imagined the owner of Geotal would be a woman. The other woman there asked if Senel had any good products today. Senel said she thought the woman would be curious, so she brought some things for her. Mrs. Carrot looked at this and thought that Senel was doing this because the place was full of nobles. Therefore, she came as a vendor and not as a noble. The woman asked what Senel wanted to ask about the chocolates. Senel said she would like to have a conversation with the people who make the chocolate, but it was extremely difficult to reach them. Therefore, she wanted help and asked the woman to introduce them. The woman thought for a moment and said she would love to, but Senel interrupted and said they must be very busy as well, so it would be better to forget what she just asked and focus on the new products she brought. At the end of the day, Senel was inside her carriage on the road. She sighed, saying that pleasing people by selling just a few products is difficult. A man with her said that unfortunately there was nothing to be done. If they did not please the nobles, it would be impossible to enter their territory. She said she already knew that. Senel said she wanted to talk a bit with Lady Carrot too, but there wasn't enough time. She asked if the Arnold company had responded with anything about the chocolate. The young man said that it seemed they were not interested in doing business for now. Senel found it strange because they were not trying to maximize production. She also couldn't imagine that that seed could be such a treasure. She thought Protagonist was definitely having problems with production. She wondered if he still had room on those lands to grow even more. She thought it made some sense, since Fahelia had a magical tool to control the temperature, but it couldn't be produced in large quantities. Senel remained confused, thinking that if they joined forces, it would be so advantageous for both, production could reach everyone. She wondered why there was still no trust between them. Well, it was natural that Senel couldn't understand this because Protagonist created the chocolate solely for his own pleasure. She thought a bit more and told the young man with her to continue making partnership requests and prioritize conditions that might attract them to a partnership. Inside Oral's room, several letters of requests had arrived for him. Leekin says they are reaching desperation and asks if they will continue to reject everyone. Protagonist, covered in letters, thinks he never imagined they would send so many requests. Leekin mentions that the owner of Geotal has requested to meet Oral personally and asks what he would like to do. Protagonist thinks that perhaps it would be good to have a conversation over a nice cup of tea if it's just once. He tells Leekin that they will meet with her. On the day of the appointment with the owner of Geotal, Senel finally meets Oral. She says she is happy to meet him and introduces herself as the owner of the Geotal Trading Company. Protagonist says it's a pleasure to meet her and mentions that her persistent requests have somewhat bothered his uncle. She apologizes if it caused any discomfort, but as a merchant, she couldn't miss such a business opportunity. Protagonist thinks he said that to test her, but she maintains a good posture. Oral says they should get straight to the point. He mentions that her company seems very interested in his chocolate. She stands up and says she will be honest with him, as she wants to make a good deal to benefit Lord Errol's product. Senel explains that with Geodal's specialized knowledge in exploring the sea, unmatched by anyone else, she can provide a large quantity of high-quality fruits. Protagonist says he knows her company is famous, but that has nothing to do with why he should ally with them. Senel asks what he means by that. Protagonist becomes serious and says that having a big business is good. He is sure it will yield a good amount of money. However, in this business, she is the only one who can supply the ingredients they need. She clenches her fist and also becomes serious. Errol asks if this doesn't mean she would be putting their company under her control. Protagonist looks at her and thinks it's indeed good to have a big business, but if Geotal is the only company from which they import raw materials, what happens if she changes her mind later and stops supplying the fruits? If she gives an excuse and charges more, even if she is late on orders, it's obvious who will take the lead. People always betray or change when money is involved. Senel becomes a bit worried and tries to explain that wasn't what she meant. Protagonist says that even if she doesn't intend to do that now, it could still end up that way. He tells her not to lie by saying she didn't foresee that because if she didn't think that far ahead, she wouldn't be where she is now in the business world. Errol says, get rid of the nonsense. It's obvious what she was doing, considering how desperate she is. She asks if he has any plans to expand his chocolate business, but the protagonist says he is still not sure and asks what she thinks about that. Both remain silent, and he thinks she might respond. She tried to talk to him personally, and at this moment, he will be observing all her reactions. Protagonist looks at her with his power and is surprised by what he sees. Senel lowers her head and sighs, saying that it seems she won't be able to persuade him to accept any proposal. However, she wants to know if his current decision could change. Errol says it will not be favorable, but if she can bring a good alternative, he might allow an agreement between them. She stands up and says she understands. She bids him farewell and says she will keep that in mind. As soon as she leaves, protagonist relaxes a bit. Leekin goes to him and says it was surprising because he thought the protagonist would agree. Errol says he was actually considering whether to accept or not, as the conditions were good for him, and the rumors about Senel are very good, not to mention that she has an excellent business sense. Leekin asks why he chose to reject her that way. He replies that he has a feeling that she is not the type of person he should shake hands with. Protagonist feels something strange about her and says that the woman is definitely not an ordinary person. He thinks that he could even forgive her for having her own agenda as a merchant, but her spirit was very unpleasant. Something about her was corrupted. Errol asks his uncle to find out where Geotal has stores and what she was selling to the nobles. The day begins to set, and inside a room, the door is slammed shut. Senel was irritated, wondering where it went wrong. What part of the offer did protagonist not like? She sits on the couch and says she doesn't believe it was simply because he didn't like the terms of the agreement. She didn't slip up in what she said either. One of the men near her suggests that perhaps protagonist caught on to the. She gets irritated, and interrupts him, saying that if he values his life, he better be careful with what he says. The man apologizes. She says she took extra measures, so there was no way Errol could have noticed that. She says it's impossible to confront Errol or Nizya head-on. What should she do in this situation? She thinks she needs to wait and see if the prince will change his mind. Meanwhile, protagonist was eating, lying down with the baby griffins. He wonders what he should do with that woman. He gets up and says that Griffin was getting along well, but 5 were too many. The baby griffins start eating the chocolate, and the protagonist yells at them not to eat it, or they would be in big trouble. He grabs the 2 that were eating and says that keeping all of them and raising them would be difficult. Maybe he should sell some of them, but he would study the situation better. He asks Asya, and she says he could just release them back into the wild. Protagonist says that releasing them into the forest is not a good idea, because they could attack people and put places at risk. Even though they were raised indoors, they were still monsters. Not to mention he wasn't sure if they could survive in the wild. He starts imagining and yelling, wondering if they would be able to give up a warm bed, fresh horse meat of the highest quality, and the nice front and backyard and adapt to wildlife. They are just cats with wings and bird heads. He jumps and grabs her legs, asking if she couldn't raise one in her hometown. Asya says that's impossible. Firstly, there wasn't enough space in their mansion for a griffin. He yells, saying he thought Eret would love it. Asya says that Eret could be eaten by one of them. She says no, and he leaves sad. With the first plan rejected, he runs to the second. Errol runs to Sina, and she asks if he was really talking about a griffin. Begging, he says yes, and apparently, she can raise a monster in her hometown. She says there are indeed some cases, but a griffin is too much. Their food costs are very high. He thinks that's true. Griffin food is horse meat. He can supply that without problems. But for a common village, it's hard to get. She says she wouldn't accept it because it would bankrupt the village. Protagonist leaves sad again and goes to his third option. He asks Jia if she could, and she starts drooling and says she has a delicious griffin recipe. He yells that she's fired. Protagonist goes to a window in size, worried because everyone said no. He asks Aiken if he had any good ideas. Calm as always, he asks the protagonist why he was asking him that question. He says he could use them to pull the cart instead of horses. Protagonist says it doesn't make sense because the land route is safer, not to mention there is a limit to how much the griffin can carry. Suddenly, protagonist stops and thinks that it's hard to transport large amounts of luggage, but for a smaller quantity, it wouldn't be a problem. He thinks that would be good for delivering precious goods to the nobles, as it is infinitely safer to deliver by air than by land. In other words, griffin delivery. Protagonist thanks Aiken for giving the start of the idea and says they are the best at solving problems. He says that, instead of this, with the thumb jewel, he wanted to know a bit more about the medal from last time, but the protagonist runs off, and he yells for him to wait until the end. Protagonist thinks that delivering letters would also be possible. If a delivery person mounted on a griffin personally delivered the goods, it would be an incredible performance. He leaves singing, saying that he would find a way to train the griffins. Suddenly, someone shouts for protagonist, saying they were in trouble. He turns and asks what is happening. His butler hands him a letter and asks him to take a look. He takes the letter, thinking that, given his butler's concern, it must be something as serious as the undead from before. He begins to read the letter and laughs heartily. He tears up the letter and says he was eager to know what kind of tricks she would use, and this is what she sent. He questions, saying that she claimed that cocoa seeds are pagan. What kind of nonsense is that? Thanks for watching. Please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. In the Holy Kingdom of Zelnian, High Priest Pelzen was holding a cocoa fruit, shouting that he had heard that evil pagans across the continent grind it and drink it. That fruit clearly belongs to the pagans. It is definitely used in evil rituals. Do not be deceived. Do not fall for the momentary sweetness, he exclaims. He throws the cocoa on the ground and stomps on it. He says that anyone who eats that fruit will be designated as a heretic and will be struck down by God. In protagonist's castle, his uncle Lekin says he had no idea the Holy Kingdom would intervene in this. Errol says that the Holy Kingdom has always had problems with their kingdom, but the fact is they wouldn't do this just because of the chocolate. This is Siniel's doing with the Geotel Trading Company. He says what he didn't expect was such a strong connection with the Holy Kingdom. He never imagined that woman would act in such a dirty way. Lekin asks why the Holy Kingdom is siding with the trading company. Protagonist says that most of the Holy Kingdom's officials dislike them, so it was easy to use bribery to persuade them. Protagonist says that the chocolate is sold only within the kingdom, so it won't cause them any loss. However, the possibility of export has been completely blocked for now. He says that about half of the foreign countries follow the faith of the Holy Kingdom, and with this, most countries will be reluctant to import chocolate. Errol says that, although he doesn't want to export chocolate now, he thinks this is Siniel's true nature. She wouldn't let them do that if she couldn't benefit from it. Protagonist received a letter saying to contact them if they want to export. If he doesn't get in touch, Geotel will further influence public opinion. Lekin asks if they should file a complaint. Protagonist asks on what grounds they would accept that. Lekin shouts that they can't let it go like this. Protagonist smiles and apologizes to his uncle, saying that in fact, he was waiting for Siniel to do something stupid like this. He asks what protagonist means by that. Errol says that he always believed in not changing first with innocent people. His uncle still doesn't understand. Protagonist climbs onto the table and starts shouting, saying that if they were stupid enough to start this first, he is more than happy to crush them until there is nothing left of the company or her in the world. Lekin asks if this was his plan from the beginning. Errol says yes, because why should he join forces with trash like them when he can take everything they have? He shouts, saying that the dozen ships and the knowledge to operate them would be his. He orders Lekin to stop wasting time and finish the research he requested last time. Lekin says he would love to deliver it soon, but it takes time. Protagonist asks if it really takes that long. He looks at his uncle and says he has a great idea. After finishing his lecture, Pelzen leaves alone and thinks that those people got so excited with just a few words. They are no different from pigs. He looks ahead and sees that the saint was there. He thanks her for her hard work and asks if she was there for the meeting. Nelvinia, saint of the Holy Kingdom of Zelnian, says she can't help with anything because she needs to work even harder to prevent the kingdom from being shaken by the absence of the Holy King. After the last Holy King's death, there has been no revelation from the goddess about the next one. As a result, Nelvinia is responsible for all matters of the Holy King, including negotiations and politics. Pelzen says he hopes the revelation comes soon so she can rest and breathe a little. However, he thinks this is a lie, as everyone knows that her silence, even after receiving the revelation, resulted in the absence of the Holy King. After the old Holy King's death, she conveniently took control of the government without lifting a finger. But the reason he follows her is, Nelvinia apologizes to him, saying that maybe it's because she is lacking and therefore cannot receive the revelation. He shouts that this is impossible while thinking that her power is superior to any other saint in history. No one can match her purification power, turning water into holy water and repelling all the mana in the world. That's why Pelzen thinks it's more beneficial to follow her quietly than to oppose her without reason. Besides, he is not interested in the position of Holy King. He prefers to stay where he is and amass a fortune. She smiles and says that, thinking about it, he gave an interesting speech a little while ago. She mentions that he was claiming that the fruit of a popular snack in the kingdom of Arnesia is that of a pagan. He is surprised by this and says that pagan things are not under her jurisdiction and asks if there is a problem. She says that's not exactly it. She is just curious to know where he got information about that fruit. He smiles and says there are devout believers everywhere. She says she really sees that. The saint says she was curious and decided to ask. She says that as long as he does a good job dealing with the heretics, it's not something she feels the need to interfere with. After that, The saint continues walking and asks Lua who Pelzen has met recently. Lua says she believes it is a believer who works at the Geotal trading company. The saint asks if she is sure about that. The girl confirms. The saint punches the wall, irritated, saying that he really did that foolish thing. She warned him not to mess with the kingdom of Arnesia. She asks if Pelzen was trying to start a war by doing things he can't handle. She wonders how much that pig was paid for this. Lua, with a dagger in her hand, asks the saint if she should take care of Pelzen. The saint sighs and says this is not a problem that can be solved that way. Since there has been no response from the kingdom of Arnesia, it might not be too late. Nelvania says they need to do something quickly, so she needs Lua to execute some tasks for her. The girl says she is ready. During the night, on a deserted road, a person with binoculars was looking and saying they should pass there at any moment. Protagonist was with a group by his side waiting. They ask if it is really okay for them to act that way. Errol says it's fine, and there are no problems with them doing that. Lycan followed the protagonist because he was worried. He says he didn't know they would pretend to be bandits. The targets are the Geotal transport wagons. Although nothing was found in the investigation, judging by the situation, it was clear they would be smuggling. So protagonist went there to take a look. Errol says he created several alibis for them and even sought out real bandits to take the blame for what they would do today. Lycan says that if his mother found out about this, she would faint on the spot. Senna tells them both to be quiet and says the wagons are coming. Protagonist gives the order for them to start, but he forbids them from killing. The person controlling the carriage is surprised. They shout, but within seconds they are all captured and restrained. Errol says he expected this. The people from Senna's hometown are very strong. Protagonist's group hangs a man and shouts at him, telling him to hand over everything he has. That way he would leave alive. Another man grabs the guy and shouts that if he tries anything he will die, but if he cooperates, he will leave alive. Errol asks Senna if the people from her village were really active thieves. The two continue shouting at the people, threatening them. Senna says it seems those idiots got very excited about this. Protagonist runs to one of the loads and says he wanted to see what kind of product the Geotal company was making money from. As soon as he opens it, he sees only common fruits and pelts. Senna says that on the surface, everything seems common. He knocks on the bottom of the carriage and notices it sounds hollow. He asks Senna to remove the bottom of the wagon, and she is happy about it. With one punch, she breaks the bottom of the wagon. They look into the hole and are surprised by what they find. He looks at that white powder and asks if that is salt. He says that if someone is caught smuggling salt, they cannot avoid severe punishment, but that doesn't seem to be salt. They continue breaking the false bottom and checking everything there. Lycan opens one of the boxes, and as soon as he looks inside he says those are medicines with hallucinogenic effects, as well as products prohibited from being imported. Protagonist says that if everyone is caught, the responsible person would be severely punished. Errol thinks they got it right there, and the rest should be as that person reported. Lycan asks if they should report it immediately. Protagonist asks him to wait a bit, as he would think about it. He thinks that probably some nobles are involved in this too, and if they are lucky, it might be possible to catch them. The most important thing is to get what they can for now. He says he would show her what a real dispute between merchants is like. Meanwhile, in one of Geodal's affiliated shops, a man was looking at a report. The man thinks it's very strange. Sales have dropped significantly, and they always manage to get better prices than the overall market price. He wonders what is going on. So, he decides to call the man who is passing by. After analyzing the situation, he goes to Senial. She asks if the Arnold company was blatantly buying only the products they buy. The man says yes, and that they are buying at a higher price than their company, and the same thing is happening in other branches. She says this is not an immediate problem, but if it continues, all their businesses will stop. She pauses to think a bit, and concludes that this was a clear attack. Protagonist is even willing to lose money to keep this up. She wonders how rich he has become to be able to make this kind of attack. The man shouts that they need to protest immediately and force them to stop this. Senial says everyone in the world knows that ARL is a genius. There's no way he doesn't know this is an unfair act and that there's a risk of being criticized. However, the fact that he is still willing to take this approach means he has sufficient reasons to do something like this. She asks if it is true that her wagons were attacked some time ago. The man says yes. She thinks a little and connects the dots. At first, she thought it was a simple robbery, but this was an act by protagonist. The fact that no charges or measures have been taken so far means this is far beyond a simple retaliation. She leaves saying she needs to speak to him immediately. The man asks if he will accept this. She says it won't be easy, but it's the only way she can survive this. She shouts for him to prepare the carriage immediately. After a journey, she is in a room sitting. 2 men were with her saying they had already been sitting for more than 2 hours waiting. When would the Highness arrive there? Suddenly, Errol arrives, saying he made them wait a long time so they should get straight to the point and ask what they want. Seniel says she is sure he knows the reason why she is there. Protagonist sits down and says he really knows. Apparently, she wanted to confront him. He says he thought by now she would have packed up and crossed the borders. She responds that closing a business is the same as death to her. Seniel asks how he knew, and if he would say that this revenge he took was for no reason. Errol asks what revenge she is talking about as he just played a prank, like a certain person did. She gets irritated and says protagonist claims it's just a prank, but he is buying products more expensive than her and selling them cheaper than her. That way it's hard for her to handle all this. She shouts, asking why he is doing this, even losing money. Protagonist throws a pile of papers on the table, saying he thinks his actions were reasonable. Errol says that on the table is a detailed record, saying who she sells to and what she sells. He got this from a well-intentioned informant. She looks at this and gets scared. Protagonist asks her not to misunderstand. He would not retaliate because of the cocoa fruit criticism. What he is doing is just showing how many dangerous bridges she crossed. Looking intently at her, he asks if she likes money. She is speechless. He asks if it's not natural to do something to make money. She looks at him and says that raising money infinitely must be the true attitude of a merchant and asks if he agrees. He thinks she is sincere, and that is pathetic. He starts laughing and says that once she asked if he could change his mind if she came back. Errol says she was right. She managed to change his mind. He extends his hand to her, saying he would offer her a deal. He says he would extend a hand to her, and in return, she should hand over her business to him, and thus he would forgive her. She shouts again, asking what kind of nonsense this is. He tells her to calm down. He won't leave her on the street. She says his joke is going too far and asks if her company seems so cheap to be sold just for smuggling. Errol says that's true. Just smuggling isn't enough of a crime, right? She asks what he is talking about. Protagonist takes some papers and throws them, saying that apparently she paid many bribes here and there, and if that wasn't enough, she would be charged with treason. She grabs the papers, scared. While protagonist says no one would guess she had a hand in the conflict of some small country, he says he thinks providing weapons and supplies to the rebels was very profitable. He asks if she really did anything to make money, and if that wasn't enough, she interrupts him terrified and begs him to stop. Sunil asks how he knew about this. Protagonist says that there are people in the world who see through everything. They can even see lost evidence. He asks what would happen if other people found out about this. Errol emphasizes that it's not just the nobles and politicians she bribed, but also people from other countries who were suffering because of the weapons she provided. That's pretty bad. She feels suffocated, as if each of those people was trying to catch her. Protagonist asks if they should call this event the birth of a universal star. She asks if he wasn't being too hasty, since he still needs her to resolve the misunderstanding with the Holy Kingdom. Errol smiles and asks why he should worry about that, since the Holy Kingdom has already done its part, so she doesn't need to worry. Sunil is surprised and finds herself cornered, seeing that protagonist was literally several steps ahead of her in every part. She lowers her head, desperate. Arl tells her it's okay. She can make the right choice now. Then he asks what is more valuable to her, her company, or her life. And so, Sunil abandoned her position as president of Geotal Company, and all shares in the company were transferred to the owner of Arnold Company, who is protagonist's uncle, Leakin. The merchants and employees of Geotal were filled with fear that their workplace would disappear in an instant, but only a part of the authority was transferred. The signage was changed while the existing structure was maintained, and no employees were dismissed. Pelzen was cornered, shouting that this is a setup. Before Sunil resigned from her position as president of the company, she admitted all the dealings with Pelzen. Saint Nelvina discovered everything and now had evidence. She says that besides the bribes related to the cocoa fruits, he was using smuggled items. Pelzen, scared, shouts that she shouldn't listen to the nonsense said by the bastards of the kingdom of Arnesia. Nelvina says she already knows that the relationship with them is not good, but that has nothing to do with what is happening. She starts shouting that his misdeeds have profaned their god's name, and that is something she could not ignore in any way. Pelzen is in shock, thinking that the saint wanted to kill him from the beginning, only lacking proof. She asks the guards to take him away and says she hopes this action can clarify the misunderstanding. Pelzen leaves shouting, asking how she dared to do this. However, she leaves gracefully and calmly, while only Pelzen's cries of pain are heard behind. Even though Lycan had to go through some problems to stabilize things, they managed to gain a ship and a crew. The chocolate is also selling like hotcakes. The company's prospects are bright. As Sunil said, they should think about supplying chocolates to other countries at any cost. While all this was happening, Protagonist was eating a bonbon. He asks if the Holy Kingdom is used to arriving late and calls the girl in front of him Saint Nelvinia. She is charmed and says she didn't expect him to recognize her. Protagonist says he is surprised she visited him personally, as she usually only sends letters. During the early days of the chocolate business, Errol and Nelvinia exchanged several letters and secretly joined forces to obtain the necessary documents. As a result, Protagonist acquired Geotal while the saint eliminated the priest who interfered with the Holy Kingdom's policies. Protagonist looks at her, grabbing a chocolate, and thinks he believed that after they both got what they wanted, there would be no further contact. However, Nelvinia was enchanted with the chocolate. She eats one and happily says, as expected, this is definitely enough for a merchant to become obsessed. Protagonist asks if a saint could secretly enter a country like that. She says that as long as she's not caught, it's fine. He smiles, saying that he is a prince and the lord of those lands, and if he were to change his mind and try to capture her, Nelvinia smiles and says it's okay because she's confident she can escape before being caught. Protagonist thinks she is indeed full of confidence. He thinks she is not a saint of a kingdom without reason. He asks what she would like to talk to him about, as there's no way she would risk coming there just to eat some chocolate. She sighs and says it's nothing too serious. She just wanted to clarify the misunderstanding between them. Protagonist says there was no misunderstanding. What happened was the result of greed between two people who wanted money above all, so there was nothing to clarify. He says the heart of a human cannot be determined just by this kind of result and asks if that's why she wants to clarify personally. The saint says what happened was entirely the personal misconduct of their priest. She says it was not under her jurisdiction, and she has no resentment against him. Nelvinia places some papers on the table. Protagonist looks at them and thinks they might be evidence that the priest had such animosity. RL smiles and asks why she doesn't permit the trade of artificial holy water to make everything right. She smiles and says that would be difficult because they also have their pride. She stands up and says she wants to meet the famous RL Arnesia face to face. He asks what she wants, and she says she doesn't want to make him an enemy of the Holy Kingdom. She says she would consider the import. Protagonist says if she wants to be so friendly, then she could take this opportunity to open up trade. She starts laughing and apologizes, saying it's not that simple. He sighs and wonders if he failed in the negotiation. She doesn't want to mess with them now, but she also doesn't want to build a long-term friendship. He asks her if it could be because of the interspecies law. He says if it's just a simple doctrine, there are ways to cover it up. He thinks it might have been impossible hundreds of years ago, but now everything has changed. She says it's not because of that, and they can be friends now. RL asks what she meant by that. He also asks if the interspecies bill was not the biggest conflict between the Kingdom of Arnesia and the Holy Kingdom. She stands up and starts to leave, saying that in any case, she has no intention of making him an enemy. Nelvinia says she will pray to see him again on a better occasion and simply disappears from in front of him. Protagonist looks at this and thinks there is no trace of magic being used there. He was unable to sense any kind of mana fluctuation. The principle is different from teleportation. He wonders if that is the exclusive ability of Saint Errol. Lying on the table, he says he feels that something irritating is going to happen very soon. He thinks that Nelvinia said she had no intention of fighting, but that would last for a limited time. He hopes that the childish saint makes the right choice. The night begins to fall. Several papers fly inside a room. A woman was lying on all those notes. This woman is named Mika Jessinoville. She is a member of the Kingdom of Arnesia's 16th Order of Knights. She opens her eyes irritated, shouting that she had a lot of work, and it wasn't even her job to begin with. She throws everything up and says that the work should have been done by her captain, Kanya. Mika starts to cry and says that Lady Kanya is not a bad person, but when she gets distracted, she focuses only on one thing, and all this happens. Mika says that if she had known this would happen, she would have stayed in the field, which was better. Not long ago, inside the house where Mika lived, she was all happy and delighted to learn that her father was recommending her for a new assignment. Her father says that's right. He was recommending her for a new order of knights that the second princess would command. These knights would be very well recognized throughout the kingdom, since the second princess is very strong. Mika is impressed to learn that the second princess, the person she had only heard stories about, is a genius with the sword who gained her support at a very young age. Her father says that since this order of knights is led by Her Highness, the princess, it is mostly composed of female members. Mika thinks she was lucky that Princess Kanya managed to gather so many female knights. She needed to call as many women as possible. So even she, a girl living in a remote area of the kingdom, got her invitation. She cheers and shouts for her father to leave everything to her. Mika thinks that the time has finally come to say goodbye to that boring village. Now she can get stronger and maybe even find success in her life. Now she was stuck behind piles of papers, thinking she just wanted to skip work. She wonders where the captain went. Suddenly, Kanya bursts through the door. Mika yells at Kanya, saying she will end up breaking the door if she keeps opening doors like that. Kanya smiles and apologizes. Mika yells at her, saying the repair costs are outside their budget, which makes everything even worse. She emphasizes that recently, Errol sent her a letter, sympathizing with everything she was going through. Kanya cries, saying she now understands why Mika's responses were so familiar. Mika shows her that she had also forgotten the documents, so she organized everything herself. However, the captain needed to check everything, or else she wouldn't be able to leave work again. Kanya yells, apologizing, and says she will do it right now. She sits at the table, saying she only tried to rest a bit, but didn't realize how much time had passed. She starts working, and Mika looks at Kanya, wondering if she was so upset about losing to that guy. A few days ago, Kanya challenged another swordsman in the kingdom. His name is Menel Grant. She challenged him to a duel, and the result was a complete defeat for Princess Kanya. Even trembling and on her knees, she says she lost. Menel says the only reason for his victory was because he has more experience. However, Kanya interrupts him, smiling, and says it's okay. She looks at him determinedly, and says that with this defeat, she realized what she lacked to improve, and that's why she would win next time. The reason she is obsessed with winning is because of a promise she made to her father when the order was established. The current order of knights is only temporary, and will only be officially recognized when certain conditions are met. Besides being recognized for their performance, Kanya must also be recognized for her skills, and one of the methods to recognize her skills is to defeat the best swordsman in the kingdom. In other words, she must defeat another sword master, since she has become a sword master herself. Mika thinks that if it had only ended with a story of a battle between sword masters, however, in the middle of her thought, she realizes something. Mika thinks that if her captain keeps losing to this sword master, the current order of knights will also disappear. She falls to the ground, shouting that this can never happen. She thinks that even if she complains so much about the work, it's still not a bad job. She looks at Kanya sitting there and thinks she needs to do something to help her captain. A few days later, inside his office, protagonist looks at a person with a scared face, and asks how she had the courage to request a private meeting with the prince and lord of Fihilia. Mika is startled by this and screams, saying she did it only for her captain, Kanya. Protagonist starts laughing a lot and says he was joking, asking her to relax a bit. She sits at the table, and protagonist asks what was going wrong and if Kanya had caused any incident. Mika says no and begins to explain everything that was happening. After the entire explanation, protagonist asks if Mika came there to get advice because she was worried about his sister. Errol says that his father is very serious and did not give her those conditions expecting her to fail. Micah says that this is really true, but if things continue like this, it will be difficult for Kanya to handle the work properly. Micah says she already felt her limits approaching as she was working non-stop. Protagonist apologizes for that and says he should have educated Kanya a bit better. Micah is worried about this and says that protagonist, besides being Kanya's master, also created theories about improving training. She begs him to help resolve this. Protagonist starts to wonder how they should solve this. He apologizes to Micah and says that this still wouldn't work. She screams, asking why. He says this is a problem Kanya needs to solve on her own. He can give advice if she wants, but that is not the case. He says for that reason, he cannot do anything for her. Micah sighs at this. Protagonist remains silent, looking at her and says he couldn't send her away empty-handed. Micah is happy with this. He stands up and says he wouldn't give advice to her, but asks Micah to wait a moment. He returns and hands her a letter. Micah asks what that is. He says it contains his advice, but he would let Kanya decide whether or not to open the letter. Micah takes the letter in her hands and thanks protagonist. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the princess was lying down exhausted from training. She looks up and remembers the fight she had with Manhwa. While they were fighting, she thought he could defend all her attacks with that thin sword without any risk. She used all her strength, thinking it was better to try to break that sword than to find an opening. However, Manhwa defended without any problem and said that Kanya's sword is very good. She can use the aura perfectly, and that makes him proud, but now it was his turn to attack. Just the pressure of his attack plus his aura was enough to decide the duel. She closes her eyes and says that although they both used similar techniques and lived in the same kingdom, her lack of experience did not allow her to do anything to win that fight. She wonders what she should do. Suddenly, she hears someone shouting her name. As soon as she opens her eyes, she sees a letter and Micah right in front of her. She asks Micah what she was doing there. Micah says she received that from Errol. The letter had information on how to defeat Lord Manhwa. She continues saying that if Kanya read it, she could beat him, and their order would be officially recognized. Kanya flicks her forehead and says there is no way the protagonist would give her that. Then she asks if Micah went to the protagonist to ask for help. The princess says she understands Micah, but this is not the right path to take. Micah apologizes and says she was worried. Kanya smiles and says that if she beats Manhwa because of her brother's help, it would be like defining her own limits. Micah is impressed, saying she never imagined she could hear something so incredible coming from her captain. Kanya asks if she was complimenting or mocking her. Micah sits on the ground, looking at her captain. Kanya stands up and smiles determinedly, saying that at any cost, she would win this time. As the princess leaves the training field, Micah looks at her and says that if she prefers it that way, then it's all right. She takes the letter in her hand and says she is very curious to know what was written in it. Not long after, Kanya was walking and finally arrived at Manhwa's room. He looks at her and asks if she hasn't given up on this yet. She says she will not give up, no matter how many times she falls or how long it takes, but this time she will win. Manhwa says he doesn't mind dueling with her. As soon as she draws her sword, he is surprised and asks about that sword. She says that was the conclusion she reached and begins to attack with incredible speed. Manhwa manages to defend himself. He thinks that as the distance narrows, the length of the sword becomes shorter. He continued to dodge her attacks, but it was getting increasingly dangerous. He shouts that he cannot let this happen and starts attacking as well, but she easily evades all his attacks. Manhwa looks at her and thinks that she managed to dodge even at close range. He wonders if she could predict his attacks. He gets serious and thinks that apparently he can't let his guard down anymore, so he will fight seriously from now on. He attacks again. She dodges, but her hair is cut. As soon as she notices this change, he wonders if he wasn't fighting seriously before. She takes a few hits but continues to defend and evade almost everything. Manhwa thinks that the princess probably believed that he relied on thrusts to fight. So if she shortened the distance, she could take advantage of his difficulty. However, he corrected that a long time ago. Since he read all her intentions, he knew he would win this time too. Suddenly, he is surprised by her movement. She jumps and delivers a headbutt to Manhwa. The headbutt is so strong that it creates pressure around them. At that moment, Manhwa loses his strength and starts to fall to the ground, screaming in pain with blood coming from his nose. Micah and another boy are astonished by what they are seeing. Micah is worried, asking if the princess could do something like that. She places the sword at his neck and asks how it feels. She smiles and asks if he thought all that was real. Not to mention that she is sure he never imagined a knight would deliver a headbutt like that. He starts laughing and says that was incredible. He asserts that, in essence, one should not worry about means and methods on the battlefield. Fighting fairly is absurd. He says the victory is hers. Micah sighs in relief at this. The two shake hands and he says that, as promised, he will recognize her abilities as a knight. She is very happy, smiling, and thanking him for that. As Kanya passes by, Micah happily celebrates, saying that she finally won. However, Kanya doesn't seem too confident. She says that, for some reason, she thinks Manhwa was going easy on her, and that she still has a lot to learn. She turns and asks Micah what was written in the letter protagonist sent to her. But Micah makes a serious face and asks if she is curious about it now. Kanya says she finally managed to win, so it doesn't matter anymore. Micah says that, actually, she opened the letter to see what was written. There was nothing there. Just a blank piece of paper. Not even the fiery magic he mentioned was there. Kanya thinks about it. Micah asks her not to be upset about it. Kanya asks why she should be upset. Clearly, protagonist gave it to her on purpose. Micah asks how she is so sure about that. Kanya says that it could be called instinct. Anyway, she is very eager for her next fight. Micah says she can't do that now because she has to take care of the backlog of work. Kanya smiles and says she will do that first. As soon as the duel between them ended, Manhwa was lying on the bed with his head hurting. He says he expected this because he pushed this old body more than it could handle. However, suddenly the protagonist opens the door to his room, thanking him for helping Kanya get used to real battles. He apologizes for making Manhwa go through so much for Princess Kanya. Manhwa asks him not to say that kind of thing. As expected, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, as the king said the same things. Jia, who was accompanying protagonist, wastes no time and begins to use his magic to tend to Manhwa's injuries. Meanwhile, Errol starts saying that if Kanya were not recognized by someone as strong as Manhwa, it could cause her great difficulties. Since she has the status of a knight, the other knights would look at her differently. Manhwa asks if the protagonist gave any advice to the princess. He says no. Although Maka sought him out for advice, he did not help. Manhwa says that the way to counter-attack with the sword, and even the final move, were created by her. He smiles and says he had a lot of fun verifying the princess's qualifications. Errol says that's because his sister's obsession and love for the sword are real. He stands up and says that the matter concerning his sister is resolved, and now he needs to leave because he has some serious business to attend to. Manhwa wonders what business this is, thinking that protagonist didn't come there to talk about serious matters unless he was going to discuss the future of the entire kingdom. He looks at protagonist and thinks that maybe he could be at the royal palace. The conference room doors open, and protagonist begins to enter. His father, King Thorol, his older brother, the first Prince Arella, and the third Prince Errol sit at the table. They ask protagonist if he was serious. He says yes because they should prepare for a war as soon as possible. He explains that although the problem with the alliance of the three kingdoms has come to an end, many dangers still lurk in the kingdom. Thorol says it doesn't seem like a simple concern the way protagonist just spoke. With a serious look, he says his father is right. This time he wants to attack first. Arella stands up, shouting at protagonists and asking if he really wants them to start a war. Still very serious, Errol says he is sure his brother is aware of how many losses they had by letting the enemy army invade their lands first in the last war. And again, there are signs that war will break out once more. Protagonist corrects himself, asserting that the war will indeed happen. That was the conclusion he reached after much investigation. Arella is distressed, remembering what he went through in the last war. With a heavy aura and an expressionless face, Errol says he is not saying that his brother's argument is incorrect, as this time he will kill the enemies. However, this is how they could minimize the damage if the war is happening. He says he has already designed all the materials and equipment they will need to win this war. He says that is his opinion and ends there. The two remain silent for a while. The Oral asks Arella what he will do because from now on, he will govern the entire kingdom of Arnesia, so he should make a decision. Protagonist says he will also follow what his older brother chooses. Arella sighs and asks for a little time to assimilate all this. He starts to leave the room while the protagonist watches him as he leaves. Errol and his father stay there waiting for him to return. The Oral tells protagonists that they have a lot to discuss later. Protagonist says it is unfortunate, but he thinks so. He sighs, thinking that he didn't want to take these drastic measures, but someone needs to do it. The Oral says that protagonist asked to leave her reception with Errol, and since it was protagonist's request, he would let it be. However, he asks if she will be okay. Protagonist says yes, as he thinks she expected more. The Oral agrees with the protagonist and says that if he is saying so, then it is all right. Errol looks at his father and asks what decision he would make if he were in his place. He lowers his gaze and says that if it were his choice, he would not start a war. That would be his choice. Protagonist says he understands. Arella opens the door and says they should prepare for war, but would only start if someone demonstrated hostile acts against the kingdom. He stops beside his brother and says that if he violates this one rule, he will not overlook it. Protagonist says Arella's choice is correct. Arella asks Errol who on earth he is so careful about. Errol says that those who may become enemies in the future are from the Holy Kingdom of Zelnian. He emphasizes that he believes this could happen within 5 years. He thinks that although he has not found a reason to prevent them from being friends as a result of his own investigation, after the saint came there, the possibility of war became clearly visible. As long as she doesn't do anything suspicious, he has no intention or reason to invade them. But that doesn't mean he will sit and let the war happen again. What he wants to do is just prepare, so that in case there is any suspicion of war, they are ready. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom of Zelnian, Saint Nelvina was lying in her bed. A flask was beside her. She picks it up and looks at it while remembering that she asked them to be careful not to antagonize the kingdom of Arnesia for now. People ask if they would stop evangelizing them. Evangelizing is slang for an invasion plan against a country. This does not follow the doctrines of the Holy Kingdom. The saint says that for now, evangelism is the strongest desire they have and has been passed down for a long time. However, they have no chance of winning a war against Arnesia now, and so it is time to be as careful as possible. Still in bed, she thinks that they will only grow if they let them, but she can't see a way to beat them if she acts now. She looks at the flask and thinks that although she doesn't want to do this, she will have to resort to some more problematic changes, slowly, step by step. And this is all for the good of the holy nation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Fihilia, Princess Peniamret Pena had just arrived. Promptly, the protagonist bows before her, welcoming her. She lowers her head, saying she didn't imagine they would meet again like this. She says she didn't imagine he would be behind her extradition. Currently, there are only 3 direct members of the royal family in the empire. The current emperor, the first prince, Princess Pena, and the youngest princess of the family. Back in Fihilia, Pena comments that the weather was so brutal on her way that she thought she would freeze to death. But here it was different, which is really surprising. Protagonist asks her to come in first, and they would talk about the details later. The eldest son was supposed to inherit the throne after the war, and the youngest princess was only 9 years old at the time, so the second princess, Pena, became their hostage. But the world knows that she came to the kingdom of Arnesia under the pretext of studying abroad to strengthen the friendship. Protagonist thinks that her fate is truly twisted. Despite the unfortunate situation, she is genuinely quite concerned about things. They enter the protagonist's castle to have tea. She says the tea smells very good. Errol says there are also refreshments and asks her to enjoy them from the bottom of her heart. He asks how her life has been studying there. She laughs and says she is just a hostage, but it has been very pleasant since she is well treated and doesn't have to do anything but eat and sleep. Protagonist thinks her laugh sounds a bit bitter. She says that when they told her about the city in Fihilia, she thought it was a lie because who would believe there was such a big city in a place like that? Protagonist asks her to stop pretending. She asks what he is talking about. Errol says he hasn't forgotten her indecent behavior in the garden last time. She sips her tea a bit embarrassed and says she doesn't know what he is talking about. He starts laughing and asks if she wants him to put up a big sign at the entrance of the city, saying that the princess is a spiritualist. She shouts, saying she did it seriously because people like it when she smiles at them. Protagonist smiles and says it has a different taste. She gets angry at him. Pina tells him that he should also stop pretending because he is no better than her. Errol says that is quite interesting, but he wants to get straight to the point and asks her to show it to him already. She looks at him and the people around and asks if she has to show it there. Protagonist tells her not to worry, as they deal with extremely confidential information there, suggesting that the magic is automatically activated and that those people can never reveal what they see. Errol thinks he doesn't know exactly what's happening, but the princess seems quite uncomfortable showing her powers to others. She sighs and calls the salamander, whose chosen name is Sala. She holds it in her hand and says she practiced a lot after the tips protagonist gave her. Now Sala doesn't run away like before. Errol claps for her and says, "That's pretty cool." Protagonist asks her about the letter she sent him through the red lizard. He asks what she meant by what the lizard told her. If it's, "I could teach you high-level spiritual arts." She replies that it is exactly what he read. She says that at some point, she started hearing the spirit's words, and it's incredible. She says that, unconsciously, she understands instead of hearing with her ears. Errol thinks that while summoning spirits is not rare, it is difficult to communicate with them through language. Even if a person's affinity is high, there are cases where the spirits reject them. Even he, a former professional, would have trouble with this, but the princess is different. Protagonist asks what happened. She says that besides this child's voice, she heard several others but didn't know what to do. While she was thinking about this, Sala said that Errol knew the way, and that she could fully trust him. Protagonist is a little confused and asks if the spirit mentioned him directly. He thinks that spirits are not interested in humans, so why would they choose Errol in this way? He asks if the spirit said anything else. She starts looking around. He looks at Sala and thinks that, unlike humans, spirits do not recognize appearances but the inner nature. They look at the fundamental essence. In other words, there is a possibility that these little beings can see through protagonist's identity. Errol wonders how they would see the protagonist, who is living his 101st life. Pena stands up and shouts at protagonist, asking if he will teach her or not. He smiles and says it's not difficult at all. She is impressed and says she expected this from a genius because no one in the Empire knows about spiritual magic. He says it's a lost art, which is why no one knows, but he promises to try to teach her as much as he can. She smiles and asks him to take good care of her. They shake hands and thus, the strange cohabitation of the imperial princess and the kingdom's prince begins. Senna starts whispering, saying that Errol's relationship with the princess has been very serious these past few days. Asya sighs and says she wonders when they got to know each other to be talking so formally like that. Senna says she believes they met when protagonist went to see the women who had been chosen for him to relate to and marry. Asya is surprised to hear this and asks if his prospective marriage partner is the princess. Senna smiles and says that makes her heart race. Meanwhile, the two were walking down the corridor and protagonist was a bit irritated, wondering what kind of misunderstanding they were having about him. Errol thinks that the fact that Pena is the only spiritualist bothers him a bit, so he needs to keep her close to monitor this closely. However, he can't tell this to anyone. He opens the classroom door and says that enough walking around the castle. It's time to start the lessons. She's surprised to see that. Now the lecture on spiritual arts by Errol would begin. He picks up a book and says it contains the summary of spiritual arts. He starts looking through the book and throws it into the bushes, saying they will skip that because it's just trash. The records themselves are very old, and most of them are speculative theories, so they are trash. Pena asks if the books were that old. He starts explaining that as she already knows, to summon a spirit, she needs a contract. Only then can the spirit manifest to the point where it can be seen by others. She says she has never done such a thing with Sala before. Errol explains that actually the contract is a term of convenience. Unless it's a high-level spirit, sometimes just nodding can be enough. And the most important requirement is affinity. She asks if, without that, she wouldn't be able to summon the spirit. He says it's not quite like that. Theoretically speaking, a person doesn't need affinity if they're just summoning. He shows a stone in his hand. Pena asks if that is a spirit stone because they are extremely expensive. Protagonist says it is indeed a spirit stone. Errol states that if common people have an appropriate means like this, those who are beyond the providence of nature, he begins to say, I called your name according to the ritual to have a conversation with you. Energy begins to emanate from the stone and envelop the place. The stone starts to disintegrate. Then he turns his hand, releasing it into the magic circle he had placed on the ground. The stone falls into the circle and stands up, then begins to float. Protagonist says the entire spirit summoning is complete. She asks if that was really a spirit. He says yes, but that ritual is simple. He did it as a small demonstration. He says it's like summoning only the hand or foot of the spirit if she wants. He cancels the summoning and says that although a person can summon spirits even with low affinity, it is difficult to find a means to use in the summoning ritual. The technique is complicated and communication is extremely difficult. Sala sits down noisily. Protagonist continues explaining that nearly 200 years ago, the existence of spiritualists was confirmed by Errol. Magic becoming more convenient than expected was another contributing factor, but that doesn't mean spiritual arts are inferior. He says their goal today is to make her fully familiar with the summoning method, so they will start trying. She stands up excitedly and asks if she just needs to try doing exactly what he did before. She starts to try and repeat protagonist's words. Those who are beyond the providence of nature, I call your names according to the ritual to have a conversation with you. Again, energy begins to fill the environment and the magic circle on the table starts to glow. Protagonist watches, surprised, thinking she might succeed on her first attempt. Suddenly, another spirit appears. Errol looks at it, thinking it is called the Earth Gnome. She celebrates and shouts, calling protagonist and saying it appeared. Errol says yes, but they wouldn't move forward on their own. They approach and the protagonist says he expected this. He can't hear what they are saying. Pina says the spirit is asking how they should play. She extends her hand to it and the gnome looks at her and hugs her hand. Protagonist says that thus the contract is established. Errol is surprised and says she managed to make a contract with two spirits. If the emperor, her older brother, finds out about this, he will die of envy. She remains silent and trembling with anger. She says maybe, but corrects herself and says that he really would be dying of envy. Protagonist doesn't understand anything she is saying. He looks at her and says that now that things have turned out this way, he needs to clarify some things. He goes up to her and says, he knows there's a reason she's hiding, a reason she can't be caught knowing the spiritual arts by the Trident Empire. She lowers her head, saddened. Protagonist asks if she is afraid that the Holy Kingdom will discover this. According to the doctrine of God followed by the Holy Kingdom, all non-human beings, such as elves and dwarves, are treated as profane. What they detest the most are spirits. In fact, records from hundreds of years ago speak of the long struggle between the Holy Kingdom and spiritualists. Sometimes it is said that spiritualists were hunted more cruelly than demons. Moreover, spirits are sensitive to human malice. Perhaps that's why the presence of spirits has become so rare in recent years. Amidst all this, the princess, a member of the imperial lineage, has appeared. Starting with the previous emperor, they began to take the doctrine of the Holy Kingdom seriously. So, the reason why the princess was sent to the kingdom of Arnesia is also related to this. Pena sighs and says that to some extent, protagonist was right, and that's why she will explain a little more. She starts to say that her brother and some of her associates already know about her talent. Although she is there to hide the fact that she knows the spiritual arts of the Holy Kingdom, the reason her brother sent her in the first place was, protagonist begins to use his ability with his eye and says that this was done to later give the Holy Kingdom an excuse to punish the kingdom of Arnesia. Pena is shocked by this and asks if Errol already knew this. He says he only thought of it as one of the possibilities, but from her reaction, it's clear that this is the truth. The Mermaid Empire is still hostile towards the kingdom of Arnesia. The reason is that the kingdom of Arnesia was once subject to the empire's territory in the past. The first king of the kingdom was the one who made it independent, and that's why the empire cannot tolerate the existence of the kingdom of Arnesia. Errol asks Princess Pena if her brother's idea is to give the Holy Kingdom the excuse that she, the princess who went to study there, was introduced to the spiritual arts due to the influence of evil. She says yes. Protagonist continues using his abilities and asks if the Holy Kingdom knows about this. She says she doesn't know that much about the plan. She feels a bit different and asks why she was talking about this. Suddenly, Errol closes his eyes and thinks that his suggestion magic worked well. It seems Pena and the current emperor are not on the same page. She sits back in the chair, and Sala jumps into her lap. Pena looks at protagonist and says that in any case, she doesn't like this plan. She starts petting Sala and says that these beautiful children don't deserve this treatment. Errol says that even if everything goes according to the Empire's plan, considering the doctrine of the Holy Kingdom, in the end, she will not be safe. He looks at her again and asks why she asked him to teach her that. Did she want to use it as a pretext to convince them? She gets angry and shouts that she didn't think that far. She just didn't want to make any mistakes. He asks if that was a coincidence. She says that she was also influenced by what Sala told her. Errol kneels before her and asks what she, Pena, wanted to do, as he was sure the emperor didn't know about this. Pena says that's right. Her brother doesn't know about this, but she is still a part of the royal family. Even if she doesn't like it, if it's for the good of the empire, there is nothing she can do. Protagonist stands up and says that if it's for the good of the empire, that's more of a reason for her to cooperate with him. She is startled and asks what he means by that. Errol says it is exactly what he said. If he allows the Holy Kingdom and the Empire to join now, the Empire will just be exploited and completely destroyed. One of the reasons he prepared for war was to confirm that the Holy Kingdom was trying to use the Empire as a shield. Protagonist looks at Pena and says that he is sorry, but her brother is a complete idiot. He doesn't understand that the Holy Kingdom is willing to do anything to get what it wants. Pena is a bit startled by this information. She sits in the chair, looking to the side. Protagonist asks her if she really thinks that if the Holy Kingdom and the Empire joined forces, they could defeat the Kingdom of Arnesia so easily. He tells her that if that happens, the Empire will be completely wiped off the map. Pena asks if protagonist means that the Holy Kingdom has been planning to abandon the Empire from the beginning. Errol responds that yes, it's obvious that they intend to provoke a conflict between the two countries and then seize the opportunity. It's the perfect chance to test things and withdraw if it doesn't go as planned. That's why they are intentionally building a deep relationship with the Empire and providing active support. Errol extends his hand to Princess Pena and says that he, as a member of the royal family, wanted to formalize a proposal to her. Protagonist kneels once again and says he will ensure the Empire does not enter the war, but she needs to cooperate with him. She is surprised and asks if that's why Errol called her there. She says she already knew he had a reason for calling her, but she couldn't understand why. Errol explains that the spiritual art Pena possesses might be the only way to deny the existence of the saint without starting a war. Pena stands up, shouting if the saint he is talking about is Saint Nelvinia, and asks if he is serious with her. Errol asks if she doesn't want to be used anymore since she isn't loyal to the emperor or the imperial family. Furthermore, she doesn't want her country to be caught in a war it cannot win. Protagonist asks her to join him, assuring that he will prove that her spiritual arts are not wrong and will teach a lesson to those who pushed her. She will no longer need to hide. Pena is enchanted by these words, closes her eyes, and grabs protagonist's hand, saying she trusts him and will stand by his side. After this conversation, protagonist goes to an isolated place and begins to draw a magic circle on the ground. He thinks that the most important thing for summoning a spirit is affinity, and although his personal affinity is low, thanks to current training methods, his mana is very close to natural attributes. He starts to release his mana and recite the words, but forgets the rest and says that remembering everything is a hassle. Then, he angrily shoves his hand into the magic circle and yells for the bastards to come out quickly. He grabs a water spirit by the hair, pulls it out, and throws it far away, saying the next one should come out too. He grabs another spirit, which asks who the protagonist is, but he also throws it away and grabs the third, then the fourth, and so on. After grabbing all of them, he sighs tiredly and says that finally, all the attributes are there. They look at protagonist with some fear, but one of the spirits is irritated with Errol and yells, asking how a mere human dares to treat them like this, as if they were toys. A second later, chains appear on that spirit, binding it. Protagonist says he cast a barrier spell to prevent the spirit from abusing its power, so it's better not to try anything foolish. The spirit is still angry, and asks why he is binding them by force, whether it's because of the contracts or if there is another reason. Protagonist says he doesn't care about any contract because he already has the strength he needs. He only called them there to ask one thing. All the spirits are surprised by this and ask what it is. Errol begins to say that recently, a spirit of a spiritualist he knows said something unusual. He says that spirit said, Errol can be trusted. Protagonist asks what this means. The fire spirit says it doesn't understand what the human is talking about, but suddenly, an aura appears as if an extremely powerful being is behind protagonist, leaving the spirit completely terrified. The spirit asks who protagonist really is. Errol is confused and says they have been there for a while and that they are asking this only now. He says he must look different in the eyes of the spirits. Another spirit says that protagonist seems to be thousands of years old, or even much older than that, because not even the dragon lords would have all that strength. Protagonist wonders if that's how he appears to them. Errol asks why they don't seem so surprised by what they are seeing. The fire spirit says a human similar to the protagonist had sought him before. He also had a soul like protagonist. Asks when this happened. The spirit says that by human standards, it was about 1,000 years ago. Protagonist feels a bit upset and thinks that this person has been dead for a long time, but he begins to think he expected this. Besides him, there were other reincarnates. He wonders if this is common or if he has encountered some of them in his other lives. The spirit says that in the past, that person used their powers against their will and committed numerous horrific acts, destroying so many things they even lost count. Errol sighs and says he had his doubts, but it happened exactly as he expected. The so-called reincarnators are broadly divided into 3 categories. First, those who do nothing because they are too lazy. Second, those who do good deeds based on the recognition they accumulate. And third, a bastard who wields power as they please. Protagonist thinks that perhaps this guy from 1,000 years ago falls into the 3rd category. The spirits say that protagonist is similar to the other man who did those things, but his essence is different. Perhaps the spirit of protagonist's friend felt relieved upon seeing Errol's soul. Protagonist asks if that is really all and if there isn't any other particular reason. The spirit asks what Errol will do now that he has the answers and if he wants to make a pact with all of them. Protagonist asks what kind of pact since he said he doesn't need more power. However, he wanted to ask one thing. He looks at the fire spirit and asks it never to mention protagonist's existence to anyone. It must pass this on to all the spirits below it and ensure that they never speak about protagonist. Errol emphasizes that if they mention his name to anyone, he will do much worse than the person from 1,000 years ago. The spirits are frightened and agree. The spirits begin to leave and the protagonist calls the fire spirit saying he has something he wants to ask personally. It returns and asks what protagonist needs. Errol says it's nothing special. He just wants to ask the spirit to respond to the call of a spiritualist when the time is right. The spirit starts creating a fire energy and says it will agree. That energy begins to pass through protagonist's hand and falls to the ground, transforming into a small flame. The spirit says that if the protagonist uses it, he will be able to call him. Protagonist takes the flame smiling and wonders how he should use it. Inside the protagonist's castle, Pina was sitting and meditating. She remembers that Errol taught her that spiritual arts are not something a person learns overnight because they are skills that prioritize emotion and talent over knowledge. He says that even if she understands with her mind, it is useless if her body cannot follow her mind. He says that's why they should do it step by step. First, she should meditate to correctly accept the mana of nature. Then, she should get familiar with summoning so she can summon in any situation. Sala and the gnome were floating nearby while she wondered if it is really possible to become proficient in spiritual arts just with that. She thinks that she understands that creating a foundation is important, but the proficiency that Errol desires is probably based on real combat. Pina thinks that he is taking everything into account for her, so she should do her best. Outside her room, protagonist and Dia were at the door. He says that he asked Pina to follow her usual routine. She could rest at will, eat normally, and train just to avoid getting rusty. But she is pushing herself too hard. He asks how many days have passed since she has been locked in there. Dia says that probably Princess Pina is giving her best all this time. And maybe she is like that because she is used to living as a member of the royal family. Protagonist thinks that might be it since she has been really diligent from a very young age. Jia says that's exactly it. The children who work or study from a young age can't focus on anything else but that. Protagonist says that they still go through tough times even today. He remembers something, and asks if she had received a call from the magic tower. He says it's about the engine he requested last time. She shakes her head. Protagonist thinks that after acquiring several ships through Jiatol, he made a request for them to move without using much labor. This is also known as a large-scale transportation method. Jia says that Hellman praised Protagonist, saying he would change the landscape of the kingdom but also mentioned it could be dangerous at the same time. Protagonist is happy to hear this, and asks if Mr. Hellman managed to do it. Jia says that the master of the magic tower stated it would be possible to stabilize everything within 3 months, but it would take an average of 6 months since the manpower of the magic tower was reduced to deal with the remnants of the dark mages. Protagonist sighs, and says that at least this is within the acceptable range. If he had done it himself, it would have taken about a year and a half. Anyway, it's those dark mages again. Hellman was furious with them and said they should be exterminated completely, at least from the territory of Arnesia. It's only natural to err against the wrong people for those who follow the right path. Jia says that's exactly what Hellman told her. Protagonist thinks that guy makes it clear what he is talking about, but it's not of interest to Errol right now. Then he smiles and says that anyway, she should tell Hellman that the protagonist understands and is rooting for him. She agrees while he does a little dance, happy as can be. He says that now that he has cleared an important task, they should take a break. Then, he should go out with the person who needs rest the most. He kicks open the door, calling for Pena, nearly scaring the girl to death. He shouts that they are going to start a new lesson today, a game for her heart, all day long. She looks at him a bit confused and asks what he is talking about. He takes her by the hand and says they need to go out first. They start walking through the streets of Fihilia. He feels sad, telling her that she will get very tired of her duties in the future, seeing how she only focuses on work. They would have difficulty not being able to leave work on time. Errol thinks he heard that her progress in spiritual arts seemed quite slow. So he decided to test her. Even though he gave her 100 reasons why she should have fun, she is still not convinced. He sighs and says she is scared. Pena says that first of all, they shouldn't be playing. She asks if the royal family and members of the imperial family behave like this. Won't they lose their dignity and be despised by their subordinates? Protagonist is horrified hearing this and asks what nonsense he just heard now. He asks how strict her upbringing was in the empire. Protagonist turns to the side. Too sad. Saying it's a pity she doesn't know the happiness of having a bit of fun. He asserts that he doesn't know if royal families should really behave that way. He says that seeing her like that only made him more determined. No matter what happens, today they are going to have fun. They continue walking through the streets of the city. As they walk, Pena looks at some food. The vendor says that it is a specialty of Fihilia, roasted snow rabbit. Errol looks at this and thinks that she was trying to hide her interest in street food, but the cultural shock is too great for her. Protagonist asks if she wants to try it. She asks for more dignity. He smiles and says it's okay, because she is just a prisoner now. He orders a skewer and offers it to her. Saying that this is a common city, so it's normal to eat and walk like everyone else. She takes it and tries it. After eating it all, she says the meat was overcooked and the sauce had a strange taste, so the man had a long way to go as a lot of juice was lost. Protagonist starts eating too and says he agrees with her, and that's why even snow rabbits can't sleep comfortably. However, Pena says she liked the new experience. As if she ate like that in the empire, she would be reprimanded. Suddenly someone runs by and pushes her. Protagonist manages to catch her. People shout that the guy was a thief. Protagonist looks at the thief and says he is quite bold to do that in his city. People say that someone must have reported it already, so the guards will arrive soon. Errol looks at Pena and says this is the perfect opportunity for her to have practical training. She happily calls her spirits, shouting that he could leave it to Sala and Gnome. As the thief runs, he suddenly feels trapped in something. When he looks at the ground, he realizes there is mud everywhere. Gnome used his abilities to trap the thief in mud. Pena then commands Sala to act. Sala starts using fire to harden the mud, leaving the thief stuck. She turns and asks the protagonist what he thought. He says she did very well. It's not bad to use her powers against thieves, but he thinks she could have restrained him in a more threatening manner. She agrees and uses her powers again, with an even stronger flame, making the thief scream. Errol shouts at her, saying not to do that as she shouldn't threaten his life. Stealing a wallet isn't a crime deserving of death. Pena replies that the thief will be fine since the fire isn't that hot. Protagonist touches the flame with his finger and sees that it's true, but he still thinks it's a bit much since it looks like he's being burned at the stake. People were applauding while the thief screamed in fear. They shouted that they wanted to see more, saying she should be a street executioner and that it was all incredible. Protagonist is shocked by the people's reaction. After that, the thief was safely handed over to the guards. Afterwards, they went to a bookstore. Pena starts looking at the books while Errol watches her, thinking, Pena is a princess, so she's more used to reading than playing. She continues looking at the books and thinks that everything is made of quality paper. There's nothing made of parchment. As she looks through the books, she sees something different. She asks what that is, as it's the only book with a shiny cover. Protagonist is alarmed and shouts that she won't be able to read that because it is. She starts reading the title of the book, The Steps of the Grey Sage. She asks if protagonist's title when he was young Grey Sage. He asks if that ridiculous nickname spread all the way to the Empire. She begins reading the book, which says, The Legendary Prince Errol Ernija. He has been called a genius since he was 2 years old and has been planning the development of his territory since he was 6. She is impressed, saying there is nothing but praise for him there. It's still a bit hard to believe, though. Protagonist is completely embarrassed. She looks at him suspiciously, asking if he wrote that. He says no, that his uncle wrote it to promote the territory. She says it's okay, and then picks another book, saying the letters in that other book are very informative. She doesn't think it's a transcription or print. Errol says she's quite sharp. He shows her around, saying he is testing a machine that not only prints uniform letters, but also pictures. In exactly 2 days, they printed enough copies to be placed in all the bookstores in the capital and every city. Pena is surprised by this, saying 2 days is really incredible. But why did he do it? He says it's just part of the business. He looks at her and thinks that no matter how familiar he gets with Princess Pena, he can't tell her much. At least not for now. He says they need to prepare to go back. It's almost time. Pena says it's okay. She had a lot of fun thanks to him. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, in the conference room, one of the men was banging on the table angrily, saying it was blasphemy against their god. He held up an item and said he got it from a merchant who crossed the border. That children's book is easy to read, even for kids who don't know how to read. The intention is good, but the saint says that The Spirit and the Traveler is a forbidden book. She says she never imagined it would be produced as a children's book. The men shout that it is undoubtedly blasphemy. This isn't a matter that can be easily decided. Nelvinia says that this is clearly a sensitive issue right now, just like the original book. She will designate this book as forbidden. She thinks that the only problem is Ernija again. As everyone debates, she thinks that, although it is a country that has nothing to do with spirits, if it is him, he must have published it for a reason. And to think that there would be such an uproar over a book, everything happened as he expected. They start to wonder what they should do with their allies. The saint says that she will tell them not to bring this to the church. One of the men present stands up angrily and asks the saint how much longer they should keep bowing their heads to these things. They begin to say that spreading their doctrine to the kingdom of Ernija is their deepest desire. Dissatisfaction among the believers is growing. Another man disagrees, saying they have already gone too far. Nelvinia raises her hand and says she will give a very clear answer this time. She begins to say that she plans to spread their teachings in the near future because God revealed the mystery to her. People are shocked and happy to hear this, saying it is great news, but it is the first time he has heard about this. So he asks why she hasn't said anything until now. She says it is so important that it must never be disclosed. She asks them to make the judgment there. They promise to remain silent. She begins to say something strange to them, and a strange aura arises among them. After that, they start smiling in a weird way, saying that this is their Lord. If that is the case, they have no choice but to receive the teachings. Nelvinia stands up and says that divine punishment would come in the name of the Holy God, and therefore orders that this revelation be kept as the highest secret of the Holy Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Hernesia, a festivity is taking place. Protagonist is now 18 years old, and a new era is about to begin in the kingdom. King Thiril begins to read a letter, saying that his first son, Prince Jael Hernesia, is qualified to succeed him. Thus, the king designates Jael as the next king to lead Hernesia. The people applaud as Thiril hands the crown to the new king Jael. Protagonist looks at his brother and thinks that finally, his brother is inheriting the throne. He thinks that Jael needs to become the wisest king since the founding of the country. Only then will people's attention shift from Protagonist to his brother, allowing him to enjoy the life he always wanted. Protagonist thinks that he will support him from behind so that he becomes the greatest king ever seen. Errol looks around and thinks that everything is peaceful, and that it would be perfect if this peace could continue. The protagonist sighed lying down and looking at the sky. The protagonist sighed deeply. He wondered what Saint Nelvinia was plotting, especially since apparently she seemed weaker than them. His thoughts wandered, imagining if she had some hidden trick up her sleeve, like a mass destruction spell, a natural disaster, or even summoning a dragon to wreak havoc. Errol, still without answers, stood up and called for Princess Paina. Protagonist, watching the scene, asked why she, now that she could summon intermediate spirits, was still limited to lower-level ones. Paina, in a good mood, had summoned several small spirits and seemed extremely happy taking care of them. She looked at Protagonist and suddenly gasped in surprise, asking if she could really do that and whether those smaller spirits weren't cuter anyway. Errol, curious, asked if that was the only reason Paina chose the smaller spirits. Over time, Paina's spiritual abilities have grown significantly, he thought. If she wanted, she could summon up to 100 spirits at once. Paina, excited, gave the order for the salamanders to create fire. The flames danced in the air, and Protagonist, seeing their power, wondered if quantity might be more useful than quality, since all those salamanders together might be stronger than a high-level spirit. Errol watched, thinking it looked like a true spiritual battalion. The fire attack went straight for Dia, who quickly began casting her magic. With a calm expression, she said the fire was good, but, using her magic, Dia dissipated the flames and sent Paina's spirits flying. Dia then commented that Paina's control was still weak, pointing out a major flaw in the spiritual formations she was using. Paina was visibly shocked to see her spirits being thrown all over the place. Protagonist, on the other hand, clapped at the scene, saying he had already expected that outcome. He remarked that choosing Dia as a training partner for Paina had been the right decision. Errol added that Dia was now on the same level as the old wizard from the Magic Tower, and was currently a 7th-class mage. He told Paina that it was natural for her to lose, but assured her that her spiritual abilities were already comparable to those of a 6th-class mage. Protagonist then gave Paina a piece of advice. Instead of just focusing on increasing the strength of her attacks, she should think about the concept of spiritual unity. Paina, curious, asked what that meant. Protagonist explained that it was like leading a battalion of spirits, suggesting that it would be very useful for her to read a book about military strategy. Errol, sitting down, asked Dia if she could train with Paina once again. Dia, always willing, replied yes, stating she would fight as many times as necessary. Errol found himself wondering if he should focus on the problems of the Holy Kingdom, or simply take a nap while watching Paina and Dia continue their training. Paina, curious, asked Dia if she had really lived in the Magic Tower since she was young. Dia confirmed with her usual calmness, and Paina, intrigued, continued watching the spirits around her. There are rumors that the Kingdom of Hernesia takes talented children to the Magic Tower, commented Paina, asking if that was true. Dia simply nodded. Paina, smiling, imagined that the people from Dia's hometown must be surprised to see her as she had achieved great success. They must be proud when you return home, she added. But Dia, emotionless, replied that her hometown had long since been devastated by an epidemic, and that she had nothing more to say about it. Paina, embarrassed, quickly apologized. Dia, understanding, said it was all right. Protagonist, watching the two, thought that Paina was truly remarkable. Members of the royal family were usually arrogant, but Paina apologized as soon as she realized her mistake. Errol, in his typical teasing manner, shouted, "Pena, how can you be so insensitive? Don't hurt my mage." Pena, startled, tried to defend herself, saying she hadn't done it on purpose. She felt terribly guilty for her thoughtlessness while Jia tried to calm her down. Suddenly, a memory sparked something in protagonist's mind. The word epidemic made him stop and think. Something was wrong. He realized, alarmed, that perhaps the plague Jia had mentioned was more than just a simple epidemic. Jumping up suddenly, he took off running. Pena, surprised, asked where he was going in such a hurry. Protagonist, without stopping, replied that he had something important to do, and that they shouldn't wait for him. The training should continue. As he ran through the corridors, Errol thought that something could completely devastate the kingdom, even with the military power imbalance between the nations. When he reached the archives hall, he opened the door, and, concerned, asked the butler if all the records, from the founding of the kingdom to the present, were stored there. The butler confirmed that they were. Errol began searching, knowing that all the records of the kingdom of Arnesia were kept there. It was a place where history itself was consecrated. He ordered the butler to bring everything they had on the war between Arnesia and the Holy Kingdom, as well as accounts of other wars with different countries. Protagonist flipped through page after page, book after book, and time passed. It was already dawn when he was still there, surrounded by piles of books and reports. Frustrated, he muttered about how much he hated analog methods. When he looked out the window, he noticed it was already night, but he had finally found what he was looking for, a record of the conflict between the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom of Hezel, which took place about 130 years ago. The Holy Kingdom had initiated an invasion under the pretext of a holy war. Protagonist thought that, at the beginning, the Kingdom of Hezel was strong, but then something happened. The account mentioned an incident that caused the collapse of their border, which had been firmly defended until then. Reading carefully, Protagonist wondered if this meant that an unidentified plague had spread throughout the Kingdom of Hezel. During the war, the situation became so dire that the very existence of the kingdom was threatened. The invasion by the Holy Kingdom, the outbreak of the plague and the flow of events, everything seemed to be progressing naturally, but the most important detail was that, as soon as the plague broke out in Hezel, Protagonist, still deep in thought, couldn't shake the sense of urgency that overwhelmed him. The Holy Kingdom had extended its hand, offering help at a moment that seemed too convenient, which raised suspicions in Errol. He reflected on the suspicions documented in the minutes of the royal meeting, and as he continued flipping through the records, he realized that the fate of the Kingdom of Hezel had been tragic. In the end, the kingdom was completely destroyed and annexed by the Trident Empire. This sparked a silent anger in Protagonist, who questioned aloud, "Is this what humans are supposed to do?" Errol, aware of the gravity of the situation, commented that there was no other choice. It was then that Dia, surprised, asked the protagonist if he was truly willing to create the medicine. Errol, still hesitant, confirmed with a nod. Although he had never desired to get involved in medicine, he knew that if he invested in it, he could save countless lives. However, he pondered the risks of rushing everything and the unpredictable side effects it could generate. As he reflected, Errol remembered how medicine had always been something that needed to be developed carefully, step by step. But now that he knew the Holy Kingdom's dark plan, he could no longer stand idle. Jia, still concerned, said she understood Protagonist's intentions, but questioned whether it was possible to create a new medicine from scratch. Errol, without hesitation, responded that he wasn't starting from zero. He had already thought through the necessary theories. With a confident gesture, Protagonist revealed that he already had all the basic materials to make the medicine. Jia, surprised, watched as he opened a box full of vials. He picked up one of the vials and, looking at it closely, explained that, even without the intention of marketing it, he had already designed an emergency medicine as a precaution. Errol remembered that ever since he was assigned to Fahelia he had always considered the possibility of a plague and had therefore prepared a secret laboratory to develop medicines at any time. Jia, curious, asked what the new medicine was called. In a serious tone, Errol replied, "Antibiotic." With the sample finally ready, he said that mass production could begin with Damon. Jia, realizing the magnitude of what they were doing, commented that it seemed like something more appropriate for alchemists. She asked if that was why he had summoned her as a mage. Protagonist handed her a stack of papers, explaining what she should do from now on. As Jia examined the documents, she was surprised and asked the protagonist if it was really what it appeared to be. Errol, without mincing words, affirmed that she needed to master that technique perfectly, emphasizing that this and medicine were completely separate matters. Still shaken by the responsibility, Jia asked if he thought it was truly necessary. Protagonist replied that they needed to be prepared for any possible scenario, and Errol reinforced that the technique should not be shared with anyone. Furthermore, she could not use it without his permission. Holding the papers as if her life depended on them, Jia reflected on the trust protagonist was placing in her. Errol knew that this was his last line of defense, a magical technology that transcended conventional medicine. The pseudomana particle control technique, or nano, was something far beyond the ordinary. Determined, Jia declared that she would master the technique and live up to protagonist's expectations, ready to face the challenge ahead. While the alchemists worked tirelessly on the mass production of the new medicine, Jia devoted herself to learning new techniques. In the meantime, the master of the magic tower, Hellman, sent a message to protagonist, announcing that the engine was finally ready. The news made Errol smile, as it meant that his ships had also been remodeled and were ready to set sail. Asya and Senna, who had never seen the sea before, were enchanted. Asya, her eyes shining, watched the waves, while Senna, impressed, commented that she had never imagined the ships would be so grand. Protagonists, knowing their kingdom well, thought their surprise was understandable, as the kingdom of Arnesia, surrounded by mountains and mines, had no access to the sea. Now, there they were, in the bustling port city of the allied kingdom of Felsen, a place known for being an important trading hub, where ships from different countries docked daily. As he observed the hustle and bustle of the port, protagonist reflected on the progress of his enterprise. He had finally established himself in the market, having acquired Geotal and all the ships along with their crews. Senna, still perplexed by the grandeur of the scene, looked at the enormous ships and shouted, "Can these things really cross the sea?" Asya, with a playful smile, replied, "They're big, but they don't sink." Protagonist, overhearing the conversation, smiled with mild embarrassment, amused at how the two, who seemed more like country girls, were dazzled by something so common to him. However, he understood their reaction. It was their first time seeing ships of that magnitude, and inwardly, he wondered if he should create some kind of barrier to protect his vessels. Asya then pointed to a colossal ship and asked Oral if that one could be theirs. Protagonist, with a sparkle in his eyes, responded that yes, that was their ship, a true masterpiece, the result of collaboration between the master of the magic tower and the blacksmiths he trusted. Its name was Phaser. Both were left speechless. Aiken, who always mocked the idea of building iron ships, admitted that although he still considered the concept absurd, the result was aesthetically impressive. Senna, with a confused expression, noticed that the ship had no sails and, worried, asked if that meant they would have to row to navigate. Oral, amused, looked at her and said that was a terrible idea. He then explained that iron ships sailed in a completely different way from traditional sailing ships. While preparations to set sail continued, protagonist reflected on how much had changed since he began this journey. Oral smiled as he listened to Hellman talk about the advancements in the magical engine, confirming that their hard work was finally paying off. The magic circle that had brought Hellman there faded smoothly. As the master of the magic tower detailed that the Phaser's engine, developed with energy much more stable than wind, was functioning perfectly. Oral felt relieved, knowing that the future of his ships was more secure and promising. He asked Hellman if he had come alone, and Hellman, with a light smile, replied that everyone was busy with the extermination of the dark mages. With no other choice, he decided to travel alone. Errol reflected on the progress of the extermination, thinking that things seemed to be going well. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the technique Hellman had developed to ensure the safety of the mana engine, with the certification from the magic tower. It was clear that the team's effort had been dedicated and meticulous, and Oral felt confident in the project. Protagonist looked at the horizon, and seeing everyone gathered, suggested they take a quick trip at sea to test the Phaser. The crews were preparing, and in the distance, a man in his canoe, surprised, heard noises. Looking back, he saw the imposing iron ship pass by him. It was the *Phaser*, the first iron ship, with 9,000 tons of displacement, powered by a magical engine. Completely different from traditional ships, the *Phaser* attracted the attention of everyone who crossed its path. As the ship moved through the sea, Asya began to feel unwell. Errol, noticing her discomfort, quickly went to her, holding her from behind, and in a gentle tone, asked why she was so afraid. Was it seasickness? Asya put her hand to her head, and in a low voice began telling her story. Her grandfather, a dream-filled explorer, had left for other continents when she was still a child. However, he was captured by a kraken, and since then, that story has stayed in her mind. Protagonist, curious, asked if all her discomfort was due to that story. Asya, a little embarrassed, explained that when she was young, her grandfather would often scare her with the story, saying that children would be taken away on boats. Errol, trying to calm her, remarked that the place was too beautiful for her to stay crouched in a corner. He encouraged Asya to look around. When she finally lifted her head, she was enchanted by the view. Asya went to the edge of the ship and with a smile said, "It's all so beautiful." Sina, beside her, smiled too, joking that her mouth tasted salty from the sea air, but that it was a good thing. Hellman, always attentive to details, praised the ship, commenting that the *Phaser* alone could carry as much cargo as the entire Geotel fleet. With curiosity, he asked the protagonist if he really intended to build 3 more ships like it. Oral confirmed with a firm nod. "Yes, I'll operate with 4 ships like this," he said, looking at the *Phaser* with pride. Hellman started laughing, saying that with so many engines installed on the ships, they would make a great profit. He mentioned that he planned to continue working with protagonist. Meanwhile, Sina, holding a binocular, was suspicious of something. Protagonist smiled and mentioned that Hellman was using the profits to eliminate the dark mages, so he should be the one thanking him. At that moment, Sina interrupted them, calling protagonist and pointing to something strange. She asked if that wasn't the kraken. Hellman smiled and confirmed that it was. Protagonist grabbed the binoculars and said they were right. Asya, terrified, asked if they were serious. The captain, opening the cabin door, shouted that it was the kraken and that they needed to change course immediately. Errol, for his part, thought he had heard it was common to see the kraken. Protagonist then asked the captain if they could escape by changing course. The captain confirmed, explaining that the kraken's reaction was merely a warning, as it shook its tentacles as if showing off. Errol questions if this meant the kraken wouldn't follow them. The captain replies that if changing course didn't work, they could throw food at the kraken, and it would go away. Protagonist thinks that's great, but emphasizes that from now on, everyone must follow his orders precisely. The captain, agreeing, asks what to do next. With a frightening smile, Errol says that from now on, they would ram the ship into the kraken at full speed. Hellman starts laughing, while Sina, already accustomed to her lord's madness, merely sighs. Asya, about to faint from fear, could Errol react, and the captain, terrified, shouts, asking if the protagonist was serious. Irritated, Errol points and declares that a mere squid could not stand in his way. Yelling, he says he also wants to conduct a collision test and orders them to go full speed ahead. Not understanding anything, the captain complies and accelerates. Asya, growing more terrified, remembers what her grandfather used to say about ships always sinking when they encountered the kraken, and that theirs would be next. Sina tries to calm her down. The captain speeds up the engine and shouts for everyone to brace for impact. The ship races forward, and the kraken, who had initially been happy, thinking it would get fish, becomes confused upon seeing the ship charging at it. A strong impact occurs, and Asya, overwhelmed by fear, faints in Sina's arms. Errol opens his eyes and asks if it's over. The kraken was dead, and the protagonist, triumphant, yelled that this was exactly what he expected from his ship. He asserts that now they no longer need to worry about monsters or reefs. Overjoyed, RL says that since they've checked everything, they can return to the port. Hellman, equally satisfied, celebrates the fact that everything worked perfectly. However, Sina begins to worry that Asya still hasn't woken up. After completing the sea trial successfully, they arrive at the port, where a group of people are looking at a scroll and ask if that was the cola tree. Errol thinks that his ship is beginning to show its usefulness. Protagonist confirms and explains that the plant might have another name, but doesn't exist on their continent. RL then tells the group that when they discover the southern continent, they must not forget to search for that plant. He yells that he will leave this task to them, the Ernesia Expedition Squad. The squad, excited, responds that they will carry out the mission with pride. Errol then begins to salivate, imagining that it wouldn't be long before he could enjoy precious Coca-Cola again. The official reason for the squad's expedition was to open a new route, discover a continent, and establish an equal and friendly relationship with it. Protagonist, however, wonders what would happen if they knew he did all this just to satisfy his own desire. Smiling, he decides that he will take this secret to the grave. Meanwhile, in another part of the kingdom of Ernesia, in a village on the outskirts, a woman wasn't feeling well. She wonders if it could be a cold, remembering that the person living next door was also sick. Frightened, she prays that it isn't what she thinks it is. Errol sat in his chair, deep in thought. He asks if the number of people showing symptoms of high fever was increasing throughout the kingdom. Asya says that the royal palace had released an official document, declaring that an infectious disease was currently spreading in the kingdom of Ernesia. Protagonist thinks that this is happening too quickly, as it had only been 3 days since his personal investigation uncovered the disease. RL grabs the document and comments that the reports are coming from the west, east, and even parts of the south, noting that the damage is spreading faster than expected. Protagonist asks if Asia's hometown was okay. She replies, fortunately, there were no problems there. Senna then reminds her that their hometowns are the same. Errol reflects that Senna's hometown was one of the affected areas, but her village was the only one that remained safe. He also thinks he heard that dwarves don't get sick, which makes him wonder if this had something to do with their origin or lineage. Errol orders all the gates to be closed, and access restricted for the time being. Protagonist places his arms over his face, thinking that he never imagined the entire kingdom could come to a halt because of a disease. He reflects on Nelvinia, wondering if she really needed to do this. Standing up quickly, with a serious tone, he tells the two to handle the situation with the preparations they had made earlier, as, according to the reports, the mass-produced medicine should be effective enough. He orders all operations in Fahelia to be halted, and for all efforts to be focused on eradicating the epidemic. Protagonist thinks it's difficult to solve everything with antibiotics, but luckily, healing magic also exists in this world. Jia worked tirelessly, healing people with her magic, and Protagonist tells another mage that he's grateful, as it seems they'll be able to suppress the disease sooner than expected. He warns that if they begin to run short of mages, they can request help from Hellman. Errol begins analyzing the data, thinking that it should have taken months, but it's spreading in mere weeks. He reflects that, though not public knowledge, Saint Nelvinia has the ability to control the disease. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. Protagonist sighs and asks Jia to enter. She comes in, her head lowered, and says she has a question. She asks Errol if he had already predicted the epidemic, and whether all of this could have been caused by human action. Protagonist is a bit surprised by the question. Jia says she sensed it while using healing magic, and emphasizes that she's familiar with this disease. This surprises Errol even more, and he asks if she's really familiar with it, implying that Jia confirms. It's exactly what he's thinking. This is the same disease that spread through the village where she lived. As they spoke, Pina was passing by and overheard the conversation. Jia, in a serious tone, recalls scenes of friends and family falling ill, lowers her head, and begs Errol to tell her the truth. She asks again, was this really man-made? Errol is silent for a moment, then confirms with a nod. Jia, then understanding, filled with hatred, turns, thanks him for everything he's done, and says goodbye, declaring she won't bother him anymore. Protagonist stands up, worried, and calls out to her. Errol tells Jia to remember one thing. He promises that he will not let the person responsible go unpunished. He asks if she knows that, and she replies that she does, slamming the door as she leaves. After the conversation, Protagonist embarks on a journey. He arrives at a village, now deserted, and steps out of the carriage, asking if this was where the first wave of the disease began to spread. As he starts walking, a man warns him to be careful, as the place was practically abandoned after the residents were evacuated. Errol replies that it's fine since he has a magical quarantine tool with him. Protagonist then suggests that, if the man is worried, he could go back. The young man responds that it wouldn't be possible, as this is his territory. Errol, confident, says everything is under control. As he walks, Errol hears a box making a noise. He says that the person who really needs to go home isn't him, and upon opening the lid of the box, he finds Pena hiding inside. He smiles and asks if she doesn't agree with him. Pena apologizes for doing this without his permission, but says she couldn't just stand by after hearing Dia's story. She shows him a slime, explaining that it's her newly contracted spirit. She adds that, with it, she can perform simple healings. Errol sighs and comments that, pretending not to care, and ignoring the people around them is how members of the royal family usually act, but she's nothing like them. He says they have a lot of urgent work to do, so she can stay with them. Pena beams with joy at this, and as they walk, Protagonist asks if any village has taken that measure yet. The young man confirms that, yes, they've done exactly what the protagonist instructed. Errol reflects that, without knowing the detailed cause of the disease, the initial plan was to burn the entire village. Protagonist gives the order for Dia to try something. She begins to focus her mana, and several energy spheres start to form. Errol comments that, if this works, they won't need to burn the village. The man, desperate, shouts, asking if that's really true. This was 7th class mana nanoparticle control. Despite technological limitations, the commands were restricted, but Dia continued to cast the spell, completely focused. Pena asks the protagonist what's happening, and Errol explains that she's selectively removing certain viruses. The magic spreads throughout the area. Protagonist thinks that it feels like cheating, but they have no other choice. He waves a piece of paper in the air, and upon observing it, says that the paper hasn't changed, which means all the viruses have disappeared. Dia, exhausted and sweating, says she's finished. She's so weak that she begins to lose strength and nearly collapses to the ground, but Pena rushes in and catches her. Errol walks over, thinking that he had expected this, as covering an entire village requires immense mental power. He supports her, and tells her she did a great job, and that she should rest now. The man runs up to them, shouting and asking if the plague is truly gone. Protagonist responds that while they shouldn't let their guard down, he guarantees that the people won't fall ill again from this epidemic. The man begins to cry with relief, thanking Protagonist. Errol reflects on everything. While Pena healed the people with her healing powers, and Dia purified the city, Errol wasn't idle either, studying and creating medicines. He asks if they have enough, and they respond that thanks to him, the quantity of medicine is sufficient. The people began to recover, and the high mortality epidemic, with its high fever that had terrorized the nation, was defeated thanks to Errol and his 2 companions, Pena and Diana. Meanwhile, she receives a report. Nelvinia comments that this is strange. The report said that not even the Kingdom of Arnesia would be able to avoid significant losses with this level of an epidemic, but she was confused when she read that the number of deaths had not yet exceeded 100. She thinks, I definitely checked and selected what worked well. So how did so few people die? She says it wasn't like this 130 years ago, but, as expected, he must have interfered. She slams the table in frustration and says that now she will have to switch to plan B as quickly as possible. Nelvinia says it's better to take the long way first, since that place is also one of her targets. She mentions that she needs to seize this opportunity, as there was no guarantee she would return. Frustrated, she adds that she also wasn't sure if her luck would return in the future. She starts remembering the moments with the children and affirms that everything she's doing is for the children of the Holy Kingdom. People start commenting that the Kingdom of Arnesia was fine and not as the saint had claimed. They begin asking what was really happening in the land, emphasizing that they weren't sending their armies. They also question whether the saint truly received a divine revelation. Meanwhile, RL was riding in his carriage. He was pleased, saying the epidemic was finally ending and now he could leave the rest to others. Suddenly, he becomes serious as he thinks about Nelvinia. The demon was hiding behind the cross. However, he promises that he will bring her down at any cost. Pena was silent but called Protagonist. He asked what she wanted. She hesitated, questioning if that incident could be, but changed her mind and said it was nothing. Protagonist was confused, not understanding. The carriage driver announced they had arrived in Phyhilia. He entered the room, grabbed a soda, and, sighing, said that even though he had slept a little, Pina was a beautiful princess. He thought it might be because she was caught between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom, but even so, she had great insight. He began wondering if she could have understood the hints in the secret letters exchanged with the Empire. Errol thought that the Empire no longer had the power to act against them, so he allowed her to exchange letters. He questioned how much longer she would hide. In her room, feeling a bit sad, the salamander played with the candle. Pina took a letter, thinking it was from her brother. She studied abroad and officially had the right to send and receive letters with family members. The Empire took advantage of this, using a method that required the correct person's blood to reveal the content and used it as a means of communication. Pina began reading the letter, wondering what her brother could have written this time. The letter read, "I've heard your news. You've moved to Prince Arl's territory. This is quite an achievement for someone as boring as you. From what I've heard, it seems like your talent hasn't been discovered yet." She sighed, thinking that her talent had already been discovered, and in fact, she was even receiving direct guidance on it. In the letter, her brother wrote, "Our connection with the Holy Kingdom is becoming stronger. With Reminia's help, we are preparing to avenge my past humiliation." Pina thought that Reminia, her brother's wife from the Holy Kingdom, was exerting more and more influence over him. Moreover, she noticed that her brother's animosity toward the kingdom had grown considerably. In the letter, he emphasized that she should be careful and never get caught using her talent. She wondered what that meant, as it seemed like her brother was worried about her spiritual arts. She recalled the time she first summoned Seal, and more recently, when she had even saved people using these spiritual arts. So why? She continued reading, and was shocked by what she saw. She trembled, repeatedly saying it was impossible because of her brother. Suddenly, she burst through the door and ran down the corridors, screaming in fear for protagonist. Errol, surprised, asked her to calm down. She showed him the letter, shouting at him to read it quickly. And then they would talk. He took the letter, wondering if it wasn't supposed to be her secret after all. It seemed like she was being mistreated, and it was strange to read someone else's letter. As soon as he finished, he asked what the hell her brother was thinking. He wondered if her brother was some kind of madman, and nearly terrified, Errol questioned if that was truly the Emperor of the Empire's plan. Protagonist asks if her brother was really willing to sell his own people at a low price as soldiers and slaves to the Holy Nation. Lying on Romania's lap, he says that it wasn't just his father, but he also considered the kingdom of Arnesia a thorn in his side. He questioned how they could recognize a country founded 500 years ago by a commoner who declared himself king. He pointed out that this was why he was grateful to the Holy Kingdom, and the Emperor mentioned they almost diverted money from those bastards. Romania asked if everything was alright since that was what her country had proposed, even though many lives would be lost. The Emperor pondered for a moment and said they would understand if they claimed they needed to cleanse all the humiliation. He affirmed that, even if the number of slaves decreased, they could be replaced, as long as the kingdom was destroyed. The Emperor commented that there were disloyal subjects who had rebelled against him. Romania told him not to worry, as everything was fine now. She began to laugh, saying that this was what she had been waiting for, praising his incredible vision and saying that his ancestors would be proud. Back at Protagonist's castle, Pena screamed that she already knew her brother was a bad person, but he wouldn't do something like this. She claimed it was his wife's fault, who was from the Holy Kingdom. Errol asked why an emperor would obediently listen to the wife of a foreign country. Pena sighed and said her brother was completely in love with that woman. She explained that he had spent an irrational amount of money to build a church for the Holy Kingdom, and the fact that she had been exiled to the kingdom of Arnesia was a result of that. Protagonist sighed, saying this was the first time he had heard about it. Errol commented that, after having bought holy water from the Holy Kingdom at an utterly unreasonable price, her brother must have become so poor that he was now selling his own people. Protagonist said that if this continued, the empire would fall, and even if it didn't collapse, it would become totally dependent on the Holy Kingdom, turning into nothing more than a lapdog. However, Errol was intrigued by one thing and asked why she was telling him this. She was taken aback by the question. Protagonist said that, unfortunately, no matter how pitiful the people of the empire were, he only needed to protect himself, so it wasn't his concern. He added that she wasn't so naive as to not know that. Errol kept staring at her, wondering what she would do after his harsh response. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, determined, and said that this was wrong. She states that this is connected to him to some extent. Peina explains that once, she met the saint because of her brother's wedding. At that time, Telly had warned her not to get close to that woman. That's why, after piecing things together, she discovered that everything was strangely interconnected. Peina asks if this epidemic is also tied to the Holy Kingdom. She wonders if they didn't have a common enemy. Protagonist thinks that she wants to make him feel that way. Errol says that this alone isn't enough and asks if he should help. Peina replies that with his help, she could regain her position as princess, and after that, she could offer great assistance to him. Errol asks if she would sell the empire to him as well. Peina responds that if it were him, it would be better than it is now, as he wouldn't let the people die. Protagonist asks what else he would gain from it. She doesn't have an answer, and he questions if that was all. Embarrassed, she says that she has, if he wanted, she would be his. Errol gets a little lost, not understanding what she's saying. Protagonist stares at her and starts laughing. He asks if what she said is true, and Errol, puzzled, asks what else could be done if that wasn't what she wanted, and if he could demand his payment now. He says he needs to test if what she said is true or not, which leaves Peina shocked by the situation. Even though reluctant, she eventually says yes, since she had prepared herself for this. Protagonist then pretends to kiss her, but instead hits her on the head, saying it's time to stop, because he was going to die from laughing so much. Errol starts laughing too, and says he's not a demon to demand such things, emphasizing that he had intended to help her from the beginning, but she was too naive. Trembling with shame, anger, and embarrassment, Peina starts grabbing things and throwing them at him, while Errol shouts that the princess is going crazy. He asks her not to be so angry, explaining that he only wanted to know if she would be able to follow the instructions he would give her. Holding a ladle in her hand, Peina asks what he meant, and Errol explains that the reason he taught her the art of spirits was for the fight against the doctrine of the Holy Land. Protagonist says it's about time to face the people of that land, and shouts that he doesn't need political advantages, because he's too busy at the moment, then asks what else could be done. Still confused, Peina hears Errol say that he couldn't help for free, and that, once everything was resolved, she should create a business partnership with them. Surprised, Peina asks if that was the only condition. Protagonist explains that all he wants is to expand his business and make money, as, in truth, power means nothing compared to the strength of money. Peina responds that, even though she had been sincere when she said those things earlier, she didn't expect it to be in vain. Protagonist is surprised, questioning whether she didn't like it, and implying that maybe she really expected it to happen. Peina yells, saying not in that situation. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, the church bells rang, and a little girl came running, announcing that the saint had arrived. Other children also ran toward her. The orphanage, managed by the Holy Kingdom, saw the children running happily to meet the saint. She observed them, and commented that they all seemed healthy, reflecting that wherever humans lived, the damage caused by natural disasters and monsters was inevitable, something that concerned every country. However, it was rare to have a place like that in the Holy Kingdom, directly managed by someone with power. The saint looked at one of the boys, noticing how much he had grown since the last time they had seen each other. Another young boy ran toward her but tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. He was about to say something to the saint when he fell. Worried, she ran over to him, telling him he needed to be more careful. The boy, with tears in his eyes and a scraped knee, was healed by the saint, who smiled at him and said it wouldn't hurt anymore. The boy, saddened, explained that the flower arrangement he wanted to give her as a present had been damaged in the fall. The saint, with kindness, tells the boy that it's all right, as just seeing them makes her happy. She emphasizes that she would be even more pleased if he grows up to become a good adult. A woman approaches, thanking the saint for everything she has done, highlighting that if it weren't for her, they surely would have faced greater hardships. The Holy Kingdom had begun implementing serious policies to support the orphanages since Nelvinia, the saint, entered politics as a representative. The woman begins to cry, saying she had always worried about how to feed the children, but now she was very grateful for receiving the saint's blessing. Nelvinia stands up and, with humility, says that she is only doing what must be done. After seeing the children, she withdraws to her carriage. As she departs, Nelvinia sighs, reflecting that there would be no problem supporting the orphanage again that year. A woman accompanying her remarks that, fortunately, they could increase the budget for it. However, there was a limit to how much budget they could allocate for such things. The saint sighs again, thinking about the rapid increase in the number of orphan children due to the severe drought last year. Moreover, there had been large-scale attacks by tribes of different races. She becomes irritated, reflecting that this is why they are different from other barbaric races. The geographic location of the Holy Kingdom causes them to suffer from constant invasions by various tribes. Even though there are races they can negotiate with, like dwarves and elves, most people don't understand the language used by these tribes. The saint comments that it seems she will have to split the bellies of the clerics, who only know how to fill their own stomachs without caring about the kingdom's condition. Nelvinia states that this way, the kingdom could last a few more years. In general terms, besides the invasions from other races, geographically it's a really difficult land to cultivate, and there are no specific resources, she thinks. Perhaps the only way to survive under such harsh conditions is to build the last fortress of faith. With her ability, she sells holy water and medicine, as well as accepts donations from wealthy believers seeking blessings. Nelvinia also expands her influence by conquering small countries under the name of the Holy Kingdom. She reflects that she doesn't know exactly how long this fight will last, but without her, the kingdom would surely not survive. She tells herself that she has waited long enough and needs to make a decision soon. The saint thinks about the people of Arnesia, who have their own minds and can forge their own weapons for defense. This is the opposite of the people of the empire, who have fertile lands and can meet the kingdom's food needs. When the carriage stops, she steps out, thinking that although coveting others' goods is morally wrong, it is necessary to secure the future of the Holy Kingdom. In her thoughts, she reflects that God never helps humans and fears that one day, people will realize the truth and blame her for everything. Determined, Nelvinia accepts that if this happens after she has fulfilled her wish, it won't be a problem for her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Errol reads a letter and exclaims that Nelvinia must be joking. He slams his hand on the table, asserting that she could have chosen another path but opted for the easiest one. Protagonist reflects that Nelvinia is so worried about her people that she resorts to dirty methods. Instead of protecting the inside of the fence, she prefers to destroy the outside. Errol is furious about this and vows to destroy her completely. In the middle of a forest, a few people discuss the merchant passing by, noting that his cart seems to be in good condition. The three men stop him, commenting that he looks rich and asking if he could share some of his wealth with them. Frightened, the merchant shouts that he will pay if they want to charge him taxes. One of the men draws his sword, saying it would be a problem if the merchant spoke about them when he reached the city, so they couldn't let him leave. The terrified merchant thinks his offer would solve the issue, but it was all in vain. Pena then intervenes, shouting that enough was enough. A burst of fire lands in front of the three men and they look up, seeing her standing on a small mountain. Surprised, the men ask who she was and how she had the courage to attack them. Pena responds that they would face the consequences of their actions. However, she forgets the name she had chosen and whispers to Reiki, who quietly tells her she would be the judge. Confused, the three men watch her without understanding. Pena shouts again, declaring that from now on, she would be the judge to pass judgment on their sins. The bandit leader, incredulous, laughs and says she looked like a child playing hero. He comments that in the past, he would have been more cautious, but now he would kill that lizard. Unfazed, Pena asks what he would do if she had more than one. The man is confused, but soon an army of fire spirits appears around her. Without hesitation, Pena yells that he should pay for his sins in the flames of her spirits, ordering the spirits to begin their attack. The spirits start attacking, and the bandit says that such a small flame is nothing to him. He tries to use his sword to extinguish the fire, but is shocked when he sees that the fire had instantly melted his sword. The other bandit, terrified, realizes that if just one spirit attacking could do that, they would be doomed if they all attack together. All the spirits begin to attack, and a large flame engulfs them, leaving them only able to scream in pain. A few seconds later, the bandits were lying on the ground, burned. The merchant, still confused, asks what had just happened. He comments that it wasn't the time to be surprised by such things. The merchant thanks Pena for her help, saying that thanks to her, he was now safe. As a token of gratitude, he offers her a reward, but when he looks to where Pena had been, he realizes she had already disappeared. In the middle of the forest, Pena was lying on the ground exhausted, saying that it had been really difficult. Jia asks if she's okay, and Pena replies that she has no problems with the bandits, but was very embarrassed, saying her lines. She explains that she had to say them because they were written by Lord Errol. She recalls that he said they needed to change people's perception of spirits because the current view of spirit users was not a good one. He explained that the oppression carried out by the Holy Kingdom against spirits, considered heretical, had caused harm to people. There may have been a third party involved, or even spirit invasions trying to survive. In this incident, the false teachings spread by the Holy Kingdom are actually supported by the people. Pena asks what they should do, and Errol says they need to show people that the power of spirits is not as dangerous as magic. He mentions that it's similar to the time when she healed sick people using the power of the spirits. Protagonist comments that this time the method would be a bit different. Back in the forest, Pena sighs, remembering that he had said actions are more effective than words, and that this way, it would be easier to spread rumors. She admits that even knowing this, she still feels very embarrassed. Jia raises a finger, pointing out that Pena did an excellent job because fighting the bandits also increases her experience. Pena, a bit happier, asks if that was true. Smiling, Jia reminds her that before they reached Fahelia, Pena had survived by earning money from hunting bandits. Pena says she understands what she did back then, but now the situation was different. She lifts her head, smiling and happy, saying that to help all the people, the spiritual abilities she had hidden for so long seemed like a good method. Jia, happy to see Pena motivated, says it's time to explore other places. Pena asks if they hadn't finished for the day, but Jia responds that they hadn't. The next day in the middle of the city, some people were talking about rumors of two mysterious women. They wonder who those two could be and why they have become so famous lately. The merchants say that, out of nowhere, the two appeared and killed the bandits. A farmer reports that they also killed the monsters attacking the village where he lived. An old lady says they could summon strange creatures and even repair collapsed bridges. People asked if they were using magic, but others said they weren't sure, only that, whenever they acted, they shouted, "Spirits, go." They were confused, questioning if it could really be something unbelievable. In a bar, some people were discussing spirits, wondering if they weren't like demons. A young man, drinking, replied that he'd heard it was a red lizard and an earth gnome, and he wondered if that wasn't normal. Another man added that, since they weren't followers of the Holy Kingdom's faith, it wasn't a problem for them. The conversation continued, with many beginning to see spirits in a positive light, commenting that if they could fix things, it would be a great advantage. Little by little, the desire to learn how to use spirits began to grow, and public opinion started to shift. Protagonist of these rumors quickly transformed from a mysterious magician to an enigmatic spirit user. In his room, Protagonist was talking to Jia, asking if Pena had done everything he asked without complaint. Jia confirmed and asked if it could really change everyone's opinion. Errol reflected, saying it was hard to say, but it would be difficult to change a perception that had spread throughout the country with just one action. Jia then questioned what they should do next. Protagonist stood up, saying that humans aren't creatures who easily forget things, whether good or bad. There will always be someone who remembers, even if it's something small. He added that that's how the world works. Errol concluded that it seemed the task was done and wondered if they should start preparing for the next step. At the Imperial Palace of Merman, an important meeting was taking place. Elan thanked Saint Nelvina for making the long journey there. She smiled and replied that, for the sake of the Holy Kingdom and the Empire, it didn't matter how far she had to travel. The Emperor then placed a letter on the table and commented that it would be a shame for the imperial family to make a guest who had come from so far away wait, so they would get straight to the point. The reason for the saint's visit was to obtain the Emperor Elan's signature on the delivery of slaves. As she looked at the document, she thought to herself that this emperor was a complete idiot. When Elan began to sign, Nelvina reflected that the moment when the Holy Kingdom would enjoy the wealth was approaching, and she only needed to wait a little longer. However, before Elan finished signing, someone burst in, shouting that there was an urgent matter that needed attention. Surprised, Nelvina and Alon asked what was going on. One of the saint's men approached and reported that they had received news from a secret agent. Nelvina, slightly impatient, said she was in an important meeting and that if it was just a report, it could wait until later. But the man insisted, saying the information came from their spy in the kingdom of Vernesia. Hearing this, Nelvina began to tremble. The doors opened, and a person entered. Still shaken, Nelvina asked if it was true, pressing the emperor while mentioning that the princess who had been sent to Vernesia to study, Princess Pena Amrit Zainal, had been revealed as a spirit user. Nelvina began to walk, reflecting on what was happening, and asked protagonist if he was sure she should do this. Errol, resolute, replied that if she didn't have enough courage, she could turn back right then. Nelvina sighed, saying she had fought too hard for this, and wouldn't give up now. Protagonist took her hand and, with confidence, said that she only needed to be honest, say what she wanted, and he would take care of the rest. He let go of her hand, and the curtains opened. She stepped forward in front of many people, thanked everyone who was there, and introduced herself, saying her name was Pena Amrit Zainal, the princess of the empire. She said that today she wanted to reveal the real reason she was there. She explained that the reason she was speaking there and not in the empire was because she wanted to tell the truth and the reason behind everything. With trembling hands, she summoned her spirits. People begin to comment that those were spirits, recalling how she had helped during the pandemic, and that it was the spirit who fixed the bridge. They started recognizing that these spirits had helped everyone. Someone in the crowd seems a bit scared, questioning if the princess could really do such things. Pena says that, as everyone can see, she is a spirit user, emphasizing that she has had the ability to communicate with them since she was a child. She explains that when she was young, her mother wanted to protect her by telling her not to show her abilities to anyone. Pena stresses that the Empire and the Holy Kingdom had a good relationship, and if her abilities were discovered, it could destroy the relationship between the two nations. One day the Emperor discovered her abilities, which led to her and her mother being imprisoned. Locked in a room, her mother fell ill, and even while sick, she remained concerned for her until her last breath. Trembling, Pena says that after that, she returned to the royal family, hiding her spiritual power. At one point, she thought that this power was a curse. Afterward, she had the opportunity to study in the kingdom of Vernesia, and fortunately, was able to learn the true knowledge about spiritual abilities from the prince and Lord Irel. She says that he taught her how to use and master spiritual power. She emphasizes that he also taught her the pride of being the successor of a long-extinct ability, which made her realize, as a result of the doctrine spread by the Holy Kingdom, due to the stigma of heretical teachings that claimed spirits were akin to demons, she had lived a life of suffering. Placing both hands on her chest, she says with conviction that she knows everyone there feels that magic and spirits are not so different. That's why she will loudly proclaim to the Holy Kingdom that the unfounded assumptions that magic is good while spirits are bad must be eliminated immediately. She stresses that she wants the Holy Kingdom to stop oppressing spirits. People begin to murmur among themselves, saying that they didn't quite understand what was happening, but that the Holy Kingdom seemed to be extreme. They question whether using spirit power really justifies someone being treated that way by the Holy Kingdom. From a distance, Errol observes, thinking that the incident that led to the oppression of spirits happened long ago. He reflects that, unless someone is a devout believer, they will likely see this as someone else's problem, and that's why spirit users will be seen as victims of the Holy Kingdom's doctrine, protected by the Empire. In this way, public opinion will side with Pena. Protagonist begins to walk, thinking that if this continues, the Holy Kingdom will undoubtedly cling to its old doctrine and once again threaten Pena. He says that this time, they won't be able to do that. He stops in front of her, reflecting that Pena is now under his direct protection. He steps forward in front of everyone and says that he is going to raise his voice a bit, declaring that the royal family of the Kingdom of Vernesia promises to protect Princess Pena. He then pulls out several papers with notes and mentions that after learning about the situation, he himself started researching spiritual abilities. The results of this research will soon be published for the public. Protagonist asserts that, after completing his research, he can confirm that spiritual abilities are, in fact, normal abilities, just like those of a scholar or any ordinary human being. Errol says that he cannot understand the accusations from the Holy Kingdom that spiritual abilities are heretical teachings. He asks everyone there after witnessing everything if they still believe that spirits are demonic. A man responds that, thanks to the princess's abilities, he felt greatly helped. A woman agrees, saying that she was like a savior. Errol then comments that, depending on how magic is used, it can also be applied for evil purposes and therefore, spiritual abilities should not be eradicated. He emphasizes that, for this reason, he doesn't pity the princess, but instead he empathizes with her. Protagonist declares that he will question the Holy Kingdom and demand answers on behalf of the princess. All of this was already being reported to the saint. Errol says that if anyone there disagrees with him, they can settle it right there. He then asks those who disagreed to raise their hands. A man in the crowd trembles. Protagonist affirms that if there were any other spirit users present, besides the princess, no matter where they were from, they could feel free to ask, as he would be happy to help. After the speech ended, a man showed a book and said that now, upon reflecting on the doctrine of the Holy Kingdom, he realized it really didn't make sense. Perhaps because of the good deeds done in the past, public opinion is beginning to see that Pena's situation is truly sad. On the other hand, the reactions of nobles and other rulers were still unclear. They were still weighing which side would be more advantageous for them. Errol picks up his pen and asks if it's time to put an end to this. Meanwhile, in the imperial throne room, the butler says he didn't believe that Princess Pena was a spirit user. He asks the emperor if he already knew about this. Elon responds that instead of arguing, it would be better to send a letter to the kingdom of Arnesia. The men of the Holy Kingdom were shouting that it was a betrayal by the Empire, that they didn't want to cooperate with members of the imperial family since their blood was tainted with the filth of spirit users. They screamed that only humans deserve God's love, while other creatures deserve to be eradicated. Saint Nelvina, shocked, remained silent as the men continued yelling that they should cancel this cooperation. She thought to herself that those men were useless and only knew how to talk. Nelvina decided that they should first send a letter to the kingdom of Arnesia to clarify the matter, as that way, they would discover what was really going on. Suddenly, both Elon and Nelvina were informed that they had received letters from the kingdom of Arnesia. The letter read, "To avoid misunderstandings, I would like to invite you for a serious conversation. How about we sit at the table and discuss everything? Signed, Errol E. of Arnesia." 2 letters were promptly sent to him. Protagonist thinks that the response to the letters he sent came very quickly. He says they want to hear everything he has to say, probably because they want to resolve this issue as quickly as possible. He asserts that if that's the case, he also wants to settle this soon. So, he climbs into his carriage with Pena and begins the journey. After a while, he looks out the window and comments that the place seemed very luxurious. They were in the Empire, at Pena's home. She almost faints at the thought of actually being there. Errol asks why she wasn't happy after being away for so long. As soon as they enter the house, Protagonist is excited by everything he sees, observing and asking if that was the famous imperial style. He looks at the artworks, saying they were beautiful and that he might buy some to decorate his room. While he explores the surroundings, Pena collapses onto the sofa, nearly having a breakdown, asking how this had happened. Errol approaches and asks what was going on with their main character, pointing out that they still had some time and that he wanted to teach her some important things. He says he will explain all the details to her and everything she needs to do, emphasizing that she should never be afraid. He lays out the plan, saying that if she didn't make any mistakes, they would already be halfway there, and he asks what she thinks and whether she can handle it. Protagonist comments that he wants to give her a gift to make her happier, which surprises Pena. Errol takes out a box, removes the lid, and reveals a handkerchief. Pena looks at the handkerchief and says it's not just an ordinary one. Protagonist, realizing that she immediately understood it was an artifact, tries to play it off, saying it was a gift for her because she had been so good in the past few days and that she should calm down and accept it. He watches her and says that, since he was giving her a present, he should do it properly. He then orders her to stand still. Pena, startled, asks what he's going to do. Protagonist turns her around and starts gathering her hair, saying he was going to tie the handkerchief in it. Errol braids her hair, which makes her curious, and she asks where he learned to do that. He responds vaguely that it was somewhere. Gently, He finishes arranging her hair and says it's ready. He extends his hand to her, asking if she's feeling better. However, their time was running out and they needed to resolve the situation. She takes his hand, agreeing to everything. As soon as they open the door, there sits the saint and the emperor side by side. They walk to the center of the room with all eyes on them. Errol, irritated, asks protagonist why he was doing this, emphasizing that she couldn't believe he had taught these abilities to Pena. Errol wonders if he's understanding correctly. The emperor wants to blame him. He admits that he did indeed teach Princess Pena how to use these abilities, but that he merely helped her develop the ones she already had. Elon shouts, saying it was nonsense, as she knew exactly what it meant to be a spirit user. Protagonist looks at them and says that, first of all, he wanted clarification on the matter. He asks if it's true that the god of the Holy Kingdom of Zelnian gave a revelation stating that spiritual abilities are heretical teachings that should be eradicated. Nelvina confirms this, emphasizing that this is why her church is deeply concerned about the princess's case. Errol begins to explain that this doctrine was written 500 years ago. The saint watches him closely. He continues, explaining that at that time, there were indigenous peoples in the Holy Kingdom who worshipped spirits and the heresy was directed at these people. However, this does not mean that spirits themselves should be destroyed. Protagonist explains that spirits, in and of themselves, are not evil beings. They are simply manifestations of hopes floating in the air. If we think logically, this means that the Holy Kingdom views all living creatures as demons. Nelvina, infuriated, yells that this is a very misleading accusation. Errol suggests that revising and publicly announcing this doctrine would be the easiest way for everyone to understand. A man shouts that this is absurd, claiming that the revelation the saint received declares that spirits must be destroyed. He says this is sufficient proof that spirits are demons. The man yells that this even applies to the Spirit King, while others ask Father Kalias to calm down. Errol begins to laugh. He turns and says that the saint's revelation is so powerful that even the Spirit King would be easily dominated and defeated. He then announces that he would like to invite someone to this little gathering. The saint starts to sweat, thinking this couldn't happen. The people murmur that this was going too far since no one had been able to summon the Spirit King for hundreds of years. Pena then speaks, saying that summoning the Spirit King would cause some commotion and asks for everyone's understanding. She begins chanting, the purest being, the king who holds the power, I summon your fire to this place. Her body begins to be enveloped in flames, leaving everyone terrified. The fire starts to take shape and a giant fire spirit appears behind her. The Spirit King says he has answered the call as promised. People around them start commenting and asking if that meant the Spirit King had always existed. They emphasized that they didn't know Princess Pena had that level of power. The Spirit King turns and asks Pena why she summoned him and whether there were enemies that needed to be annihilated. She becomes a bit apprehensive at the question, but Pena gathers her courage and says there is a doctrine circulating among humans, claiming that spirits are evil, which is why she called him, saying she needed to clarify the matter. The saint watches her with disdain. The Spirit King says that such thinking is the mark of a fool. The spirit begins to explain that they are beings infused with mana that exists in nature and to call them evil is no different than saying the planet they live on is also evil. Errol begins to say that the Holy King claimed that even the Spirit King is useless against the saint's power. He asks the spirit what they thought should be done as this is an opportunity to prove the truth to the Holy Kingdom and its doctrine. With no other choice, Nelvania closes her eyes and says that she doesn't believe there is a need to fight, emphasizing that she understands there may have been a misunderstanding about spirits. This leaves her followers speechless, unable to believe what she is saying. Protagonist smiles and asks if the saint admits that not only Princess Pena, but other spiritualists as well, were being mistreated. Nelvania grows irritated and asks which other spiritualists he is referring to. Errol pulls out some letters and says that there are letters from several spiritualists who gained courage after his last speech and asked for help. He says there are a total of 246 people, highlighting that they were all victims of this idiotic doctrine from the Holy Kingdom. Protagonist says the Holy Kingdom should compensate for the entire situation. The saint grows nervous but says nothing. Her followers begin to murmur that this couldn't be possible and question why the saint isn't saying anything since their doctrine is being tarnished. Errol speaks again and holds a crystal in his hand, saying that this too should be clarified. He begins using it, generating an image before everyone. Protagonist says that this is something he developed recently and calls it a recording sphere. He explains that real scenarios and people's actions are captured in it. He asks her if she knew about the epidemic that was spreading through the kingdom of Arnesia some time ago. This shocks the saint and Errol looks directly at her, asking what would happen if he said that this epidemic was deliberately caused by someone. The crowd begins to speak, saying that if this wasn't an accident, it would be unacceptable. Protagonist says that this someone is a person who can hide anywhere and do anything, invoking the saint's name. The images begin to show the saint hidden in the territory of the kingdom of Arnesia. She takes a small vial in her hand and throws it on the ground. Upon breaking, everything inside begins to spread quickly. The saint simply turns and walks away. The emperor and Pena's brother watch, stunned. Protagonist says that initially, they placed these spheres to capture thief movements, but those images were recorded a week before the outbreak. The scene repeats across the territory of Arnesia. The saint looks at it all without saying a word. Errol says that he has already obtained the substance that was inside that bottle, so they need not feign ignorance. All those words and images start making the people there anxious. Errol thinks that the reason he let the saint do this freely without capturing her was so he could rub the whole truth in front of everyone in the Holy Kingdom and the other countries. With this, he would be able to ruin the saint's position and reputation. Protagonist continues by saying that originally, he should have requested a formal investigation, but he heard that the Holy Kingdom and the Empire were making a treaty. He apologizes for taking advantage of the opportunity so suddenly. The Emperor asks what the hell is happening and questions the saint if it's true. Nelvinia says it's a ridiculous accusation and asks if the Emperor agrees, leaving him a bit confused by the situation. The saint continues by saying that the friendship between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom has lasted for hundreds of years. She questions the Emperor, asking if he's really planning to suspect her and break the contract based on fabricated evidence. Nelvinia points out that the Empire is in financial trouble. Pina interrupts, saying she has a suggestion. The Emperor tries to reprimand her, telling her that now is not the time for her to tell her story. However, Pina stands firm and yells that she's begging him and asks to speak just this once. She shouts that the Empire's financial problems can be solved without the support of the Holy Kingdom. A subordinate arrives with a scroll, which she hands directly to the Emperor. Pina explains that it is a plan for large-scale trade with the Kingdom of Arnesia. She emphasizes that if the business plan succeeds, the Empire's problems will gradually improve. The Emperor looks over it, but remains undecided, glancing at the saint. Errol observes all this and starts thinking that the Emperor only wants to sell his people and get quick money, showing that he has no long-term vision. Pina yells, putting all her willpower and heart into it, saying that if they send slaves to the Holy Kingdom, the Empire will suffer even more. She says that, although it's hard and takes time, they need to encourage their people to build and plant because commerce is the foundation of an economy. Only then will the Empire be able to free itself and prosper. The Spirit King watches Pina, seeing that she is determined to help her people. Protagonist thinks that the Empire's farmlands are indeed vast. They could make a lot of money taking advantage of the production volume, which would be impressive. Errol had taught and given some tips to Pina to help her with planting. She continues saying that even if they don't hand over their people to the Holy Kingdom, the Empire, the saint interrupts, saying she understands all these sentiments. But the Emperor has already decided to make a treaty with them. She smiles and looks at Elon, asking if that isn't true. Something begins to happen with the Emperor, and he seems a bit confused. Errol notices this and realizes it's hypnosis. Now he understands why the Emperor became strange so suddenly. He starts using his magic, saying that this isn't something he or the saint should interfere with. With that, he breaks the magic the saint was using to control the Emperor. Elon starts returning to normal, and the saint can't believe Protagonist broke it so easily. The Emperor says he should discuss things further with his advisors before making a decision. The saint tries to argue, but he interrupts her and says she is under suspicion by Errol Arnesia. Nelvinia screams, saying it isn't true, emphasizing that she can explain everything. Protagonist looks at her and says that when they first met, he had already suspected whether she was truly a saint. He looks at her and asks if her miracle could be a lie. Errol says that she only lied to them, as she couldn't do anything. This shocks the priests, leading them to question whether she is truly a saint or a witch. Some of the priests, still confused by the situation, ask him to show proof of all this. However, other priests start talking about the recent disappearance of several priests, speculating it might be related to Nelvinia. She looks at the priests, irritated, thinking that this bunch of idiots isn't helping at all. Nelvinia thinks she needs to cast hypnosis on the Emperor again. However, the spirit burns that magic, leaving the Emperor frightened. The Spirit King declares that he will no longer tolerate such nonsense. Nelvinia becomes enraged and stands up, starting to use magic on the priests, who begin to scream joyfully, claiming it to be the miracle of the Holy Kingdom. Errol thinks that she's finally starting to show her true colors. He shouts for Pena to prepare. The princess places the Spirit King in front of her and says that now she could leave everything to her, as she wouldn't allow the future of her people to be destroyed. The priests begin to praise, shouting that they should complete that radiant light, saying it was a true miracle. They claim it proves that their doctrine was not wrong, but then they start to feel something strange. The bright and beautiful light they felt turns into darkness, knocking them all down. They scream, asking what it is. The people shout that it's a commotion, so they need to act and support those affected. However, they too are affected, unable to open the door. Protagonist thinks she isn't dead and wonders if everyone is unconscious. He looks at Nelvinia and understands how she managed to reach that position, as she is able to use mental attacks. Pena begs the Spirit King to act. He says it would be his pleasure to fulfill her requests. He jumps and charges, striking the barrier the saint created, but the barrier can't hold, and the king starts burning it. Nelvinia screams at this. Pena takes advantage of the situation and calls more spirits, instructing them to attack together, aiding the Spirit King. The flames become even more intense, as the lower-level spirits join in the attack. The Spirit King watches and realizes something is wrong. In the midst of the fire, Nelvinia starts laughing, saying that in a battlefield, if one doesn't attack a knight, one should aim for the head. She asks if Pena doesn't agree. When suddenly a strange energy pierces the princess's chest, Pena becomes confused, looking at her body, asking if something just pierced her and why it caused no harm. Suddenly, she sees a woman in front of her calling her. Pena becomes paralyzed as the woman in front of her is her mother. The woman begins speaking, saying that she always warned Pena to stay away from the arts of the spirits, but not even after death did Pena heed her advice. The woman starts screaming, asking if she forgot why they were imprisoned in her talent discovered by the Emperor. The woman says it was all because of Pena. The princess screams that it's not true, that this isn't her mother. The woman continues, saying that if it weren't for Pena, the princess begins to cry, saying that her real mother saved her, begging the Emperor to spare her daughter's life. The Spirit King shouts that Pena must get rid of it immediately. The princess is still on her knees, crying and shouting that it isn't real. The spirit warns that if she doesn't shake it off quickly, her summoning could be interrupted. Nelvinia keeps laughing, saying that the time has finally come. She begins to control the darkness and starts enveloping the Spirit King, who doesn't have the strength to escape due to Pena. Nelvinia manages to get rid of the Spirit King, but falls to her knees, completely filthy. With blood in her mouth, she wonders how much life she has left after doing that. In her thoughts, she says the Holy Kingdom still needs her. She thinks the tension in her body is too great, which is why she didn't want to use that. But this time, she has no other choice. She stands up in front of the people there, and begins to recite a spell. The people start closing their eyes, and she says that even if she dies, it's something she needs to fix. Using an area-wide mind control spell, she commands everyone to forget everything and all the truths revealed there. She says she never spread the plague, and that this commotion never happened. Nelvinia continues, saying that Irol and Pena were ambushed by evil spirits and disappeared. The treaty between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom was signed without issues. She says she needs to finish this, and when she looks to the side, she sees Irol lying on the ground. She thinks that before she finishes everything, she needs to extract all protagonist's abilities, which she will then use for the future of the Holy Kingdom. She smiles and starts using her magic, saying she will take great pleasure in doing so. As soon as she begins doing that, she becomes frightened. She steps back, wondering where that enormous amount of information inside Iroh came from. Iroh yawns and sits on the ground, asking if that's all. He says it's not fun because it's too predictable. He starts shouting joyfully, saying that perhaps he should be grateful because he never thought anyone would prepare a place just for the two of them without anyone interfering. Nelvinia can't understand it and yells, asking how he did it. He stands up and asks her how she dares to ask that. Iroh says that he's living his 101st life, so he wouldn't be mentally intimidated by someone who has lived only 2 lives. He asks if he's right, calling her reincarnator Nelvinia Weinstein. This startles Nelvinia. Protagonist begins using his magic, saying that he would make her pay for trying to spy on his memories. He continues using his magic and orders her to reveal all her secrets. About a few hundred years ago, in a remote village on the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom, a girl named Lamela Perelia was born. Lamela would kneel and ask God why the people of the kingdom were so poor. She questioned why they clung to faith and had to fight against hunger. This girl had always been faithful to God. Looking out the window, she says everything was calm that night. 2 years later, she was introduced as the newly appointed Saint Lamela. As she looked at everyone there, she began to think that now she understood everything. That kingdom was full of greedy people. She thought the high priests used faith as bait to extort the followers and were only concerned with satisfying their own desires. The king clung blindly to faith, and because of that, he couldn't see the truth. She says that prayers alone aren't enough to fill her people's hungry bellies, and that's why she would choose a different path. With anger in her eyes, she says she would never devote herself to those people. If she became the Holy Maiden, she could undergo the nation's ceremony for new powers. This power always varied from person to person. The Holy Maidens of the past used their power exclusively for the church. However, Lamela was different. She returned the wealth unjustly accumulated to the citizens of the holy nation and suppressed the Holy King, who opposed her, relying solely on the words of the high priests. She used her new power to accomplish all of this. Many were saved under the name of the Holy Maiden. However, she still thought that all of this wasn't enough. She took a scroll and began to analyze it, thinking that things had indeed improved, but this was only a temporary solution. The real problem hadn't been solved yet. Despite the good results, wars were still occurring, and as a result, refugees were flooding into the holy nation. Seeing all this, she began to think that humans couldn't be saved by kindness alone. Lamela cut the scroll in half, thinking that she needed to confront her limitations and reality, because the only thing she could save was the holy nation. With that, she chose to set aside all kindness. Lamela began selling holy water, forming beneficial agreements for the holy nation. They labeled the nations that interfered as heretics before declaring war and completely crushing them. Lamela thought that if one day all this were exposed and she was called a demon, she wouldn't care, because for the sake of the holy nation, from now on, unfortunately, time defeats everyone. Time passed, and suddenly, Lamela noticed that her body wasn't the same. Both her body and mind were aging, and her oversight was becoming lax. As a result, the priests fell into greed once again. She thought she didn't have a suitable successor. She lay down, thinking that if she had just a little more time, she would achieve the strength that no other nation would dare challenge. She began to close her eyes, thinking that she had no more time left. Lamela thought that if she could just live her life one more time, everything would end differently. As she closed her eyes, a bright light appeared, and suddenly she saw a woman telling her to stop crying. That crying child was named Nelvinia Weinstein. On her knees, she recounts that after Lamela's death, the newly chosen Holy Maiden was an incompetent person, leading the holy nation into another crisis. She goes on to say that she used illness as an excuse to eliminate the Holy King and prepared for war, expelling other races and expanding the holy nation's territory. All of this was something she had done before, so it was easy to accomplish, until a being called Errol or Nisa appeared. Protagonist says that after he earned some money with new products and paper, she started trying to kill him, emphasizing that she was causing chaos at a national level. Nelvinia yells, saying it wasn't just any money, it was an immense fortune. She says the organs wouldn't starve, it was fertilizer for all the children to grow properly. Nelvinia continues shouting, saying that Errol is just like her because he didn't act for himself, but for the people around him. Protagonist looks at her and says he wouldn't deny that, but he never considered massacring other people for the good of his own people. he says that idea is completely ridiculous. Errol looks at her and says that for a holy maiden to abandon compassion, he continues, saying her actions are no different from those of a demon. Nelvina stands up, saying that if the protagonist wanted to attack her now, she would die without being able to lift a finger against him. Errol crosses his arms and says that she's finally understanding her place. She says she won't make excuses and will take all the blame for everything. However, she asks him to remove all the anger he feels toward the children of the holy nation. Errol shouts, asking if she's serious, that she wants to be the representative. He says she's only saying that because she has lived 2 lives and thinks that makes them both special and that their lives are worth more than others. Protagonist says he won't accept that because they are just ordinary humans who live longer. He says it's like reading a diary he wrote when he was younger. Nelvina says that in her current state, that's all she can do, so she asks him to promise. He looks at her and says that even at the end, she still has no shame. Errol says he will do the bare minimum he can. The rest will be the karma of everything she did and asks if she understands. Nelvina turns and says that lastly, that bunch of trash standing around will be a burden for the protagonist and for the holy nation. She starts using her powers and the priests begin to tremble and sweat. All of them collapse lifelessly before her. She turns to face the protagonist who bids her farewell, saying they will meet again in other lives. She closes her eyes, accepting her fate. After everything, Pina begins to wake up. She opens her eyes, startled, wondering when she lost consciousness. Worried, she thinks she needs to stop Saint Nelvina. But as soon as she returns to normal, she realizes that everyone is standing before her, just waiting for her to wake up. They all start celebrating that she's okay. They shout that the Empress defeated the witch who was threatening the Empire. Pina is confused by this and asks what they mean by that. Protagonist smiles and says that the contractor of the Spirit King appeared after hundreds of years and saved the entire empire from crisis. It's truly a touching story. In his thoughts, protagonist smiled, thinking that telling the story this way would resolve everything. Pina realizes what's happening and says she's starting to remember now. She confirms the story, saying that she ended up getting struck before losing consciousness. The holy nation, the empire and the kingdom of Arnesia finally settled their differences, and the minor conflicts between these 3 nations came to an end. The reason the empire's attitude changed was nothing special, as they were able to remember everything that happened when they were attacked before losing consciousness. Before they passed out, they saw that Pina was fighting the Holy Maiden until the very end. So the result was natural. Moreover, the emperor's brainwashing was also undone. He finally came to his senses. Elon extends his hand and asks his sister for forgiveness for everything he had done. Seeing this, Pina smiles and takes her brother's hand. The moment the Empire's prejudice against spirit masters disappears, it will be a good thing. Errol took advantage of the whole situation, as the holy nation, without a leader, was easy to threaten. Not negotiating with them was easy to do. As a result, they formally apologized to Princess Pina. Everything that happened, the plague, the oppression of spirit masters, the preparations to conquer other countries, was exposed to the public, emphasizing that the blame for it all was on the saint. People were shocked by this news. The citizens of the holy nation expelled the holy maiden, calling her a witch. Neutral nations began to change their stand. Finally, Errol and Pina meet at the gate. She looks at him and says that if it's for a complete exchange with the kingdom of Arnesia, it's better for her to stay in the empire. Pina says this is a farewell. However, she shows that she is sad. Protagonist sees this and smiles, asking if she wants to continue living a life of seclusion. He says he didn't know she had that kind of hobby. She becomes embarrassed and shouts that's not what she meant. Pina says that, anyway, she wanted to thank him for helping and keeping the promise he made. She says she gained the recognition of everyone, including the saint, thanks to her talent. Errol looks at her and jokes, saying that even though he has this face, he's still someone who always keeps his promises. He bids her farewell once again and heads to the carriage, telling her to take care. She thanks him once more and says goodbye, but not very happily. She stands there for a while. She places her hand on her chest, saddened, and wonders why she is like this. After that, trade between the kingdom of Arnesia and the empire started well, and because of this they maintained contact. They cultivated on the vast territory of the empire, and the kingdom of Arnesia imported everything. Pina says that one of the things the Kingdom of Arnesia asked them to plant was cacao. She says it's a bit late to ask this, but she wonders if everything was really okay, noting that chocolate is a luxury for nobles and therefore very valuable. Pina adds that, beyond all that, it was the fruit that caused discord between her and the Odal Trade Guild. Errol replies that it's true, that it's difficult to obtain the fruit, which is why there's a limit to how much it can grow. He says he's not trying to monopolize chocolate. Pina is confused, saying that they even remodeled the ship just for that. Protagonist says that's what they would do if things didn't go as planned. He thinks the ship's real purpose is the cola. She gets a little excited and says that in any case it's good for them. She agrees, and says that since they're already doing it, they might as well move forward. Before they hang up, the protagonist calls her and says that the spiritualists who were protecting him said they wanted to follow Princess Pena. They said she is the true spiritual artist of that era. She becomes desperate, asking if it's because of that incident where the protagonist summoned the Spirit King and defeated the saint. She says everything he told them is a farce. Errol says that even if it were a farce, she is still perfect for the spiritualists. He emphasizes that she is qualified both by status and talent. Protagonist tells her to just accept it. Pena says she understands and asks him to send the spiritualists. He's happy and smiles, saying he's going to hang up. She yells, calling out to him, and the protagonist looks at her, not understanding. Pena places her hand on her chest and says that everything he has given her, she will repay. Errol blows her a kiss and tells her it's fine, saying she shouldn't feel overwhelmed. He wonders what she's going to do to repay him. After the death of the last saint, the Holy Kingdom gradually diminished. They even tried to fight against the demi-humans and survived only by completely abolishing religion. Then they changed the name to the Kingdom of Zelion. A man reads a letter that says, the nations hostile to Errol, Arnesia eventually perished, while those who befriended him survived. This was something a scholar said, but it spread like wildfire. Because of this, it became known as the truth. Lying peacefully, Errol asks what he did, and if he was really that frightening. After the incident with the Holy Kingdom, 2 years passed. Errol just wanted to relax while sipping his soda, like the handsome man he is. Errol is 20 years old. He takes a sip of the soda and happily sighs, saying this is what he was looking for. The ship protagonist had sent successfully returned with the cola fruit, and through various experiments, crossbreeding, and environmental reconstruction, the cola trees were successfully established in protagonist's territory. Finally, after pouring his heart and soul into the preparation, he made some meticulous adjustments. As small as 0.1 grams, he manages to produce cola and kisses the bottle, saying he missed that taste. In the Kingdom of Arnesia, a new wind of wealth began to blow. While relaxing, he wonders if he should ask the Empire for more cola fruits as well. Errol looks at the sky and thinks that finally, there are no more enemies in his paradise. There are still some minor disturbances, but they are completely manageable. The protagonist even drools from how relaxed he is, thinking that finally, everything is calm. He hopes there will be no more worries, but suddenly he becomes a little concerned. His mother appears, asking if he's listening. She looks at him, enchanted. Errol feels a bit scared, thinking that even when the saint got furious, it was only annoying. He never felt as much danger as he does now. He thinks he's feeling fear for the first time. He tries to explain to her that he's been busy with the new cola product. Lavanna becomes sad and shouts that the last time, he gave the same excuse. She says that he's already 20 years old, and it's past time for them to talk about marriage. He thinks to himself that he's only 20, and that the obstacles of that time are still too high. His mother looks at him, irritated. Errol picks up a baby in his arms and says that Leah keeps saying, brother has his own reasons. Don't be too hard on him. He shouts at his mother not to put so much pressure on him. Leah is the fourth daughter, called Leah Arnesia. Protagonist thinks she is his beautiful little sister who was born last year, the youngest princess of a powerful nation, and a late bloomer. Errol feels emotional. He recalls that when he first heard the news about his parents, he thought they were quite energetic. Protagonist holds her happily, thinking that he would check on her just out of concern. But Leah is a regular child. Besides all this, she has the best older brother in the entire continent. He thinks that his younger sister's life will be even sweeter than his in the future. China picks up Leah and says that she was hungry and tells protagonist to stop making excuses. Lavanna says she understands that her son is busier than anyone else, but that's still not a reason to refuse another marriage proposal. He agrees with her, but he shouts, asking if Princess Kanya shouldn't get married first. Lavanna averts her gaze and says that Fenelia mentioned that Kanya was embarking on a large-scale operation. Errol wonders if they usually call marriage an operation. With so much pressure from his mother, protagonist ends up agreeing and says he will think about it more seriously. Lavanna is thrilled and excited by this. He heads to the teleporter, thinking he should just pretend to go on a blind date and escape, since he will be busier from that year onward. He bids farewell to the three and says he will return to visit them soon. They watch him leave, and as soon as he's gone, Lavanna says that her son is trying to dodge the issue once again. She says that in the past, she worried about who would want to marry such an important prince, but this time she won't do that. This time, she won't just stand by and watch. Kanya watches all of this and thinks that Lavanna is returning to her true self. Lavanna, much like Errol, or perhaps even more so, is a great eccentric thinker. That's how she ended up catching the attention of the former king while working as a housemate. Kanya thinks that Lavanna had been holding herself back after Errol's birth, but now that she's becoming anxious, her true nature is being revealed. Kanya asks if Lavanna has any good ideas. Lavanna says that in fact, she recently received an interesting letter. She leans in to whisper the secret into Kanya's ear, leaving her shocked. Lavanna happily holds the letter, saying that this time it will work because her instincts tell her so. Meanwhile, protagonist is sitting with chocolate in his mouth, thinking that they've done well just by surviving this long. He reflects that his marriage isn't just a matter of concern for the kingdom's nobles, but also for other nations. He starts feeling anxious, wondering who someone as influential as him should marry, since it could shake the rankings of marriages not only in their kingdom, but in other countries as well. He just wanted to be a bit cautious about it. Protagonist realizes that now, it's not just his mother pressuring him. The number of people interested in his marriage is growing. He feels like he's hearing, "When will you get married?" from an entire nation. He lies down on the table, thinking that no matter how many lives he lives, marriage will always be a headache. He wonders who in the world created such a system. Suddenly, someone calls out to him, saying they got married last month. The woman says that most people complain about not being able to get married, while protagonist is complaining about having too many options. He asks if that's really the case. Errol smiles, thinking that perhaps it's better to delay things a bit longer, and wonders where he could relax today. Suddenly, someone taps him on the shoulder. Asya finally tracks him down, and Senna also appears out of nowhere, saying it's time for him to make a decision. He gets annoyed by this. Jia says that this time they are fully prepared to assist him. Errol is surprised to see that even Jia is involved. He yells, saying they seem terribly enthusiastic. Protagonist asks how they knew where he was. Jia goes to the woman from earlier and pays her for the information. They grab him and prepare for teleportation, saying that Lady Lavanna gave strict instructions. They tell him that Lavanna ordered them to help bring him to the blind date, no matter what. The woman says she'll be looking forward to good news. As he's being dragged away, Errol yells that he is the lord of those lands and their master, asking why they're listening to his mother instead of him. He shouts that he still wanted to have fun. And so, Lavanna's operation to marry Offeral began. Protagonist was tied up, and the three told him to accept his fate quietly. He thinks that a blind date alone isn't enough to tie someone down like this. A day before all of this, Lavanna had called the three women. She apologized for calling so suddenly and so late. Asya says it's okay, and asks what the reason for such a sudden call is. Lavanna says they probably already know. She explains that she's calling because of the blind date for that stubborn child of hers. She says that, as a mother, she can tell he'll try to dodge it again. The three think to themselves that this is obvious. Lavanna says she's not making a simple request. She just wants them to prevent Errol from running away. They think that's the hardest part, since if protagonist is determined to hide, it'll be difficult to find him because he's a master of disguise. They note that his physical abilities are average, and he doesn't use magic. They say they'll do their best, but they ask if they can say something. Lavanna asks what they want to say. Asya explains that even if they pressure him, it's still an arranged marriage that he doesn't want. So there will be limits. It probably won't happen. Lavanna smiles and says that this time, the person going on the date is someone Errol won't be able to easily complain about because this person is also ambitious. She then introduces Princess Paina, who appears in front of the three, leaving them shocked. She smiles and says it's been a while and asks them to keep quiet. Asya asks when she arrived. Paina smiles and says that if they knew, Errol would probably know as well. So she's asking them to keep it a secret. Senna is shocked, saying that according to the original schedule, the partner for the blind date was supposed to be a noble girl. Happily smiling, Paina says she wanted to surprise the protagonist and got Lavanna's help. Paina had called Lavanna, who said that even though they were from different countries, it was common for lower-ranking royalty to marry. Lavanna asked if Paina didn't think she was good enough to marry Errol. Paina replies that's not the case. They were actually quite happy with the idea. Senna says they had always been rooting for the two of them and even made a bet. They mentioned they bet 2 gold coins on today's date. Paina yells, asking if they only bet that much. She says that in any case, for Errol's sake, this arranged marriage should happen. So she asks the three of them to cooperate with her. They agree and assure her they will help. Returning to the present day, they arrive at the location of the blind date. Sitting at the table sipping tea, Paina says the weather is lovely today. Protagonist is shocked upon seeing her. Paina asks why he hasn't sat down yet. He notices she's wearing perfume and seems really prepared. He wonders why he's thinking like that, since it's not like him to have such thoughts. He sits down and tells Paina he didn't expect it to be her who arranged this blind date. Errol recalls that she had always said she would repay the debt she owed and he asks if this is what she was referring to. He starts to say something else, but she interrupts, repeating that the weather is lovely today. He yells, pointing out she already said that. Protagonist thinks she's really committing to pretending to be innocent, even though it's obvious she's forcing it. He looks back, realizing it might be because her advisors and maids are watching. He thinks he's heard various rumors about this incident from 2 years ago. Paina stands up, yelling at him, saying it's a rare occasion, pointing to the edge of the lake, and saying it's beautiful, suggesting a boat ride would be nice. He's shocked, saying he can see that. It seems like she's determined to wrap up the blind date quickly and he asks if that's the best she could come up with. The two of them begin rowing on the boat. Excited, she says she heard from the maids that the nobles there go on boat rides. Errol confirms, saying the nobles go on dates, and fall into the water. The lake turns into a swimming pool. She's a bit shocked by this information. He adds that, because of that, they introduced a magic boat that moves without rowing. The two are now alone in the middle of the lake. Paina sighs, saying he's still the same, even after 2 years he doesn't understand a girl's heart. He says she's finally back to her normal self, reminding her that she's not a girl. They're both adults now, Paina yells, saying he's being too insensitive, pointing out that if she gets all dressed up and acts that way, he should at least react. Still irritated, she says she did her best and even convinced the Empire's nobles to come here with her. Protagonist remarks that she just called that blackmail. She says she learned that from him. Errol wonders if he really taught her that, thinking that a lot of things make sense, so his sins are heavy. Paina smiles and tells him not to worry, as her older brother can't oppose her at the moment. Protagonist asks if this is the same Paina who was so downtrodden before. He asks how she got his mother's permission and whether she opposed it. Paina says no. Actually, his mother thanked her for it and seemed to like the idea. She then asks what Protagonist has been doing all these years with all his blind dates. Errol thinks that the karma from all those blind dates is coming back to him now. Paina says she can imagine why he was avoiding all the blind dates, as the other ladies didn't know his true nature. He lowers his head and says he can't deny that. Paina explains that she's different because she knows him so well that she's not tired of him. She asks if he would accept everything if it were her country. Protagonist is shocked and tells her she might regret those words. She continues, saying that he's been avoiding marriage because it could become an obstacle, and so she asks if it wouldn't be better for him to be with her. Errol begins to realize that she's proposing to him right at that moment. Paina continues her speech, emphasizing that she wouldn't oppose anything he did, and he wouldn't get caught up in any pointless politics. She explains that this way, he would be able to avoid bigger problems, making him thoughtful. She says that at their age, they need to find a lifelong companion. Pena elaborates that Errol has been postponing marriage negotiations until now, and she herself couldn't proceed with marriage talks due to previous circumstances. She looks into his eyes and says she thinks he is the most likely candidate to marry her, which leaves him impressed. She adds that there are also calculated reasons. If he's the other party in the marriage, those annoying nobles wouldn't be able to bother her anymore. Even her older brother would listen. She places her hand on his, and they exchange a look. With some embarrassment, she admits that she doesn't know if he would understand her, but she's certain she would understand him. She emphasizes that no matter what he does, that's what she's trying to say. Errol gets serious and asks if she knows what those words mean. She says yes and adds that it's strange. Pena admits she's so attracted to him despite his bad personality and how he always teases her. Protagonist says that hearing those words made him feel like the worst partner for a blind date. She responds that even so, it's true that she's a little worried because without any calculations or prejudice against spirits, Errol was the only one who tried to help her. She grabs him and asks what he thinks of all this, holding onto his shoulder. She asks if she can. Pena sits down and says he doesn't need to give her an answer right now. Embarrassed, she thinks that if she were Errol, she would give the answer later, after carefully considering everything following the date. She believes she did her best, and now she just needs to wait. Protagonist stands up and moves closer to her. She becomes very embarrassed and screams. He smiles and asks if this wasn't the answer she wanted to hear. Errol says that she herself said they should gradually solidify their position, and now is the perfect opportunity to seal this marriage deal. He looks at her and says, "Pena Amret Janel." She blushes. Errol places his hand on his chest, showing respect, and says he understands her true feelings, and he will give his answer too. He smiles and extends his hand to her, saying he will accept this marriage proposal. He asks if she's satisfied with that. Protagonist pulls her close and asks if they should continue what they were doing. She becomes embarrassed and asks him to wait a bit. He says that since she started it, she couldn't back out now. Everyone present is impressed and embarrassed. After that extraordinary event concluded, they continued with the formalities. The blind date was a true success. Lavanna was overjoyed and said she was very pleased. She remarks that it seems the meeting with the princess went very well. She adds that she didn't understand this the whole time, and without the princess around, kept insisting that Errol attend many blind dates. Now she understood why he wasn't enthusiastic. He asks if it wasn't like that from the start. Beaming, she says yes. Protagonist remarks that she was just confused, making excuses. Happily, she tells him not to worry because she wouldn't oppose it. Since the princess is a truly honest and good girl, she's a great match. Errol wonders what Pena must have told his mother to brainwash her like this. He sighs happily, thinking that, in any case, his mother would be seeing a lot of Pena's face now, so she'd let it go this time. Several months later, the cola industry entered a stable production phase. As a result, soon the residents would be able to freely enjoy cola. He thinks that this isn't the only thing that has been accomplished. Cola alone isn't enough to satisfy his paradise-like establishment. The recreational district of the second city is complete. He imagines that everyone will enjoy themselves and eat to their heart's content in the city. Relieve accumulated fatigue in the recreational district. It would be a perfect cycle to end the day. He spreads his arms and says that it looks like the place to live life at a leisurely pace is finally coming together. Jia asks him if he's going to throw a banquet like the last time when the city was completed. He says he'd like to, but it seemed unnecessary this time. Errol explains that the purpose back then was to make their existence known to the outside world in Fagilia. Now, the rumors have already spread among the nobles. He notes that there are still events that require more preparation. She's surprised and asks if he's talking about a wedding. Errol confirms, saying that it seems like his mother, Pena, and he all want to make that happen. And if they hold banquets too often, the impact will lessen. She hands him some papers saying that the invitation he had requested is ready. Protagonist says they are too valuable to simply send out. He says that before opening them, he will invite only those he knows so they can all have fun together. Errol says that everyone is probably tired from working so hard, so he invites them to take a little break. And so begins Errol's relaxation and leisure retreat. In the imperial capital of the empire, Pena receives a letter from Errol. She's confused, wondering why he didn't just speak to her directly. Why did he bother sending a letter? As she reads the letter, she begins to tremble and blush with embarrassment, thinking that the protagonist is finally getting serious about the wedding. She thinks it's already getting late for the wedding, as it's becoming harder to avoid people's questions. The maids always asked how the wedding preparations were going. She had been waiting for him to contact her so they could move forward with the preparations. Pena grabs another letter and starts reading it. She's impressed as she reads that he's inviting her to a leisure area with hot springs. Livana and the Oral also received a letter. JL receives his, and wonders if his younger brother has created something new once again. Kanya gets hers too and runs out, shouting that a leisure area came at just the right time. She calls for Maika to join her and asks her to gather all the knights as well. On the day of the banquet, Errol thanks everyone present at the ceremony, marking the completion of the recreational city. He thanks them for all the kind words he has received. Protagonist says that from now on, for those who are tired and unable to relax, this would be the perfect place to completely unwind. He asks everyone to enjoy themselves as much as they like, and if they do, to spread the word. He stands up and invites everyone to take full advantage of it. Everyone cheers and celebrates with him. Inside a room, the Oral is relaxing and says that it's the first time he's experienced this kind of rest. Lying down with his son, he remarks how good it feels. Errol smiles and agrees, saying it's Fihilia's special Turkish bath. He thinks it's been a long time since he's had such a good steam bath. His back finally feels relaxed. He's glad he prepared other facilities besides the bath. The Oral thanks Protagonist for making JL inherit the throne earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to be there today. Errol says that JL can't enjoy himself there due to his busy schedule, noting that if the Oral hears that, he'd probably cry. The Oral says that he needs to do this more often and try healthier things more regularly. Errol is pleased, saying that his father would love it. Kanya is surprised by everything, remarking that it doesn't seem like she's been away from Fihilia for that long, yet Protagonist has already managed to develop all this. Errol approaches her, saying it's been a while since they last saw each other. She asks how he's been during all this time. He replies that he's been doing great. Protagonist notices that the knights are relaxing and remarks that it seems they are enjoying the massage chairs. That is the special design massage chair by Errol. He personally designed it. It's not just a regular massage chair. It has automatic energy circulation and presses acupuncture points. Kenya comments that she's not sure, but maybe the knights are tired of following her intense training methods. Protagonist agrees, saying that few people can keep up with her. He suggests that if she doesn't like the massage chair, there's food available, and she should try it. She runs off, shouting that she's coming and tells Micah to hurry up. Protagonist wonders when she will ever grow up, but notes that it's good to see her so happy. Taking advantage of the moment, he enters a hot spring, thinking he should take a break too. Suddenly, Pina arrives irritated, saying she's been looking for him, and all this time he's been there. It's a mixed bath where wearing clothes is required. He says he was about to come see her and asks what she's been up to. Still annoyed, she scolds him, saying it's better he doesn't get her started. She complains that everyone keeps asking about their wedding, and she's been so busy dodging all the questions. She enters the bath and asks if this is the famous hot spring. Pina admits that at first, she didn't understand why it was necessary, but now she gets it. She sits down and starts to relax beside him. Errol says he always wanted to create a place where she could relax like this, and still have fun with others. She remarks that he's talking like a retired grandpa. Pina approaches him and says there's something more important, asking when they will officially get married. He jokes, asking if he seems like such a gullible man, assuring her to stay calm because he has everything planned. He thinks to himself that he's been caught. Pina asks if he's really taking care of everything. He starts giving her a back massage, saying that he's preparing everything and asking her to wait just a little longer. Pina warns him that if he dares to avoid it again, she'll break him with her fists. Meanwhile, the protagonist's mother, along with her guards, is passing through the corridor, enchanted by everything. They overhear the conversation between Errol and Pina. Asya remarks that the two seem to be in a good mood. His mother asks Asya if she can see that, pointing out that the knights are amazing. Asya says she can feel that protagonist and Pina are getting closer. Asya asks if it's possible to spy on them. Senna shouts that they're going too far and should stop. Protagonist, on the other hand, thinks that he can hear everything they're saying. He concludes that everyone is nosy in the end. After everything, Pina is impressed by how smooth and clean her skin feels. Tairel says that all his fatigue is gone. Maika calls out to her captain, suggesting they do this more often. Errol claps his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He announces that the banquet is coming to an end, and he has a surprise announcement for everyone present. He raises his hand and grabs Pina. Errol says that he's planning to marry his fiancée soon, and he hopes everyone will congratulate the two of them. Pina wasn't expecting that and became very embarrassed. Protagonist adds that the official announcement will be made later, but he wanted to give them a heads up. Everyone cheers and celebrates the couple's news. Pina turns to congratulate the protagonist, who also congratulates her. The two start laughing, happy with everything. Thanks for watching. Please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback.